Jiang You never imagined that in her previous life, she tried her best to escape the zombies' pursuit, but was betrayed by the relatives she protected with her own hands. At that moment, her world collapsed more completely than a zombie outbreak. Poor girl, she fought so hard for her so-called family, but in the end what she got in return was sent to an experimental center to become a test subject. Pain and despair became her daily companions. But Jiang Yu is not someone who gives up easily. During the years of imprisonment, she quietly accumulated strength and secretly planned to escape. Finally, when an experiment went out of control, she successfully destroyed the devilish experimental center. None of the people who betrayed her escaped. All of them were killed. The base that betrayed her was also reduced to ruins in her rage of revenge. With her own hands, she took revenge on all those who owed her. After her revenge, Jiang Yu was already exhausted. With her powers exhausted, she chose to self-destruct, disappearing in this cruel apocalypse with her last bit of pride. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Yu found himself back to half a month before the doomsday. In this life, she no longer has to sacrifice for people who are not worthy, and she is no longer the foolish woman who was betrayed for her passion. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and quickly organized his thoughts. First stock up on food, then stock up on weapons, and take the ultimate safety measures before doomsday comes. She swore that in this life, no matter how sudden the zombie outbreak was, even if the whole world fell into chaos, she would be able to remain calm and no one would dare to touch her again. One afternoon, Jiang Yu was sitting by the window, recording his inventory, when suddenly a small bottle cap fell from the sky. The bottle cap hit the table. She was wondering where it came from when a disembodied voice suddenly came to her ears. "This is a book, and you are the villain in the book." Jiang Yu was stunned. Book? Villain? Memories quickly emerged in her mind. She realized that her tragic fate in her previous life was just a footnote in a novel. She is the vicious villain in the book who exists to set off the heroine. All her efforts are just to promote the growth of the so-called protagonist, and her ending is destined to be a miserable cannon fodder. Jiang Yu sneered. If fate was really arranged by this broken book, then she would tear the book apart this time. The heroine? The halo of the protagonist? Who cares? From now on, Jiang Yu will only live for herself, and anyone who stands in her way must die. So after the apocalypse broke out, when the other survivors were in a mess, Jiang Yu had already stockpiled supplies and ate even better than before the apocalypse. While others were so hungry that they were grabbing a bite of compressed biscuits, Jiang Yu was eating hot pot and barbecue in his own small kitchen, muttering leisurely. Shall we have Buddha jumps over the wall or fried chicken today? When the zombies approached, other survivors fled desperately, but she stood by the road, staring at a zombie with a shiny head, and couldn't help laughing. Wait a minute, zombie in front. Your head looks so crispy. Can it be cooked? The moral kidnapping of the end times simply does not work for her. When someone tried to force her to share food by saying, human beings should help each other, she replied coldly, I'm sorry, I have no morals. You can't kidnap me. Jiang Yu sat in the dim, old-fashioned living room, holding an enamel water cup in his hand, quietly looking at the reflection on the water. The shadow of the ceiling fan was swaying, and the buzzing sound was circling above her head, as if it might fall down at any time. Her uncle Li Tianming and her aunt Gu Chunhua were standing in front of her, their tone as aggressive as ever. Jiang Yu, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you. Li Tianming put down his chopsticks and slammed the table. I'm your uncle. How can I harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. Have you read all the books you want? Do you pretend you didn't hear your uncle talking to you? Gu Chunhua's eyes widened, his face full of impatience. Jiang Yu didn't look at them. His eyes dropped to his own thin fingers, on which the thin calluses were clearly visible. She gently stroked the rim of the cup, but thoughts flooded into her mind like a tide. She said nothing, just staring at the reflection in the cup. These people were her uncle and aunt. Once upon a time, she trusted them and regarded them as her only relatives. However, in her previous life, the first thing she did after escaping the laboratory was to find them and personally end the lives of this family. She sent them to heaven in perfect order, without showing any mercy. But now, looking at the honest and simple-minded middle-aged man and the shrewd and mean middle-aged woman in front of him, Jiang Yu just found it ridiculous. Their hypocrisy is like a cheap layer of sugar coating that cannot cover up the rotten truth inside. When she was 5 years old, her parents died in a factory explosion. She became an orphan and her uncle's family became her guardians. The factory paid her 30,000 yuan a month in child support, which will be paid until she reaches adulthood. The money her parents earned with their lives became the basis for her uncle and aunt's family to make ends meet. At that time, she knew nothing. What could a 5-year-old child understand? She didn't even know the existence of a compensation. Her parents' house became their home. Her parents' bedroom became their master bedroom. Her room became her cousin's room, and she herself was driven to the utility room with only a quilt in her arms. Everyone told her to be grateful because it was her uncle's family who took her in and prevented her from living on the streets. She believed it. She learned how to wash clothes and cook and took the initiative to take on all the housework at home, just to make this family accept her and avoid being thrown away. Occasionally, her uncle would bring her a small cake to coax her and say to her, "Oh, we are a family, and it is your duty to support you. You must be grateful and obedient, and then you will have a good life." At that time, Jiang You thought she owed them too much, until later she realized that her uncle and aunt did not rely on raising her, but on eating the compensation money from her parents. They were the real parasites. But now, she has already seen through this scene, but her uncle and aunt are still chattering there, trying to persuade her to give up going to college and marry a so-called rich man. "Jiang You, I'm doing this for your own good," Li Tianming continued to persuade with a kind face. "Although you have been admitted to university, there are college students everywhere. What's the point of studying? Aren't you going to be a social animal working 996 or 007 in the future?" Your aunt is right. Although Boss Wang's son is not very smart, his family is rich. If you marry him, you will be a rich wife, and you will never have to worry about food and clothing. What a great thing. Ge Chuanhua's face was full of smiles. Her face was flushed, and she was dancing with excitement, as if she wished she could marry Jiang You instead. Jiang You raised his eyebrows, took a sip of water, and sneered. "Aunt, with such a good opportunity, why don't you marry him yourself? His son can't do it, but his father should be able to make do, right?" Ge Chuanhua was so angry that her face turned red. Her fat body was shaking. She pointed at Jiang You and cursed. "You damn girl, how can you talk to your elders like that?" "Yes. Is there any elder who would let his niece marry a fool?" Jiang Yu retorted coldly, with a chill in his eyes and a flash of murderous intent. Her voice was calm, but it was filled with chilling sarcasm. "If you want me to marry him so badly, why don't your cousin marry him earlier and have a few children? Anyway, didn't you say that education is useless for girls?" The fat on Ge Chunhua's face was shaking with anger, and he roared, "Can your cousin be the same as you?" "Yes, beasts can't be compared to humans." Jiang Yu's eyes were like knives, and he said lightly, "Who are you calling a beast?" Ge Chunhua screamed, "I will scold anyone who takes this as an example." Jiang Yu hit back mercilessly, his words like knives, piercing the other party's pain points. "Enough!" Li Tianming finally exploded, interrupting their quarrel with a roar. His face was filled with disguised anger, his chest heaving violently, and his nostrils breathing heavily. He tried hard to act like a loving elder and said with red eyes, "Xiao Yu, if you want to study, then study. Even if your uncle has to sell everything he has, even sell his blood, he will still support you to study. Even if Ingwe doesn't go to college, I can't let you drop out of school. You are my sister's daughter. I can't let her down." He spoke with such sincerity that even a few tears came out of his eyes, like a good uncle who would sacrifice everything for his niece. Ge Chunhua hugged his shoulders, looking distressed, and turned back to glare at Jiang Yu. "Do you still have a conscience? Look at how mad your uncle is." Jiang Yu lowered his head, stared at the shadow of the ceiling fan in the water cup, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth without any expression. She knew very well that Li Tianming didn't really want to support her education. On the surface, he was passionately loyal, but secretly he had already negotiated the bride price with Boss Wang's family. What they call a rich wife is nothing more than exchanging her marriage for a large sum of life money. Jiang Yu calmly concealed the coldness in her eyes. It didn't matter. She needed the money to stock up on supplies and prepare for the end of the world. These two people, one plays the good guy and the other plays the bad guy, have such superb acting skills that they can go directly to the Oscars to receive awards. If it were the Jiang Yu of the past seeing such a scene, he would have felt extremely guilty and even taken the initiative to tell Li Tianming that he would not go to school anymore and was willing to be manipulated by them. But now, she was just watching coldly, watching Li Tianming and Ge Chunhua performing hard with no ripples in her heart and even a bit of sarcastic smile. She had seen these tricks too many times. They had used this method to deceive her for more than 10 years, making her compromise and sacrifice again and again. Looking back now, She felt that she was really stupid. Isn't it your dream to move from the countryside to the city? Jiang You crossed his arms and looked at them coldly. Why do you say it as if you've suffered a loss? You weren't the only relative who wanted to be my guardian. Other uncles and aunts also vied to come to the city, and it was you who finally got the chance after pestering me. Now you're taking advantage of me and still want to be a good boy. You're a cousin and still want to build a memorial archway? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Her words tore through their disguise. Gu Chunhua was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect Jiang You to be so direct, and she didn't expect her to bring up what happened in the past. For a moment, she panicked and even began to wonder if Jiang You had heard some rumors or someone had reminded her of something. The basis for her confidence has always been Jiang Yu's soft nature. The child has been thoroughly brainwashed by them since childhood and attaches great importance to the so-called favors and never resists. But now, Jiang Yu's attitude was obviously not right. So Gu Chunhua's tones softened instantly, and he tried to look pitiful. Xiao Yu, your uncle raised you, so just think of it as helping us. It's really because your cousin is so unpromising and owes a lot of debts, and we really have no other choice. Although the son of Boss Wang is a little stupid, he can take care of himself. If you marry him, you don't need to serve him. His family has plenty of money and will ensure that you will have enough food and clothing. At this point, she suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop and looked at Jiang Yu with tears in her eyes. Aunt, please help me. If you don't help, your cousin will be finished. Those loan sharks said that if he can't pay back the money, they will destroy him. As she spoke, she secretly observed Jiang Yu's expression. In the past, every time Jiang Yu saw her kneeling, he would be extremely soft-hearted and even feel deeply remorseful and guilty. However, this time, Jiang Yu didn't even raise his eyelids, still staring at her coldly, his tone without any emotion. Elders kneeling to the younger will shorten their lives. It seems that you wish I would die sooner. Gu Chunhua was stunned and couldn't answer for a moment. Before she could react, Jiang Yu asked again, how much money did Boss Wang give you to make you work so hard? As soon as these words came out, Gu Chunhua's expression froze instantly. Jiang Yu stared at her, his eyes cold but chilling. Tell me the truth, don't hide it. I just want to know how much you can sell me for. Gu Chunhua's lips trembled, and he spoke tentatively. 1 million. 1 million. Jiang Yu sneered, his eyes suddenly sharp. Swear, this is true. If you lie, tomorrow you and your wife will be hit by a car when you go out. Li Yingyue will marry a domestic violence man and be beaten to death, and Li Haochen will have his hands and feet chopped off by loan sharks. You! Gu Chunhua gasped and glared at Jiang Yu angrily. How could she ask someone to swear? She was clearly cursing him in front of her, but her eyes were evasive. Jiang Yu could see that she was guilty. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Gu Chunhua whispered, 6 million. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. With such a large sum of money, it's really worth buying a silly daughter-in-law. But you have to help with this matter too. Gu Chunhua was just about to take the opportunity to say something nice, but heard Jiang Yu slowly say, 6 million, it's worth it. Hearing this, Gu Chunhua's eyes lit up, and she immediately added, Xiao Yu, as long as you agree, I'll give you 4 million of this money, and use the remaining 2 million to help your cousin pay off his debts. How about that? In the future, your aunt will definitely treat you well and treat you like her own daughter. Jiang Yu nodded, seeming to be really moved. Okay, I agree to marry you, but I have a few conditions. Gu Chunhua's eyes were filled with joy. You say. Jiang Yu's voice was a little colder. First, return all the relics left by my father to me, especially the jade bracelet. I know that bracelet is not valuable, but it means a lot to me. It is a token of love between my parents. Second, you must move out of my house before dark tomorrow. Finally, I want 4 million as a betrothal gift, and the remaining 2 million is for you to pay off your debts. In this way, the wedding will be held in a month. Her tone was calm, but unquestionable. Hearing that she wanted 4 million, Gu Chunhua was somewhat unwilling. Why do you, a little girl, need so much money? Why not give it to your uncle for safekeeping? He loves you the most and will definitely not harm you. Jiang Yu sneered. If you can keep your own money well, why would you come to me for help today? These words left Gu Chunhua speechless. Seeing that the negotiation failed, Gu Chunhua tried to be fierce. Just try not to marry. Without this money, your cousin will be finished. Jiang Yu replied word by word. You can try. Her dark eyes stared at Gu Chunhua. Her gaze was so cold that it made people feel scared. Gu Chunhua was scared for a moment, and even Li Tianming felt cold all over. The Jiang Yu in front of him seemed like a different person. She was no longer the submissive little girl, but more like a little hedgehog covered with thorns. Li Tianming finally spoke up. He raised his hand and slapped Ge Chunhua hard on the face. Enough! Xiao Yu is willing to help us and has done her best. If you force her again, I will divorce you. This slap stunned Ge Chunhua. Li Tianming continued to act, lowering his head with a guilty look and sighing. Xiao Yu, it is your uncle who is sorry for you. Your uncle is really grateful for your willingness to help. Jiang You watched the scene and sneered. Good acting, but it's a pity that the audience has already woken up. The most important thing now is to stabilize Jiang You, get her to agree, and then find a way to get Boss Wong to send a betrothal gift to pay off the debt. Li Haochen still has a lot of high-interest loan sharks. Those people are so cruel that he dares not gamble anymore. Li Tianming was tall and strong. After that slap, Ge Chunhua's face immediately swelled up. Her eyes instantly turned red, and she jumped up to scratch Li Tianming's face. It was clearly agreed that Jiang Yu would be coaxed into marrying that idiot, but now he actually dared to do it. He was so bold. She was so angry that she kept roaring. Li Tianming, you have no conscience. How dare you hit me? You! Before she could say something else, Li Tianming grabbed her and dragged her back to the room. He looked down at Jiang Yu, his guilty eyes carrying a hint of complexity. Xiao Yu, I agreed to your terms, and it is your uncle who is sorry for you. Li Haochen owed more than 2 million yuan. These debts, together with the money they had saved over the years, should be enough to pay them off. As for the broken bracelet left by Jiang Yu's father, Li Tianming had asked someone to look at it a long time ago. It was just a street stall item, worth at most 1 or 200 yuan. That thing is useless, so what if I give it to her? The most important thing now is to redeem my son. As for the remaining 4 million, I will slowly coax it back when I have the chance in the future. He had raised Jiang Yu since she was a child, and he knew her character best. She was soft-hearted and easy to coax. He really wanted to sell the house, and he would have sold it a long time ago. But the house was registered under Jiang Yu's name. Whenever she mentioned it, she would not move, saying that this was her home. Without her home, she would have nothing. Her temper was just like her father's, so stubborn that it was annoying. Thinking of this, Li Tianming's mouth twitched slightly, and his guilty look was about to collapse. Do you really agree to marry him? Don't you regret it? He asked. Jiang Yu nodded and replied calmly. Of course it's true. If Boss Wong is really like what you said, I will live comfortably if I marry him. I have money and leisure time, and my husband is a fool who won't cause any trouble. Why not? Besides, my parents are gone, and I still have to get along well with you, my uncle, in the future. You are my mother's family. If my cousin has any problems in the future, I will help him, and I will definitely not refuse. She said these words lightly, as if she was already used to it. After all, she had eaten too much of the big cakes Li Tianming had drawn over the years, and the refrigerator was full of them. Although she agreed to marry, she actually had a plan in mind. Before returning to the apocalypse, the first thing to do is to stock up on supplies. Once you get Boss Wong's betrothal gift, don't even think about taking it back. She knew that the old man was not a good person. Without his tacit consent, how could Li Tianming dare to bring his stupid son into her room? Not to mention drugging him. Fortunately, she never dared to eat too much, for fear of being scolded by her aunt. She didn't eat much when she was drugged, so the drug didn't work completely, and she didn't faint. After the idiot came in, he touched her a few times, and she woke up immediately. When she opened her eyes, she saw a drooling, crooked-nosed, squinting-eyed man tearing her clothes. Jiang Yu realized what had happened and felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, she always kept a pair of small scissors under her pillow. She grabbed the scissors and stabbed herself hard to wake herself up. The idiot obviously had a violent streak, for when he saw her wake up, he clenched his fists and prepared to hit her. Jiang Yu stabbed him with the scissors without hesitation, and the two of them started fighting with punches and knives until both of them were covered with wounds. Upon seeing this, Boss Wong realized that this future daughter-in-law was difficult to control and was afraid that she might hurt his son, so he stopped talking about marriage. Li Tianming's wishful thinking was thwarted. Later, he used some unknown means, but Li Haochen actually came back. Jiang Yu had no burden at all and cheated him out of 4 million. As for the 2 million to be given to Li Tianming, she didn't care at all. Anyway, there is gain only when there is sacrifice, and the next thing she needs to do is to prepare for the end of the world. Wasting time dealing with Li Tianming is the most unprofitable. After learning the news, Li Tianming happily packed his luggage and moved out of her house that night. The relics of Jiang Yu's father were also returned, including the low-quality jade bracelet that looked like it had no water in it and had a crack on it. Jiang You heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the bracelet. After Li Tianming left, she quickly locked the door. In the previous life, after the end of the world, Jiang Yu had seen this bracelet on the wrist of his cousin Li Yingyue. She thought it had some special meaning to Li Yingyue. After all, the bracelet looked of very poor quality and didn't seem like something her beauty-conscious cousin would wear. However, Li Yingyue always wore it and regarded it as a treasure. It was not until she was captured and sent to Shutter Island that Li Yingyue proudly told her that the bracelet was her father's relic, and it was also a space treasure. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Yingyue awakened her space power and became the first person with this power. Her space can store a large amount of supplies, which makes her the envy of everyone in the apocalypse. Li Yingyue always regarded herself as superior and ignored others. Jiang You did not awaken her supernatural power at that time. Until an unexpected battle, she awakened her wind power. As a result, many dangers naturally fell on her head. Although Li Yingyue was a space power user, she had no combat ability and could only be used as a mobile warehouse. Li Haochen is always a bully at home, but he gets weak when he sees zombies. Li Haoxuan is still a child young. Li Tianming and Ge Chunhua are already in their 50s and have always been in poor health. Jiang Yu didn't know about the compensation at the time. She was grateful to her uncle, thinking that he raised her. Although her aunt was mean, she also raised her. In order to protect this family, she tried her best, rushed to the front when there was danger, and gave any delicious food to the elders and Li Haoxuan first. In life and death crises, Jiang Yu transformed from a taciturn little girl into a high-level superpower who dares to fight and kill. Every progress and every upgrade was earned by her hard work. She started as an ordinary member of the guard team and gradually rose to team leader and team captain. She protected the base and her compatriots as if she were protecting her homeland. At that time, she felt that she was great and that she, like everyone else, was protecting the fire of humanity. However, looking back, Jiang Yu felt that he was a complete fool. What did he get in return for all the hard work and sacrifice? He was plotted against, betrayed, and finally became a test subject on the Forbidden Island. Her body has an extraordinary ability to heal itself, and only her family knew about it. And only her family could drug her when she was completely defenseless. The grace of raising me? Blood relationship? Mutual assistance among the same clan? Jiang Yu sneered. Thinking of those beliefs she had back then, she wanted to slap herself twice. In this life, she would not be a fool again. The most important thing was to get the bracelet. However, she did not know where Li Tianming had hidden the bracelet. If she broke up with him directly, it would only cause more trouble and waste time. It would be better to take advantage of the situation. So after her rebirth, when her uncle again persuaded her to marry Boss Wang's stupid son, she did not refuse directly. She didn't care about the marriage. She just wanted to take the opportunity to get the bracelet back. As for the 4 million yuan of betrothal gift, it was just a windfall. After getting the bracelet, Jiang Yu immediately tested it in the room. She cut her finger with a knife, dripped blood on the bracelet, and waited with bated breath. However, the bracelet was silent and did not respond at all. This made her feel cold. Could it be that this bracelet can only be used by Li Yingyue? Thinking of this, her eyes darkened. If I can't use my Jiang family's things, I would rather smash them. Just as she was thinking this, the bracelet in her hand suddenly became hot. The place where the blood dripped began to peel off, revealing a ruddy jade inside. Seeing this, Jiang Yu simply squeezed his fingers again and smeared more blood on the bracelet. In a moment, the grayish-white shell on the bracelet peeled off like a snake sloughing off its skin, and the entire bracelet turned bright red, like the finest blood jade. Jiang Yu looked at it in confusion. The bracelet she had seen on Li Yingyue's hand in her previous life was still gray. Why did he change so much after sucking her blood? Could it be related to the bloodline of the Jiang family? She stared at the bracelet and tried to sense its spatial function, but there was no sign or anything. At this moment, her eyes went dark, and when she opened them again, she found herself standing on a barren black land. The surroundings were barren, with only a dilapidated fenced yard standing behind him. The fence in the yard was already leaning to one side, and the 3 houses looked even more dilapidated. Jiang Yu pushed open the gate and walked in. He found a dry well in the middle of the yard, which seemed to have not been used for a long time. Where is this? Could it be the space of the bracelet? She looked down and found that the bracelet on her hand had disappeared, replaced by a red mole on the inside of her right wrist, as bright red as cinnabar. Jiang Yu's mind moved. It seems that this bracelet can be transformed into a mole and hidden. But the question is, if it can be transformed into a mole, why did Li Yingyue wear it and run around the streets in her previous life? There are more questions about this space. Since she can enter, why has Li Yingyue never put any living things into the space? Li Yingyue was a timid person. Every time she went to collect supplies, Jiang You took her there. If she had a space to store living things, she should have used it long ago. Obviously, this space still had a secret for her. Jiang Yu tried to silently say, "Get out," and soon returned to the room. She was surprised and delighted. The function of this bracelet far exceeded her expectations. It is not just a storage space, she can even enter it. And what does the land in the space mean? It means she can plant. Excited, Jiang Yu entered the space again and began to explore the houses in the courtyard. These were 3 dilapidated houses, a main room, a bedroom, and a kitchen. Most of the furniture in the house had already decayed and turned to ash with the slightest touch. The stove in the kitchen was made of yellow earth and was bare, with only a rusty iron pot on it, which crumbled to pieces with a single touch. Jiang Yu checked and unexpectedly found an entrance to a cellar behind the kitchen. The entrance to the cellar was pitch black, and the winding staircase disappeared into the deep darkness. She turned on the flashlight and walked down carefully. When she saw the inside of the cellar, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. How could this be an ordinary cellar? This is simply a huge underground warehouse. It is the same size as the ground space and is extremely empty. Jiang Yu quickly tried the storage function of the bracelet, putting items into the space and taking them out, testing it repeatedly. After mastering the storage and retrieval skills, she placed 2 ice creams on the ground and in the cellar respectively. When I entered the space again a few hours later, I found that the ice cream on the ground had melted into a pool of liquid, while the ice cream in the cellar was intact. Time flows at different speeds. Jiang Yu immediately realized the crux of the problem. Time in the ground space flows normally, while time in the cellar is almost still. This means that the supplies she stockpiles will never expire. She can even store prepared meals in the cellar and take them out to eat at any time. She began to carefully estimate the area of the space and found that the ground was about several hundred acres in size, and the edges were wrapped in a transparent barrier. The barrier is as soft as jelly, but impenetrable. The area of the cellar is exactly the same as the ground, which is an excellent storage space. However, she also discovered the limitations. Staying in the space for a long time would make her dizzy, but the small animals put in the space could survive normally. Jiang Yu decided to further confirm the limitations and functions of the space later. It seems that my dream of stockpiling supplies for retirement has failed. Jiang Yu sighed with a wry smile, but then cheered up. Even though one cannot stay in the space for a long time, the land and the cellar where time stands still are already huge advantages. Is there any need to think about what to do next? Of course, stock up on supplies. Jiang Yu took out a small notebook and wrote down all the supplies he could think of. He then opened his phone to search and supplemented the list while checking. What is the most important thing in the apocalypse? Without a doubt, it is supplies. But in addition to supplies, weapons are also necessary. In the early days of the apocalypse, the biggest enemy of mankind is not zombies but their own kind. Without defense, they simply cannot survive. Jiang Yu sat at the table, quickly moving the pen across the notebook, recording line by line the things that needed to be stockpiled. First of all, food. All kinds of staple foods. Rice, flour, corn, starch, everything that can fill your stomach should be stocked up. Fast food such as instant noodles, bread, steamed buns, and dumplings are also indispensable. Seasonings are also essential. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, as well as bean paste, soybean paste, sweet noodle sauce, and even lao gan ma. No seasoning sauce can be left out. High-calorie foods are equally important. They're the best choice for restoring energy, such as chocolate, Snickers, candy. If you have the conditions, you should also stock up on snacks. After all, the end of the world does not mean that you cannot enjoy life. Spicy noodles, snail noodles, pickled pepper chicken feet, duck feet stew, instant noodles, biscuits, cakes, and various carbonated drinks. All of them are recorded. Lose weight? Forget it. High calories mean high energy, which is the key to survival. Medicines are even more important. In the apocalypse, the most scarce thing is medicine. Various antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicines, hemostatic drugs, and even some basic bandages, gauze, and alcohol must be prepared. You also need to stock up on clothes. Clothes, socks, shoes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, especially thick winter clothes. In the cold winter, not having enough clothes can really freeze you to death. Daily necessities are also indispensable, such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, soap, toilet paper, especially women's products. In the apocalypse, it is more difficult for women to survive than men. During the menstrual period every month, the smell of blood may attract zombies, so tampons are more practical than sanitary napkins. It is not easy to leak blood when running or making big movements, and there is very little blood smell. However, you should also prepare some sanitary napkins, which can be used to bandage wounds at critical moments. They are waterproof and antibacterial. Weapons are another major need for her. Although hot weapons are not available due to funding and channels, cold weapons with strong lethality can be purchased, such as knives, bows, and crossbows. Jiang You took notes quickly while searching the internet on his phone. Her uncle and his family had moved away, and she was the only one left at home. She took out the unfinished cake from the refrigerator, ate it while looking up information and supplementing her list. In this way, she was busy all night long, but she didn't feel tired at all. At noon the next day, Li Tianming could not wait to deliver a betrothal gift of 4 million and a letter of commitment. The letter of commitment clearly stated, once she accepted the betrothal gift, she could not regret it, otherwise she would have to return double the betrothal gift. Jiang You signed without blinking. Li Tianming felt relieved when he saw her being so straightforward. He almost couldn't hold back his guilty expression and left quickly. As soon as he left, Jiang You immediately contacted the agent and started selling the house. The sun was scorching at noon, and there were almost no people on the street. In the real estate agency, several employees in uniform were enjoying the air conditioning and chatting. Seeing Jiang You push the door open, several of them glanced at her, and none of them moved. Only one young man stood up and came forward. He was in his early 20s and asked with a big smile, "Girl, do you want to buy or rent a house? We just happen to have a newly opened apartment here, only 500 meters away from the subway station, which is very suitable for young people." Jiang Yu directly took out the prepared house information and handed it to him. "I'm here to sell the house." The young agent was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. "Oh, okay. We can definitely help you sell it at a good price." Jiang Yu said calmly, "Jinggang Garden. On the third floor of the staircase, 140 square meters, for bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The house photos and floor plan information are all here. I'm in a hurry to sell it, and I need the full payment, which can be 300,000 yuan lower than the market price." The agent frowned slightly. "If you are in a hurry to sell it, the price may have to be lowered a little. This community has a good location, but the decoration is a bit old. If you pay in full, the price may be around 7 million. Jiang Yu nodded. "Acceptable." The agent suddenly became excited and contacted the client immediately. In the afternoon, the house was sold for 7 million yuan, and the full amount was paid. Jiang Yu and the buyer agreed to hand over the house one day later. In the evening, Li Yingyue, who had just finished a class reunion, happily answered her mother's call. "Yeah, we have moved. I've sent you the address. Please come back directly in the evening." Li Yingyue's eyes lit up, thinking that her family had bought a new house, and her face was filled with smiles. She pulled her boyfriend Chen Lu and said happily, "We've moved to a new house. It seems that Jiang Yu's marriage has been decided. Boss Wang is really generous." Chen Lu asked curiously, "Moving? Then how is our marriage going?" Li Yingyue said softly, "Don't worry, I will discuss it with my mother. I know your family is not well off, but it doesn't matter, my family can just pay the down payment. In the future, the house will be closer to my mother, and she can help take care of your mother." Chen Lu's eyes lit up. "Yeah, you're so nice. But my mother might be uncomfortable if the house is in your name." "What are you talking about?" Li Yingyue patted him in annoyance. "Since this is our home, of course it should be written in our names. I won't be petty." Chen Lu was so moved that he almost cried. However, when Li Yingyue found the new home according to the address, she was dumbfounded. The neighborhood in front of her was shabby, the house was cramped, and the musty smell filled the house. "Is this our new home?" she asked her mother in disbelief. When she found out that her brother was in gambling debt, had spent all the family money, and that the house they were sitting in front of was only rented, she completely collapsed. "Are you crazy? How could people live in a place like this? And what about the money for the wedding house? You used all the money to pay off Li Haochen's debt. So what should I do?" "Pa!" Li Tianming couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her. "Shut up. Haochen is your brother. He has raised you for so many years. Don't you have any conscience?" Li Yingyue was so angry that she burst into tears. She slammed the door and went back to her room. The musty smell in the room made her even more irritated. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. The next morning, Jiang You was still in the room when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Jiang You, open the door if you can. Can you get rid of us by changing the locks? Oh, I am such a poor person. I raised my niece, but in the end I was kicked out of the house. Oh my God, how can I live like this? Jiang Yu pushed open the door and saw Li Tianming's family crying and blocking the door, surrounded by a circle of neighbors watching the fun. She leaned against the door frame coldly, her voice indifferent. What do you mean? Didn't you already take the money and move out? Are you playing tricks now? Li Haochen glared at her fiercely. You ungrateful bastard. We have raised you for more than 10 years. And now that you have been admitted to university, you turn your back on us? Do you still have a conscience? Jiang Yu glanced at the neighbors around him and chuckled. Support me? What a joke. She glanced at the people around her who were pointing and talking and said coldly, their family came from the countryside, and my parents' compensation money supported them. If it weren't for this money, they would still be digging for food in the fields now. In one sentence, Li Tianming's family was caught off guard. Over the years, you have been living in my house and spending my money, relying on my parents' compensation money, and you shamelessly say that you were supporting me? Jiang Yu glanced at them coldly. This family is the real parasites. A bunch of shameless trash. Jiang Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Good Chunhua rushed up with red eyes and reached out to grab her. Jiang Yu slapped him twice with his backhand. You know best whether you are talking nonsense or not. When Li Haochen saw his mother being beaten, he immediately became angry and rushed over with his fist raised. Jiang Yu kicked him in the arm, hitting the plaster cast. Kai-ka! Li Haochen screamed in pain. The plaster shattered and his arm twisted at a strange angle in an instant. It was obvious that he had broken a bone again. You bitch! Li Haochuan on the side was so angry that he cursed and spit at Jiang Yu. You are an ungrateful beggar. My mother is right. Jiang Yu sneered. But before he could do anything, Li Tianming had already reacted. He quickly dragged Li Haochuan back and covered his mouth hastily. The neighbors gathered at the door to watch the fun, their eyes wide open, and some even commented leisurely while eating sunflower seeds. This family is really full of drama. Jiang Yu didn't bother to pay attention to the neighbors who were watching. He just reached out and grabbed Li Yingyue and threw her into the house before she could come to her senses. Then he glanced coldly at the others. What? You want me to continue talking in front of everyone? If you're not afraid of losing face, then give it a try. Li Tianming and Good Chunhua looked at each other and exchanged a tacit look. Several people walked into the house with different expressions. Li Tianming walked in last and even locked the door considerately. Jiang Yu, don't think we can't do anything to you. Li Tianming stared at her sinisterly. The hypocrisy on his face completely disappeared, and his tone was cold. You just rely on your youth and don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Today, I will let you understand what it means to respect your elders. Good Chunhua also sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Yeah, little girl, do you really think you can turn the world upside down? Don't forget, we are your uncle and aunt, Pa. Before Good Chunhua could finish her words, Jiang Yu raised his hand and slapped her, knocking her to the ground. Stop taking advantage of your age. Jiang Yu's voice was as cold as ice. Do you think I'm still the same poor little meek person I used to be? Seeing this, Li Yingyue stopped pretending to be weak. With a look of resentment on her face, she covered her swollen face and screamed. That bracelet is mine. Give it back to me. You bitch, you stole my things. Why didn't you die with your parents? Before she finished her words, Jiang Yu kicked her in the stomach with a bang, knocking her to the ground. I have stepped on the earth for more than 10 years, and I dare not say that it is mine. You wear a broken bracelet for a few years, and it becomes yours? Do you deserve it? Li Yingyue covered her stomach, arched her body in pain, and stared at Jiang Yu in horror. Before she could reply, Jiang Yu slashed her neck with a knife, knocking her unconscious. Li Tianming finally reacted and rushed over to punch him. Jiang Yu smiled coldly, dodged easily, picked up the vase next to him, and smashed it hard on his head. Bang! Li Tianming fell to the ground, blood gushing from his head, and he fainted. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Good Chunhua rushed over like crazy. Jiang Yu grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it mercilessly. Bang! Good Chunhua also fell straight to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, there were only 2 conscious people left in the room. Li Haochen held his broken hand, his face pale, and looked at his family members lying on the ground. His lips trembled with fear. You don't come over. Help! He turned around and wanted to run, but found that the door was locked, and even the keyhole was blocked. Help! You lunatic! Let me out! Li Haochen knocked on the door and shouted, but none of the neighbors watching the fun outside really wanted to help. Crack! A frying pan hit Li Haochen directly on the back of his head. He fell to the ground and could never get up again. At this time, Li Haochuan was the only one left standing in the room. He huddled in a corner, his face pale with fear, his trouser legs soaked, and the whole room was filled with the smell of urine. Jiang You approached step by step, his smile carrying a hint of perverted coldness. Little guy, it's your turn. Li Haochuan was so scared that he was shaking all over and yelled, You can't hit me. My mother will kill you. Oh, then tell me, should I take more care of my heart and lungs? I heard that children's hearts and lungs are the most tender. Jiang Yu said lightly, but his tone was creepy. Ah! Li Haochuan screamed and fainted from fright. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the rope, tied up several people one by one, stuffed a few light bulbs into their mouths to block the sound, and found a few snakeskin bags to put the people in them. In order to make the bag fuller, she stuffed some clothes and ceramic dishes into it, making the bag bulge so much that it no longer looked like a human figure. After taking the car keys from Li Tianming, Jiang Yu called the errand runner in the same city. Hello, I need to move a few bags of fragile items downstairs. The car is downstairs. A few minutes later, 2 errand runners arrived. They were a young man and woman. The man frowned as he picked up the bag. It's quite heavy. How many pots, pans, and bowls must be in it? Hey, this is what life is all about. The woman joked with a smile. I can't bear to throw away things, and I have to take them with me when I move. Jiang Yu smiled. Yeah, save when you should, spend when you should. After everyone moved their things and left, Jiang Yu drove all the way to the unfinished building on the outskirts of the city. The weeds were half a person tall, and in the distance were several unfinished buildings, dilapidated and gloomy. Jiang Yu drove the car into an abandoned building. The ground was bumpy, and the people in the bag gradually woke up because of the bumps. The snakeskin bag twisted and twisted due to the struggle, making a rustling sound. Jiang Yu glanced through the rearview mirror and continued driving calmly. Li Tianming opened his eyes in the dark and found himself tied up like a dumpling, put in a bag, with his mouth stuffed with things, unable to make a sound. Countless terrifying images emerged in his mind, and he struggled even more violently, wanting to shout, Help! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jiang Yu sneered, stepped on the brakes, and slowly stopped the car. Okay, everyone, the journey is over. Next, let's do something more interesting. Li Tianming listened to the sobbing sounds coming from all around him, and endless fear surged in his heart. He felt that besides himself, there were other people tied up here. The swelling sensation of the light bulb stuffed into his mouth and the discomfort of his tongue being compressed almost suffocated him. He recalled with horror the scene before he fell in a coma, and the last thing that came into his eyes was Jiang Yu's cold face. It must be her. What does this little bitch want to do? Kill us to silence us? Or sell us abroad? Li Tianming's mind was in a mess, and all kinds of horrifying thoughts flooded into his mind. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, and he subconsciously began to struggle, trying to break free from the ropes. Suddenly, the car stopped. Bah! The sound of the car door closing broke the silence. Then, footsteps were heard, getting closer and closer. The car door was opened, and a cool breeze blew in, mixed with the scent of grass and trees outside. Jiang Yu's voice sounded clearly, with a faint smile. Why, you're not coming out yet? I know you're all awake, so crawl out by yourself. Soon, Li Tianming's snakeskin bag was untied. He struggled out of the bag with difficulty, a light bulb stuffed in his mouth, his face flushed red, and he stared at Jiang Yu with resentment. The others were released one by one. Li Yue's face was full of anger and resentment, but because her mouth was blocked by a light bulb, she could only make indistinct whimpers. Several people stumbled out of the car in a disheveled state, with something stuffed in their mouths and their arms tied behind their backs, making it impossible for them to move freely. Jiang Yu stood beside the car, looking at them with a smile, and suddenly there was a stick in his hand. Uncle and Aunt, aren't you usually quite talkative? She walked forward slowly, her eyes cold. Why are you silent now? Her words made several people feel uneasy, but before they could react, Jiang Yu raised his hand and hit Li Tianming hard on the mouth with a stick. Bah! The light bulb shattered instantly, and sharp glass shards pierced into his mouth. The bloody fragments pierced his tongue and gums, and the pain almost made Li Tianming faint. His mouth was full of blood, and it hurt every time he moved his tongue. Hysterical screams came from his throat, but he couldn't even make a complete sound. Seeing this, the others turned pale and retreated, but they were tied up with ropes and could not move easily. Jiang You glanced at them, curled his lips, and swung the stick with a quick and decisive move. Don't let anyone run away. Be fair and hit everyone with a stick. Bah, bah. The sticks fell on their mouths one by one. The light bulbs shattered and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Several people covered their mouths in horror, not daring to make a sound, their eyes filled with despair and fear. The youngest Li Haoshuan had just crawled out of the bag. When he saw the scene, he was so scared that he screamed and fainted. There was a large spot on his trouser leg, and the air was filled with the smell of urine. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction, then squatted down and stared at Li Tianming, whose face was covered in blood. His tone was calm, but with a hint of coldness. Dear uncle, I was so stupid before. I actually trusted you so much and thought you were the best person in the world to me. But now think about it. You and I are a real family. Equally ruthless. Li Tianming's eyes widened. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. He was in so much pain that he didn't dare to move his tongue. He could only stare at her in horror. Jiang Yu patted his face and continued, Don't be afraid, uncle. I won't kill you. If you die, the first person to suspect me will be the police, uncle. Li Tianming opened his mouth wide, but could not utter a complete sentence. He could only make a muffled woo sound from his throat. The glass shards of the light bulb pierced into his flesh, causing him to sweat profusely and tremble all over. Jiang Yu seemed not to notice his horrified expression. He stood up with a sneer and patted the dust off his hands. Uncle, I won't embarrass you today. Just reflect on yourself here. She took out her cell phone from Li Tianming's trouser pocket, opened it, and found that the recording function was on. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and smile. Tisk tisk, uncle. You are as cautious as ever. You have a backup plan. She threw the phone back to him and said calmly, It's okay. You can keep the recording and use it to blackmail me in the future. I'm going to marry into the Wong family. I may be short of other things, but I will definitely have a lot of money. Jiang Yu took one last look at them and said in a brisk tone, Oh, by the way, I'll drive the car away. You guys should find a way to get down the mountain. This place is not far from the intersection. You can get a taxi if you walk a little. Your cell phones are with you. Don't say, I didn't leave you a way out. She paused and added, Also, if you want to call the police, I'm always willing to cooperate. But uncle, think about it, if I really get arrested, you will be the first to have a hard time. Boss Wong's money is not so easy to take. After saying that, Jiang Yu took the car keys and drove away. Several people collapsed on the ground in a miserable state, their mouths full of blood, their hands tied behind their backs. They looked at Jiang Yu's back. The hatred in their eyes almost wanted to eat her alive. In the hospital, several people finally cleaned the glass shards in their mouths and walked out of the emergency room one by one. With cracked lips, pierced tongues, and a mouth full of blood, they looked even more miserable than destitute beggars. Li Haochen covered his bandaged mouth, his eyes full of anger. Dad, this bitch is really crazy. How dare she do this to us? Let's call the police and put her in jail. She hung us up like this and beat us so badly. It's against the law. Yes, call the police. Good Chunhua covered her face, which was swollen like a steamed bun, her eyes full of resentment. I don't believe the police will ignore her. Doesn't she want to go to college? Now that she has a criminal record, let's see how she can live. That's right. If she goes to jail, her life will be over. Li Yingyue agreed, gritting her teeth. As she spoke, she reached out and carefully touched the corner of her mouth where the bleeding had not yet completely stopped. She burst into tears due to the pain. Call the police. Li Tianming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted in anger and slammed the table. As a result, the corner of his mouth moved, which affected the wound that had not yet healed, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. He quickly covered his mouth, holding back his anger and looking coldly at his wife and children, his eyes full of disappointment. Idiot! Are you crazy? If you call the police now, will Boss Wong's son be able to get married smoothly in a month? The few of them were stunned for a moment, and Li Tianming continued with a sneer. Don't forget, we have already taken the 2 million yuan for the betrothal gift. When Jiang Yu doesn't marry, Boss Wong will be the first to ask us for the money. I ask you, where's the money? How are you going to pay it back? This money is used to pay off Haochen's debt. Li Haochen's face turned pale when he heard this. Who is that Boss Wong? Do you really think he's an ordinary person? If you owe him money, It's not enough to just chop off his hands and feet. He'll even have his kidneys removed. Li Tianming became angrier and angrier as he spoke, his eyes darkening. That little bitch knew we wouldn't dare to call the police, so she dared to do this to us. Thinking of this, Li Tianming's eyes were red, and he was almost mad with anger. He was really defeated this time. Jiang Yu's counterattack was completely beyond his expectations. He had clearly planned everything, but he didn't expect to be tricked by Jiang Yu. But Li Tianming's tone suddenly slowed down, and a shrewd light flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said to Ge Chunhua and the children in a low voice, "Remember this. This recording is our bargaining chip. When she marries into the Wang family, this recording will be the guarantee for our family's second half of life. By then, not only will we have a worry-free life, we can even ask Boss Wang to pave the way for us." Dad, are you saying we can use this recording to blackmail her in the future? Li Yingyue understood what he meant. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she didn't even care about the pain in her mouth. Stupid. Li Tianming glared at her fiercely. What do you mean by blackmail? This is a bargaining chip. Do you understand? It's not too much to use the recording to exchange for a wedding house. The Wang family has plenty of money. As long as Jiang Yu doesn't want to break up, she has to admit it. Li Yingyue covered her mouth, but her eyes sparkled. A wedding house. Then I want a large flat, at least 180 square meters, and fully decorated. Li Tianming snorted coldly. Don't worry, that's for the future. Ge Chunhua nodded in agreement. Although he was so angry that his eyes were about to burst into flames, he finally chose to endure it when he thought of the benefits that these later accounts could bring. Several people fell silent, and the atmosphere in the hospital corridor suddenly became eerily quiet. Their anger was suppressed and replaced by calculations of future benefits. On the other side, Jiang Yu returned home safely. She stood in front of the window, looking at the busy streets in the distance, with a slight sneer on her lips. She knew the character of Li Tianming's family very well. This family was nothing more than parasites driven by interests. As long as they still thought she was useful, they would never act rashly towards her. As for the recording, she kept it on purpose to make Li Tianming think that he had a bargaining chip and that he could still control her. He even dreamed of using the recording to gain benefits. Jiang Yu looked down at the detailed inventory list on the table and chuckled softly. It's still early, you can't die now. She knew that it was a peaceful time now, and if anything happened to Li Tianming's family, she, as the only alive person, would definitely be the focus of investigation. That would be too much trouble, wasting time, and affecting her subsequent stockpiling plans. So, she would not let them die, at least not yet. However, the recording will only be kept for the zombies to listen to. Jiang Yu's smile became even colder. When the time comes, I'll see what else you can use to bargain with me. Chapter 7: Stocking up on supplies. When Jiang Yu returned to the community again, the news that she had been kicked out had spread throughout the community. A group of old men and women who were enjoying the cool under the tree watched her walk into the unit door with either sympathy or gloating, and turn around to talk even more unscrupulously. Jiang Yu ignored the complicated looks, went straight upstairs, put his personal belongings into the space, and then moved. Rent a new house. The beginning of the end is a rainstorm. An unprecedented torrential rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights across the country, and many places in City A were completely flooded below the 5th or 6th floor. She wasn't very clear about the situation in other cities. After all, she had been staying in City A at that time, and she only learned about some things from the news and the internet. In addition to the urban area of City A, all the low-lying rural villages around the city were also flooded. But this does not mean that you can rest assured just because of the high terrain. Mudslides and landslides also occurred frequently within a few days. Therefore, when renting a house, you should not live on the lower floors. Not only can zombies easily climb up from the lower floors, but people can as well. She rented a small 1-bedroom apartment through an agent on the 23rd floor of a building with an elevator. After the apocalypse, the power system was paralyzed and there were no elevators. The higher the floor, the fewer people there were, and the fewer zombies there were. She doesn't mind heights and is not afraid of climbing stairs because she has lived on higher floors before. In those deserted cities, you never know where evil-minded fellow humans or zombies may be hiding. Therefore, when she went out alone to search for supplies and rested at night, she would always try to choose high floors, so high that most people would be too lazy to climb up, which was actually safer. After solving the housing problem, the next task is procurement. The 4 million yuan friendly donation from Boss Wang, plus the 7 million yuan from the sale of the house, totaled 11 million yuan. Although there is a large supermarket downstairs. But when it comes to stockpiling, of course the idea is to buy the most things with the least money, and the goal is to achieve value for money. Things in supermarkets are more expensive than those in wholesale markets, and they are also easy to attract attention. Only fools would go to supermarkets to stock up. Jiang You went directly to the largest wholesale market in City A. As a local, she was familiar with most of the routes and rented a warehouse on the way to the wholesale market as a base for transferring supplies. The minimum rental period for a warehouse is 3 months, so she rented it for 3 months. The wholesale market is very large, and it sells grains, oils, non-staple foods, daily seasonings, food, including vegetables and fruits, both fresh and frozen. The weather was hot, and the scorching sun was so hot that the air was distorted. In the wholesale market, a grain store owner in a sweatshirt was drinking oolong tea with the air conditioner on. When I looked up, I saw a little girl lifting the air conditioning curtain and walking in. "What do you want to buy, little girl?" He was a little lazy, as the young girl was a stranger. Judging from the way he was dressed, his family didn't look wealthy, so he wasn't his target customer. If we only buy a little here, the retail price is the same as outside. Having seen many customers asking for wholesale prices when buying a bag of rice, the boss gave a preventive measure in advance. Jiang You nodded and said, "I know." Then I took a careful look at the several types of rice in the store, choosing neither one that was too expensive nor one that was too cheap. Finally, the target was set on several types of rice with a price range of 2.8 to 3.5 yuan per pound. "I want 50,000 kilograms of each type of rice, 5,000 kilograms of corn, and 5,000 kilograms of each type of grain." Jiang Yu pointed at the goods in the store. Every time he pointed to something, the smile on the boss's face became more enthusiastic. But he also suspected that the little girl in front of him was sent by the rival family to cause trouble. "Little girl, you want so much goods, it's not a small amount. We need to pay a 50% deposit first to purchase goods here. Are you ready for the deposit?" Finally, she paid half of the deposit and asked the boss to deliver the food to the warehouse address. Next, we bought oil. 500 barrels of peanut oil, 500 barrels of rapeseed oil, 100 barrels of sesame oil, salad oil, various grain seeds, wheat, rice seeds, corn seeds, sorghum, barley, rice, millet, fruit tree seedlings, vegetable seeds, seasoning seeds, raw pork, chicken, duck, beef, lamb, processed braised goods, chicken feet, duck feet, pig's trotters, beef, pig's head, duck neck, braised chicken, 1,000 cartons of toilet paper, 100 cartons of tampons, and 100 cartons of sanitary napkins. Shampoo, shower gel, soap. Just buy 100 boxes of each common daily necessity. Noodles, alkaline noodles, thick noodles, thin noodles, egg noodles, sweet potato flour, pea flour, thin vermicelli, thick vermicelli. Milk, compressed biscuits, nuts, various snacks, instant noodles, strong liquor. Young livestock, all kinds of chicks, ducks, geese, small fish, shrimps, calves, lambs. Jiang Yu spent more than 5 million in the wholesale market, all of which was used to purchase various foods, and even bought more than 1,000 barrels of bottled water. After buying food, continue to stock up in the following days. Energy storage category: lighters, magnifying glasses, batteries, solar panels, natural gas tanks, candles, kerosene, charcoal, generators, power banks. Then came the protective gear: utility knife, Nepali army knife, saw, military shovel, hammock sleeping bag, goggles, breathing mask, diving goggles, watch, compass. After buying these things, she went to the pharmacy and bought a lot of cold medicine, masks, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, painkillers, various vitamins, antibiotics, Huxiang water, and mosquito repellent. I also bought some water purification devices and water purification tablets to meet later needs. Clothes and shoes are the last things to buy. Only consider the quality, not the brand, as long as they are practical. Cotton padded clothes, down jackets, rain boots, gloves. In addition, a lot of saltpeter was bought for making ice. The high temperature at Doomsday was also terrible. These days she has been stocking up everywhere, and when she finds a small restaurant with delicious food and good reputation, she directly orders hundreds of tables for banquets. This kind of small shop costs little, the food tastes good, and the portions are large, and its main selling point is affordability. I don't dare to think about big hotels because funds are limited and we have to save. In total, at least more than 1,000 banquet tables were booked, enough for her to eat her fill. I also stocked up on a lot of street food at the snack street. I buy hundreds of each snack every day. After all, it will be hard to find these things in the future. Early in the morning, Jiang Yu was walking on the crowded snack street. Eat what's in your hand while walking. In her left hand, she held a bowl of bean curd with 3 delicacies, and on her fingers were hooked stinky tofu, wolf-tooth potatoes, sugar-coated fruit, roasted sweet potato skin, roasted gluten, and pearl milk tea. Hold the chopsticks in your right hand and put the food into your mouth. Locals are used to this lifestyle. In other places, you have to sit down to eat breakfast. However, local residents can not only carry a bowl of noodle soup and eat it while walking without spilling any, but they can also wrap their fingers around a 3-bedroom apartment. Such unique skills cannot be acquired without experience from childhood to adulthood. After finishing her breakfast, she went into a chicken shop. The clerk saw her and smiled familiarly. "Are you here to order food for the company again? You've been ordering for several days in a row. Aren't your employees tired of it yet?" Jiang You waved his hand and said, "There are many people in our company, and it takes nearly half a month to order for one department. Today, please give me 500 family buckets and 500 servings of each of the other fried chicken and drinks, and deliver them to the previous address." You don't know until you start buying. Once you start buying, Jiang Yu realizes that there are so many things you need to prepare. The money in hand was spent like water. 11 million, and more than 9 million was spent in just 4 days. She would have anything she bought in bulk delivered to the warehouse. She hired a few people to help receive goods in the warehouse during the day, while she continued to shop. The 3 warehouses can be filled up in about a day. When it was night, the workers left work. Jiang Yu went to the warehouse, closed the door, and began to put the goods into the space. Any materials touched by hands will automatically disappear and then be piled up in the warehouse in the space. After closing the store every night, she would do a routine check to see if there were any hidden cameras or anything like that in the warehouse before she started putting things into the space. After all, there are people moving and delivering goods coming in and out during the day, so we have to be on guard against someone tampering with our goods. I thought about the days in my previous life when I was hungry and had to chew on tree bark, and when I saw people I wanted to chase them and take a bite. Looking at the mountains of food in the space warehouse, Jiang Yu smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. There are so many supplies. We can't finish them all. We simply can't finish them all. The supplies have been almost collected, with more than 1 million left. In addition to buying some snacks, Jiang Yu decided to spend most of the money on weapons. Qingyang Street, Gaosher Collection Store. Jiang Yu was stroking a Miao Dao in his hand that was pitch black, covered in rust, and extremely ugly. This was her weapon in her previous life. If it weren't for this knife, she didn't know how many times she would have died. This knife costs 150,000 yuan. I won't sell it for a penny less. The young man in a white t-shirt adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. This knife was handed down from my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. Don't be fooled by its black color and the bumps all over it. It looks like it can't even peel an apple. But this is a genuine antique. If it hadn't looked so bad, it would have been bought long ago. This knife has been in the store for many years, but no one has ever bought it. But his father had said long ago that antiques should be left there to languish rather than sold at a low price. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Don't worry, little brother. I have no intention of bargaining. I want this Miao Dao. But can you recommend me a shop that can customize weapons? Not the kind that are just for show, but the kind that are really lethal. People who deal in antiques have many ways and must know them. The young man looked at her doubtfully. What are you doing with that as a little girl? Besides, who would dare to make something with such destructive power these days? Aren't they afraid of spending life in jail? You asked the wrong person. I don't know. The young man waved his hands impatiently. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. After paying Miao Dao's bill, he swiped another 1,000 yuan. Ji Fu Bao arrived 1,000. I won't let you talk in vain. Jiang Yu looks well-behaved and has a very gentle smile. With the added bonus of a red envelope worth 1,000 yuan, the young man began to like her even more. He then changed the subject and spoke. Little girl, you really have good taste. You asked the right person. There aren't many people on this street who have as wide a circle of friends as I do. I have a friend who specializes in this business. I'll give you a location and you can just go there. I'll say hello to him. Bai Tixa gave her a WeChat ID and address in front of her. Perhaps because he was afraid that she would feel that she had wasted her money, he added. These days, regulations are strict and business is difficult. If you don't have acquaintances to help you sell this kind of stuff, no one will do business with you at all. What this means is that your money is not wasted. The boss smiled kindly. The introducer gets a commission, and this side gives him a red envelope. These two sides make money from this business, and there can be several businesses coming in every day. Jiang Yu was also aware of all these things, but information about small business news like this was inherently isolated. The sellers can't find buyers, and the buyers can't find sellers. There is a real need for such a middleman. Jiang You smiled slightly. Thank you, little brother. After that, he found the weapons store according to the address. This weapon shop is also on Qingyang Street, but it is in an inconspicuous corner. On the surface, it is a shop that sells some handmade artworks. The owner is a middle-aged muscular man with a beard and looks very rough. Li Chong looked Jiang You up and down. Are you the little girl Hua was talking about? Flower. Chapter 8. Quiet Weapons Crossbows. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. That grown man in the white shirt was actually called Hua. But now is obviously not the time to worry about these things. She nodded and said fluently, Yes, that's me. I heard from Brother Hua that you can customize some special weapons. Li Chong raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you have money? We have the goods, but they are not cheap. I want to see the samples first. You must have samples that you have made for others, right? The little girl is quite cautious. Li Chong laughed and motioned Jiang You to follow. Then he turned and went into the store and entered a small room. The room was filled with a variety of weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, and modern improved weapons. Li Chong laughed. The things in this room are just fancy things. They look good but are useless. They are okay for cutting melons and vegetables, but in a real battle, they are all garbage. He turned the switch on the antique display cabinet, and the entrance to a secret room appeared before his eyes. Come in. Li Chong looked at her with a smile. Little girl, have you ever seen a crime movie? Look at this secret room. Doesn't it look like a cage? He stood in the dim light, and his smile looked gloomy. The temperament is very punishable. Jiang You looked around, found the switch, and turned on the headlights directly. As the lights came on, the terrifying feeling disappeared instantly, and Li Chong smiled awkwardly on his bearded face. I was just joking. Don't you think it's funny? I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Jiang You nodded politely. I do have some humorous bacteria in me. He was quite proud and laughed as he walked into the secret room first. Jiang You also followed behind him. After entering, all he saw were neatly arranged various crossbows, as well as long and short swords and bows and arrows. You can tell at a glance that these things are completely different from the ones outside, and they are shining with cold light. The outside is a work of art, and the inside is a real weapon. Jiang Yu's target was crossbows and other similar weapons. Compared to the noise caused by guns, the quiet crossbow has more obvious advantages whether it is a sneak attack or hiding. Moreover, cold weapons such as crossbows are easier to copy. Among the various types of crossbows, Jiang Yu finally chose a modified version of the large yellow crossbow. Seeing her staring at the big yellow crossbow, Li Chong explained. This large yellow crossbow, also known as the yellow shoulder crossbow, originated from the Han Dynasty. It has strong lethality and a long range, and only those with great strength can use it, so it has high requirements for the user. If you are not an extremely strong person, the real effect of the Dahuang crossbow cannot be exerted. The original range was about 400 meters, but I combined the advantages of the Dahuang crossbow and the Shinbi crossbow, taking the essence and removing the dross. After being improved, this large yellow crossbow is not only smaller and lighter than before, but also has a range of about 600 meters. And you can load 10 crossbow arrows at a time and fire 10 arrows continuously. Let me ask you, is it awesome? Although my improved version of the crossbow is larger than the wooden crossbow and is not as convenient to carry as the handheld wooden crossbow, its power is not much smaller. Li Chong introduced his work with some excitement. Just when he was excited, he suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the thin Jiang Yu and sighed with some disappointment. But the requirements of the big yellow crossbow for the user are still quite demanding. Little girl, this kind of crossbow is suitable for men with great strength. I think you can choose a lighter crossbow. Li Chong picked up another smaller and more exquisitely shaped sleeve arrow. This one is more suitable for girls. Look, it's small in size and I painted it pink. Doesn't it look good? Jiang Yu frowned, looked at the pink sleeve arrow in his hand with disdain, and pointed at the big yellow crossbow and said, That's what I want. Seeing that she was not giving up, Li Chong moved a wooden stake as thick as a bucket from the corner and raised his eyebrows. If you don't believe it, you can try it first to see if you can control the crossbow. It's not that he looks down on her, it's just that he has trouble using this big yellow crossbow. What's more, she is just a skinny little girl. These little girls nowadays probably eat vegetable leaves every day to lose weight, right? So thin as if he is malnourished. Once she tries the big yellow crossbow herself, she will give up. It is only suitable for real tough guys. Li Chong was secretly waiting to see this overconfident little girl get humiliated. Before he could even laugh, Jiang You grabbed a small crossbow nearby, aimed at the target, and shot an arrow. With a swoosh sound, the arrow pierced through the wooden stake and was firmly nailed to the wall behind him, with a buzzing sound at the tail end. Li Chong's surprised expression just appeared when he saw her move in a different direction, and 2 more arrows flew out quickly. Zhong! The other 2 arrows were also firmly nailed to the wall. Li Chong walked closer and took a look, and his pupils shrank instantly. At the tip of each arrow, a cockroach was pierced through the chest. If you remember correctly, the little girl barely had a second of hesitation from aiming to shooting. The whole process was as natural as eating and sleeping. Although the crossbow she used was not a large yellow crossbow, its accuracy was simply invincible. Even he had only seen 1 or 2 people with such accuracy and skills. Those 2 were the top Special Forces personnel, but the girl in front of him looked no older than 18 or 19 years old. Has she been practicing archery since she was in her mother's womb? After seeing Jiang Yu's skills, Li Chong immediately concealed the contempt in his eyes. He stared in shock at the girl in front of him, who looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. At this age, he probably just finished the college entrance examination this year, right? Are kids nowadays so fierce? Jiang You said calmly, skills can be trained, and so can strength. Just because I can't use the Dahuang crossbow now doesn't mean I can't use it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Just one sentence. I'll give you money. Will you sell it? If you don't sell it, I'll find someone else. I just don't believe it. You have the money and you're afraid you won't be able to spend it? Her body's nutrition has not caught up yet. She is a little thin, and she has not started strength training yet. After strengthening the training, the Dahuang crossbow can be fully mastered. The man quickly concealed his shock, shook his head, and said with a look of regret, I didn't expect that the cockroach I raised for 8 years would eventually die in your hands. But it was a painless death to be killed in one blow. He sighed pretentiously. Sell, of course, the customer is my ancestor. Jiang You raised the corner of his mouth slightly, very satisfied with the performance of the crossbow. 2 of these small crossbows were also ordered. Then he set his eyes on the bow and arrow. She tried a few more bows and finally chose one that suited her. What's the price of the crossbow and bow I just tried? 20,000 for a crossbow and 25 for a bow. Jiang You frowned slightly. I'm not the kind of buyer who only buys 1 or 2. I need 50 crossbow arrows. 50 bows and arrows, and some arrows are needed, so I think you can adjust your price. She still had more than 1 million in her hand, but according to the price offered by Li Chong, it was obviously not enough. But she had tried to buy it online before, or had seen it in other stores. However, although the things bought from those places were cheap, you get what you pay for. Compared with the weapon in Li Chong's hand, it was far inferior. Both crossbows and bows have a service life, and there is not much point in repeatedly repairing them, so you cannot just buy a few. Of course, there's no use buying too much. Because with the evolution of mutated animals and plants after the apocalypse, in 2 years at most, weapons made with evolved materials will be more powerful in both power and range. Big customer. When Li Chong heard Jiang You say he wanted 50 crossbows and 50 arrows, his expression instantly became serious. Are you serious? You're not kidding. Jiang You shook his head. I don't have the humor germs. I can't make jokes. Li Chong immediately took out his computer and started clicking. A few minutes later, he looked like he was cutting meat. The crossbow is 15,000, and the bow and arrow are 20 yuan each. Hearing the price, Jiang You pretended to turn around and leave. Li Chong stopped her and said, in business, people always ask for a high price and pay a low price. How can you be sincere if you want to leave at the slightest provocation? Why don't you name a price first? What if I agree? In an era dominated by hot weapons, this kind of cold weapon will not have much room for survival no matter how well it is made. Especially since the regulations are so strict. Who would buy this thing and take it home? Apart from some enthusiasts, Li Chong's business is pretty much deserted. He is not like Xiao Hewer, who runs antique business, which requires him to close the shop for half a year and make a living from it after reopening. He is a craftsman and makes a living by his craft. If he didn't also like to study these things, he would have quit long ago. Li Chong is having a headache as he has already owed rent for several months. Seeing an important client coming, he admitted that he was a little too proud and the price he asked for might be a little high, but how could he just leave like that? You should bargain first. Although the number is large, he has many colleagues who can help. As long as you pay, we will deliver as much goods as you want. Jiang You thought about how good Chunhua bargained when she went to the vegetable market to buy clothes. There is also a golden rule of bargaining. Cut in half, cut in the middle. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "A crossbow costs 10,000, and a bow and arrow costs 10? Is it too much to bargain?" There aren't many people who can make sophisticated cold weapons these days, so she wants to find other ways for a while, as it's not a simple matter. As a result, before she could raise the price, Li Chang nodded without hesitation. "No problem." This straightforward attitude made Jiang You feel indescribably depressed. Even if he hesitated for a few seconds longer, he would not regret it so much. "Jiang You, damn, the price is too high." Li Chang. Fortunately, there is still some money to be made. Chapter 9 High Temperature Warning. Finally, 50 powerful crossbows and 50 bows and arrows were customized, with 20,000 arrows in each. Pay half of the deposit first. Pick up the goods 1 week after the agreed time, and the final payment. Zombies are creatures with keen hearing, and sound is a natural means of navigation for them. Therefore, the quieter the weapon, the better. This kind of crossbow is not an ornamental toy. As long as the aim is good, killing a person with 1 arrow is not a problem at all. The key is that it doesn't make as much noise as a wooden warehouse, so it's easier to buy. It is a must-have for home and travel. However, after paying the deposit, Jiang You looked at the tens of thousands of dollars left in his hand and fell into deep thought. Bullets. Not enough. In the evening, Jiang You killed a few chickens and soaked the rusty black lumpy meow knife in the chicken blood. In her previous life, she broke into an abandoned antique shop to escape from zombies, and all other usable weapons in the shop were taken away. There wasn't even a kitchen knife. Only the meow dao, which was covered with bumps and looked like a stick covered with barnacles, remained there. She had no choice but to take the knife. Later, the knife saw blood and was reborn, and the black bumps that looked like barnacles fell off. A long silver knife appeared, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Before her superpowers awakened, she survived with the help of this weapon. That night, Jiang You browsed all the major online loan platforms, such as Happy Loan, Suabian Loan, and Tiantian Loan. They even didn't let go of some extremely unscrupulous loan platforms where a loan of 10,000 yuan would result in less than 5,000 yuan being received after deducting the handling fee. In short, everyone who could get a loan got one. Finally, I contacted several local loan sharks and borrowed a lot of money. Another loan of more than 700,000 yuan was taken out. A week later, Jiang You met Li Chang again. After checking the quality of his customized crossbow and arrows, he immediately paid the balance. There are still 2 days until the end of the world. All the money that can be spent has been spent, and all the goods that should be collected have been collected. Jiang You had only 200 yuan left in her pocket, so she decided to go shopping in the supermarket. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still dazzling in the sky. As soon as Jiang You walked out of the air-conditioned room, he immediately felt a wave of heat blowing towards him, as if he had entered a steamer. Within 5 minutes of going out, all the clothes are soaked with sweat. There is a large shopping mall just a few hundred meters away, and there is a supermarket on the underground first floor. Jiang You walked quickly to the supermarket holding an umbrella. Along the way, the greenery on both sides of the road was yellowed by the sun, and the originally lush green trees stood listlessly on both sides. Not to mention the roadside lawns, which are all withered and yellow. Some flowers in the flower beds even dried up due to the continuous high temperature. As soon as I entered the supermarket, I heard a few middle-aged women complaining. "This damn weather is so hot that it's killing me, isn't it? The highest temperature during the day is 45 degrees. There was a power outage in our neighborhood last night, and the air conditioner couldn't be used. It was so hot that I almost melted. I was just saying that my nephew in the countryside planted dozens of acres of cabbage. It was so hot in the greenhouse that all the cabbages rotted in the field. There is also my nephew who raises fish in my hometown. He has more than a dozen large fish ponds, and all the fish are floating on the water with their stomachs turned upside down. He is crying so hard. This summer has been rated by experts as the hottest summer in history. High temperature warnings are frequently issued across the country. All the buildings that are currently under construction have been halted. After all, with such high temperatures, it would be really hot to death on the construction site. There were almost no people on the main street, and the few passers-by who did walk hurriedly with their heads down, or be fully armed with a parasol, sunglasses, and a sun-protective clothing that covers the entire body. With this attire, even if the couple met on the street, they probably wouldn't recognize each other. Jiang You pushed the shopping cart and wandered around the supermarket aimlessly. He was not trying to buy anything, but just wanted to enjoy the feeling of shopping in the supermarket with people coming and going. The price of meat in the meat section has skyrocketed because the high temperature has caused various infectious diseases to break out in farms in many places, and many farms have been completely wiped out. Pork, which usually costs 9 yuan per pound, now costs 38 yuan per pound. The price of beef has soared to over 80 per pound. The prices in the vegetable section have also risen alarmingly. Cabbage, which usually costs 50 cents per pound, now costs 8 yuan per pound. Watermelon is 7 yuan a pound. Tomatoes are 8 yuan, garlic sprouts are 35 yuan, and bananas are 10 yuan a pound. Everyone is complaining, saying that they can't afford to eat or that everything is rising except wages. The aunties who buy vegetables want to peel off 3 layers of skin of the vegetables before weighing them, and they keep complaining about the thick skin of bananas. Jiang You was putting snacks into the shopping cart while shopping, his brows furrowed into 2 knots. The sudden outbreak of the doomsday in her previous life, coupled with the fact that she was usually immersed in studying or working, made her not notice anything unusual in the outside world. But after living a new life, she observed carefully and found that there seemed to be signs of the coming of the end of the world. The widespread death of crops and livestock, as well as the high temperatures that continue to break through the red dots, all indicate something. Did the people above really not notice anything unusual at all? Hey, Jiang You, what a coincidence. How come I run into you here? A pretty voice interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. She looked up and saw that the person speaking was a girl with short hair. Behind that person were 2 men and 1 woman, and judging from their appearance, they were all students. Jiang Yu remembered this person. After all, Li Wei had been her nightmare during her school days. Even Chun Rin from the chemical plant last time was under her orders. It just so happened that I didn't have time to look for them, so they came to me on their own. Come and have a look. This person has the best college entrance examination score in our class this year. But what's the point of having good scores? I heard from Li Yue that you're going to marry a fool, right? Haha. Although the girl put her arm around Jiang Yu's shoulders affectionately, the words she spoke were not that intimate. Jiang Yu, are you going to sleep with that idiot again in the future? Does he need you to teach him how to sleep or not? Oh, by the way, you will definitely give birth to a few more little idiots in the future. Haha. The 2 girls in front of her are her classmates, Li Wei and Ji Susu. In school, there is a type of people who are most likely to be bullied, and that is those who have no backing. The backer here does not mean that your parents are powerful, but that when you are bullied, there will be someone to support you and stand behind you unconditionally. Obviously, Jiang Yu does not have such a backer. She has good academic performance, is usually quiet, always wears washed-out clothes and pants, and she will not participate in any activities in school that require payment. If a girl like this is very beautiful, it would be a disaster. But if you are not pretty, it will be miserable too. Jiang Yu is thin, has dark skin, and has no parents, so he looks easy to bully. Li Wei hated her because she was forced to go to cram school every winter and summer vacation. Her parents always said that Jiang Yu's family was poor, that she had no parents, and that she could be at the top of the class even without attending cram school, but she spent so much money but could never get good grades. The more they said that, the more she resented Jiang Yu. Especially after Li Wei wrongly accused Jiang Yu of stealing her wallet for the first time, even though the teacher later found out that the wallet was not stolen by Jiang Yu, but was framed by someone. As a result, when Jiang Yu's parents came, they did not blame himself. Instead, they blamed Jiang Yu, saying that it takes 2 to tango. If Jiang Yu had no problem, why didn't they wrongly accuse others but her? It was this time that made Li Wei realize that Jiang Yu was an isolated and helpless person. From then on, he bullied her even more and scrupulously. Li Wei put dead mice in her drawer, cut her hair while she was taking a nap, and poured a basin of water over her head when she went to the toilet. He forced her to flush the toilet and forced her to swallow the chewed gum she found on the floor. It's not that Jiang Yu hasn't resisted before, but every time he resisted, he would be suppressed to the point of suffocation, and in return, he would be subjected to even more horrific bullying. She even paid Chun Rin to bring thugs from outside the school to insult her. She wanted to record a video to threaten Jiang Yu to apply to the same university as her, so that she could continue to bully Jiang Yu during her 4 years in college and make her slave. And Ji Susu. She has never played a bad character directly. Instead, everyone in the school thinks she is a good person. Every time Li Wei bullied her, Ji Susu would comfort her and ask her to forgive Li Wei. But in fact, she always adds fuel to the fire. Jiang Yu, although Li Wei was wrong in this matter, you should not blame her. She is different from you. You grew up without parents, are smart and mature, but but Wei Wei is just an ignorant child. Sometimes you have to change yourself so that you can better integrate into the class. Otherwise, why doesn't Wei Wei bully others but you? You have your own problems too. Many times, you only need to give in, but you are so stubborn that you make Wei Wei unhappy. Jiang You didn't know how many times he had heard words like these. Li Wei had just finished her sarcasm when, as expected, Ji Susu came over again. She smiled, and her white dress rippled as she walked, like a white lotus that grew out of the mud without being stained. Wei Wei, come on, stop teasing Jiang You like this. She first mentioned Li Wei with a smile, and then said to Jiang You, Jiang You, do you really want to marry a fool? Just because that fool's family has some money? Why are you so self-degrading? The knowledge you learned in school and the principles you understood, but did they teach you to sell yourself for material things? She looked at Jiang Yu with a heartbroken expression. Jiang Yu also looked at her. Of course I won't sell myself out like this. After all, I'm definitely not as good as your mother in this regard. Your mother married a man in his 60s when she was in her 30s. I guess it was because of true love, right? Ji Susu's face turned pale. Jiang Yu, you've gone too far? Li Wei was also angry and raised her hand to slap her. Jiang Yu, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're on holiday? You're quite brave. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. Her hand was raised high and was about to fall, but was held tightly in Jiang Yu's hand. You're wrong. I'm not very brave. Not as brave as Ji Susu's mother. Li Wei, you still thought you were really good friends, but you didn't even know that someone was treating you like a fool. She looked at Li Wei with a sneer. Your father is the police chief, right? The vegetative old man that Ji Susu's mother married was the one your father arranged for. That old man is Ji Susu's stepfather, so who is her biological father? Li Wei. Who is her biological father? Why does it matter to me? Jiang Yu, are you out of your mind? Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Ji Susu rushed over with eyes wide open. Jiang Yu, shut up, don't be so vicious. Get out of here. Jiang Yu kicked her away. Then he smiled at Li Wei and said, of course it has something to do with you. You are the one with a broken brain. Why don't you think about why your father would help her mother to marry a rich old man paralyzed in bed for no reason? She grabbed Li Wei's head with both hands and turned to face Ji Susu. Li Wei, you idiot, think about your father. And then look at Ji Susu. Take a good look. Jiang Yu's hot breath sprayed on Li Wei's ears, like dropping a bomb in her brain. I don't know if Jiang Yu's words worked, but the more she looked at Ji Susu, the paler her face became. I never thought about it before, but now, the more she looked at Ji Susu, the more she felt he looked like her father. It's not like someone hasn't said before that they look a bit alike, but Ji Susu said that this is the face of best friends. But now, she looked at Ji Susu's facial features, which clearly bore the shadow of her father. Li Weiwei stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief. What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? Your half-sister, pretending to be your best friend, is by your side, treating you like a fool and making you run around in circles. Li Wei, you really look like a clown. You're talking nonsense. You bitch, you're talking nonsense. Li Wei struggled like crazy to break free from Jiang Yu's restraints. Ji Susu hurried over to comfort her. Wei Wei, don't you believe her instigation? Aren't we good sisters? Li Wei slapped Ji Susu twice with her backhand, then sat on her and started to tear her apart. Go to hell with your good sister. You bitch. Are you being my bestie deliberately? Are you trying to hurt me? Let me go, Li Wei, let me go. If anything happens to me, my dad will not let you go. Bullshit, that's my dad, you bastard. You are the bastard. Your father doesn't love your mother at all. My mother is the true love. Jiang Yu spent half of his high school life in pain. It was all thanks to the two people in front of her. Seeing them fighting in the supermarket, she smiled slightly, not to mention how satisfied she was. Although Ji Susu is a delicate and weak white lotus, I didn't expect that she would be so ruthless when fighting, and she would specifically hit the painful parts. Although Li Wei is strong, she is not as smart as Ji Susu, so she has been injured many times. The two boys behind him were stunned. They originally wanted to go up and help their girlfriends, but they were shocked by the shocking news revealed by Jiang Yu. He waited for Jiang Yu to finish speaking and only thought of going over to stop the fight when the two started fighting. As a result, they had just taken 2 steps forward when Jiang Yu stopped them. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Li Wei's father is the director. If either of them gets hurt, they will feel bad. If you go up and try to pull them apart, and then the resentment is transferred to you, then you will be unlucky. The two men looked at each other and actually didn't do anything. Instead, they kept shouting beside them, stop fighting, or someone will die." Since they had fallen out, Ji Susu became cruel and ruthless. She knew that Li Wei had just had a nose job during the summer vacation, so she specifically hit her on the nose. Li Wei's newly made nose was crooked and blood gushed out of her nose. The crooked nose made many people gasp. These two girls were too vicious. She was like a madman, pulling Ji Susu's long black hair and punching her chest again and again. You have to know that girls' breasts and certain parts of men's bodies are not sensitive to pain. The two people's screams and insults attracted a lot of people to watch, and some people even posted it on WeChat moments. The Plastic Sisters successfully turned against each other, and Jiang You achieved his goal. After accomplishing his mission, he retired slowly, buying what he wanted before leaving. In her previous life, she also happened to see Li Wei's father and Ji Susu standing and talking together, and overheard him calling him dad, and then she guessed the whole story. While the two were fighting each other, Jiang Yu got in a car and waited for Li Wei on her way home. According to Li Wei's personality, she would definitely drag Ji Susu to confront her father. Li Wei's family is well off and lives in a complex of villas halfway up a mountain. Sure enough, more than half an hour later, Jiang Yu saw Li Wei and Ji Susu getting out of the car. Li Wei's villa and garden are at least several hundred square meters. If the two want to reach the villa, they must pass through the garden. But after Li Wei took a few steps, she suddenly felt someone behind her. Just as I was about to turn around, my vision went dark and someone put me in a sack. Then my head started to hurt and I couldn't remember anything. Just as Ji Susu was about to scream, she was hit on the head with a stick. Jiang Yu knocked each of them unconscious with a stick, then skillfully used a steel bar to pry open the manhole cover a few steps away. He threw the two people down first and then jumped in himself. The sewer is dark and damp, and the space is so narrow that you have to walk with your back hunched. Jiang Yu was wearing a whistle, a baseball cap, and sunglasses, holding a stick in his left hand and two snakeskin bags in his right hand. After walking along the sewer for more than half an hour, when I came out of the entrance, I was already outside the villa. The villa was built on the mountain, and the surrounding area was vast and sparsely populated, which made it convenient for Jiang Yu to catch people. Ever since she saw Li Wei and Ji Susu in the supermarket more than an hour ago, she had no intention of letting them go. Do you think this dog-eat-dog lesson is over? Impossible. If there is one person Jiang Yu hates the most in this world, it is not Li Tianming's family who killed him, but it was Li Wei and Ji Susu. These two people destroyed her most precious thing. She will never forget how she was already hungry, yet someone put a stinky dead rat in her food. She will never forget how they blocked her in the toilet after school, stripped her clothes off, and made her afraid to go out. I can't forget the rusty nails in my shoes and the bloody soles of my feet. I can't forget them stuffing used sanitary napkins into their water cups. I can't forget the beatings and bullying again and again. At that time, Jiang Yu wanted to die countless times, but she didn't dare to die. If she commits suicide, what will happen when she sees her parents? But every time she took a shower, she saw the blood spots on her body from being pierced by a compass, the scars from being burned by cigarette butts, and the bald scalp that had never grown back after a piece of hair was torn out from the back of her head. Although it couldn't be seen because of her hair, she knew it clearly. The countless wounds on her body made her feel sometimes that this world itself was hell. Those miserable years in the laboratory obviously had a significant impact on Jiang Yu's mental state, and his entire style of behavior became somewhat extreme. Although she was reborn, those memories were still there. She was not the clean Jiang Yu. She was the Jiang Yu who crawled back from hell covered in blood and pain. Jiang Yu is such a person that if he hates someone, of course he wants her to die. Damn it, everyone deserves to die. Anyway, heavy rain is about to start causing disasters, and in such a short time, even if an investigation is carried out, it will not be able to trace her back. When Li Wei and Ji Susu woke up, they found themselves in an unfinished building not far from the villa area. The plan was to build a villa area here, but halfway through the construction, the developer's funding chain broke down and the project was shelved. She and Ji Susu were locked in the same big iron cage, and Jiang Yu was standing outside the cage. "You bitch, what do you want to do?" Li Wei glared at Jiang Yu. "My dad is the director. If I disappear, someone will definitely come looking for me. My dad will not let you go and will cut you into pieces. Let me go now." Ji Susu also woke up because of her noise. After seeing her own situation and Jiang Yu, she instantly understood something. She cried and said, "Jiang Yu, I know that what we did to you in the past made you feel wronged. But aren't you fine now? Don't do this, let me go. I promise I will never tell anyone what happened today. Do you want money? My family is rich, with a lot of money. I'll give you 1 million. Will you let me go? Jisusu was crying and begging for mercy, but in her heart she wished she could tear the bitch in front of her into pieces. If she could get out alive, she would die miserably. Jiang You let them curse or beg. His expression did not change at all. He just smiled slightly and sat on a small stool. Wait until they have cursed enough and cried enough. She threw 2 daggers into the cage. Today, only one person can walk out of here alive. Li Wei looked at it in disbelief, backing away in fear, shaking her head frantically. You lunatic, are you crazy? You are breaking the law? Do you know that? Let us go. Help! Help! Compared to Li Wei's fear and panic, Jisusu seemed calmer. She stared into Jiang Yu's eyes to make sure that she really wanted them dead. Is this madman a psychopath? Is she really not afraid of going to jail? Thinking of this, Jisusu took the initiative to grab a knife for her own safety. Unexpectedly, this action alone completely stimulated Li Wei. The blow of her best friend becoming her real sister hasn't yet passed, and now she is pointing a knife at her. Jisusu, you bitch! You want to kill me? I was so good to you, but you lied to me, and now you want to kill me? You damn bastard. Li Wei looked a little crazy. She grabbed the remaining knife on the ground and rushed towards Jisusu. Jisusu regretted while hiding. She should have grabbed both knives when she had the chance. But Li Wei didn't care about that. Her heart and mind were filled with anger and fear, and she seemed a little out of her mind. He held the knife and tried to stab Jisusu madly. After being slightly injured, Jisusu was afraid that she would really die here, so she started to fight back. 10 minutes later, Li Wei was lying on the ground, with no one knowing how many stab wounds she had on her body. Jisusu's face and body were covered with wounds, and blood was flowing. She was stabbed several times in the stomach. She grabbed the iron railing with her bloody hands and looked at Jiang You weakly. Hurry up and save me. You promised that only one person can get out. If you let me go, I really won't tell anyone. I swear. Blood kept flowing from her stomach, and Jisusu's face became paler and paler. The white dress was dyed red. Jiang You stared at her for several minutes before speaking. Jisusu, I was right about you. You are really a ruthless person. You killed my best friend of more than 10 years without any hesitation. Do you think I don't know? Li Wei is a fool. She targeted me because of you who instigated her behind the scenes. There were 2 classmates before. One was forced by you to jump off a building and commit suicide, and the other dropped out of school due to depression. It's all your fault. Jisusu, you are the real poisonous snake. I did say that only one person could leave here alive, but that person was me. Jiang You smiled slightly and stepped back under Jisusu's desperate eyes. Let me go, let me go. It's enough that you killed Li Wei. No, it was you who killed Li Wei. Jiang You raised his clean hands. From the beginning to the end, you killed her. What does it have to do with me? Look at the knife in your hand. Jisusu, you killed her. While Jiang You was speaking, Li Wei behind him was obviously not dead yet. He grabbed the dagger and used his last bit of strength to stab it into the back of Jisusu's neck. Bitch, don't even think about leaving. She looked at Jisusu with resentment, and then took her last breath. Jisusu fell down, covering his neck with blood splattering, and died with his eyes open. Jiang You looked at his hands with a strange light in his eyes. Then he walked away from the abandoned building. After spending his last coin at the supermarket, Jiang You carried several large shopping bags back to his rented apartment on the 23rd floor. The incident of the abandoned building was forgotten, as if it had never happened. The first thing I do when I get home is turn on the air conditioner and the TV. Then I lay on the sofa and kept changing channels, watching local news from various places and Central News. But looking around, the major news outlets are just trying to reassure the public and ask them not to spread false rumors. Jiang You opened his mobile phone and went to the forum. There are many posts on the forum discussing the recent high temperatures, and many people are saying that this is a sign of the end of the world. Jiang You looked through these posts one by one. Finally, I saw a post from a person named Know My Heart. This post is now the most discussed. Everyone listen to me. This is not a joke. It really is the end of the world. This is a life-saving post. I hope those who see it can remember what I said. The end of the world is really coming. If you encounter zombies, don't be afraid. Zombies are slow in the early stages. As long as you are brave, an adult can kill them. If you want to kill a zombie, you must destroy its brainstem. Otherwise, even if you cut it in half, it will not die. Also, remember to stock up on supplies. Everyone can see that the weather has been abnormal recently, so you must stock up on some supplies at home to be prepared. Finally, at the end of the world, you must worry about your own kind, especially your friends around you, and don't trust anyone. Jiang You read the post posted by this person word by word, and the information recorded on it was very accurate. She couldn't help but wonder if this person was reborn like her. But when she saw the last sentence, the serious expression on her face almost collapsed. Drew Wuxin added a link and a sentence at the end of the post. If you want to know more about the survival rules of the end of the world, click this link and read the novel. I Am Invincible After Rebirth and the End of the World on Tomato Novel Network. This is actually an advertisement. This feeling is like someone proposes to you seriously, and just when you are about to accept the ring, he tells you that today is April Fool's Day. There are probably many people who feel the same as Jiang You, because there are a lot of complaints in the comments below. After turning off his phone, Jiang You took out a braised pork, an eggplant with minced meat, and a winter melon meatball soup from the space. 2 dishes, a soup, a bowl of rice, and the cool air from the air conditioner relaxed Jiang Yu's tense nerves a lot. She watched TV aimlessly and ate her dinner, enjoying a delicious meal. There is a saying that goes, only after you have truly experienced hunger do you realize the value of food. When she eats now, not a single grain of rice will fall to the ground. Chapter 10: The Storm is Coming. In order to ensure that she will not be bored in the future, she has bought 10 secondhand tablets on a secondhand platform. There are also many memory cards. After all, it would be impossible to watch TV shows or something like that after the apocalypse. So she spent a day downloading all the TV series, movies, variety shows, and many standalone games that were currently available to her memory card and tablet. After dinner, Jiang You went to the space. Appropriate exercise after meals is more conducive to nutrient absorption. So today's after-dinner activity is to plant the last 100 orange trees. These days, in addition to downloading movies, she has been busy planting trees in the space. After all, there is so much land in the space, it would be a pity if she doesn't plant something. She still has plenty of food, so she doesn't plant any more for now. Besides, growing crops and harvesting them is a very troublesome problem. However, a lot of saplings of various kinds have been planted, and I don't know how many fruits this large piece of black soil can produce. Jiang Yu bought all the saplings or seeds she could. Apple trees, orange trees, dragon fruit, plum trees, chestnut trees, peach trees, cherry trees, jackfruit, durian, wax apple, sugar apple, grapes. Jiang Yu's method of planting trees is also simple. Just plant trees of the same type in a single patch. Use a hoe to dig a hole, plant the sapling, and then water it with some rooting powder. I don't know if it's because the black soil in the space is so nutritious, or if her rooting powder is so effective. Normally, a sapling will have a transition period of several days. Its leaves will turn yellow, and it will slowly recover after its roots have adapted to the new soil. But after these saplings were planted, there was no such thing as a transition period. The leaves were lush and green and looked fresh. She wanted to take a bite of it just by looking at it. Jiang Yu opened up a small vegetable garden in the fenced yard, but there were not many vegetables in it. I planted a dozen cherry tomatoes and some strawberries. She's a strawberry lover and has loved eating strawberries since she was a child. But every time the family bought strawberries, Good Chunhua would pick out the best ones for her 3 children to eat. Then he would give the worst ones to himself and Li Tianming. The remaining few green, but that no one eats, are hers. But even with this little bit of food, Good Chunhua kept muttering to herself as if she was doing a favor. These strawberries are so expensive. It's hard enough for our family to have one more mouth to feed. The problem is this person. He just has no sense at all and only picks the expensive ones to eat. He has the nerve to eat a free meal. So Jiang Yu didn't dare to eat those strawberries with green bumps. When she was little, she was greedy and secretly picked up and ate the strawberry but's left by Li Yingyue. But as she grew up, she vaguely realized that this was wrong. And from then on, she would rather die of greed than touch the leftover strawberry butts of others. On the land near the yard, Jiang Yu built dozens of wooden fences to enclose livestock. Although these animals are still young, their destructive power cannot be underestimated. In the open space outside the pen, Jiang Yu planted many fruit tree seedlings. The seedlings were only a few dozen centimeters tall and could not withstand the damage from livestock. If we let them out, those half-human-high saplings would probably be eaten clean by lambs, calves, pigs, and the like. We have to wait until the saplings grow taller before we can let these guys out. But it shouldn't take long. as the plants in space grow much faster than those outside. The saplings have only been planted for 2 days, but they have already grown about 10 centimeters taller. If they continue to grow at this rate, all the saplings will be fully grown in 2 or 3 months at most. Then there will be no need to restrict these livestock. Jiang You held a little yellow chicken in his palm. The little chick was furry and golden in color and looked like a really cute creature. But it's not bad to grow up. Jiang Yuping and others love chicks and grown chickens equally. The only difference is that the former is cute when alive, while the latter tastes delicious when eaten. Thinking of the delicious ginseng chicken soup, Jiang Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his eyes looked at the little yellow chicken even softer. He also sprinkled a handful of millet into the chicken coop. Eat more, little ones, you have to grow up healthy. The size of this space is not boundless. The entire space is probably several hundred acres in size. After Jiang Yu planted all the saplings, the space was basically full. Far away from the livestock pen, Jiang Yu dug a large pond and put some fish and shrimp into it, using it as a pond. As for the water in the pond, it was the river water that she filled into the space when she pretended to wash her hands by the river. When filling the water, a lot of fish and shrimp were also put in. Natural river water has a complete ecosystem, so there is no problem in raising fish and shrimp. At night, Jiang Yu had just fallen asleep for a short while when suddenly a thunder boomed, as if the whole building was shaking. The white light of lightning instantly illuminated the entire room, and then suddenly dimmed. Jiang Yu woke up from his dream and rushed to the bed. The originally dark city was illuminated by the exploding lightning and thunder, making it flicker. At this moment, it was like a giant beast awakening from the darkness, roaring angrily and devouring everything. The neon lights on ordinary days seemed to have no presence in front of it. Accompanied by bursts of thunder, the sky seemed to have broken open, and heavy rain poured down. Taking advantage of the heavy rain that had just begun, Jiang Yu quickly put on his raincoat and rode his electric bike out. The biggest reason why she chose to live here was that she learned a piece of news by chance in her previous life. Less than 1 kilometer away from this shopping mall, there is a large storage warehouse, which is the largest storage warehouse of walled duck supermarket in central China. But after the heavy rain, millions of tons of goods in the warehouse were all damaged by water. The person who said this claimed that he was a manager in that warehouse at the time and also gave the specific address. As the man spoke, he lamented how shameful it was that millions of tons of supplies were wasted. Jiang Yu felt it was a pity after hearing this and kept it in mind. When she was shopping around, she went to the location in advance and saw that there was indeed a warehouse. Before the warehouse is flooded, all the things inside must be put into the space. Such a large warehouse, with 1 floor above ground and 3 floors underground, would take some time to pack up all the items. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu rushed to the warehouse and parked the electric scooter under the awning nearby. The lights were still on in the security room at the door. A security guard was drinking and complaining about something, his face flushed with drunkenness. He stood up shakily, but before he could stand steadily, he fell back on the table. He was obviously drunk and fell asleep, but the security room was locked from the inside and couldn't be opened. Jiang Yu looked around and saw that there were surveillance cameras in 3 directions facing here. She pulled up the hood of her raincoat and put on her sunglasses and mask, covering herself tightly. Then he took out a brick from his backpack, smashed the window glass of the security room, and climbed in. The sound of her window breaking woke up the drunk security guard. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Yu was holding a brick in his hand, ready to knock him out with it. The next second, the security guard muttered, "I don't even want to have an erotic dream. It's okay if there's no beauty. But why is there a black guy? Hee. I don't want it. I don't want a black guy. Hee." Chapter 11, The Last $0 Purchase. Fell asleep again. Jiang Yu glanced at him. This guy was drooling in his sleep. No one knew what he was dreaming about. He was laughing and drooling in his dream. Jiang Yu found several keys in the security guard's bag. Then he tried them one by one, and sure enough, one of them was the warehouse key. After entering the warehouse, Jiang Yu was stunned by the endless layers of high-speed rail shelves. She knew there were a lot of things in there, but she really had no idea about 1,000,000 tons. After all, she was not a child from a wealthy family. But after seeing these things, she understood that 1,000,000 tons is really a very terrifying level. No wonder that person said that this giant storage center is the transit hub for the entire area of the brand supermarkets. This giant warehouse is estimated to be able to radiate the entire urban area of City A and all the supermarket supply chains of this brand in the surrounding towns and villages. Even the small storage and transfer stations in the neighboring cities probably all start from here. These things are enough to feed a medium-sized base for several years. After entering the warehouse, you can't see the end of it as far as the eye can see. There are rows of shelves and piles of supplies, like a maze. But this was not the time to sigh. It was raining heavily outside, and Jiang You hurried to walk over row by row. Wherever she walked, the shelves and the goods that her hands touched disappeared out of thin air and were taken into the space. The first floor warehouse is filled with all kinds of food, including grains, oils, rice, noodles, instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating pots, rice vermicelli, and other fast foods, as well as semi-finished products such as ham and bacon, various snacks, bread and cakes, and all kinds of frozen goods and frozen meat. In short, all the food that you usually see in supermarkets is displayed here in tons. It took her half an hour to finish this layer alone. The second floor is full of clothes, pants, shoes, socks, bedding, and daily necessities. The third floor is filled with all kinds of unopened electrical appliances, including refrigerators, televisions, air conditioners, microwave ovens, electric fans, various panels and batteries, outdoor sports equipment, and even unassembled furniture. When the third floor was halfway completed, water was already pouring in from the stairs. Jiang You quickly sped up his movements and quickly put all the remaining goods into the space. At this point, I didn't dare take the elevator in case I got trapped in it. I would become a water ghost. She opened the emergency passage and prepared to take the stairs. As soon as the large iron door was opened, muddy rainwater poured in instantly, and the stairs were flooded from top to bottom. Jiang You didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly climbed up the stairs while wading through the water, grabbing the handrail. By the time she climbed up to the first floor, the water below had already flooded to more than half of the underground floor, so she hurriedly left through the front door. The water on the road was already knee-high. The door of the security room opened outwards, but the water level was high, and it could not be pushed open. There was heavy rain and thunder and lightning. The security guard was so frightened by the scene that he sobered up and quickly climbed out of the window. As for why the window was broken, he no longer had the heart to think about it. When Jiang Yu came out, he saw the security guard running out staggeringly in the water. At this time, the water level has reached waist level. The electric scooter can't be driven. Jiang Yu took out a motorboat from the space and climbed onto it. A few minutes later, the motorboat left a long trail of water on the water and then gradually moved away. The rainstorm was so heavy that the only sound in the sky was the sound of rain. Visibility was very low, and Jiang Yu didn't dare drive too fast. But no matter how slow it is, a motorboat is faster than an electric scooter. I have met many people coming out of their homes on the road. Some of them are carrying large and small luggage, and some of them have swimming rings hanging around their waists. They seem to be in good spirits. Along the way, Jiang Yu also went to a large shopping mall near the community. There is a supermarket on the underground floor of the shopping mall and an auto show center on the second underground floor. The 3 floors above ground are filled with all kinds of luxury goods such as clothes, pants, jewelry, bags, etc. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder and lightning, the buildings in the city seemed to be shaking, as if the end of the world was coming. Everyone hid at home, and the staff on duty in the mall ran away when they saw something was wrong. After all, with a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan, who would risk their life for it? When Jiang Yu entered the basement level, the water there had already reached his knees. She quickly packed up the things in the supermarket, and then went up the stairs to pack up the items on the first, second, and third floors. Put everything edible and usable into the space. As for the 4th and 5th floors, they were basically entertainment venues and restaurants, so she didn't go there. As soon as he walked out of the mall, Jiang Yu heard several sounds of glass being smashed. She hid in the corner and looked in the direction of the sound. I actually saw a van smashing the glass and driving into a gold shop selling gold jewelry. Several people wearing hats and masks got out of the van one after another, broke into the jewelry shop, and began to loot the jewelry inside. Even from a distance, Jiang Yu could hear the crazy and extremely triumphant laughter. After robbing the gold shop, they broke into another luxury store selling famous watches. The alarm ringing in the store seemed meaningless on this rainy night. But what's the point of grabbing these things? After the end of the world, whether it is branded luxury goods or jewelry, they all lose their meaning. Apart from the special metallic properties of gold, which has a certain demand in the process of making weapons and maintains a certain liquidity, everything else is garbage. Even if we can use the gold attribute to make weapons on a large scale, it will take at least half a year. Who can live with so much gold that cannot be eaten or drunk when one's life is in danger? Jiang You sank into the shadows and changed direction to leave the shopping mall. Although he saw a lot of things along the way, Jiang Yu only selectively cleared out 2 pharmacies. The underground warehouse of the space is the same area as the ground warehouse, and now, the entire underground warehouse is almost full of various supplies. Although supplies can be piled on the ground in the space, it is not necessary. She couldn't finish eating all the things in the underground warehouse in her lifetime, so there was no need to be greedy anymore. After arriving at the community, Jiang Yu drove the motorboat directly to the underground garage and then climbed up the stairs. There are only 2 surveillance cameras at the entrance of the underground garage, but they have been broken and have not been repaired. But it's different with the elevator. There are people on duty in the security room, and the surveillance in the elevator is good. Even if she destroys the elevator surveillance, the background program in the security room can still see which floor this elevator goes to. To be safe, she took the stairs directly. Although Jiang Yu was reborn and the killing skills he had trained had become conditioned reflexes, the physical fitness of this body was, after all, there. The emaciation caused by long-term malnutrition cannot be compensated in just half a month. 23 floors. By the time she reached the door of her home, she was already covered in sweat and wanted to stick out her tongue and gasp for breath. Although it is tiring, it also means that in the future, fewer people will come to climb so high and cause trouble for no reason. Chapter 12. Urban Flooding. When I got home, I took off my raincoat, took a shower, and changed my clothes. When the end of the world was really approaching, she was not surprised at her rebirth. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, took out a piece of fruit candy from the space, and put it in his mouth, staring at the rain outside the balcony in a daze. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, but the thunder stopped. In the second half of the night, the owner's group was filled with calls. When she rented the house, the security department asked her to scan the QR code to join the group so that she could be notified of any news later. So she is also in the group. Some of the people in this group are property owners, but a large part of them are tenants. For example, she knew that the 4 houses on the 8th floor had all been converted into shared rental houses by the sublandlord, with 20 to 30 people living in one house. She only found out about this when she saw other people complaining in the group. This building has 4 households per floor, but on her floor, except for her house, one of the other 3 households is in an unfinished state, and the other 2 must have been bought by one person and are being renovated. The inside has been cleared away, and all the doors and windows provided by the developer have been removed, and there has been no time to install new ones. So actually, I am the only one living there. Jiang Yu stared at the messages in the owner's group. Chun daming in the group. It's raining so hard, the community is flooded. The sewers in my kitchen and toilet are flooding like fountains. The property management should come and deal with it. Prong Yin from Building 3. Our house was flooded too. I just renovated and replaced the wooden floor, and it's all soaked. It stinks. Where did the property management go? They are very active in collecting money at ordinary times, but they are useless at the critical moment. Happy Fruit. You guys are fine. We live in the same building, which is lower than ours. Our house is no longer habitable, so we moved to a friend's house on the 2nd floor. It's all flooded. Don't mess with me. Damn, the underground garage is flooded too. I just bought a car, and it's already flooded before I've even paid off the loan. Damn it. Happy Family. The design of the community is problematic. The underground garage should just be renamed a reservoir. There are several of my Ferraris. Gooden, I really sympathize with those of you who park in underground garages. Unlike me, I always park my car on the 1st floor, so it's fine on the ground floor. Don't mess with me at Godana. Your small electric stove can only be parked at the entrance of the apartment building. None of them lights up. I heard that toilets on the 1st floor spray shit, but I didn't believe it, so I bought the 1st floor anyway. If I were given another chance, I'd rather live under an overpass than by the 1st floor. Chindachui from the 3rd ward. It's over. The water level is still rising. The 1st floor is going to be completely submerged. There are 4 buildings in this community and more than a dozen small houses. The owners and tenants are all in the group, and they are arguing loudly at this time. Jiang Yu turned on the TV. On TV, a female weather anchor wearing a raincoat was standing in front of the camera in the storm. Her frail body was shaky in the wind, but her tone was firm. The weather station predicts that this rainstorm will last for more than 36 hours, and the city has urgently started waterproofing works. For those who live in low-lying areas, please rest assured that personnel have been arranged to assist in evacuation. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are compassionate. With unity, we will overcome all difficulties. Jiang Yu kept changing channels, and every local station was broadcasting emergency news about the rainstorm. In some places, landslides occurred, destroying the towns below. In some places, the city has turned into a puddle, and netizens even jokingly said in their circle of friends that the sea viewing mode has been turned on. This is why Jiang You did not hide in the mountains or countryside where there were few people after stockpiling supplies. Because maybe during a heavy rain, the mountain where you live might suddenly experience a landslide. Your house may be washed away along with it. Although there will be flooding in the city, as long as you are in high places, it is not a big problem. The water level in inland cities is rising steadily, unlike in coastal cities. Jiang You vaguely remembered that in his previous life, many coastal cities were hit by tsunamis. After this heavy rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, the corpses soaked in the water and many patients with high fevers will become zombies. It's not like she hadn't thought about leaving an anonymous message online to remind everyone about the end of the world. But who would believe this kind of thing if I told them? What's more, if the rainstorm she predicted really happened, she would be interrogated and sliced up in the next second. Don't underestimate the power of the country. As long as you leave a few words on the internet, even if it is anonymous, it will be easy for them to find you when they want to. You think you hit it well, but in the face of real strength, those hiding skills are nothing but the Emperor's new clothes. So the best thing to do is not to draw any attention to it. Jiang You is selfish and is unwilling to gamble her life on whether the other party will be kind to her. She is just an ordinary person, and her only wish is to live a good life. There is no such great sentiment as to put oneself in danger to save others. In her previous life, Jiang You had suffered enough for her kindness, so this time, she no longer believed in human nature. Call her selfish or cold-blooded, but this time, she lives only for herself. As the water level continued to rise, there was an uproar in the community group. The forum is also full of angry messages and people's requests for help. The video software is also full of information about this flood. In one video, several people are standing on a huge rock in the water. Help! We are camping by the river. The water level has suddenly risen. We are trapped on a small island in the middle of the lake. Please come and rescue us. The phone number is... Here is another video in which a middle-aged man who had just escaped from danger was cursing at the rescue team. I still have more than a dozen pigs in the pigsty. Since you can move the people out, why don't you save my pigs? These rescue teams are just not doing anything. Shouldn't they be trying their best to protect the people's property? Jiang Yu was watching the video. In the face of danger, the brilliance of human nature was particularly dazzling, but at the same time, the ugly side of human nature was also exposed. Some people pushed the exhausted rescuers to jump into the dangerous deep water to salvage their belongings or look for their pets. There are also people who rise to the challenge and lend a helping hand to strangers in danger. Some people even push their friends into the abyss of death for a chance of survival. A tiny bit of kindness is not enough to mend the huge, ugly hole in this broken world. In the second half of the night, the heavy rain was still continuing outside, but there were many lights wandering in the darkness. There were some rescue workers rowing small boats. As the morning light brightened, the water level had already submerged the second floor, and all residents living below the second floor in the community were moved upstairs. Looking around, the original streets had become a vast ocean, and there were many rescue boats going back and forth in the water. There were cries everywhere. Some were crying for their own losses. Some were crying for their injured or dead relatives. In fact, the water is rising slowly at this time. As long as you evacuate in time, the chance of death is very low, unless there are elderly or sick people at home who have difficulty moving. Chapter 13. Countdown to Doomsday. The second day of heavy rain. The water level in the urban area of City has reached more than 10 meters. Because the terrain of this community is relatively high, the water level only rose to the 4th floor. Many people realized that this was not an ordinary heavy rain. At the same time, power outages began in many parts of the city. The elevators in some elevator buildings are completely out of service, not to mention the subway. The double-decker buses parked on the street were still visible yesterday, but today they are nowhere to be seen. During the flood, various packaging bags floated on the water, some containing food and drinks, as well as medicines and other daily necessities. Some people who are aware of the danger have begun to think of ways to salvage supplies. Although the news has been trying to reassure the public, people's hearts have begun to become restless. And since this morning, many people have fainted and had high fever for no reason. All major hospitals were overcrowded overnight, with even the corridors filled with people sleeping. The emergency sounds of ambulances shuttled through the water in the streets and alleys, constantly pulling people to the hospital. Yesterday, some people on the street took advantage of the chaos to rob gold and silver jewelry stores and even banks. But today, unless you dive, you can't find the specific location of these stores. The third day of heavy rain. In the low-lying residential areas of City A, the tops of the small houses on the 6th and 7th floors are no longer visible in many places. In areas near the mountains, mudslides, floods, and landslides followed one after another. In coastal areas, the sea level rose rapidly. Tsunamis and strong winds roared, and towering buildings were swallowed up by huge waves. The high-altitude areas are still okay, but in some low-altitude areas, entire cities are submerged in floods. Some low-lying basin areas became vast oceans. Rescue was needed everywhere, but everyone was busy with their own affairs. The whole world looks like it's about to end. Countless people remembered the Doomsday movie that once caused panic. At this time in City A, all the major hospitals were unable to accommodate the number of patients, and many hospitals were even flooded and forced to relocate. The whole city was in chaos. Not only were there rescue boats running around, but there were also people taking advantage of the chaos to rob people on their own motorboats or small boats. The authorities simply can't control it. Helicopters flew across the sky from time to time. The rich and powerful evacuated the city before ordinary people and went to higher ground. Some rich second generations are even posting on social networking sites that they have evacuated to high-altitude areas. For fear that readers would not hate the rich enough, pictures were specially included. The people in the photos are having a party in a decadent manner, shaking their red wine glasses and watching the sunset over the distant mountains. The beautiful scene is full of the smell of money and is completely separated from the ordinary people who are struggling. The government calls on everyone to take medicine if they have it at home, and those who don't have it should first reduce the fever physically and wait for rescue at home. There were only rescue teams coming and going on the water outside, and many people were running out of food at home. The neighborhood committee began to organize the distribution of relief supplies. Now that the zombies have not appeared yet, most people think that this is just a natural disaster. Although natural disasters are terrible, they will always pass. After the rainstorm, order will be restored. Therefore, although it is chaotic, there is order in the chaos. The community group has activated the mute mode, prohibiting the spread of all kinds of disturbing rumors. As the water level rises, all residents living below the 7th floor of the community have moved upstairs. If you want to find friends, find friends. If you want to find relatives, find relatives. If you don't have relatives in this building, use your money. Many people temporarily live in other people's high-rise homes, but some people refuse to let outsiders stay with them. No one came to Jiang Yu's floor. After all, there was no elevator and no one would be free to climb more than 20 floors. There were some empty houses in Jiang Yu's building because the owners were not at home or the houses were not rented out. But now, almost all of these empty houses have their doors pried open and people have entered. On the 4th day, the rain stopped. As the first ray of sunshine appeared on the earth in the early morning, the rainstorm stopped completely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the heavy rain had continued, no one knew what situation would have happened. Perhaps the mainland will become a vast ocean and there will be no land left in the world. But there was no time to breathe a sigh of relief. The next second, the whole city fell into greater panic. Wang Lear on the 13th floor was feeling a little dissatisfied when she saw her little nephew eating her potato chips in big mouthfuls on the sofa in the living room. The little guy had broken her treasured figurines. He even broke all her lipsticks. What a naughty kid. And there were only a few snacks, and she hadn't even eaten them yet, but her parents gave them to her nephew. He also said that he had a fever and was feeling unwell, but she saw that he had a good appetite and showed no signs of being sick. But at this moment, her little nephew, who was eating potato chips, suddenly stopped moving, and a few seconds later his entire back was twitching. Wang Lear thought that his throat was choked, and thinking of the first aid method she had seen Haim use, she rushed over, picked up her nephew, and started first aid. Even though my nephew was naughty, I couldn't just watch him choke to death. Wang Lear shouted loudly while giving first aid. Mom and Dad, Uncle, come quickly, Bing Bing has a blockage in his throat. Wang Lear, who was rescuing the victim, felt her wrist bitten hard before she could finish her words. The cry for help in her throat instantly turned into a scream. Let go! Why are you biting me? She thought it was a prank by her nephew. He threw him on the sofa, took a look at his wrist, which was bleeding profusely, and felt angry and in pain, shaking with anger. What are you doing? There are limits to pranks. As she spoke, she turned her head away, the rest of the words in her throat getting stuck in her throat, and she couldn't utter them. Bing Bing's face, lying on the sofa, had turned blue-black. His skin was rotting rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an indescribable stench was emanating from his body. The originally round eyes lost their luster. The eyeballs turned gray and became severely protruding. The cleanly trimmed fingernails turned blue-black and became pointed like animal claws. It looks exactly like the biochemical zombies in American TV dramas. Ho ho! Bing Bing opened his mouth and roared at Wang Lear. With his arms and legs bent and his back arched, he looked like he was attacking her, and then he eagerly pounced at her with his mouth wide open. Ah, zombies! Dad! Mom! Save me! Monster! Help! Similar scenes occur in every corner of the city. Screams could be heard throughout the building. At this time, Jiang You was doing weight training. She has been training every day since the stockpiling ended. 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 1,000 frog jumps. She chooses nutritious food every day. While ensuring her body's nutrition, she pushes her training volume to the limit of her body. The living room was very quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing. The TV was playing chaotic images at this moment. The picture shows a shivering male news anchor. Unlike his usual meticulous appearance, his hair and clothes are obviously a little messy. He was sitting in a helicopter, and the view below was of a hospital. Half of the floors of the hospital were submerged in water. There were many sick people these days, and the hospital was already overcrowded. After the zombie outbreak, it became the first center to fall. Screams were heard everywhere, and patients in hospital gowns were swarming around, chasing people and biting them. Helicopters kept landing on the roof of the hospital, and armed troops armed with guns came out to rush in for rescue. The sounds of screams, cries for help, and gunfire mixed together, making one's scalp tingle. The filming drone left the hospital and showed various places in the city under the camera. The host kept reminding everyone on TV to save themselves. The doomsday broke out suddenly, and even a large number of zombies broke out among the army. Soldiers undergo long-term training, and their physical fitness is unmatched by ordinary people. But once such a person turns into a zombie, it will be difficult for ordinary people to deal with him. At this time, the whole thing collapsed and there was no time to care about anyone. There is no way to launch a large-scale rescue, so everyone can only actively save themselves. In more video footage, Jiang You saw people everywhere jumping into the water in panic from high places. Swim hard in the water. There were also more people shouting for help and screaming. There are not only people trying to escape in the water, but also zombies chasing and gnawing at them. After falling into the water, these zombies moved even slower. They had no reason, only instinctive appetite. Therefore, most of them can only float in the water and go with the flow. However, if a living person passes by and disturbs them, they will instinctively struggle and open their mouths to bite and scratch. But when there are no living people, they float on the water like dummies or sink into the water. As for the question of whether zombies will drown, of course not, because they were already dead. How could they die again? Zombies that sink deep under the water will simply fall into hibernation. Zombies don't need to breathe. And now, the water in this city is probably full of sleeping zombies. Chapter 14. Everyone flees when disaster strikes. After Jiang You finished his last sit-up, he rested for more than 10 minutes to relax his muscles, and then started doing frog jumps again. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, help. There was a rapid knock on the door. I know there are people inside. Please open the door and let us hide for a while. There are zombies chasing us. Jiang You held the long knife in his right hand and looked out through the cat's eye with his left hand. There were two young people, a man and a woman, at the door. The woman had a terrified look on her face, and the man was covered in blood, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. I'm the resident downstairs, not a bad person. Please, open the door. The woman kept banging on the door, crying and talking, her voice trembling. Jiang You said through the door, I won't open the door. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well run somewhere else. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not the zombies, but our own kind. Who can guarantee that after I open the door, they won't kill me when they see that I'm a woman? She had learned this lesson before. The man heard a woman's voice and kicked the door even more angrily, cursing. Are you just going to watch us get bitten to death by monsters? Opening the door is just a matter of convenience. You are too cold-blooded and cruel. We are all compatriots, and we should unite and help each other in the face of disaster. You watched us die without helping us. Jiang You, I will close my eyes and not look at it. Hearing this, the sound of kicking the door became louder. A stream of phallic insults spewed out of the mouths of men and women. Jiang You was not worried at all about the security door being destroyed. The first thing she did when she rented the house was to replace it with the most sturdy defense-grade door. It's not the Shibai anti-theft door with cardboard inside. You scum, you bitch. People like you deserve to die. Brother Hal, let's run. The zombies are catching up. Although the man was angry, he also knew that wasting time like this would undoubtedly be courting death. So he quickly followed the woman and continued to climb up the stairs. Less than a minute after the man and woman left, Jiang You saw through the cat's eye two zombies climbing up from downstairs with twisted limbs. First, he went to her door and sniffed, then growled a few times and followed the smell of blood in the direction they fled. A man and a woman climbed up desperately. Not only do they have to prevent the zombies behind them from catching up with them, they also have to be on guard against zombies that may appear in front of them. But sometimes, the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. They had just turned a corner when two zombies suddenly appeared in front of them. The woman turned pale with fear. Brother Hal, what should I do? She retreated helplessly to the man. Now there were zombies in front and behind her, and she couldn't run away. The man was holding a kitchen knife in his hand and was shaking with fear. No, there's no other way. The man's mouth trembled, and suddenly he set his eyes on the woman. No, it's not that there's no other way. The woman looked at him in surprise. Brother Hal, I knew you had a way. But before she finished her words, she was stabbed on the neck. The man's face was grim. If there was a bait, it's not impossible to get away. The woman looked at him in disbelief. Brother Hal, Rome, don't blame me. Blame the world. Even a couple will run away when faced with a disaster. What's more, we are just boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing the zombies getting closer, he stabbed the woman a few more times, chopped her face beyond recognition, and then pushed her towards the zombies behind him. There was a group of zombies behind him and only two in front of him. If he could use Rong's body to hold back the zombies behind him, then he would have a chance to escape. Sure enough, when the zombies behind saw the fresh corpse, they all scrambled to bite it. The girlfriend who was so beautiful just now was torn apart and eaten in an instant. There were even several zombies fighting over the organs in her stomach. The man smiled coldly. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Then he grabbed the stainless steel handrail of the stairs with one hand, jumped hard, and jumped directly over the stairs behind him and jumped down. The group of zombies were fighting for the woman's corpse. The two zombies above wanted to chase him, but they were blocked by the group of zombies eating and were making angry growls. The man finally escaped. He turned back the way he came and stood in front of the door he had just passed, a cold smile on his face. If I heard correctly, the voice coming from inside was a woman, and from the sound of her voice, she seemed to be young. If this was done by a man or a more powerful member of the family, there would be no way a little girl would reply. So there is only one reason. That means there is only one little girl in the family. At the beginning of the doomsday, the man killed his school beauty girlfriend with his own hands. Although he was reluctant, he felt more of an inexplicable sense of swelling in his heart. He felt that all women should be under his control, and those who disobeyed would be killed. So he rang the doorbell again, and that unusually feminine but handsome face pretended to be anxiously asking for help. Help us, help, my girlfriend was killed by zombies. Please save me, please. As long as you open the door, I will do anything. But behind him, the kitchen knife was ready to chop at any time. Since it's the end of the world, who cares? A real man cannot be a man without being cruel. Finally, the door opened. The man was secretly delighted. As expected, these women were all obsessed with looks. Many girls in the university liked his face. Some people say that he is a cold prince, and even that he is with his current girlfriend because of her wealthy family. But now, what's the use of having a good family background? No matter how high your savings are, it's not as good as a kitchen knife. He stared at the security door, ready to break in and kill the girl the moment it opened. As a result, the door opened and he just showed a cruel smile before he could pull out the kitchen knife behind him. The next second, the cruel smile was cut off by a knife. Since you are willing to do anything, then go and die. Chapter 15 Power Outage, Zombies in the Water. A sharp meow Dao chopped the man in half in the center of his brow, and the bloodline on his brow quickly split and stained with blood. The meow Dao could cut through iron like mud, and the man's entire body seemed to be cut from top to bottom by a laser weapon. The internal organs are clearly distinguishable. The two halves of the body fell at the door. Jiang You looked at the blood on the ground and frowned slightly. What a nuisance. It's time to clean again. She closed the door with her backhand. Anyway, The zombies would come down and would definitely eat the food at the door. Wait until they finish eating, then clean up after yourself. She did not deliberately clear out the zombies in the corridor. After all, with zombies wandering around, fewer people would break in. She turned around and went back to the TV, wiped the blood-stained Meow Dow with a towel, and then started doing frog jumps around the sofa in the living room again. Just like he just stepped on an ant to death at the door, the training plan was not disrupted at all. When she was doing frog jumps, she tied a 5-pound sandbag to each ankle. First came sandbags, then stones and iron blocks. She has her own set of exercise methods, and she gradually increases the weight on her legs according to her training results. In her previous life, she awakened her wind-related abilities after more than a month, and those abilities seemed pretty impressive at the beginning of the apocalypse. No, it's not just the wind system. In the early days of the apocalypse, as long as you say it's a superpower, everyone will think it's amazing. But it developed later. Compared to the power of lightning powers, the scarcity of water powers, and the healing ability of plant powers, some powers seem ordinary. For example, the wind system. Although the wind blade of the primary wind-type ability is lethal, it is still difficult to kill someone with one move. Wind blades are more like swords without much power. They can create wounds and look very powerful, but it is difficult to kill with one blow or cause great damage. When the level of natural powers such as wind, fire, thunder, and lightning is low, the wind power has the lowest attack power compared to the other three. This is something that has to be acknowledged. However, once evolved into a high-level psychic, earth-shaking changes will occur. When the wind ability reaches a certain strength, it can do a lot of things, and the attack capability is also very violent. Not to mention the wind system. The entire natural system, after evolving to a certain level, can theoretically produce the ability to destroy the world. The premise is that the level is high enough to operate a sufficient amount of basic energy. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. Unfortunately, natural abilities are also the most difficult abilities to evolve in level among all superpower series. Later, someone analyzed that the more powerful the supernatural power is, the more energy is needed to advance, like a bottomless pit that can never be filled. This is nature's way of keeping all living things in check. When a creature becomes too powerful and far surpasses other creatures, the balance between creatures will soon be broken. Just as human beings have overdeveloped, the living space of other creatures on the planet has been continuously compressed, causing the entire planet's ecological system to be completely unbalanced. Many people speculate that this may be the reason why the doomsday is coming. Nature is reshuffling and establishing a new balance. The balance will certainly not be allowed to be disturbed again. Since his fighting power was not enough, Jiang You simply tried another way. Main training speed. She practiced constantly, using her wind powers to assist herself and achieve acceleration when escaping. Therefore, when faced with a life-and-death crisis that she cannot defeat, she will run away immediately. She has some experience in escaping. If she hadn't had a brain short circuit in her previous life and hadn't been always caring about her uncle's family, she wouldn't have been easily injured with her speed of escaping. In this life, she needs to train harder, not only to run faster, but also to have greater strength. Jiang Yu sighed. Continue your exercise program. After dinner every day at home, she would watch TV and surf the internet or train. She would never open the door if someone knocked. No matter how bloody and violent the situation was outside, she would neither see nor hear it. For now, no one dares to break the door by force because everyone is afraid that the noise will attract zombies. Therefore, if someone knocked on the door for help, she would not open it. At most, the other party would curse at her, kick her a few times, and then run away without bothering her for too long. But in 2 days, he won't be so polite anymore. After completing the frog jump, Jiang Yu began practicing on the standing boxing sandbag in the middle of the living room. Punches landed on it, and the thumping sounds echoed in the living room. The sweat on my forehead flowed down my neck. The day's training ended when it got dark and red clouds covered the sky. Jiang Yu took a shower and lay on the sofa, with the TV still on in the living room. But the signal is very bad. Jiang Yu used the fascia gun to relax himself while taking out his cell phone. At this time, she discovered that someone had changed the original owner group to Wild Boar Group. The group owner also changed from the original property manager to an ID with an unfamiliar nickname. The ban in the group has been lifted. The group owner posted an announcement. Director Zhao has passed away. I will take over the management of the group from now on. Everyone should change their nicknames to their building numbers to facilitate management and mutual assistance. As soon as the mute mode was turned on, The group instantly boiled like boiling water. Everyone was eager to speak. I live in building 901. I'm out of food at home. Does anyone have extra food? I'll pay double the price for it. Double the price? You think you're prettier? There are monsters everywhere outside, and the water is so deep. Who dares to go out and look for food? I have 2 children and an elderly person at home. Is there anyone willing to sell us some food? Any price is fine. If you're willing, please PM me. Thank you so much. There are zombies banging on my door. It's so scary. Is there anyone who can help me? Why hasn't the government come to rescue us yet? There are monsters everywhere. Are they trying to kill us? There's a person at my door who had his intestines ripped out and eaten by zombies. It's so scary. Woohoo. I guess the official organization is in chaos now. Who can care about you? Everyone should find a way to save yourselves. My parents have turned into zombies. I am hiding in my room and dare not go out. What should I do? Someone please save me. The water level just rose to my house. I have a fishing net and I caught a lot of food. If you need it, please private message me, but you have to come and get it yourself. I dare not go out. We are all from the same community, so we should help each other. Brother Jiang You, the world needs good people like you. Most people in the group were speaking enthusiastically, some asking for help, some asking for food, and some trying to be good people. But only 2 or 3 people changed their nicknames into house numbers. At this point, everyone was clearly on guard, and no one wanted to expose their position. Unless they are familiar with each other, no one knows who the other person is. Doesn't exposing your position increase the risk factor? But not long after, the group owner posted several more announcements, asking everyone to change their nicknames to their unit and house numbers. Jiang You turned off his cell phone, took out a large bottle of ice juice and a bucket of fried chicken from the space, and sat on the sofa to eat them as dinner. She was eating watermelon and watching the news when suddenly everything went dark in front of her eyes, and the TV screen went black. The hum of the air conditioner stopped abruptly. There is a power outage. Almost the moment the air conditioner stopped cooling, the temperature in the room began to rise noticeably. But the cell phone still had a signal, and the community group exploded again, with everyone saying that there was a power outage at home. After a while, she heard the sound of quarreling and children crying, and then these sounds quickly disappeared. It's too hot. In this kind of weather, it's really possible to die of heat without air conditioning. Jiang Yu used his mobile phone to surf the internet, and now the internet is full of news about buying food at high prices. There are also rich people trapped somewhere, promising millions or even tens of millions to have someone come to rescue them. The rain stopped for a day, and the water level in the city began to drop. At night, Jiang Yu went down the stairs, put on a diving suit, and dived into the water. In the early days of the apocalypse, there would not be much danger as long as one was careful to avoid the zombies in the water and not disturb them. If my guess is correct, there are usually guns in the police station. Although she had a crossbow and arrows, who would complain about having too many free firearms? Jiang Yu, carrying an oxygen tank on his back, swam in the deep water, dodging the zombies floating in the water as nimbly as a fish. These zombies drifted with their eyes closed, like pieces of broken seaweed. She moved very carefully, trying to avoid waters where zombies gathered. More than half an hour later, she successfully arrived at the police station. The door of the police station had been broken open, and a mess of things were floating in the water, including clothes, quilts, and corpses. Jiang Yu searched carefully and found 2 guns on several bodies and a lot of bullets in a room. After carefully searching the police station inside and out to make sure that no one had slipped through the net, she went to other police stations not far away. She stayed in the water all night, and when she was exhausted, she floated up and climbed onto a platform to rest. Then replaced the oxygen tank with a new one and continued diving. Chapter 16, Perfect Stem Cell Carrier. For the entire night, Jiang Yu searched several police stations in the area one by one. Anyway, she has enough oxygen tanks. After one night, she harvested more than a dozen wood barns. As for the bullets, she didn't count them carefully, but estimated that there were probably several thousand. She didn't go any further, as these gains were enough. There's no need to go somewhere more dangerous. Jiang Yu dived carefully, and when it was almost dawn, Jiang Yu finally returned to the community in the morning light. She swam directly into the underground garage and walked up the stairs. Crash! In the dark corridor, a head emerged from the water. 2 zombies floating in the water nearby were startled and pounced towards Jiang Yu with their fangs and claws bared. Ho ho ho! Roar! Jiang Yu climbed up the stairs, took off his diving suit, and returned to the space. Then he shot 2 arrows at the 2 zombies with a crossbow. The zombies' brains were pierced, and they slowly sank from the water. After dealing with the zombies in the water, Jiang You wiped his face and put the crossbow back into the space. Holding the Miao Dao in his hand, he climbed up the stairs. In a narrow combat space like a stairwell, guns and Miao Dao are more useful than bows and crossbows. Bows and crossbows are most suitable for use in open terrain, although the zombies in the corridor had been cleared when I went out. However, after a night, no one knew whether there would be zombies from other places wandering in here. Sure enough, just after turning a corner, Jiang Yu caught a glimpse of a zombie, still wearing flowery shorts and a black vest. This zombie looks familiar. I remember. Isn't this the chatterbox on the first floor? When she first moved in, she saw this old man sitting at the door all day long. Either they say that this young man slept until noon, or that little girl's skirt is too short, or that child is impolite. The zombie was wandering at the end of the aisle. When it smelled the breath of a living person, it immediately roared and rushed towards Jiang Yu. Ho ho! Even without getting close, Jiang Yu could already smell the foul stench of decay. Hey, Uncle Wang, are you out for a walk? She greeted him with a smile, and as she spoke, she took a step forward with a long knife in her hand, raised her wrist, and quickly chopped towards his neck. Puff! The next second, a cold light flashed, and a rotten head fell at Jiang Yu's feet. The zombie didn't even have time to react before its head was gone. This series of movements took only a blink of an eye, and even her muscles were not fully tensed. This kind of similar aggressive behavior has obviously become subconscious. Each move seems to flow smoothly and naturally. Although the zombie's head fell off, its body continued to rush forward due to inertia and rolled directly down the corridor. Jiang Yu glanced at the zombie head at his feet and said, Uncle Wang, why don't you go cool off in the water? She aimed at the window at the end of the corridor and kicked it. Go away. The round head flew out of the window like a well-aimed soccer ball. Plop, it hit the water, splashing a circle of water. Jiang Yu's mouth corners were slightly raised, and his aim was pretty good. It would be a pity if he didn't join the national team. Finally, he grabbed the knife and continued to climb up. When passing certain floors, she found someone peeping at her through the peephole. He is the only survivor still alive in the community. This is normal. At this moment, everyone is on high alert. Jiang Yu didn't shy away from other people's eyes when it came to chopping zombies. Showing her strength appropriately will save her a lot of trouble. After all, a single girl will attract hungry wolves, especially at the end of the world. Without the constraints of the law, the dark side of people's hearts is infinitely magnified. At that time, weakness became a sin. When the laws of the civilized era disappear, people will subtly formulate new rules of survival. The eternal law of the jungle and nature will be carried to the extreme in Doomsday. She doesn't cause trouble, but it's best if no one provokes her. This was the first day of the zombie outbreak. Many people hid at home and dared not go out. In addition, the community had distributed supplies before, so although their homes were short of food, they would not starve to death. But there will always be someone who can't help but go out first. Jiang Yu encountered several zombies along the way, two of which looked somewhat familiar. They should be residents of this building. But at this point, these are no longer human. She chopped off all the heads with her knife. This knife can cut iron like mud and chop off heads very smoothly. When he returned home, Jiang Yu's body was covered with a lot of black and smelly blood. But she's used to it. In her previous life, in order to avoid zombies, she even gritted her teeth and smeared the zombies' rotten flesh on herself in an attempt to cover up the smell of living people. This stain is nothing. The first thing to do when you get home is, of course, turn on the air conditioner. In such a hot summer, how can we live without air conditioning? But now the power is out, and there is no air conditioning. Jiang Yu shook his head, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. Then he took out his tablet, picked out a comedy movie to watch while eating, and started playing it. He took out another cup of ice bubble tea and took a big sip. As I chewed the chewy pearls in my mouth, I felt completely relaxed. Then he took out a dish of Chinese cabbage with oyster sauce, a large plate of braised pork, and a large bowl of rice, and placed them on the coffee table. The choy sum with oyster sauce is crisp and refreshing, and the braised pork is soft and fragrant, especially when eaten with rice. It's absolutely amazing. After a tiring night last night, she can now eat 3 bowls of rice in one go. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yu felt full of energy again and started to work on cooling down. I was too hungry just now to think about anything else, but it's not too late now. She dragged out 2 large plastic bathtubs from the space and poured the ice cubes she had stockpiled in advance into them. This kind of ice cubes are not the small ice cubes in the usual refrigerator, but the large ice bricks used in cold storage. It is frozen with ordinary tap water. It cannot be eaten directly, but the water melted by ice cubes after cooling down can be used for bathing, mopping the floor, and flushing the toilet. After putting the ice cubes away, Jiang You hung the solar panels on the balcony and connected several lighting lamps and electric fans. There is a backup generator in her space, but if the backup generator is used to connect to the power supply, the sound of the motor will be obvious and easily attract attention. Another thing is that the buzzing sound of the air conditioner outdoor unit will definitely be noticed by other survivors and cause trouble. Overall, solar panels are the most practical, and she only needs simple lighting and fans. Moreover, it is hot weather now, and the solar panels have more than enough power storage. There was a power outage, and after the heavy rain, the temperature returned to over 40 degrees Celsius, making the whole house feel like a steamer. Although it is still morning, the sun is already shining brightly. The fan started to turn, spreading the cool air from the ice. Jiang You then closed the doors of all the rooms and the kitchen and drew the curtains. After about 2 or 3 minutes, you can clearly feel the temperature in the room drop significantly. At this time, Jiang You lay comfortably on the sofa and began to take a nap. Having not slept all night, the thing she wanted to do most now was to sleep. The electric fan was shaking its head, and the temperature in the room was just right. Jiang You lay on the sofa and fell asleep unknowingly. In a daze, Jiang You seemed to see the glaring operating light again, as well as several busy figures whose faces could not be seen clearly nearby. Even the feeling of the cold scalpel moving across my body seemed so real. Dr. Nine's regenerative ability is truly amazing. It used to take more than a month to regenerate a leg after it was amputated, but now it only takes 3 days. No matter what kind of animal it is, when it is in the fertilized egg state, stem cells can help the body grow, and the number of arms and legs, eyes and legs of body has already been determined. For example, in humans, stem cells are very active before birth. But after birth, the ability of stem cells begins to rapidly weaken, and they can no longer grow as quickly as in the womb. But some creatures disagree, such as the salamander. Although its stem cells also weaken rapidly after birth, they are much more active than human stem cells. Whether a salamander loses a limb or a heart, it can grow a new one in just 1 to 3 months. Nine was originally codenamed Salamander, but I think it's time to change the name. After our continuous experiments and improvements, and the integration of genes from other organisms, she is no longer a salamander. Number 9's regeneration ability is even more abnormal and faster. Doctor, Number 9 is already perfect. The potion made from her flesh and blood has a very powerful healing ability and has been approved by the higher-ups. We can start preparing. No, not enough. Not enough. Not perfect enough. I want her to be as perfect as a planarian. I want her to have the most perfect totipotent stem cells. Just like a turbularian, it cannot be killed by a knife and can be resurrected infinitely. Even if it is chopped into pulp, it can be reborn into infinite individuals. The main organs that affect a person's lifespan are the heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and digestive system. If I could make Number 9 into a perfect multifunctional stem cell carrier, then extract the stem cells from her body and graft them onto aging or damaged human organs. Utilize the multifunctional regenerative ability of perfect stem cells to repair and regenerate organs. Then the limit of human lifespan will be broken. Everyone will remember my name. I am the father of mankind. Haha. The lifespan of those high-level evolvers can be extended, and they can live longer. So she's not perfect yet. She recovers too slowly. Too slowly. Chapter 17 Fugitive. After waking up from the nightmare, Jiang Yu was already sweating profusely. She drank a glass of ice water to calm herself down and stared blankly at the ceiling. His eyebrows were almost twisted into knots. How could she have such a dream? After her rebirth, she had never dreamed of what happened in the laboratory. But tonight's dream seemed to pull her back into that hell again. At this time, it was almost dark. She walked to the balcony and looked down. The water was rising and receding quickly. The water level is now between the 2nd and 3rd floors. It is estimated that in another day, the water will be completely gone. There were motionless zombies floating on the water, various pots and pans, as well as various beverage bottles and puffed food bags. She saw a man in the building opposite holding a long bamboo pole with a fishing net underneath. He was standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor and constantly fishing for food from the water. There were several people around him helping to load and pick up the things. Jiang Yu opened his phone and saw a salvage video being shared in the group, with the protagonists being the people in the building opposite. I didn't expect that even after a night of power outage, these people's phones still had power. I salvaged a lot of food and drinks. Anyone in our building who needs anything can come to my house and get some. Thank you, brother. You are such a good person. You good guy. Come to my door if you have the guts. There are still zombies outside. If I go out, I will die. What are you thinking? That's right. Who dares to come? There are man-eating monsters outside. Who has a power bank? My phone is running out of battery. Damn Apple, it uses up power so quickly. Me too. Mine is almost out of battery. I don't even dare to speak. My Chinese mobile phone is still powerful. It can be used for several days on a single charge. I saw a crazy woman who actually killed people. She killed all the neighbor zombies wandering in the corridor. It seems that woman is from our building. Even though he turned into a zombie, he is still our neighbor. She can kill him if she wants. You all should be careful. If you kill zombies today, you can kill people tomorrow. Yes, I saw it too. The guy above is crazy. Those have all turned into zombies. What are they neighbors? If you think they're your neighbors, why are you hiding at home? Go out and say hello. Idiot. By the way, can the zombie-killing boss take me with him? I am obedient and strong. The discussion in the group was heated. Jiang You took a quick look and then threw his phone away. Today is the second day after the heavy rain, if I remember correctly. There was a power outage yesterday, and all networks will be down today. By tomorrow, everyone will find that the water flowing out of the tap has a foul odor. The reservoir was filled with corpses. When the flood receded, the corpses swelled, stunk, and rotted under the high temperature of the sun. All water sources will be polluted. Jiang Yu checked the natural gas in the kitchen and found that it was indeed out of gas. At this moment, the phone kept ringing with messages. She clicked on the message and saw that it was the group owner again, at ING everyone. What I am talking about is asking everyone to change the group name and unit number. At this time, someone directly retorted, "There are so many people in the group. Who doesn't know what's going on? You're asking everyone to reveal their house numbers? Are you crazy? Forget about quitting the group. I originally thought that everyone in the group could help each other in the apocalypse. It seems that I was too naive. I'm quitting now. But I think what the group leader said is right. Let's mark our house numbers so that we can help each other if anything happens. I support the group leader. My wife has a fever. What should I do? I'm afraid she will turn into a zombie. I'm locking her in the room, and I dare not let her out." Some people were cursing the group owner, while others simply quit the group. However, at this moment, the group owner, who had previously asked everyone to change their group nicknames, finally said something else. A long series of voice squares. Jiang Yuxian was free too, so he clicked on the voice call to listen. Then I heard a man swearing. "What time do you think it is now? You are still complaining. If I ask you to change your nickname, just change it. Be obedient and don't refuse my toast, and drink the wine for punishment. You still think you're the owners? Now you're just a bunch of wild boars. You were shameless. You guys who just scolded me, just wait for me. I won't let you go. I, Wang Jinbao, used to be a security guard, and you guys look down on me all day long. Haha, now no matter how much money you have only one egg to use. Those grandsons who just scolded me. Clean your necks and wait for me. Dong Lingling from the 6th floor of building number 1. I have liked you for 3 years, but every time I gave you flowers, you refused them. Bitch, you just look down on me and want to find a rich man. Dong Lingling, I know you are still alive. Just wait for me. I will show you what a real man is." The group leader kept making harsh remarks. Jiang Yu frowned and then turned off his phone. At the beginning of the apocalypse, humanity's greatest enemy is actually itself. The zombies' attacks are at least visible and there is defense. But it is hard to guard against the same kind. Just like the security guard named Wang Jinbao, she has seen him many times in the half-month she has lived here. He has dark skin and a pair of shifty eyes, and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. But he is quite tall and strong. Every time I pass by the security booth, I can see him chewing betel nut while looking at his mobile phone. Although he looks very warm when he smiles at you, his mouth full of black, smoke-induced teeth at such a young age is really uncomfortable to look at. Before the end of the world, such people were basically at the bottom of society. But now that order has collapsed and no amount of money or a big house can determine status, they seem to feel like they are doing it again. There was another quarrel in the group. The others who were called wild boars naturally refused to listen and started to curse each other in voice. Jiang Yu has an obsessive-compulsive disorder of eliminating red dots. Looking at the red dots that kept appearing, he felt a little annoyed and simply quit the group. In a room on the 7th floor, 5 men were gathered around a boiling hot pot. 2 of them, wearing security uniforms, held bowls and sat quietly aside, watching the others eat. The other 3 men had buzz cuts and were wearing prison clothes. They were obviously criminals who had escaped from prison. The people wearing security uniforms are the original security guards of this community, Wang Jinbao and Li Yang. 5 people gathered together to eat hot pot. The 3 fugitives were eating with their mouths full of oil, but Wang Jinbao and Li Yang didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks at all. They had to wait until the other 3 had finished eating before they dared to eat the leftovers. Wang Jinbao scolded almost everyone in the group, and finally felt that the resentment he had accumulated over the years had been relieved. He spat on the ground angrily. Bah, these people look down on others. So what if they lived in a fancy house before? They are still hungry now? After saying that, he looked at a man flatteringly. Brother Scar, the Dong Lingling I just mentioned, even though she has given birth to a child, every time she walks her, but is so exciting. Brother Scar, if you are interested, I will show you the way later. I have been working as a security guard here for almost 5 years. I know who lives in every household. He tried hard to prove his worth. Li Yang beside him also nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Scar Man is as his name suggests, with a hideous scar running from his left eyebrow to the corner of his mouth. When he smiles, the scar twists like a centipede. His eyes were sunken to begin with, and the cunning and cruel light in them always gave people a chilling feeling when he smiled at people. Add to that the scar, and it makes people feel even more frightened and uneasy. Scar picked up a piece of meat with a smile and put it into Wang Jinbao's bowl, as if it were a reward. I didn't realize that Brother Jinbao was quite smart. He knew we haven't had meat for a long time. This arrangement is great. Then he looked at the other 2 brothers. Huang Si Ma Zi, let's go kill 2 zombies after dinner to stretch our muscles and have a good rest at night. When the word rest was mentioned, the 3 of them laughed tacitly. When Wang Jinbao heard them say that it was so easy to kill zombies, he became even more frightened, and the smile on his face became even more flattering. Li Yang also quickly followed suit and laughed. I was afraid that I would not be able to keep up with the pace, just like my previous colleagues. Chapter 18, Crazy Workout. Wang Jinbao and his friends met Scar after the zombies appeared yesterday. At that time, he and several other security guards were carefully salvaging food from the water in the corridor. At this moment, several heads suddenly popped out of the water. They were so scared that they dropped their fishing poles and ran away. As a result, with a gun pointed at him, he dared not move. The ones who emerged from the water were none other than Scar and his 2 companions. The 3 men were covered in blood and still wearing prison clothes. The blood obviously attracted the zombies sleeping in the water. Just behind the 3 people, groups of zombies were struggling to float out of the water. Fortunately, the zombies swim slowly. Otherwise, these 3 people might not have been able to escape. But no matter how slow it is, it can't withstand the large number. When Scar's 3 men saw them, their eyes lit up instantly. They pointed their guns at them and asked them to lead the way to a safe place. There were originally 4 security guards, but after hesitating for a moment, 2 of them were beaten to death and thrown into the water. With 2 more dead people in the water, the zombies became even more impatient. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao and Li Yang quickly changed their words and took Scar and the other 2 to the house that the others had previously occupied. This is how he avoided being hacked to death on the spot. This house was originally occupied by a family of 4, an old lady, her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter. But just before it started to rain heavily, the young couple took their children to an amusement park in another place and had not yet returned. They also knew that this old lady, Wang Jinbao, had difficulty walking and liked to stock up on food in large bags at home. The older generation has experienced hunger, so many of them like to keep more food at home to give them peace of mind. Unlike young people today, who are used to takeout or eating out, when you open the refrigerators of 8 out of 10 people, you will find nothing but water and drinks, not even an egg. Therefore, after the zombie outbreak, they found that the patrol officers had not come, so they dared to break into the old lady's house. At first, the old lady didn't let them in, but he was in the property business and had a spare key. Just opened the door and went in. The old lady cursed at people and was beaten a few times by the security captain. She became useless and died. Wang Jinbao was very scared when he first saw these criminals, but when he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he felt that meeting Scar and his gang might not be bad luck. But opportunity? It's the end of the world now. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Moreover, this scarred man is very powerful and ruthless. The security captain is the most powerful among them, but so what if he is so powerful? No matter how high your martial arts skills are, they are not as good as a kitchen knife. No matter how fast a kitchen knife is, it is not as fast as a bullet. Wang Jinbao knew that the nearest prison in City A was several kilometers away from here. The fact that they could run all the way here already showed their ability. He still has self-awareness and knows that he is just an ordinary person. If you don't have good skills, you can't run faster than anyone else. Instead of struggling on your own, it is better to recognize a big brother and follow him in the future. As the saying goes, it's nice to take shelter under a big tree. If you hold on to the right person, will you still worry about not having a good life in the future? As soon as he made the decision, he immediately gave Dong Lingling, the girl he had secretly loved for many years, to Scar. After Scar and his two companions finished eating and returned to their room to rest, Wang Jinbao and Li Yang dared to pick up their chopsticks to eat. The old lady has stored a lot of food and daily necessities in her house. In addition, the neighborhood committee distributed daily necessities the day before yesterday, and they were not idle either, catching a lot of food from the water, so they did not go hungry these days. There was also a pile of supplies on the floor at home. The burning alcohol and hot pot base in the hot pot in front of you were already in the old lady's house, and the vegetables were also in the refrigerator. The refrigerator lost power yesterday, so the meat has gone a little off, but it's still edible. Cut it thinner and cook it in the hot pot. The strong butter flavor will not be noticeable. There was only half a head of cabbage and a few potatoes left, so they were also put into the pot. If you leave it any longer, it will rot. Li Yang stretched out his chopsticks to fish in the pot and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Jinbao, you have liked Dong Lingling for many years. Didn't you say before that you would help her when she was in danger and make her fall in love with you? Why did you suddenly tell Scar brother about her today? Wang Jinbao fished in the pot for a long time and found that Scar and his two companions had eaten everything in it, leaving only some vegetable residue. Damn it, you eat hot pot while I eat the hot pot base. Damn it, I made the meal myself and even fished the hot pot meatballs out of the water myself. He actually only left some hot pot soup for himself. Is he a human being? He scooped the hot pot soup with a spoon and soaked it into the leftover rice. While eating, he spoke to Li Yang in a low voice. You know nothing. Compared to the future, what is a woman? If we can make it big with Scar Brother and dominate the world in the apocalypse, what kind of women won't we have? Li Yang nodded and said with a smile, You are still smart. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, There are still many young girls in our community. Why don't you tell Brother Scar? Wang Jinbao glared at him. What do you know? Good things can't be given away all at once. If they were all given away, would we still be of any use? Besides, how can those little brats who know nothing be compared with married women? When you have sex, you will understand that young people do not know the good of young women and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Wang Jinbao ate his rice with a resentful look on his face, trying to eat more. There was not much rice left in the kitchen, and he could only eat 1 or 2 more meals at most. It was not certain whether he would be able to eat rice in the future. Jiang You got enough sleep and started exercising again. When she heard the screams, she pretended not to hear them and continued exercising. Someone knocks on the door, ignore it, and continue exercising. The zombies are knocking on the door, so open the door and kill them, and then continue your exercise. Before eating, do some boxing. After eating, lift weights. The whole person is immersed in the pleasure of sweating and muscle pulling. The next morning, before she woke up, she suddenly heard a buzzing sound, as if something had landed on her eyelids, causing her to feel a little itchy. When I opened my eyes, I found a thumb-sized flying insect hovering above my head. Wait, not flying insects. Upon closer inspection, I found it was a green-headed fly. Damn flies. Coming up again? Jiang You frowned and impatiently wanted to reach out and kill it, but when he waved his hand, a breeze suddenly blew by. The white gauze curtain also swayed slightly. That's not right. The windows in the room were sealed and there were ice cubes in the room to make it cool, so the fan was not turned on. Where does the wind come from? Could it be? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked down at his hands. That's not right. In her previous life, her superpowers only appeared more than a month later. But she has been reborn, which proves that the trajectory of many things can be changed. Maybe. Jiang Yu's heart was beating so fast that he felt like he couldn't hold it back anymore, and it seemed like his heart was about to jump out. She took a few deep breaths and took a few seconds to calm herself down. Then close your eyes and feel your body. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu's face lit up with joy, and he indeed felt that familiar feeling in his body. She waved her hand again, mobilizing the energy in her body. Another breeze blew by, and the strands of hair on her forehead fluttered along with it. It's a superpower. My superpower's awakened early. Jiang You stared at his hands in disbelief, but after seeing this, he was completely stunned. I was so immersed in the shock of my superpowers awakening early that I didn't notice it, but now I've calmed down and taken a look. She discovered something very strange. The pair of hands in front of me, with delicate skin, no signs of frostbite, no calluses, and not even a trace of scars, are mine. Jiang Yu looked quite fair in photos of her childhood, but after her parents died, she was malnourished and her aunt made her help out at a relative's stall. She was exposed to the sun all day, so her skin became increasingly yellow and darker. Later, the apocalypse broke out. It was good enough to be alive in the apocalypse, so who cared about their skin? So day after day, we went out in the wind and rain, and it got darker. It's so black that it's as black as charcoal, and it can reflect light even when standing in the sun. But now these hands are very white, whiter than if someone had died 3 days ago. Just like on the Forbidden Island, the doctor fused genes from various unknown creatures into her, and she became a sickly white. Jiang Yu's heart was like a raging storm. She hurried to the bathroom mirror and looked at the person in the mirror. Chapter 19, Perfect Stem Cells. The girl in the mirror looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, with bright features and a palm-sized oval face, without a single blemish. She originally had pretty facial features, but she was too dark and too thin, like a yellow-haired girl. Jiang Yu tilted his head slightly, and the girl in the mirror also tilted her head slightly. The black and smooth shoulder-length hair flows like the finest silk. Jiang Yu thought of something, took out a fruit knife from the space, cut his palm, and blood flowed out instantly. But it only took less than a minute. The wound that had just been cut began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth curled up wildly, and there was a somewhat sick light flashing in his eyes. He kept repeating it in his mouth. It actually worked. That damn old man succeeded. She raised her knife and cut off a piece of her little finger, which fell into the pool along with blood. The white bone residue at the broken end of the little finger was particularly creepy amid the bright red flesh and blood. Jiang Yu waited patiently. As time passed, blood dripped down, and the speed of blood flowed slower and slower. More than an hour later, a pool of red blood began to flow from the severed finger, and new flesh was growing. Just like a gecko breaks off its tail and regenerates a new finger. After a long silence, Jiang Yu murmured softly, "This is the doctor's genetic modification. Was successful? What's going on? She was reborn. So shouldn't she go back to the time before everything started? How so?" After a moment, a burst of arrogant laughter broke out in the bathroom. "Haha, it worked. That damn old man killed thousands of people with special powers. But he never accomplished something until his death, but he actually succeeded. Ha 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 ha." She covered her face, crying and laughing at the same time, looking like she was schizophrenic. Success. Although he was not sure, Jiang Yu guessed that it was probably because his rebirth broke some so-called genetic sequence, which led to the success of the doctor's genetic experiment. So, Jiang Yu's face was covered in tears and blood, making her look miserable. She looked at her bloody hands. The skin of that newly born, intact little finger was as delicate and smooth as that of a baby's. She should be happy with a thick golden finger. With such a strong vitality, as long as she doesn't commit suicide, she will basically not die. But I don't know why, other than being happy. There is also a desire in my heart to destroy everything. This abnormal regenerative ability was the result of her being tied to the experimental table like an animal for countless days and nights. The blood in his body was drained time and time again. The flesh was cut off piece by piece, and the research results were obtained after countless times of living in agony. Even some senior executives knew of her special physique and came to the Forbidden Island in person to watch the experimenter slice off her flesh and blood and put it on a plate. They enjoyed the freshest ingredients with elegant knives and forks, even if the ingredients themselves were looking at them with resentment. Every part of her body was missing. Limbs, skin, flesh, and even internal organs. The doctor's research results were successful, but no, not completely successful. It was still far from his ideal planarian physique. A planarian could grow as many bodies as the number of pieces it was cut into. She looked at the severed finger in the pool. In less than an hour, the severed finger melted into a pool of blood and was washed away by the water. Bones and flesh will rot quickly if separated from the main body of flesh and blood, and will not be able to regenerate into independent individuals like planarians. So she's not yet the perfect Jean the doctor dreams of. Jiang You cried and laughed. Finally, she washed her face and looked at herself in the mirror. The originally dry and yellow hair is now black and smooth. The originally dark and yellow skin is now white and tender. This incredibly beautiful little face. How beautiful. But the thought of the blood flowing from her wound made her feel a little nauseous. Rebirth, it turns out that you can't go back to the time before everything started. After all, she is still the monster in the Forbidden Tower. Hello, Monster Jiang You. The girl in the mirror tilted her head and raised a bright smile. Crash. Then he punched the mirror, and the bathroom mirror shattered, with fragments falling all over the floor. When he got up in the morning, Jiang Yu walked to the balcony as usual and looked down. The water had completely receded. The road was covered with dry mud, and the streets were full of wandering zombies. There is a clear dividing line between the upper and lower parts of the water-soaked building. There were no screams, no passing traffic. The city was as quiet as death. All that was left was the roars of the zombies. She opened the window and let a few big-headed flies into the house. At this time, the flies have mutated. Each one is the size of a thumb, and their flying speed is much faster than normal flies. The buzzing sound never stopped. Jiang Yu ate popsicles while practicing his supernatural powers with the flies. After all, I have experience, and I can make rapid progress by practicing again. It only took 2 days for the large-scale breeze at the beginning to condense into a ball and then be compressed into a wind blade. She can use the wind blade to accurately cut off the head of a flying green-headed fly. The round fly heads fell to the ground one by one. How come Jiang Yu felt that the green eyes were handsome? Although she has mastered accuracy, she cannot use it too many times due to her ability level, and the distance will not exceed 10 meters, so she can only attack at close range. But for beginners, this is already the limit. Although the doomsday has happened, it does not mean that mankind will perish. Organisms will find their own direction of survival. When zombies break out, even small animals like flies and rats can mutate, let alone humans. There are also people among humans who have awakened various superpowers that are different from ordinary people. These people with special abilities are called psychics. There are 4 main types of superpowers. The first type is the body enhancement ability, including strength enhancement, speed enhancement, enhancement of the 5 senses such as smell, hearing, and vision, as well as body enhancement and sound enhancement. Strengthening abilities are also the most common abilities. The second type is elemental abilities, including gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The third type is natural abilities, wind, thunder, lightning, and ice. The fourth type is non-sequenced ability. This ability has no sequence, no rules, and is awakened completely randomly. And it is extremely rare. The known non-sequential superpowers in the previous life include psychic superpowers, healing superpowers, invisibility superpowers, space superpowers, etc. The level of supernatural powers is divided into 6 realms and 3 levels. F is the primary level, and so on. A is the highest level. There might be people with abilities beyond Class A, but she had never seen one. When Jiang Yu died, he was an A3 level psychic. In a small base, it is enough to have an A3 level psychic in charge. While she was practicing her supernatural powers, a lot of things had happened outside. Some people were braver than other survivors from the beginning. After the water receded, they walked out of their homes with weapons and fought the zombies to the death. Then I found that this kind of monster is not that scary in the early stage. As long as you are brave and careful, you can still deal with it. So they risked their lives to go out and search for supplies. This group of people was at the front and had the advantage of being the first to arrive in terms of finding supplies. Some people hid in their homes until they ran out of ammunition and food, and then they mustered up the courage to face the monsters. But it was too late. The edible and easy-to-find supplies had already been grabbed by others. More and more people got over the initial fear and found ways to survive. Because of the previous heavy rain and flooding, many supplies have been soaked and damaged. Most of the grains exposed outside have already been soaked and rotted. Only those foods or canned drinks that were well packaged had not been spoiled. But at this time, as long as it was food, even if it was moldy and rotten, you could still eat it even if you were extremely hungry. There are millions of residents in the entire city of A. Even if half of them turn into zombies, the remaining population will still be a terrifying number. There are more wolves than meat, so the conflicts are naturally more brutal. Scenes of murder or being killed are happening all the time in every corner of the city. Some are relatives, some are friends, and some are strangers. Regardless of whether these people were white-collar workers, wealthy people, workers, or bosses before, at this time, no one mentioned their assets. The only useful thing is the weapon in your hand. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Between life and death, husband and wife turn against each other, brothers kill each other, and sisters become enemies. Dramas are happening every moment. Trust between people has reached a freezing point. Jiang You was in no hurry to go out. She had stockpiled supplies herself. In addition, she had previously acquired the largest warehouse of a foreign supermarket chain in the city. Now, the supplies in her space were enough for her to eat for several lifetimes. As for zombies, the current zombies probably haven't grown crystal cores in their brains yet, so there's no need to rush to take action. The crystal core is a kind of energy body in the zombie's brain. Not only zombies, but also mutant beasts, mutant plants, and even people with special powers. Any evolved creature will have such an energy crystal in its brain. This is a concrete manifestation of the convergence of supernatural powers. Absorbing crystal cores is beneficial to any living thing. A mutant can absorb crystal cores to help him advance. Mutant animals, plants, or zombies can evolve faster by devouring crystal cores. Even ordinary people can have the opportunity to awaken special powers by swallowing and absorbing crystal cores, but ordinary bodies cannot bear the power of crystal cores, so there are only 3 results of doing so. One is to break through the limit between life and death, awaken superpowers, and become a superpower. The second is death by explosion. The third is to be infected and become a zombie or other monster. Compared to the latter, the possibility of becoming a mutant is less than 5%. But even this 5% possibility is enough to drive people crazy. After all, in the end times, strength is everything. Chapter 20, Human Nature. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Li Yang's body was lying on the ground, his head blown up by a bullet, and only a mass of flesh and blood remained where the bullet pierced his left eye. Blood spurted out from the back of his head and turned into mist. The man was dead, but his right eye was still staring at Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao was already scared out of his wits. Who would have thought that the 3 men were chatting and laughing as they went to find women to relieve their sexual desires just a second ago? But when they came back, they shot Li Yang to death without saying a word. Wang Jinbao's pupils widened, his legs trembling as he knelt on the ground, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his face. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at Scar in horror. "Brother Scar, what's wrong? Why are you angry?" He was standing close to Li Yang just now, and his face was covered in blood. But he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it. "Brother Scar, what's wrong with you? Did Li Yang do something wrong?" Seeing his cowardly look, Scar sneered. "Wang Jinbao, I think you are just like your brother. You have had enough of living. How dare you have evil intentions towards us? That Li Jie has a gun at home. Why didn't you tell us? Huang Si is dead. I think you want to die too." Wang Jinbao kowtowed quickly, trembling all over. "What? Li Jie's wife actually has a gun hidden in her house? Is she a drug dealer?" "I don't know, I really don't know. Brother Scar, I swear I really didn't mean it. I didn't know that ugly woman had a gun in her house. I used to see her going in and out of the community, and she seemed like a normal woman, but I never knew she was so bold and had guns and even drugs at home. If I knew about this, I wouldn't dare to hide it from you, Scar brother. Really, please believe me, Scar brother. I am your dog. I dare not go west if you point east. If you ask me to catch dogs, I will definitely not chase chickens. Really, I'm the most loyal, Scar brother. Please forgive me. Give me another chance. Please. I don't want to die, Scar brother. I don't want to die." These days, Scar and his men went around killing zombies and searching for supplies during the day. In peacetime, these people are desperados, but when order is disrupted, they become the first to adapt. These guys have become inflated since they killed the first person. No one can control them. It seems that my time has come. They searched for supplies and killed zombies in the surrounding area during the day. In the evening, I went to the place provided by Wang Jinbao to have fun. In the doomsday, women are generally timid, especially those living alone. Except for those who turn into zombies. Most of them hid at home. Wang Jinbao is a security guard in the residential area. He knows all about the beautiful women who used to live in that house. Although some died and some turned into zombies, the accuracy of the information was still much higher than their blind guessing. People like Scar, relying on their strong body and cruel methods, quickly became the people that ordinary people could not afford to mess with in the community. There are even quite a few people who follow them. Some of these people are survivors from outside, and some are survivors within the community itself. There were both men and women, and soon a small force was formed with Scar as the leader. Every night, they would find a woman to have fun with. Not only did Scar sleep with his body, he also let his men take turns insulting him. Some good-looking men were spotted by Scar and could not escape his fate. He is a man who doesn't mind eating either meat or vegetables. He has some good-looking women and men under his command, many of whom have physical relationships with him. Those who are not good-looking unexpectedly escape the disaster. These people are brutal and perverted, and almost no one can survive a night. But just yesterday, they went to the home of a young woman mentioned by Wang Jinbao, just like they did 2 days ago. Unexpectedly, the woman was a former trafficker and had guns hidden in her home. As soon as they entered, Huang Si, who was walking in front, was shot dead. Several people behind were also hit in vital areas. Li Yang originally went along to take advantage. Every time Scar and the others had enjoyed themselves, they would leave the women to other brothers. But who would have thought that when faced with danger, Li Yang would panic and push Scar, then turn around and run away. It was this push that caused him to be almost shot. It was this push that caused Scar to come back. Even though Li Yang knelt down and begged for mercy immediately, he still beat Li Yang to death. As for the woman, she was ultimately no match for the other two and was eventually humiliated to death. Ma Zi said in Scar's ear, "Boss, I don't think this Wang Jinbao is any use. We kept him before because he knew the identities of the previous owners of the community, but now it's all in chaos. Many people died, and there were many outside survivors. His information is no longer accurate, and there is no point in keeping it. Yes, there is no use keeping Wang Jinbao. Boss, if we kill him, we can save more food." A man wearing glasses said to Scar in a flattering manner. No. Scar brother, I am your most loyal dog. Please let me go. Really, I am really obedient. Look, vuif. I really mean it. Please spare my life, Scar brother. Hearing several people openly discussing killing him, Wang Jinbao was so scared that his whole body was shaking. A stream of yellowish water flowed down from the trouser legs, and the room was suddenly filled with an unpleasant smell of urine. Boss, there are many people who want to be dogs. There is no need to keep a useless one, said one of his men to Scar. Scar nodded. You're right, there's no need to keep a useless dog. With a gunshot, Wang Jinbao's head exploded and he fell to the ground with his eyes open. Everyone thought the matter was over and breathed a sigh of relief. But who would have known that in the next second, Scar turned the gun directly towards the head of the person who had just advised him. Without blinking, he pulled the trigger. Bah! Another gunshot was heard, and the man was shot through the center of his forehead. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why he suddenly killed his men. But at this time, no one dared to speak. Scar raised a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and said to the corpse, You're right, but I don't like others telling me what to do. After he finished speaking, he looked around at everyone and said, I don't like people questioning my decisions, even if they are wrong. I hope that next time, I won't hear similar voices. Scar's brutality once again impressed everyone, and the others nodded quickly. Scar then sat on the sofa with satisfaction. He reached out and took a can of fruit, opened it, and ate it. Canned fruit is a rare food that only Scar, the boss, is qualified to eat. Now it is not just a can, but also a status symbol. It was a can of yellow peaches. In the scorching heat, the moment the can was opened, the sweet aroma of the yellow peaches filled the room. The others couldn't help swallowing their saliva and watched Scar enjoying eating the fruit pulp and drinking canned water. The room was so quiet that the only sounds were of Scar smacking his food and drinking his soup. Chapter 21 Green Fly. Scar ate while observing the others, smiling with satisfaction. He used to live a life of idleness and waiting to die in prison. There was no threat of zombies, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment, so he was not afraid of anything. No one dared to mess with him in prison, so he lived a good life. But Scar likes this moment, because now he has the power to decide life and death over other people, and he feels like he is the king of this world. Whether it was delicious food or beautiful women, he could choose them all. If you don't like someone, just kill him. If you like it, just grab it back. No one can control him. There is no law to judge him. This feeling is really so great. After finishing the canned food, Scar picked out a handsome young man and dragged him into the room. An intermittent communication campaign between two people began. Scar lived a very comfortable life, but too comfortable and always felt unsatisfied. He looked at the men and women huddled in the corner and spat in annoyance. Damn, what kind of bastards are they? Aren't there any cleaner beauties out there? One of the younger brothers understood what he meant. Boss, you mean it has never been used? Scar raised the corner of his mouth. When eating, you have to eat clean food. It doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. The most important thing is that it is pure natural and pollution-free. The man came up and flattered. Boss, don't you want some beautiful beauties? I know too. There was a survivor who escaped in the day before yesterday and lived on the 22nd floor of Building 1. But I'm not sure which household he lived in. I saw her when she ran in, and there was a man next to her, probably her boyfriend. That woman, I tell you, is incredibly beautiful, with skin as white as a celebrity. Judging from the way she walks, she is probably still a virgin. There is another woman on the 24th floor. I have seen her. She is not very old and probably has never been in a relationship. Everything else about her is fine except that she is too dark. She is so dark, I don't think you would like her, boss. A few minutes later, several naked bodies were thrown from the balcony and hit the ground in a bloody mess. The smell of blood immediately attracted a lot of zombies, who gathered together and scrambled to eat the corpses on the ground. Scar smiled contemptuously. Now he didn't take the zombies seriously at all. These things move slowly, and once you chop off their heads, they immediately lose their ability to move, so they are not too difficult to deal with. At night, Scar and a dozen of his men sneaked to the 22nd floor of Building Number 1. Originally, there were 4 households per floor, but now, the doors of 2 houses were destroyed, the house was in a mess, and there were rotting and smelly corpses. The doors of the remaining 2 rooms were closed. Scar stepped back and signaled his younger brother in front to knock on the door. After being ambushed by Li Jie last time, he became more cautious. After all, the world is in chaos now, and he is not the only one with a gun. Therefore, when there is danger, I will clear the way first and won't feel bad even if the cannon fodder dies. There are advantages. You go up first and your juniors line up, and the first-come first-served system is very clear. This is the kind of person who can be a good person under his command. They are all a group of survivors who have done all kinds of evil. They are oppressed by Scar, but when they turn around and face other survivors. These methods are no less cruel than Scar's. Scar has 2 hobbies in his life. One is gambling, the other is women. The reason why he was sentenced to life imprisonment was because he lost so much money at the gambling table that he not only hacked the winner to death, but also raped and killed the winner's wife. Now it is the end of the world, and it is difficult for him to meet those beautiful women who were once high and mighty. It's just an object that is within reach. 23rd floor. In Jiang Yu's living room. Booze, booze, booze. A swarm of thumb-sized green flies were flying around the house. Jiang Yu controlled his supernatural powers skillfully, and wind blades accurately cut through the fast-flying green-headed flies, causing them to fall to the ground one by one. Some lost their heads, some had their wings cut off, and some had only a butt left. There were all kinds of ways of dying. These flies are small and fast, making them perfect for practicing your aim. In the apocalypse, the first people to evolve will not be humans, but small insects like flies and cockroaches. It's just that after their evolution, except that their size has become larger, their speed and destructive power have increased, but their habits have not changed much. Otherwise, no one would be able to survive the attacks of these insects alone. In the city's sewers, there are far more insects than humans. Jiang Yu counted every time he chopped off a fly with the wind blade. 101, 122, 126. By the time the last green-headed fly, flying in the living room, fell to the ground, Jiang Yu's special abilities had been completely used up. She took a broom and dustpan and swept the bodies together, but she didn't have time to dump them into the trash can. The next second, 2 gunshots were heard. She turned her head and looked. Although there was nothing unusual about the security door from the inside, she was very sure that the bullet had hit her security door. You are such a shameless person. You don't want to accept my toast, but you deserve it. It's a blessing from your past life that my Scar brother likes your girlfriend, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Little sister, don't follow this pretty boy. As long as you obey our Scar brother, you can have whatever you want. Jiang Yu looked out through the peephole and saw a dozen men blocking a man and a woman in the corridor. The man and woman were obviously forced to escape all the way up from downstairs. The people who surrounded them had guns in their hands. They were probably the ones who fired the shots. Jiang Yu is not a good person. When he sees someone in danger, he has no intention of helping. She just stood behind the door silently, looking at the world outside. At most, she would wait until everyone left and then clean up the garbage at her door. Feng Yunyun grabbed the kitchen knife in her hand in fear and looked at Scar, the leader, angrily. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I will never be with a despicable and disgusting thing like you. Han Jiang had many wounds on his body and was shot in the stomach. Blood was gushing out and soaking the ground along his trouser legs. But even though he was seriously injured, he still protected Feng Yunyun behind him. Yunyun, don't be afraid. If we die, we will die together. I promised you that I would take you to find your parents. We will be together forever. Feng Yunyun's eyes were filled with tears. She bit her lip and nodded. Yes, we will be together even if we die. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Ma Zi spat on the ground twice with a look of disdain on his face. Damn it, showing affection in front of me, damn it. Boss, why don't you just beat this pretty boy to death? Scar just laughed. Why would you just beat him to death? These days, I play with at least 8 out of 10 women and men, but I've never seen a couple with such a good relationship. Those couples, they are all cowards in front of bullets. This is the first time I have met such a courageous person. Such a good relationship. I like it, ha ha ha. He actually looked at Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun with some admiration. Chapter 22, The more you call me, the more excited I am. Since they have such a good relationship, let him watch carefully while we enjoy ourselves. Scar's eyes were fixed on Feng Yunyun's graceful figure. To be honest, it would be no fun if those women didn't resist at all. Only a little hot pepper like this would be interesting. Thinking of Han Jiang watching Feng Yunyun being abused by them, with that angry but helpless look on his face, Scar felt a little impatient. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi smiled happily. Scar brother is the one who knows how to play. Scar laughed. We don't need to bring it back. Let's just do it here. It's a great location with the right time, right place, and right people. The others also burst into laughter. Then he immediately stepped forward and separated Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun. Let her go, you bunch of beasts. Yunyun, let me go. You will suffer retribution. Bastard. No matter how powerful Han Jiang was, he was outnumbered and was quickly subdued. Feng Yunyun was grabbed by the hair and dragged to the side by several people. Ma Zi took a baseball bat and hit Han Jiang's waist and abdomen dozens of times, then forced him to kneel beside him. Han Jiang felt as if all his internal organs were shattered, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood mixed with minced meat. However, he did not care about much else and fought back with all his might. Let her go. You beast, let her go. Let her go. I can do anything you ask me to do. Just let her go. Please let her go. Yunyun. Scar pressed Feng Yunyun to the ground. While tearing Feng Yunyun's clothes, he stared at Han Jiang excitedly. Hey, shout louder, louder. Ha 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 ha. The louder you shout, the more excited I will be. Ha ha ha. Ma Zi and several other people blushed with excitement as they watched the exciting scene before them. According to the previous rules, once the boss has used it up, it will be theirs. This group of people can no longer be called human beings, but beasts. If they were killing someone in front of him, Jiang You wouldn't even bother to look. However, she would never allow these beasts to dirty her front door. Tear. Scar tore off Feng Yunyun's shirt and bit her fair shoulder with his yellow teeth. The shoulder was white and smooth, with 2 rows of red teeth marks, which was very attractive. But just as he was about to take the next step, a tightly closed door next to him suddenly opened from the inside. There was a loud bang, and Scar's whole movement paused. A bloody hole in the middle of his eyebrows was bleeding. Before he could react to what was happening, he fell limply on top of Feng Yunyun. The blood that kept oozing out of his forehead dripped onto Feng Yunyun's face, and the warmth carried a strong smell of rust. Feng Yunyun was completely stunned. Scar, who had just wanted to insult her, suddenly died. It took her several seconds to react. Scar dead? Just died like that. Blood dripped into Feng Yunyun's eyes, dyeing her entire eye sockets bright red. She screamed and struggled to crawl out from under Scar's body. He looked at the still warm body in horror. Seeing this, several younger brothers who were eager to try immediately realized that an enemy had appeared. They turned around suddenly, and those who had guns drew their guns, and those who didn't have guns took up their weapons. Brother Scar? Ma Zi roared and turned his head angrily to look at Jiang You, who suddenly appeared. You're the one who killed Scar, brother. You bitch, look at me. Bang! Before Ma Zi finished speaking, Jiang You pulled the trigger again and shot Ma Zi without blinking. Kill him if you want to. Why do you have to say so many prefaces? Seeing this, others rushed over. Jiang Yu dodged while pulling the trigger quickly. After a few gunshots, the panicked crowd fell down one after another. Every shot hit the center of the eyebrows, without any deviation. Jiang You looked at Ma Zi's face that was still open and his mouth that hadn't closed in time, and blew calmly at the muzzle of his gun. Haven't you heard that villains die because they talk too much? Idiot! Han Jiang originally thought that he and Feng Yunyun were doomed, but unexpectedly, they managed to survive. The reason why Scar is so powerful among the survivors is that several of his men have guns, and he also has many control knives that he got from nowhere. Normally, if someone offended them, they would either be shot to death or chopped to pieces. Therefore, no one dared to offend him. In the early days of the end of the world, if you have a wooden warehouse in your hand, basically no one dares to provoke you. After all, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, they are not as good as a kitchen knife. No matter how good your skills are, can you resist bullets? But no one expected that Scar, who had always done so many evil things, would die here so easily. And looking at the bullet holes on other people's heads, the accuracy is extremely high, which is something ordinary people can't do. It was obvious that the man who fired the shot was a veteran. Only then did Han Jiang dare to look at their savior. Next to the security door, the black-haired girl stood there calmly. She was clean, had big, round eyes, an unusually pale skin, and very red lips. She looked at the corpses on the ground indifferently, as if she was looking at a pile of garbage. There was no trace of murderous intent on him. Normal people will have strong emotions when they are angry or killing people. But she didn't, as if she had just killed a few fish. Her eyes were calm, so calm that it was a little abnormal. Han Jiang also noticed one thing, that is, she was very clean. The hair is dry, the face and body are clean, and the clothes are the same. This is a normal thing in peacetime, but now is the end of the world. Many survivors didn't even have enough water. Like him and Feng Yunyun, their faces were greasy, and they didn't care about their dirty clothes. They had to use all their strength to survive. How can I have the energy to clean myself up? But she was able to keep herself so clean. Obviously, she was not short of water. As if noticing Han Jiang's gaze, Jiang Yu glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 23 Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun. He quickly bowed his head and thanked him. Thank you for saving my life. Jiang Yu raised his hand to interrupt his next words. Don't thank me. I don't want to save anyone. I just don't want to dirty the door. Han Jiang nodded. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that it was a little girl who killed so many people in one breath. But after she finished speaking, Han Jiang saw her walking straight towards Feng Yunyun. Han Jiang quickly got up, supported his chest, and quickly crawled to Feng Yunyun's side in 2 steps. He moved sideways to block Feng Yunyun so that she dared not move. He knew that the man in front of him had just saved him, but no one can guarantee that she won't suddenly change her mind and kill them again. Han Jiang couldn't see through the woman who suddenly appeared in front of him. The indifference she showed when killing people was more terrifying than Scar's brutality. Violence at least proves that this person has anger. But her calmness meant that she had become accustomed to it, accustomed to killing. Feng Yunyun grabbed Han Jiang's hand and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared with some horror in her eyes. Seeing her raise the barrel of the gun, he subconsciously closed his eyes. She waited for death and despair. To die at the hands of this woman was better than to be insulted by these bitches with dignity. Her closed eyes kept trembling and tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. Feng Yunyun is pretty and she looks pretty even when she cries, but at this moment Jiang Yu is not the kind of person who can appreciate beauty. She waited for a long time, but no gunshot was heard. He opened his eyes hesitantly, and after seeing the scene in front of him, he took a breath, and then his eyes widened. Jiang Yu suddenly kicked Scar's body over, and then without blinking, he stomped on Scar's lower body dozens of times with 1 foot. With the sound of smacking, Scar's buttocks were already a bloody mess. Without even looking, Feng Yunyun knew that the thing must have turned into a pool of meat paste. She looked at Jiang Yu, who was so ruthless, and the fear in her eyes disappeared, and a kind of excitement gradually rose. Yes, step on it. Step hard. Crush them all. Then Jiang Yu, like a little pervert, crushed each of his brother's tools into meat paste. These people had been beaten to death, their bodies swaying slightly as she kicked them one after another, and some of them even died with their eyes open. Although this man saved both of them, no one knew why. Han Jiang subconsciously clamped his legs together and felt some pain somewhere. This woman is so scary, not only killing people, but also whipping the corpse. Feng Yunyun came back to her senses and saw her boyfriend, who was covered in bruises and had a pale face. She grabbed his arm worriedly and asked, Han Jiang, are you okay? I'm fine, luckily you're okay. Han Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he opened his mouth. He stroked Feng Yunyun's face with a pale face. I'm fine. I won't die. After saying that, he turned to look at Jiang You and was about to thank her again. Thank you for saving my life. Before she could finish her words, the black muzzle of a gun was pressed against her forehead. Han Jiang swallowed silently. This big sister seems to have a bad temper. Feng Yunyun's relaxed mood immediately tensed up. She looked at Jiang You in horror. What are you going to do? Clean up the garbage at the door and leave quickly. Jiang Yu said calmly. I saved 2 of your lives. Cleaning up my door is not a big deal, right? Han Jiang had the muzzle of a gun pointed at his head. No problem, no problem. Feng Yunyun also nodded quickly. We will clean it up. Thank you for saving us. I can't repay you enough. Forget about the promise of marriage. I don't need you to work like a slave for me. Just pack up and leave. I don't like strangers showing up at my door. Jiang Yu didn't like dealing with people very much. So after saying these words, he turned around and went back. Before entering the house, she threw her bloody slippers at the door. Please throw away my slippers too. Disgusting. The 2 nodded repeatedly. Okay. The door closed, and Han Jiang and Feng Yunyun looked at each other. Han Jiang, this woman is a little strange. Feng Yunyun, which big boss doesn't have a temper? Shouldn't a capable person be different from others? She didn't feel anything was wrong at all. She had escaped death, and her savior now just wanted her to clean up. Make sure it's done well. Feng Yunyun stood up on her knees and looked at the dead bodies on the ground. I felt indescribably happy in my heart. These beasts have finally been dealt with. They deserve it. These bastards will go to hell after they die. 13 people died in just a few seconds, and many of them didn't even have the chance to draw their guns and shoot. When the boss takes action, it is clean and efficient. She slapped Scar's body a dozen times as if to vent her anger, and then stripped off everyone's clothes. Yunyun, why are you taking off their clothes? Make a rag. Didn't you just ask us to clean the door? How can you clean it without mopping the floor? Feng Yunyun sighed. Men, they just can't see the work in their eyes. Unlike her, how careful. After resting for a few minutes, Han Jiang stood up, gritted his teeth, dragged the naked corpse to the side of the corridor, then picked it up and threw it out of the corridor window. Corpses fell to the ground from great heights. The sound of bang-bang of things landing on the ground attracted the zombies wandering nearby. There was an unlucky zombie wandering right below that was even hit by the corpse and couldn't even get up. Next to the flower bed, the 2 wandering female zombies looked up at the sky, then at the dozen or so fresh bodies that suddenly appeared on the ground. The 2 zombies looked at each other with their gray eyes. Roar, roar, roar. Takeaway is here. Then they rushed towards the dozen or so corpses. The other zombies noticed the commotion here and became agitated as well. In a short while, the dozen or so corpses on the road were reduced to a bloody skeleton. As for the clothes that were stripped off, Feng Yunyun knelt on the ground and used the clothes to wipe the floor, making it clean. Wipe it clean? If you don't, what will they do if the boss gets upset and collapses? Yunyun, this woman looks very powerful. How about? After cleaning the ground, Han Jiang looked at the closed door hesitantly. Although he didn't say the rest, Feng Yunyun knew what he was thinking. Han Jiang felt that if they could get in touch with this powerful woman, there would be countless benefits. At least if Yunyun encounters such a thing again in the future, she will not be alone and helpless. Feng Yunyun quickly covered his mouth. Han Jiang, don't think about anything unnecessary. She has done us a great favor by saving us, and her attitude is very clear. If we flatter her and pester her, we will be repaying kindness with enmity. Her eyes were a little red. I know you were worried about me, but for someone as capable as this, if we don't know what's good for us, she could have saved us before, but now she can kill us. We are lucky to have escaped death. If we are not satisfied, our fate will be the same as Scar and the others. Looking at Feng Yunyun's red eyes, Han Jiang gritted his teeth and nodded. I understand. People are often like this. Han Jiang knew the reputation of Scar and his gang before, but he never thought of joining them because he knew clearly that Scar was a bad guy. But now that Jiang You saved them, he wanted more protection. They even thought that if Jiang You didn't agree, they could use other means to morally blackmail her. Because he felt that since Jiang You saved them, he was a good person. They dare not provoke bad guys. Good people, on the other hand, can bargain and even ask for more. Feng Yunyun knew what he was thinking. After all, they had been together for 7 or 8 years. As soon as Han Jiang's eyes moved, she knew what he wanted to do. So they dragged him away. Although that pretty girl saved them, She was definitely not the kind of person who was easy to control as Han Jiang thought. The way she looked at herself and Han Jiang was as if she was looking at a dead person. If Han Jiang had offended her just now, Feng Yinyan was sure that the two of them would probably be among the corpses now. The most important thing now is to take Han Jiang back to recuperate. Scar and his men are dead, but they have been rampant before and robbed a lot of things from other survivors, so there must be food, medicine, and other things in their house. You have to pick up the leak before other survivors find out. Feng Yinyan pulled Han Jiang and ran faster. When they were cleaning up just now, they collected all of Scar and his men's weapons, including several guns and various knives. Next, if it weren't for their bad luck, Feng Yinyan felt that they were in a much better situation than at the beginning. Chapter 24 Sound. More than an hour later, Jiang You completed his morning training plan and looked out the door again. I found that the front door of my house was shockingly clean. I don't know how the couple kept the house clean. In this time when there were no mops or water, they were able to clean the floor tiles at the door as if they had been polished. They can clearly capture people's shadows. It is still very hot outside. After the flood and high temperature, there is almost no greenery in the whole city when you look around. Only dry tree branches were left in the flower bed downstairs in the community. The scenery is even more desolate than in winter. But these days, she always seemed to hear some strange noises at night, like the sound of sharp claws scratching on the ground. Or there might be the faint sound of an iron chain being dragged. And the sound was obviously coming from above. Although there were 2 floors above, 3 families had their family members turn into zombies, resulting in the entire family being wiped out. The rest were either not at home before the apocalypse or had fled. Why is there such a noise? At this moment, Jiang You heard a few faint noises again. She looked up at the ceiling, and after a while, she walked out of the house with the gun and went upstairs. As soon as I opened the door, a wave of heat hit me in the face. She first checked the entire 24th floor and found nothing unusual. I don't know when 2 zombies came walking in from the 25th floor. They looked familiar, as if they were residents of this building. One of the zombies was carrying a backpack on his back. The 2 zombies were wandering around in the corridor on the 25th floor, and half of one of them had his face eaten clean. The exposed alveolar bone opens and closes, and you can directly see the throat. Another zombie had a big hole torn in its stomach with a piece of blackened intestine hanging outside, swaying with its movements. Suddenly, the 2 zombies seemed to smell the breath of living people. He instantly perked up, his gray eyes searching around and his nostrils twitching. The 2 zombies paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around and rushed towards the source of the smell. Roar, roar, roar. In the open mouth, the sharp teeth and the strong smell of bad breath are comparable to biological weapons. There were rotten pieces of meat hanging on the sharp claws. Just as the 2 zombies pounced towards him, Jiang You quickly took aim and pulled the trigger. 2 bullets accurately penetrated the zombie's skull. The corpse that was rushing forward suddenly fell down and hit Jiang Yu's feet. After confirming the zombie's death, Jiang Yu carefully searched the 25th floor and finally found that the sound might come from the rooftop. The roof of this building is enclosed when the developer was building the house. A separate rooftop of 500 or 600 square meters was built for a single household, and it naturally became that family's private garden. The other floors have 4 households per elevator, but the rooftop has 1 household per elevator. Generally speaking, houses like this are given away or sold to people with connections. She walked up the stairs to the top floor and saw a security door. Jiang Yu used his gun to punch a circle of holes in the lock, then raised his foot to kick a hole. As a result, when he stepped on it, he heard a crash. The entire door fell off its frame. Jiang Yu looked at the security door, hanging on his leg in confusion, with some honeycomb-like cardboard vaguely visible in the broken parts. I immediately realized that this was another anti-theft door that was not anti-theft. She pulled her legs out of the doorway and entered the house through the security door. This is the top floor. Although there is a layer of insulation above our heads, it is still hotter than other floors. And because of the power outage for so many days, many things in the house have rotted. As soon as I entered the door, I smelled a rotten and foul smell. Although the things in this room are a bit messy, they are not damaged, which is serious. But the stench in the house was too obvious. It was not the smell of fermenting fruits and vegetables, but the smell of a large amount of rotting meat. Jiang Yu originally thought there was a rotting corpse in the house, but after searching around, he found that the strong stench came from the refrigerator. She held her breath and opened the refrigerator, but only for a moment before slamming it shut again. The refrigerator was full of black plastic bags, rotten meat, and maggots. It was disgusting to look at them. The upper and lower layers of the refrigerator were filled with black plastic bags. Jiang You didn't know what kind of creature they were, but he was almost certain that they were meat. After all, the smell of rotting meat is completely different from that of fruits and vegetables, and the bags are crawling with maggots. That black plastic bag is obviously the garbage bag commonly used at home. You live in such a nice house, but you actually use garbage bags to pack food? There really are all kinds of weird people. Jiang You slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window is a large terrace. Looking around, it seems to be at least 500 square meters, which is very large. In addition to the terrace, there are two zombies. Two zombies, a man and a woman, were knocking on the door listlessly. Ho ho ho. Bang, bang, bang. The rotten face was pressed tightly against the glass, and its claws kept scratching, making a teeth-aching scratching sound. These two zombies are probably the owners of this house. The scratching sounds that Jiang You heard from time to time were probably made by them. The male zombie was wearing a suit, but now the suit had been scratched and was torn into pieces, like a piece of cloth. The female zombie was wearing a red dress, and it seemed that they were probably dating before they turned into zombies. As if they smelled a living person, the two zombies moved more urgently. The rotten face was deformed against the glass, and a low growl kept coming out of the mouth. Jiang You looked behind the two of them. There were messy food, red wine glasses, and overturned candlesticks on the table on the terrace. It seemed that the two were having a candlelight dinner before they turned into zombies. At this moment, the switch of the glass door is right next to it, but the two zombies can only bang on the glass angrily, trying to get in. It is estimated that these two zombies have not eaten for a long time, and coupled with the excessive sun exposure, their bodies are very thin, and even their strength seems weak. The house is beautifully decorated and has not been destroyed. It has a simple wooden style combined with some exotic touches, plus the large terrace that I just caught a glimpse of. She suddenly had the urge to move. No, why move? This is my home. So she originally planned to kick the glass door to get rid of the two zombies, but she searched the room for a long time and found a spare key. He opened the glass door from the inside, kicked the two zombies back with 2 kicks, and then fired 2 shots in succession. The splattered brain matter and smelly black blood did not dirty the house. But apart from the zombies, the sound of dragging iron chains could clearly be heard. Where did that sound come from? Slowly, she searched around the terrace. At this moment, she felt that she was getting closer and closer to the rustling sound of the chains. This terrace is very beautiful, with a lot of green plants planted around it, although they have all died, and the ground is paved with antiseptic wooden platforms and terrazzo floors. There was no sound of dragging chains now, but Jiang You smelled a faint stench. She walked in the direction of the smell. A row of cat cages was found in an inconspicuous corner of the terrace. Chapter 12 Mutant cat. These cages are just ordinary stainless steel cages, and they are filled with shriveled corpses in groups of 3 or 2. Under the high temperature, the corpse rotted quickly, and then the muscles were eaten by insects, leaving only the dried fur wrapped around the bones. It is obvious that these dried corpses are all from the cat family. In the cage at the far end was the body of a medium-sized dog. It has long black hair, and I can't tell what breed it is. It might be a husky or a sheepdog. She originally thought that the bodies were cats that the two people kept, and that they were probably cat lovers. However, when she looked at the bodies carefully, she found that almost all of them were mutilated. Although the corpses have been deformed to a certain extent due to decay and drying, it is obvious that they are not complete. The gap in the cage was very small, and the zombies couldn't reach their hands in it all. It was also locked from the outside and had never been opened. That proves that the corpse was not destroyed by zombies. Some of the bodies had steel bars piercing their heads, some were missing arms, and some were missing legs. The worst thing was a cat in the corner, whose body had obviously been skinned. And outside the cat cage, there was a pile of smelly fur. Jiang You also found a tripod for filming in the corner, as well as a platform that was covered with black blood stains, which looked like they had been there for more than a day or 2. Jiang You didn't know what he was thinking about, and his face turned a little dark. The bloodstains on the platform and the pile of rusty and rough tools were obviously not used to treat animals. For some reason, Jiang You thought of his experience in the laboratory. She could even see the scene in her mind, just as she was on the operating table. They are all beasts at the mercy of others. Crash. Just then, she heard the sound of the chain being dragged again. Turning my head and looking in the direction of the sound, I saw iron chains making a slight sound in the dark shadows under the concrete platform, and a tabby cat walked out from the cracks in the darkness. Jiang You has seen countless terrifying looks, but they were all seen on people, especially in the Forbidden Tower where there were countless such looks. The eyes of wild beasts may be ferocious, but they do not have the viciousness that is common to humans. And now, Jiang Yu saw this kind of look in a cat for the first time. It's like a perverted murderer is staring at you, with not only cruelty, but also madness and inexplicable weirdness in his eyes. That tabby cat was slightly larger than the average tabby cat, but very thin, and the skeleton could be clearly seen beneath its fur. It looked fiercely at the human who invaded its territory, its eyes filled with a sinister and dark look. It hates every human being who comes near it equally. The tabby cat had an iron chain as thick as a thumb tied around its neck. Every time it moved, the chain rattled. Although it's a bit wrong to describe a cat as ferocious. But for some reason, Jiang Yu thought of this word the first time he saw the cat. Its body was covered with various wounds, and in some places the bones were even visible, which were obviously caused by the zombie's claws. There were many places where the hair had fallen off his body. Although he was skinny and had a fierce look in his eyes, one could tell at a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Meow! The cat first stood up, its body arched, and it suddenly pounced towards Jiang Yu, but was restrained by the chains and fell heavily to the ground. But he still glared at Jiang Yu fiercely, as if she would be torn to pieces if she took another step forward. Jiang Yu then discovered that there was blood around the cat's mouth, and on the ground next to it there were a few pieces of blackened meat with bite marks. Her pupils trembled, and her originally relaxed expression suddenly became a little serious. As if he remembered something, he turned around and walked quickly to the bodies of the two zombies. She originally thought that the claws on the zombies' clothes were for them to scratch each other, but now it seems that is not the case. Jiang Yu carefully observed the scratches on the two zombies and found that the wounds were thin and every 3 or 4 wounds were very close to each other. It doesn't look like the scratches were caused by zombies, but more like those caused by a cat. She checked the bodies of the two zombies again and found that both of them had wounds of missing muscles. Combined with the blue and black pieces of flesh around the tabby cat, she quickly understood where the missing flesh had gone. That's a cat that ate zombie meat. It must be because the two zombies wanted to eat the cat, but the cat bit them off time and time again. After all, the wounds on this body don't seem to be caused by just 1 or 2 times. That cat actually ate zombie meat. While being bound by iron chains and attacked by 2 zombies, he not only avoided becoming a meal, but was also able to bite off flesh from the zombies. This combat power is extraordinary. Jiang Yu walked up to the tabby cat again and stared into its eyes. Although his body was extremely rough, his eyes were as clear as the finest jade. This cat has not turned into a corpse. It may be a mutant cat, but even if it is a mutant cat, such combat power is considered strong. You have to know that the early mutated animals are only slightly stronger than normal animals in strength and speed, but there is no qualitative change. Moreover, if mutated animals eat zombie meat, they will basically be infected by the zombie virus and turn into zombies directly. But this cat didn't. It's very special. Whether it is an animal or a human, if infected by the zombie virus, they will become ill within 1 or 2 hours at most. But this tabby cat is obviously rational. She stretched out her hand tentatively, and the tabby cat immediately pounced on her with its teeth bared, as if it would rather die together with her than be bullied. Yo, you're still a little hot pepper. Jiang Yu looked at the ferocious tabby cat with great interest. She liked ferocious little animals. After all, cuteness is useless in the face of sharp claws. Little guy, do you want to hang out with me? Meow. The tabby cat was very ferocious. 10 cat strips a day. Meow. Canned food 3 times a day. Meow. You can eat any chicken, duck, fish, or meat you want. Meow. Stupid human, how dare you cheat me like this? I'm not going to be fooled. The cat went crazy again and rushed forward madly, the iron chain rattling, and its hair flying all over the place. The sharp cat claws were almost leaving after images in the sunlight. Chapter 26, Who Stole My Squid? You really don't want to consider my conditions? The tabby cat pulled the chain, making a rattling sound, and its sharp claws flashed coldly in the sunlight. Meow. Well, it looks like there's nothing to talk about. So in the following days, Jiang Yu was no longer bored. She moved, putting everything in the house that could be moved into the space and then moved it to the top floor. After all, the large terrace on the rooftop is more suitable for her to exercise. And the security door was repaired. While cleaning up, she found a hard drive, and after plugging it into her tablet, she discovered many videos that were very uncomfortable to watch. Most of the content is about cat or dog abuse. In these videos, each animal has a separate folder. She found the folder about the tabby cat, named 353. There are 2 videos in this folder. The first video is when they went to the countryside to play and found a tabby cat tied up with a chain by a fellow villager. In the words of the fellow villager, this cat has several lives on its hands and must be tied up with a chain. They took a fancy to this wild and unruly tabby cat, so they bought it, prepared to tame it, and then tortured it to death. The second video is the cat's daily life after arriving home. Jiang You watched other videos and found that the couple specifically looked for wild cats and dogs that were difficult to tame and were very wary of humans. They would then bring them home, feed them well, and tame them. Only after the cats completely trusted them would they start to torture and kill them. There are videos for this series of processes, and they will even customize the content according to the customer's requirements. Jiang You frowned and threw away all the furniture and personal belongings in the house. After a thorough cleaning, he replaced the new bed and sofa that he had stored in the space. As for that stinky fridge, she looked around and saw that there was no one downstairs, so she threw the refrigerator down from the top floor without any sense of civic responsibility. She didn't even want to put this thing into her own space. It was too disgusting. A group of zombies who had just eaten the takeaway that fell from the sky were wandering around aimlessly. When they heard the noise, they thought another takeaway had arrived and rushed to the place where the food had fallen. Roar, roar, roar! The zombies rushed to the takeaway airdrop site impatiently. But there was no food on the ground, just a broken refrigerator with rotten ingredients stinking. In an instant, all the flies nearby were attracted. The zombies looked at the refrigerator on the ground in confusion. Huh? It's not takeaway. Before they could go away, a bunch of things fell from the sky again. The zombies raised their heads, excitedly waiting for food, but a large black shadow fell from the sky. Beds, cabinets, pillows and quilts, wardrobes, sofas, coffee tables, desks, zombie corpses, pots and pans. After a series of loud bangs, smoke and dust rose all over the ground. There were also a dozen zombies that were smashed to pieces before they could escape. The other zombies growled angrily, and when they realized there was no takeout, they swayed their bodies and continued to wander off to other places. Jiang You spent a day tidying up the room on the top floor. Now, the house is furnished with brand new soft sofas, a large bed, and white wool carpets, and the cat cage on the terrace has also been removed. The dried plants were uprooted and she replanted some strawberries and cherry tomatoes. Jiang You completed the day's training plan. Plus cleaning the house, by the time I came to my senses, it was already evening. Jiang You took out a barbecue grill from the space and sat on the terrace to barbecue in the evening breeze. Although it was night, the temperature was no cooler than during the day. The outdoor thermometer showed the temperature was 46 degrees. Jiang You held down the head of the tabby cat, untied the chain that bound it, and then let it go. She liked this stubborn little thing, but since it didn't like to follow him, Jiang You didn't force it. The chain broke, and the moment Jiang You let go, the tabby cat let out a loud meow, leaped up, and disappeared into the darkness. Jiang You placed lamb skewers, squid, grilled gluten, eggplant, pork belly skewers, and fresh grapes on the table. Grill and eat at the same time. On a hot night like this, it is so comfortable to grill meat while sweating profusely and then drink an iced drink. Jiang You had grilled a dried squid and was about to tear it into strips and eat it with mustard and soy sauce. Then he suddenly remembered that he didn't bring mustard, so he took out a stick of mustard from the space, squeezed it into the dish together with the soy sauce, and mixed it well. This dried squid is grilled over charcoal fire. After being cooked, the squid is still dry, fragrant, and chewy. Tear it into strips, dip it in a little soy sauce mixed with mustard, and chew it in your mouth. The more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. She had just mixed the soy sauce and mustard in the dish and turned to tear the dried squid. But when I turned around, I found that my dried squid was gone. Jiang You looked under the table to make sure his dried squid had not fallen to the ground. I'm a squid. She squinted and found a gray cat hair on the edge of the table. She had wiped the table before using it, so there was no way there was still cat hair on it. Jiang You thought of the ferocious cat, so he put his hands on his hips and said loudly, "You stinky cat, you actually stole my food. I told you to follow me and get 10 cat strips and 3 cans of food a day, but you didn't want to, and now you keep stealing my food." Meow. A sharp voice sounded from one side of the terrace. A small black shadow fell from the air in a parabola and landed at Jiang Yu's feet. Bah! A rat with its neck bitten off, the size of a palm, estimated to be around half a pound. Does this cat want to exchange the mouse for her dried squid? Jiang You laughed and said, a mouse is like exchanging it for a dried squid. You are dreaming. As soon as the words fell, a dark shadow was thrown high up from somewhere, and then fell at Jiang Yu's feet. Another mouse that was bitten to death. She was right, the cat really could understand what she meant. Jiang Yu laughed. This little thing, he let it go, but it came back again. I guess it was attracted by the smell of food. But there were so many ingredients here, and it didn't take any of them, but only took the dried squid. Jiang Yu tried to take out a few small yellow croakers, roasted them, and put them on a plate on the table. Then he said loudly, ouch, what's wrong with my stomach aching? Then he ran back into the house, and when he came out, the 3 small yellow croakers were gone. Instead, there were a few more rats on the ground. Jiang Yu looked at the pair of mice, and the corners of his mouth twitched. She won't eat this stuff. Jiang Yu kept testing while eating. After a few days of testing, the cat's preference was almost confirmed. It likes to eat all kinds of grilled fish, but not raw ones. It likes to eat cooked ones, including crucian carp, yellow croaker, mandarin fish, and squid. But once, Jiang Yu accidentally placed strawberries and cherry tomatoes grown in several spaces next to the grilled crucian carp. When she came out, she found that the crucian carp had not moved. But a handful of cherry tomatoes and a few strawberries were all gone. There were 7 or 8 dead mice neatly arranged under the table. Jiang Yu frowned and muttered, this cat actually eats fruit? She put the ordinary strawberries that she had stored in the space on the table again. This time, the cat did not move. It seems to be particularly fond of fruits grown in space. The cat moved too fast, and Jiang Yu tried to catch it several times but failed. After discovering this situation, she deliberately placed a few free-range strawberries and cherry tomatoes on the terrace for 3 meals a day. The tabby cat would always take the fruit away and leave a few mice there. It seems that in its eyes, this is an equal transaction, not a charity. It exchanged its own food for Jiang Yu's food. Well, this is a stubborn cat with backbone. But after eating delicious fruits for several days in a row, the tabby cat discovered that the human suddenly stopped exchanging with it. Is it because it's too little? This human is actually asking for a higher price. Human beings are cunning. As expected, they have no integrity. Chapter 27. Although angry, the tabby cat hesitated for a moment and then continued to run to catch the mouse. When it came back, its mouth was full of mice. It ran 2 times and laid out more than a dozen mice neatly on the terrace. Looking at the empty table, he sighed and went to catch the mouthful of mice again. Put it on the ground, then squat in the shade and wait for the delicious fruit. That was a long wait. It was a hot day, and within just 1 morning the rats started to stink. The tabby cat now confirmed that the human really would not change its food. It angrily dug claw marks on the ground. Finally, it meowed and left angrily. Humph, if you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. It's not like I can't catch the mouse. But in the following days, Jiang Yu guarded the place strictly and refused to leave any food outside. No matter what it is, as long as you finish eating it, put the rest into the space. So while she was eating strawberries, the tabby cat stood at the other end of the terrace and nibbled on mice. While she was drinking fish soup, the tabby cat was gnawing at a mouse on the other side of the terrace. While she was eating grilled squid, the tabby cat was gnawing on a mouse. Finally one day, she was holding a plate of strawberries and eating them with relish. The tabby cat that was gnawing on a mouse finally couldn't hold back its ferocity anymore. It dropped the mouse from its mouth, showed its claws and sharp fangs, and rushed towards Jiang Yu. Meow! It happened in a flash. When the claw was about to touch Jiang Yu suddenly produced a stick from somewhere and started hitting him. After the mutation, this tabby cat's claws became sharp. If the claw just now had really touched Jiang Yu's flesh, at least a piece of meat will be torn off. Therefore, Jiang Yu showed no mercy. The tabby cat screamed ferociously, its hair flying everywhere, while Jiang Yu swung the stick with great force. Still want to steal food? If you are a robber, you must be prepared to be beaten. The battle came quickly and went quickly. A minute later, the tabby cat with a bruise on its head quickly retreated to the other end of the terrace to confront Jiang Yu. The tabby cat bared its teeth. Meow! Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves and said, oh, you're quite stubborn. Come on, you want to steal my things? See if you have the ability. From then on, whenever the tabby cat saw Jiang Yu eating the fruits produced in the space, it would sneak attack her and try to steal her things. But every time I got beaten up, after fighting with Jiang Yu for 49 rounds, the tabby cat finally discovered in despair that it could not defeat the human in front of it. Moreover, This human was very cruel and showed no mercy to the cat at all. But the key point is that the fruit in her hand made it unable to stop. That damn charming smell really made Meow too addicted. It stared intently at Jiang You as he put a small tomato into his mouth and bit it. The aroma that came out was damn sweet. Jiang Yu has experience in petting cats. All the coaxing and sentimental influence are fake. All ferocious animals are proud in their bones. If you try to please them blindly, they will only think that you are their vassal. Will regard himself as the master. Only by defeating it and making it believe from the bottom of its heart that you are stronger, then will it truly obey you. It will obey you only after you let it know who is strong and who is weak. The process after that is simple. In short, there is only one core element: force. If you want to run away, catch him and bring him back. If you resist, I will press you down and jerk you off. It gets tired of being stroked, but it can't resist, so after a while it gets used to it. She once used this method to tame a northeastern golden tiger, commonly known as the northeastern tiger. If the tiger hadn't been so hungry and had a family to feed, and she couldn't afford to feed it, she would have wanted to take it away. The tabby cat was so greedy that its saliva was running down its chin. It saw Jiang Yu grilling squid and eating a strawberry in one bite. He wanted to pounce on it and grab it, but when he thought of the miserable look on his face when he was beaten, he didn't dare to go forward and could only scratch the ground with his claws. There was a hint of urgency on that ugly and unruly face. Meow. I've already given up. Why don't you give me food? I don't like canned cat food. I only want to eat fish. Eat meat. Eat fruit. Give it to me quickly. Jiang Yu looked at the angry tabby cat and said, Suihua, if you don't agree to take a bath, I won't give you food. If you want to be my little brother, you have to be obedient. I don't keep pets. I only keep food. You want to eat my food and act like a cat owner? You're dreaming. Meow. I am a man. I would rather die than be called Suihua. Jiang Yu was eating grilled skewers, staring at the tabby cat that suddenly jumped up with a confused look on his face. For some reason, the tabby cat seemed to become even more irritable. It turned around, with its tail raised high, revealing two round lychees under its butt. Seeing the two furry balls, Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. So you're a male cat, so let's call you De Zhuang. Meow. I can't even be called De Zhuang. After the squid is grilled, De Zhuang, come and eat grilled fish. Meow. Since moving, Jiang Yu feels that his horizons have broadened a lot. Although the top floor is very hot, which floor wouldn't be hot in this summer temperature? She exercises on the terrace every morning, takes a half-hour nap at noon, goes out to kill zombies in the afternoon, and goes to bed on time at 10 o'clock in the evening. She enjoys this regular routine, which makes her feel at ease. Now the days are long and the nights are short. It starts to get dark around 8 p.m., but it is already light outside around 4 a.m. In the end, the tabby cat couldn't resist the combination of fists and candies, and shamefully accepted the name De Zhuang. With just one look from Jiang Yu, it knew it was time for another bath. De Zhuang is also very busy every day catching mice. As a rural cat, its favorite staple food is still mice. Especially after the apocalypse, the mouse became more than twice its original size, with more meat and chewy texture, which made it even more satisfied. Of course, the dried fish and fruits that Jiang Yu roasted for it were the most delicious, but this kind of fruit was only available to it when it behaved well. De Zhuang doesn't understand what humans like, but the preferences of all creatures in this world are generally the same. It decided to share some of its favorite food with its new boss. It spent a whole night catching the fattest rat in the community, and while Jiang Yu was sleeping, it considerately placed it next to her pillow. The eldest brother must be very happy to see such delicious food as soon as he opens his eyes, right? So the next morning, when Jiang Yu opened his eyes, he saw a pair of red eyes looking into his eyes. It was a suffocated rat, fat in body, probably weighing at least 2 kilograms. She took a deep breath, grabbed the gun next to her pillow, and rushed out the door. De Zhuang, get out here and die. De Zhuang, who was still waiting to eat dried fish, noticed that something was wrong. He let out a meow and jumped from the edge of the terrace. He jumped flexibly and disappeared from sight. Why is the boss so angry? Are you dissatisfied with the food because it's not fresh? Still think the color is not pretty? It disappeared angrily into some unknown alley. Damn humans, there's such a hassle. As troublesome as the old lady who used to tie it up to prevent it from beating the village dogs. Thinking of the old lady with a cane who suddenly lay quietly in the box one day, with that warm expression no longer on her wrinkled face. Zhuang was feeling a little depressed. Forget it. Human life seems to be very fragile. Be nice to her. If she dies, you won't be able to eat that delicious fruit. It doesn't matter if you don't like this mouse. It can just go catch some other patterns. In the evening, Jiang You was eating. Zhuang climbed back from the terrace. There were at least 5 or 6 mice in its mouth, and their bare tails were still struggling and making squeaking sounds. It dropped the mouse into a fish tank. This fish tank is very large, more than 1 meter high. The water inside has long dried up, leaving only a few fish bones. After being thrown into the fish tank, the mice panicked and ran around, trying to escape. Zhuang looked at Jiang You very proudly. Meow. Poor human, you choose. Eat whichever one you want. At this time, several mice were getting angry in the fish tank and trying to climb up, but the smooth glass could not hold their claws at all, so they were squeaking one by one. Jiang Yu looked at the rats and silently drew his gun again. She was wrong. It's good to be alone. Why does she need another cat? Meow. As if sensing the murderous intent, Zhuang jumped quickly and disappeared from sight again. Everyone in this city was fleeing, and swords and sabers were flashing everywhere. But Jiang Yu's life seemed to be separated from that of the other survivors. When she had free time, she even planted some catnip on the terrace for Zhuang, the silly cat. Chapter 28, will you join us? Jiang Yu was eating his 3 dishes and 1 soup, while Zhuang was lying in his cat bed eating dried fish for dessert. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was neither hurried nor slow, and was very patient. It seemed to know that there was someone living in this house. She slowly stuffed the last bite of food in her mouth and put the things on the table into the space. Then he walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. There were 2 men and 1 woman standing outside. The man standing in front looked to be about 27 or 28 years old and looked very strong. It was a hot day, and he was wearing a black vest. His hair had been clipped down to short stubble, and his muscles did not have the exaggerated silly lines that one would get in the gym. Instead, it feels full of explosive power, and it is obvious that he is a trained martial artist. Next to her was a young woman with short hair who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, holding a large knife in her hand. The man standing at the end was skinny and looked like a bamboo pole. Jiang Yu had seen these 3 people before. They were among the survivors nearby. The man in the lead seemed to be the leader of a team, with quite a few people under him. What did these people come to see her for? What are you knocking on my door for? Jiang Yu asked through the door. There was always ice in her room, so it was very cool, but it was very hot outside. However, the survivors who have survived to this day, whether they're psychics or not, are physically stronger than they were before the apocalypse. A group of people will be screened out by the zombie virus, and so will the high temperature. Those who can survive are essentially not ordinary people. The 3 people outside were sweating, but she had no interest in letting strangers in to enjoy the cool air. Seeing that she had no intention of opening the door, the man spoke first. Hello, my name is Hao Jun. Here's the thing, we have formed a supply search team, and we would like to ask if you would like to join. Now there is chaos, and there are zombies everywhere outside. After all, it is more dangerous to act alone. If you encounter any problems, you will be alone and helpless. But if we are together, at least we can help each other. Who says that more people means more unity? What if someone stabs you in the back? Jiang Yu took out a popsicle from the space, took a bite, and said, I'm used to being alone. Thank you for your kindness. You can go now. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Hao Jun choked. Although she was right that a stab in the back by a teammate was the most deadly, even he didn't dare to fully trust anyone except his sister. But Hao Jun still wanted to fight for it. Hao Hong, who was sweating profusely, looked at her brother with dissatisfaction. She really didn't understand why her brother had to drag her up more than 20 floors to invite a stranger into the team. And judging from the voice, she's probably a young girl. You have to know that the other people who joined the team all asked to join. On the other hand, did the opposite. The key point is that others don't seem to appreciate it. Hao Hong curled her lips in dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything. The thin man heard a woman's voice coming from the room. He wiped the sweat off his face and threw it on the ground, leaving a trail of water. The corner of his mouth tilted, revealing a smile that I understood. Brother Jun, that's what I was wondering. How come you suddenly found yourself here? Turns out your lover is here. He laughed. After hearing what the monkey said, Hao Hong's face looked unhappy. Supplies are already in short supply now, and the people in the team are all screened and capable survivors. It's hard to imagine what a burden it would be if her brother brought back a vase. The other people in the team will definitely not be convinced. There are already several people in the team who want to stand out. If we bring a burden back now, you can imagine how chaotic it will be. What Hao Jun didn't say was that he was chased by a group of zombies 2 days ago and fled to a nearby high-rise building, only to find that there was a woman living on the rooftop. At that time, he looked through a telescope and found that the woman looked very young, probably less than 20 years old. And she is so fair and clean. You can imagine how difficult it is for a little girl to live alone in the apocalypse. Hao Jun is not the kind of person who gets attracted by beauty, but for some reason, just that quick glance made him keep remembering this incident after he returned. When I was on a mission, I would vaguely wonder if the girl was still alive. After hesitating for 2 days, he decided to come and see if she was still alive, and he wouldn't mind helping her. At this moment, hearing the girl's voice, Hao Jun knew that she was not dead yet, and he couldn't help but smile. Just because of his smile, Hao Hong's face turned even paler. After the apocalypse, she had never seen her brother smile so gently at anyone. This smile, damn, it looks bad at first glance. Hao Jun was rejected, but was not angry. Being rejected by this little girl was also expected. After all, at this time, it was hard to find a naive person who would trust others easily. It's okay if you have any concerns. When you have thought it through, you can come find me. I live in... Hao Jun reported where they were living now. It's also this building. Most survivors like to live in groups, and the more people live in a building, the more groups they gather. If no one lives there, then basically no one will ever live there. Join the team? In the apocalypse, it is extremely dangerous for survivors to travel alone. So many survivors want to form a group. It is even more common to form groups with people around you. But Jiang You doesn't have this idea now. She likes to be alone. She had no interest in joining someone else's team. You could do whatever you want by yourself. But if you are with a group of people, it will be inconvenient to do anything. Actions must be unified and plans must be agreed upon by everyone. The most important thing is when there are more people, she has so many delicious foods in her space. How inconvenient would it be to eat secretly? We are all in the same team. When others are hungry, can you eat alone? It must be shared. She doesn't want to use the supplies she has hoarded to support a bunch of people. And these people might have eaten your food today and be grateful to you. Tomorrow he will think that you have given him too little and there will definitely be more, and then he will stab you with a knife. The human heart is the easiest thing to change. She might need minions, but she didn't need partners. Subordinates and partners are two absolutely different concepts. Becoming a partner means being bound and imprisoned. They may eat your food, negotiate equality with you, question your decisions, and go against you when they have different ideas. But it's different with subordinates. The relationship is unequal from the beginning. She can guarantee absolute voice, absolute control, and absolute status. She can either be a lone wolf in the apocalypse or the alpha wolf. If the wolves under the alpha wolf betray him, there is only one result, and that is death. What's the point of joining someone else's team? It's not like my brain is broken. Moreover, this person came from an unknown background, but he invited her to join as soon as he arrived, which showed that he obviously knew something about her before. Don't think about it, just go. Jiang You refused. Hao Jun sighed and wanted to say something else. The thin man behind sneered again. Oh, you are quite noble, being a bitch and still wanting to be a saint. If Brother Jun didn't like you, do you think we would need another mouth to feed? There are plenty of beautiful women out there, and they will do whatever you say if you give them something to eat. In the thin man's opinion, this woman is just making fun of him. He must have hooked up with Hao Jun in private and then waited for others to come and invite him, and then he retreated to advance. He had seen many similar tricks. What's the point of a woman being pretty? It's all the same when you close your eyes. I advise you to back off if you have a chance. Don't let yourself get embarrassed and come to us with a shameless attitude. That would be hilarious. I have seen many women like you. Don't you just want more privileges? As long as you serve Yunga happily, you will have food and drink. Hao Hong looked at the thin man with dissatisfaction and said, Thin man, watch your mouth. Then she pulled Hao Jun. Brother, since they don't appreciate it, let's go. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and then quickly closed. Hao Jun turned his head and saw a long-haired girl wearing a pink and white t-shirt and jeans appear in front of him. Hao Hong also looked at the woman in front of her with surprise, or to be more precise, the girl. She looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, and a pair of dark pupils on her fair little face were staring straight at the monkey standing at the back. The moment he saw her, Hao Hong felt something was wrong, very wrong. This woman is so clean. Even though her hair was so short that it only reached her ears, she hadn't washed it in many days, and now it smelled of sweat and oil. Even the body is a little greasy. But the person in front of them was so clean that it seemed as if he was separated from the three of them into two different worlds. They were struggling to survive in the end times, while she was living a peaceful life in peacetime. Were you scolding me just now? She stared at the monkey. The first time the monkey saw her, he knew that he was a bad talker. No one who has lived to this day is a fool. The woman was clean from head to toe, and her shoulder-length hair was as smooth as if it had just been washed. It was obvious that she was living a good life. This kind of person does not have any strength of his own. It means being protected by someone powerful. Looking at the three of them, Hao Jun subconsciously wiped his hands, which had not been washed for several days, on his pants and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I am Hao Jun." Hao Hong looked at her clean little face and thought about how she didn't even have enough water to drink, yet she still had water to wash her face and hair. She pursed her lips and said nothing. She felt that her brother's idea of being a hero and saving the beauty was likely to fail. Jiang You ignored Hao Jun, looked straight at the thin man, and asked again, "What did you scold me for just now?" The thin man choked up. "Who scolded you? Isn't what I said the truth? You are a woman, and you can live to this day. Isn't it because of men? Don't think you are great just because you have a backer. I tell you, I am not a pushover either." Hao Yun Faunil, shuts up. Hearing this voice, Jiang Yu nodded. "Yes, it's your voice." After confirming that everything was correct, she raised her hand and shot the thin man. The moment she raised her hand, Hao Jun realized something was wrong and pushed the thin man away, avoiding her bullet. "What's wrong with you? Why do you shoot at every turn?" The skinny guy has a foul mouth, but he doesn't have bad intentions. He just said something harsh. "Why do you want to take someone's life at every turn? You are so cruel at such a young age." Hao Hong held a long knife and looked at Jiang Yu warily. Hao Jun also shook his head and said earnestly, "In the end times, humans should stick together for warmth. He made mistakes, but his crime does not deserve death, right? Little girl, don't." Before he could finish his words, a tabby cat suddenly jumped out from the corner. "Meow!" With a sharp cry, the cat showed its sharp claws and scratched straight at Hao Jun's face. The cat attacked as soon as it appeared, without wasting even half a second. Hao Jun was disturbed, and for a moment he didn't care about the thin man. Hao Hong also rushed over to help her brother. Between the thin guy and his biological brother, of course he would choose his own brother. After all, we don't know whether this cat carries the zombie virus. What if it is scratched and infected? Seeing this, the thin guy reflexively wanted to run downstairs. "Damn it, that crazy woman has a gun." Jiang Yu supported himself on the stair railing with one hand, leaped up, and landed behind the thin man. Then he kicked him in the face and knocked him to the ground. The thin man's nose was instantly crooked by the kick, and blood started flowing from his nose. He backed away, cursing at the woman who was coming over. "Bitch, if you dare to touch me, no one else will let you go. Get out of here, little bitch." He was holding a knife in his hand and waving it wildly. He thought Jiang Yu would shoot him to death with one shot, but she suddenly put away the gun and walked forward with bare hands. "Who told you that women can only survive by relying on men? Who are you calling a bitch? Your mother raised you, and you look down on her gender? Since your mouth is dirty, forget it." The thin man smiled and said, "You stinky woman who doesn't know your own limits. You are looking for death." Chapter 29, Tear Your Mouth. But the next second, his half-twisted mouth was grabbed by a slender hand. Jiang Yu pressed him to the ground and grabbed his mouth with one hand. "They said your crime does not deserve death, and I am not an unreasonable person. Then just kill your mouth and let the matter between us be over." After saying that, she bent her 5 fingers into claws, dug her nails tightly into the thin man's lips, and began to tear them hard. The thin man's nose had not yet healed, and then he felt a tearing pain on his face. This crazy woman, wasn't she just talking nonsense? He usually says so himself, but who dares to touch him? This bitch is so vicious. Not only did she break his nose, she even wanted to tear his mouth. The thin guy felt as if the lips of his mouth were really about to be torn off, and his eyes widened in horror. Looking in the direction of Hao Jun, I saw that the two siblings were actually entangled by a cat. What a useless thing. Not even a cat can solve it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The thin man struggled desperately, grabbing a hammer with both hands and hitting Jiang Yu on the head, but he didn't hit him at all. Jiang Yu bent his hand bones with a snap and finally punched him on the head. He wanted to curse, but this time the words couldn't come out and he could only make a humming sound. What does this crazy woman want to do? Whoa, whoa, whoa. A heart-wrenching scream startled the two people who were fighting with Dezhuang. Hao Jun and Hao Hong looked back, and the next second, both of their faces turned black. Jiang You had already walked back to the door along the stairs, his slender, white right hand covered in blood. He was holding a bloody mass in his hand and threw it aside casually. On the other side, the thin man rolled on the ground, holding his head and wailing. When he put his hand down, a mouth with torn skin was trembling and blood splattered. Without lips, the white teeth and bright red gums were exposed in the air, looking very scary. On the ground next to him, there was a bloody piece of meat, and on that piece of meat, there was a torn mouth. Although the two had seen a lot of murders in the apocalypse, they had also encountered all kinds of brutal perverts. But this is the first time I've seen someone tear someone's mouth. Usually when people are arguing, they will say something like, "I'll tear your mouth apart," but that's just talk. Who would be so perverted as to actually rip someone's mouth off? Jiang You stood at the door of his house, slowly wiping his fingers with a wet tissue. De Zhuang also stood beside her, staring at the two siblings with a fierce look. Meow. It was the first time that Hao Hong had seen such a cruel woman. She tore the thin man's mouth. In this doomsday world where there is no medical condition and one is in danger of death at any time, what is the difference between this and killing him? Although the skinny guy was a bad talker, Hao Hong never dreamed that one day he would really be beaten to a pulp. This woman must be mentally ill. Not only is there something wrong with his brain, but he is also very strong. Although Skinny likes to talk big, he is actually quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to act so recklessly. He was in the combat training department before. Although he is small in stature, a strong man may not be able to beat him in a fight. But today, he fell for a seemingly ordinary woman. Hao Hong looked at the blood that kept flowing out from the gaps between the thin man's hands as he covered his mouth. It was not an easy task to tear open a mouth with just one hand. And there's that cat that gives you chills at first sight. She didn't pay attention during the fight just now. But now that the two sides were confronting each other, Hao Hong stared at the extremely ferocious-looking tabby cat, and a chill ran down her spine. It was also the first time for her to see such a ferocious cat. She had a cat before, a beautiful ragdoll, clingy, and cute. She likes cats and dogs, but this is the first time she has seen a cat that makes her feel creepy at first glance. This man and this cat are both perverts. She glanced at Hao Jun silently, as if to say, "Look, this is the little pervert you like?" Hao Jun's throat rolled, and there was only fear in his eyes when he looked at Jiang You. The thin man didn't last more than half a minute in her hands, and she was not hurt at all. And the cat obviously had no intention of killing them, just trying to hold them back. There was clearly no communication between the man and the cat, but they were able to cooperate so well at the moment of the outbreak that Hao Jun couldn't help but envy them. If he also had a fierce cat like this, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. There was blood flowing from the thin man's mouth, but he was so angry at the moment that he ignored the gun in Jiang Yu's hand and rushed towards her angrily. "Bitch, I want you dead." Jiang Yu tilted his head. "Look, he wanted to chop me. Now he should die, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and a gunshot rang out, shooting the thin man right in the center of his forehead. The body tumbled down the stairs. This time, Hao Jun did not stop her because a seriously injured beast could not survive in the jungle. Skinny usually likes to joke with all the female survivors in the team without any care, which has caused a lot of friction, but it was suppressed every time. This time, he finally died from this mouth. Jiang Yu looked at Hao Jun. "You want me to join your team? It's not impossible, but if I hear a curse word, can you tear my mouth?" She asked, even with a genuine smile on her face. If it were in the past, Hao Jun would have nodded eagerly. But after seeing the thin man's mouth being torn off alive, he was silent. Perhaps this little girl didn't need his protection, and he didn't want to see a few more mouthless players in his team. He quickly shook his head. "I'm just asking. If you don't have this idea, forget it. Which team would be so idle that they would want to find such a pervert?" She had seen many living saints and bodhisattvas, but this was the first time she had seen a living king of hell. And she actually had a gun in her hand. People with hot weapons in the doomsday undoubtedly have greater say. Hao Hong couldn't help but think that if he really invited this god back, he was afraid that he would say something too quickly and then have his mouth torn for no reason. She subconsciously touched her plump lips, then looked at the piece of flesh torn off on the ground, and couldn't help shuddering. Such a beautiful mouth would only look good on the face. The two said goodbye to Jiang Yu and turned to leave. But I heard a cold voice behind me. "Take away the garbage you brought." So Hao Jun carried the thin man's body away. Hao Hong hesitated for a moment, but still suppressed her nausea and picked up the thin man's mouth on the ground. After seeing the two off, Jiang You closed the door and continued to cook salted fish. So far, she has only encountered people with special abilities once or twice outside. But as time goes by, more and more people will awaken their special powers. Jiang Yu lay on the rooftop with a telescope in his hand. After a while, he saw the figures of Hao Hong and Hao Jun. With the thin man's body no longer on their backs, they expertly hacked at the zombies charging at them and quickly disappeared between another building. Recently, a small team came to the community. There are quite a lot of people in the team, estimated to be more than 100 people, and there seem to be a few people with special abilities among them. A few days ago, the team cleared out the zombies wandering in the community and closed the gate again. When they were clearing out the zombies, Jiang Yu saw a fire-type mutant, a lightning-type mutant, and another plant-type mutant. These three were the ones she saw. Perhaps there are still some psychics among them who have not taken action yet. This community was originally a closed community. The gate was damaged before, and no one cleaned or repaired it. So many zombies wandered in from outside. But since that team came in, there are obviously fewer zombies wandering in the open space, and only 2 or 3 can be seen occasionally. Just like when Hao Jun and Hao Hong rushed over just now, they only encountered 2 zombies rushing over. The group of people cleared out the zombies in the community with great fanfare, and then occupied the 3-story building of the service center. These days, Jiang Yu has been observing with a telescope on the rooftop when he has nothing to do. Many survivors have already joined that team. The view from Jiang Yu Terrace is excellent. She could see through the telescope that the words Thunder Squad were sprayed in red paint on the first-floor facade of the 3-story building. She changed direction and looked outside the community wall. This community is not big, with only 3 buildings with elevators and a row of small Western-style buildings with stairs. Therefore, the view outside the community wall is particularly clear. The big iron gate was closed again, and several zombies that wandered over from the road lay on the iron gate and scratched it with their claws. But unless they are attracted by something special, these zombies usually won't become agitated. She looked at it for a while and found it boring. He put on gloves and started hitting the sandbag, doing combat training. Although he could lie on the sofa and watch TV, Jiang Yu preferred the feeling of sweating profusely. People are like sponges. Only by constantly squeezing themselves can they exert more strength. After training, Jiang Yu began to wash up. The water from the melted ice in the plastic bathtub in the living room is cool and perfect for washing. She took a shower first and then let Da Zhuang take a shower. Da Zhuang really hates taking baths. Every time he takes a bath, Jiang Yu forces him to splash around in the water. But after taking a bath, he feels very comfortable and even doesn't want to end it. The water used by Da Zhuang after washing can be used to water the vegetables, mop the floor, and flush the toilet. That way not a single bit will be wasted. Chapter 30, Second Order Zombie. The top floor of the 25th floor is very high, so high that you can't see the ground clearly without a telescope. Jiang Yu's daily way of passing time is to watch movies or look around with a telescope. There was a zombie chasing and biting people on the street. Then an angry survivor shot the zombie in the head. Moreover, the weather was hot and there was no electricity, so no one closed the windows in broad daylight, and all houses with people in them kept the windows open for ventilation. Therefore, Jiang Yu can also see many sceneries that others cannot see. She was not afraid of the sun. The years she spent in the dark Forbidden Tower made her particularly love the feeling of the sun shining on her body. There were 7 or 8 people living on the 6th floor diagonally opposite. Just as the couple finished their lovemaking, the man left, and right after that, another brother started to act like a thief. As a result, after the woman left, the 2 men got back together. She stared at the family. Her brain CPU was spinning so fast that it was about to burn out, but she still couldn't figure out the complicated relationships between these people. It's too complicated. It's too complicated when there are too many people. It's better for her to be alone. Jiang Yu blinked and started looking at another building. There were several fights in a certain household in the other building every day. Calculating the time, it should be about time. But this time, after she turned the telescope around, sighed in disappointment. Oh wow, the house was covered in blood, and there were several zombies wandering around aimlessly. One of them was one of the previous survivors. Looks like she's missing another channel. She is looking at others here, and it is possible that someone is watching her in the dark. Jiang Yu looked at the roof of a high-rise building not far away again, and a dazzling reflection flashed by. She pouted in boredom, looked around for a while, and then moved the broken vertical sandbag on the terrace to the corner next to it. He went back into the house, brought out a new sandbag, did some warm-up exercises, and started exercising again. Jiang You is doing a plank on the mat. After a while, she was sweating all over, and her arms were shaking slightly. De Zhuang shouted disdainfully, walked over with cat steps, and laid down right in front of her. That vicious face was full of contempt, as if saying, "That's it?" Jiang Yu rolled his eyes at it, then suddenly grabbed De Zhuang. "Since you are free, come and train with me." Meow. De Zhuang was furious and struggled desperately, but it was too late to leave now. Jiang Yu grabbed its tail and said, "Stop struggling and train with me." That smile was just like that of a street bully. After the apocalypse, everyone else was getting thinner and thinner, but for her, it was completely the opposite. When she was just reborn, her body was like a bean sprout, dark and thin. But now, with good food and daily exercise, I have gained noticeable weight. The whole body looks much more balanced. The only thing that made her feel a little uncomfortable was her skin color. The perfect stem cell experiment results gave her body extraordinary regeneration and repair abilities. Even though she was exposed to the sun on the balcony every day, her skin was still as white as if she had been dead for 3 days and had not been buried. This is no longer ordinary cold white skin. Fair skin is beautiful, but abnormal paleness not only has no aesthetic appeal, but also looks weird. Even if you stay up all night, you won't see any dark circles under your eyes when you wake up in the morning. The old wounds on her face and body had long since disappeared, and her skin was so smooth that she felt a mosquito would split its legs if it flew onto it. If this experimental result were to happen in peacetime, there would be no regenerative ability. Just by virtue of the incredible beauty effects, they can make a name for themselves in the world. In the afternoon, after taking a shower, Jiang Yu went to inspect the space as usual. The saplings she planted are already half a person's height. It is estimated that in half a month, the livestock will no longer need to be kept in captivity and can be released. She picked some strawberries and cherry tomatoes in the yard and ate them as she walked to see the food she had grown. The little yellow chicken has grown a lot, and the chicken legs look very strong. The pot chicken made with them must be very chewy. The little lamb has grown a little, and its thick wool has piled up on its body like clouds. It must be delicious to roast it whole. The little duck was fat and strong, and Jiang Yu seemed to have seen the sizzling Beijing roast duck. She picked all the leftover strawberries and cherry tomatoes and fed them to the livestock. Only a few very red and big strawberries were left and taken out for De Zhuang to eat. This cat eats everything, including mutant mice, lizards, geckos, various high-protein insects, and even white rice, but it just won't eat cat food. When Jiang Yu took out the cat food for the first time, De Zhuang rolled his eyes to the sky. I glanced at De Zhuang's cat bed and saw only a toy fish inside. It seemed that the owner had gone somewhere to catch mice again. Jiang Yuan stayed quietly in the house. She did not use the supplies she stockpiled to feed the man, nor did she give them to some inexplicable teammates. She ate them all into her own stomach to grow weight. Nothing was wasted. In the evening, Jiang Yu took De Zhuang to the street as usual. First he caught a zombie and tapped its head with his fingers. It makes a crisp dong-dong-dong sound. De Zhuang, remember, brains like this that make crisp sounds when you knock them are usually not cooked. They usually don't have crystal cores in them. Meow. De Zhuang looked at the zombie, whose head she had smashed with confusion. You lied to me just because I didn't have much education. She grabbed another zombie, took off its head, and continued hitting it. I picked more than a dozen heads in a row, and they all made the same sound. A man and a cat were walking in a narrow alley. When they encountered a zombie, they would take off its head and hit it. In the distance, a dark shadow was quietly following her. Just when Jiang Yu was about to go home in disappointment, suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out from a window and rushed straight towards Jiang Yu. Meow. De Zhuang sensed the crisis and instantly got furious. He jumped up and confronted the black shadow head-on. While De Zhuang was fighting, Jiang Yu saw the appearance of the black shadow clearly. It was a skinny zombie, and its entire body had shrunk a lot. His back was abnormally bent. His skin was black and blue and tightly attached to the protruding bones, and his face vaguely showed that he was an old man before he was born. The brain has obviously mutated, as if it has shrunk. An oval-shaped baby head is placed on top of an adult's body, with the facial features all squeezed together and the mouth open to the ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. There were still some unknown pieces of meat hanging on the teeth. This is a second-level zombie. De Zhuang pulled out a lot of the sparse, long white hair on his head with one claw. But De Zhuang is just a cat after all. Just 1 minute later, a second-level zombie tore a cut on its head. However, it was not afraid and pounced forward even more ferociously, as if he is not afraid of death. Jiang You was also somewhat curious about De Zhuang's fighting ability. He was tied up before, but he was able to keep 2 zombies from getting close to him. He must be a tough guy. For creatures surviving in the apocalypse, what does a few injuries matter? She didn't intend to raise De Zhuang as a delicate pet. Meow. De Zhuang is very fierce. The ferocious expression on his cat-like face makes people feel scalp-scarred at a glance. It feels like this cat wants to eat me. The second-level zombie was not willing to be outdone. It would never allow itself to be blocked by a tiny cat. It had been following Jiang You quietly for a long time. This human walked and stopped along the way, and the zombies that rushed towards her were easily chopped off their heads like melons in a vegetable garden. It has been a long time since it has seen such an interesting human being. Compared to those humans who can only scream and shout, this human must be more delicious. The second-level zombie was very angry and wanted to kill the damn cat immediately, but although De Zhuang was not big in size, because of this, he was very fast. It dodges and attacks very flexibly. Just when you see it rushing over, in the blink of an eye, the cat disappears again. The second-level zombies simply cannot accurately capture its next direction. It was like a ghost, sometimes here, sometimes there. Although he suffered a lot of injuries, he also left a lot of scratches on the second-level zombies. The goal is to kill 800 enemies, even if it means losing 1,000 of our own. Although these scratches are not fatal, they are very annoying. Chapter 31, Am I a Fierce Person? The second-level zombies and the tabby cat were fighting fiercely. But the second-level zombies have the advantage in strength after all. Jiang You saw that it was hit by another claw on its leg and blood was gushing out. As a result, after taking 2 steps forward, the cat immediately turned its head and bared its teeth at her. Meow. If you don't come over here, I'm going to beat him to death. Since everyone has refused, what else can Jiang You do? Of course I was waiting nearby. Wait until this stubborn cat asks her for help before going up. The noise of the fight attracted nearby zombies, and wandering zombies kept rushing in along the path. Seeing this, Jiang You hurriedly climbed up the nearby wall, then climbed up the street lamp using the height of the wall. The series of movements are smooth and neat. Jiang You stood on the street lamp, took the crossbow from his back, and shot directly with the crossbow. This alley was not wide to begin with, and after the zombies squeezed in, all the targets were crowded together, making it extremely easy for Jiang You to shoot. This improved Dahuang crossbow can load 10 arrows at a time. You can shoot 10 arrows at once, or 1 arrow at a time. Jiang You likes to shoot accurately and avoid wasting arrows to the greatest extent. She squinted her eyes and looked at the group of corpses that kept coming. She fired 10 arrows in a row, and each arrow stably passed through the head of a zombie. Puff, puff. The sound of puff, 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 accompanied by the roar of zombies, kept coming and going in this alley. The second-level zombies and Li Hua were fighting while climbing up the building's security net or other objects. Now there are only zombies on the ground that are constantly squeezing in, and Jiang You standing on the street lamp to harvest. There are zombies climbing up along the street lamp, but the street lamp is too slippery, and they cannot climb up at all. He was banging against the street lamp crazily below, roaring from his mouth. The pair of gray eyes stared at the living human beings on the street lamp, saliva flowing down from the corners of his mouth. Some of these zombies are missing arms and legs, and some don't even have any clothes on them. Some had their stomachs cracked open, with their internal organs missing. It was obvious that other zombies had eaten parts of their bodies when they died, but they turned into zombies before they were completely eaten. Primary zombies have no reason and only the instinct to eat. The only way to kill zombies is to destroy their brain stems. Otherwise, even if you cut it in half, the other half can still continue crawling on the ground. She kept taking out arrows from space and shooting with a crossbow. This crossbow is very powerful. As long as the aim is good, every arrow can go straight through a head. Jiang You didn't feel sorry for the arrows. Although the arrow has been shot, she can pick it up after the battle and use it next time. Moreover, zombies kept pouring into the alley, and the arrows were concentrated in this area, making it easy to pick them up. It's a pity that most zombies have not yet evolved crystal cores in their brains. It's a pity to waste these brains. Whether it is zombies or other mutant creatures, the crystal core will not appear at the beginning of birth. The crystal core is the concrete manifestation of the gathering of power. The prerequisite for its formation is sufficient energy. The early zombies were not strong enough in terms of movement speed or strength, so how could they condense a crystal core? Only as they continue to evolve will crystal cores slowly condense in their bodies. The same goes for psychics. Those who have just awakened have weak abilities, and it is impossible for them to have crystal cores. The more powerful any mutated creature is, the more powerful the crystal core in its body will contain. Vice versa. As Jiang You continued to shoot, the arrows decreased like flowing water. There were more and more zombie corpses on the ground. Even at the back, the zombie corpses in the front covered the ground, and the zombies behind climbed in on the corpses, piling up the ground several meters higher. At this moment, Jiang You heard a shrill cat cry. She turned her head and saw a bloody tabby cat quickly jumping out of a window on the 5th floor and running towards her. And behind it, a second-level zombie was chasing closely. Originally, Jiang You thought the tabby cat was quite pitiful, but after seeing the second-level zombie, she had only one thought. Convex, fuck dish fuck. Was this zombie hit by a truck? The dark blue skin that was originally stretched tight against the bones was covered with wounds caused by cat claws, like a rag bag, and black blood kept oozing out of the wounds. Only a few strands of sparse white hair were left floating in the wind, and most of his scalp was torn. One of the second-level zombies' blood-red eyes was gouged out, and there was also a long and narrow wound on the other eye. In addition to scratches, there were also many bite marks on the body. Pieces of flesh were missing from the bloody wound. Wow, this tabby cat didn't suffer any loss at all, and he probably couldn't hold on any longer, so he immediately ran towards Jiang You. He ran and screamed miserably. Meow. Boss, hurry up. I'm going to be beaten to death. Come on, let it know why Wang Matzi's last name is Zhang. The cat looked ferocious to begin with, and it was running towards her screaming. If one didn't know better, one would have thought it wanted to eat Jiang You. Jiang You quickly replaced the crossbow in his hand with a gun. Get out of my way. These words were spoken to the tabby cat. The cat flicked its tail nimbly and deviated from its course. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang You raised his gun and shot, and every bullet landed accurately on the second-level zombie. The zombie itself moves very fast, has long limbs, and is good at climbing. He dodged Jiang Yu's bullets outside the house like a monkey. But this human woman seemed to be able to predict which direction it would go next, and every shot hit the target. The intense pain made the second-level zombie roar violently. It gave up on the tabby cat and rushed towards Jiang You instead. Seeing this, Jiang You grinned and said, I'm waiting for you to come over. Come on, little cutie. The skull of this second-level zombie is too hard, and it is difficult for bullets to penetrate it from a distance. Just as it rushed over, Jiang You deliberately missed a few bullets. Seeing her panic-stricken face, the second-level zombie confirmed that his action was correct. He roared faster and pounced on Jiang You. The second-level zombies already have a certain level of intelligence. It appreciates the fear of its prey before death, which is the best food. However, just as her claws were about to smash the prey, in an instant, the panic on the woman's face disappeared. Instead, there was a winning smile. She kept pulling the trigger, and 3 shots rang out in succession. Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots hit its eyes, and the last shot went straight through its torn mouth. All 3 bullets exploded in the head, but the second-level zombie's body was still moving forward due to inertia. Jiang You dodged to the side, and the corpse fell limply to the ground with a bang. A layer of flesh was rubbed off on his face against the ground. At this time, because of her shooting, the number of zombies in the alley not only did not decrease, but increased. Seeing this, Jiang You replaced the gun in his hand with a crossbow again and started shooting wildly. She knew very well that guns were used to deal with small and difficult creatures, and to intimidate the same kind. The arrows of the crossbow can be recycled and reused, so when facing a large number of zombies, you don't have to feel bad about using them. As for superpowers, the basic ones are no better than her bow and crossbow. Jiang Yu couldn't even tell how many arrows he had shot out. More than an hour later, Jiang Yu dealt with the last 2 zombies and shook his sore neck. Then he slid down holding the street lamp. Zhuang, are you still alive? Meow. I won't die. A tabby cat limped out from the corner. Although it was covered in wounds, its eyes were like those of a victorious general. For it, fighting against the second-level zombies is a complete challenge across levels, and it is already very proud to be able to defeat them like this. In addition to the wounds on the cat's face, there was also a ferocious smile on its face. Meow. What? Was I fierce just now? Chapter 32 Crystal Core. Jiang Yu stared at its miserable appearance and couldn't bear to watch it. Meow. Zhuang seemed to understand Jiang Yu's eyes, and his hair stood on end with anger. Then he found the corpse of the second-level zombie and pounced on it, waving his sharp claws. It seems that he wants to regain his lost face from here. Although the second-level zombies had thick skin and flesh, they could not withstand this kind of beating, and their heads were soon unbearable. Now that there are no zombies besieging us, it is time to harvest. Jiang You drew out his Miao Dao, walked to the side of the second-level zombie, and pointed at De Zhuang. De Zhuang, get out of the way. De Zhuang shouted in dissatisfaction, but he honestly stepped back to make room for Jiang You. This guy has the toughest mouth of anyone in the whole body. Jiang Yu raised his lips and smiled, swung his knife, chopped open the head of the second-level zombie, dug inside for a long time, and indeed found a crystal core the size of a peanut. In the blood-stained hand, the transparent crystal core was pure and bright. Who could have thought that such an ugly zombie could have something so pure in its mind? The tabby cat limped over again and saw her staring at a glowing stone and smiling. He cried out, then went over to sniff it and then found that it smelled very good. It smells even better than zombie brains. Thinking of the zombie's brain, the tabby cat quickly took a look at the second-level zombie. Fortunately, half of the brain was still intact. He quickly went over and ate the brains in no time. Then he started looking for other brains. As a mutant cat with character, De Zhuang only ate the most essential part of the zombies, the brain. Although that shiny thing smells good, since the woman likes it, just give it to her. After all, she is the younger brother under his protection. It licked its paw proudly, then patted a zombie on the head. Well, this voice is crisp. It's a good brain. It patted again. This brain is not good. It makes a lot of noises. It must be a bad one. De Zhuang was busy clapping his paws here and there, having a lot of fun. Jiang Yu felt a little disgusted when he saw it gnawing on its head, but at the same time, it seemed strangely natural. If mutant beasts don't eat these things, what do they eat? Cat food? While it was busy slapping the melon, Jiang Yu collected the crystal core of the second-level zombie into the space, and then began to collect the arrows one by one. Some of these arrows directly penetrated the zombies' heads and were nailed to the open space or walls. These can be directly pulled out. Some arrows were stuck in the zombies' brains, so Jiang Yu stepped on the zombies' heads and pulled out the arrows with force. All the zombies were killed in the alley, and the arrows were all concentrated together, saving the trouble of searching everywhere. Jiang Yu sorted all the arrows he had pulled out into bundles and put them into the space. When he got home, he would simply wash them with water. Weapons are something that should be saved or spent. This thing can be recycled and used several times. When she was retrieving the arrows, she still checked and found 2 crystal cores in the brains of the 2 zombies, but they were too small, only the size of rice grains. The tabby cat also imitated her and tapped the zombie's head left and right with its paws, just like picking a watermelon. When eating, it would occasionally bite into some bone fragments and chew them up and swallow them. But while eating, De Zhuang suddenly bit into something crunchy. Before he could spit it out to see clearly, it was chewed into pieces and swallowed into his stomach. De Zhuang shook his head and felt a chill in his throat. By the time Jiang Yu collected all the arrows and sorted them out and returned home, it was already midnight. At night, zombies are more active than during the day. Jiang Yu took a shortcut home and met a few survivors when going up the stairs. Although there was a small-scale evacuation of the survivors in the city, most people still did not have the courage to go through the zombie swarm to search for an unknown possibility. Prefer to stay in the present moment. When those people saw that she was covered in blood, with a crossbow on her back, a pistol in her hand, and a ferocious cat on her shoulder that looked like it wanted to eat people, they were very tactful and did not come up to cause trouble. The human population is actually very large. Even if half of the world's population turned into zombies, the number of survivors would be quite terrifying. In the past, when Jiang Yu was in school, he had watched movies and read novels about the end of the world. In most pictures and descriptions, it doesn't take long for the apocalypse to break out before the ground is filled with zombies, and there are only a few survivors. But only after experiencing the end of the world did I realize that this is not the case. Never underestimate humans. They will adapt to different living environments as quickly as possible. The rare cases only exist in a late apocalypse. For example, in the community where she lives now, although many people have turned into zombies and been killed, there are also many survivors, especially in densely populated living areas such as cities. Not to mention anything else, this building has a total of 25 floors, with 4 households per floor, and many of them are shared houses. Before the end of the world, at least 200 to 300 people live there. After the end of the world, some people turned into zombies, some were bitten to death by zombies, or killed by their own kind, but there are still many people who survived. Including some survivors who came in from outside, there are now estimated to be more than 100 people. Jiang You walked back with her crossbow on her back. No one provoked her, and she had no habit of looking for trouble. After returning home, she closed all the doors skillfully and placed the bathtub filled with ice bricks in the living room. Turn on the solar-powered fan. Then he washed Dazhuang's body with water and applied some anti-inflammatory medicine. A cat that can fight against a second-level zombie is definitely not an ordinary cat. So as long as the injury is not fatal, there is almost no need to worry about it being infected and dying. But at this moment, Dazhuang's body was covered with various wounds, and after applying medicine, the problem became how to bandage them. Jiang You felt that this cat was a talented cat, as it could eat its belly so full in such a situation. In the end, there was no choice but to press Dazhuang to the ground and wrap up his entire body, leaving only his head but exposed. Meow! Dazhuang looked at the bow on his head and resisted fiercely. It feels like a gift box. It resisted fiercely, and Jiang You tied the bow ruthlessly. In the end, Dazhuang succumbed to the power of the bullet and the temptation of a few space strawberries. Jiang You guessed that the reason why this stubborn cat never left her was largely because of the food in her own space. Whether it is fish, shrimp, or fruit, as long as it grows in the space, it likes to eat it. However, if the tabby cat were to take out the supplies that it had stockpiled in advance, it would not be very interested. After bandaging it, Jiang You went to the bathroom to start cleaning himself. There is no water coming out of the tap now. Even if there is water, it is polluted and smells extremely fishy and is completely unusable. She had considered the issue of bathing when she was stocking up. Therefore, in addition to stockpiling large amounts of drinking water, a large pond was also dug in the space, with fish, shrimps, and aquatic plants in it, forming a complete underwater ecosystem. The water, there is no problem using it for bathing. She cleaned herself up in the space. I have tried to drag the tabby cat into the space before, but after many attempts, I failed. I entered the space with Dazhuang in my arms, but he disappeared and fell directly to the ground. Therefore, only she can enter the space. Jiang You changed her clothes and stood by the fish pond in the space. The water in the pond was the river water she brought in. Maybe she was careless when filling the pond, and she actually brought in a few koi. At this time, the koi were swimming in the water, and the scales on their backs were shining like silk. I wonder if this kind of fish would taste good if made into sweet and sour fish. Jiang Yu's throat moved involuntarily. She looked at the time and realized that she had been in this space for half an hour. She hadn't felt the dizziness and suffocation yet. At first, she could only stay in the space for a dozen minutes at a time. Later on, the time gradually became longer and longer. It has been more than half an hour since I came in, and I am still in good condition. Thinking of this, she decided to stay a little longer and try to see how long she could stay in this space. Jiang You thought of the crystal core of the second-level zombie, so he took out the crystal core and washed it with water. There was a bamboo bed in the yard. Jiang You sat cross-legged on it and placed the crystal core in the palm of his hand to absorb it. A pure energy slowly spread from the palm of my right hand along the veins to my whole body. It felt like every muscle in my body was being charged. Very comfortable. When she opened her eyes again, the crystal core in her palm had turned into a ball of white ash, which dissipated into the air with a gentle blow. Jiang You looked at his hand, waved it in the air, and a bamboo pole not far away was cut in half. She moved her fingers slightly, feeling the wind slowly flowing between her fingers. After a long time, she compressed the wind into a small ball and then flicked her fingers in the air at the small tomatoes in the vegetable garden. Puff! After a slight sound, the small tomato suddenly exploded as if it had been hit by a bullet. Jiang You looked at his masterpiece and smiled. There were still 2 rice-sized, gray, primary zombie crystal cores left, which Jiang You didn't want to use. Compared with second-level zombies, the crystal cores of primary zombies contain too many impurities, and they are prone to absorb impurities while absorbing energy. If you absorb too many crystal cores of primary zombies, those impurities will corrode your body like a chronic poison that accumulates over time. Of course, high-level zombies, mutant beasts, and mutant plants may also have turbid crystal cores, but it is rare. The turbid crystal core, called the pollution source, is usually not absorbable. Absorbing the source of pollution of high-level mutant creatures is like eating arsenic as a meal, which is simply seeking death. Jiang You looked at the 2 somewhat gray crystal cores. Dazhuang was obviously not interested in this thing. When she gave it to him, his hand was ruthlessly slapped away. Since there was no use keeping them, Jiang You looked at the dry well in the yard and threw both rice-sized crystal cores into the well. From then on, whenever she found turbid crystal cores, she would throw them into the dry well. This dry well has become a garbage dump for polluted crystal cores. Chapter 33. Increased Appetite. When Jiang Yu came out of the space, the temperature in the living room had already dropped. Dezhuang was lying in the cat bed with a bow bandage on his head, chewing on a strawberry butt. He actually tied himself up, but he didn't dare to take it off. If he took it off, would this human be angry and stop associating with him? But those scars on his body, as a purebred tabby cat, are proof of his strength. The first time I put on a bandage, I always felt a little weird. Should it be demolished or not? It glanced at the humans not far away. Forget it. If I remove the bandage, I will definitely get beaten, and I won't even be able to eat the fruit. Dezhuang struggled repeatedly between dignity and desire. Finally, I succeeded in convincing myself. It does not resist, not because it is not strong enough to do so. Instead, it gave in to the human being. After all, it was under its protection, so why should it bother with her? Dezhuang prepared himself mentally and lowered his head to continue eating strawberries. When it eats what it likes first. After it has finished eating what it likes, it will consider other things. It's the same when eating strawberries. Eat the tip first, finish eating the tip, and then eat the strawberry, but in any strawberry leaves that haven't been picked clean. Well, this new human brother, how about I follow her from now on? Bah, bah, bah. She should follow me. After eating the strawberries, Dezhuang started to nibble on a cabbage that Jiang Yu gave him. I have to say, this cabbage is so crispy and sweet. As long as it is a space product, it will not let go even the cheapest ones. Then Jiang Yu saw a tabby cat that was chewing a cabbage stalk with relish. Because Dezhuang was covered in bandages and had difficulty moving, he lay on the cabbage with his whole body and chewed it. Jiang Yu gently kicked its butt. Dezhuang turned his head with a ferocious look, and when he saw it was her, he squinted his eyes and called out again. It looks a bit like it's acting coquettishly, but that fierce cat face doesn't look cute at all. It's like a muscular northern guy with tattoos all over his body making a fist at you. If you don't know him, you would always think he's going to beat you to death. Jiang Yu walked to the sofa, sat down, and then waved at Dezhuang. The eldest brother immediately put the last bit of cabbage stalk into his mouth and limped over. Meow, why are you calling me? Jiang Yu took out a basket of fresh strawberries and cherry tomatoes. I picked them for you. Meow. For me? When the tabby cat saw what she was holding, its entire tail stood up. It's my turn. It's all my fault. It was so anxious that it circled around Jiang Yu's feet. Jiang Yu poured the fruit from the plate into its special bowl and said, "Eat it. It's enough." Meow. As soon as he finished speaking, Dezhuang threw his whole body into the basket. Jiang Yu was also ready for dinner. She took out a serving of sauerkraut stewed with meat, a serving of sweet and sour pork, and a serving of hot and sour cabbage from the space. The staple food is 10 large white flour buns. I also got 2 glasses of ice drinks. As the amount of exercise increased, Jiang Yu's appetite also increased rapidly. The food she brought out was at least enough for 2 grown men, but she ate it all by herself. In the end, I even ate half a fried chicken before I felt full. After the meal, Jiang Yu ate duck neck while drinking milk tea. She puffed her cheeks a few times and spit out a bone. Before the bone hit the ground, Dezhuang jumped up, opened his mouth, bit the bone, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Jiang Yu gave it an uneaten duck neck. As a result, Dezhuang turned his head and said, "I won't eat food given out of pity." Jiang Yu shrugged and said, "If you don't want to eat it, then forget it." Then he continued to gnaw on the duck neck. As a result, just as he spit out a bone, a cat covered in bandages flew over and grabbed the bone. Dezhuang bared his teeth, held the duck neck in his mouth, and fell to the ground in a very arrogant manner. Chapter 30, For the Trash You Brought Back. Sizzle. Zizi. Zizizi. City A. Survivors, please pay attention. Zizizi. The military has already evacuated the shelter. Repeat. After a burst of noise, the radio in the living room began to play news about evacuations and shelters in a loop. Because of the sound interference, Jiang Yu had to listen to the repeated message for a long time before he could hear it clearly. A survival base has been established near City A. Now the authorities are calling on everyone to evacuate and find a way to get to the nearest assembly point in 3 days. The evacuation will be escorted by the military. Once you enter the base, you will be given shelter. There are 4 gathering points, located in the east, west, south, and north directions of the city. At that time, there will be troops stationed at the assembly point, and the survivors will need to find a way to reach the assembly point on their own and then go to the base together. But there is only this one escort opportunity. If you miss it, you will need to go to the base by yourself. Compared to going to the base by yourself, there will definitely be military escort, so it will be safer. This piece of news was like red-hot iron falling into water, making everyone's dead hearts boil again. You can imagine how surprised people would be when they heard this news. This is like a dead tree found by a drowning person. Anyone would hold on to it tightly and not let go. But Jiang You didn't plan to go to the base. Entering the base does not necessarily mean safety. Compared to the crowd, she would rather stay among the zombies. After all, zombies are easy to identify, but it is difficult to tell good guys from bad guys. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there are disputes. In her previous life, after she heard the news of the evacuation, she took Li Tianming and others regardless of everything and caught up with the last minute of the evacuation and set off with the army. The evacuated survivors gathered together and naturally attracted a lot of zombies along the way. Coupled with the open and covert fighting among their own kind, there was no peace along the way. They escaped death many times, and it was during that period that Jiang You was constantly injured and grew up. Later we learned that even with the military escort, less than half of the survivors at all the evacuation points made it to the base alive. And after entering the base, it was not as good as imagined. There is a shortage of food and clothing in the base. If you want to get food, you must have your own value. The status of people with special abilities is slightly higher. They can carry out various tasks and at least support themselves. But ordinary people did not have an easy life. Many survivors in the base starved to death or killed each other. Li Yingwei has space, but she dare not expose it. Li Haochen has superpowers, but he doesn't dare to face zombies. There are 6 people in the group. The funny thing is that the person going on the mission is always Jiang You, an ordinary survivor who has not yet awakened his special powers. Good Chanhua treated her very well. It seemed that after experiencing a series of things, he suddenly became enlightened and accepted his niece, even treating her as his own daughter. She would take good care of Jiang You, concerned about every injury she had, and remind her to be careful when going out. Sometimes people are so ridiculous. Just because they are not valued and because they have power, they would rather numb themselves for a little bit of hypocritical warmth. Does Jiang You really not understand the hypocrisy of his uncle's family? Not necessarily. If they hadn't collected some supplies and put them in Li Yingyue's space, several people would have starved to death. Later, Jiang You found out that every time she went on a mission, she fought between life and death just to bring back some food. In fact, there was still a lot of unfinished food in Li Yingyue's space, and her family was hiding and eating secretly. Every time Li Yingyue brought back supplies, she would secretly hide some of them. Anyway, no one else can see her space, and it is impossible to count it. Later, a teammate who was on a mission together accidentally said that Li Yingyue was very beautiful and that she seemed to live in 2 different worlds. Jiang Yu then became suspicious. She looked carefully and found that the 2 siblings were indeed much healthier than she looked. Obviously, everyone was eating similar food, so the better supplies she brought back were given to the youngest, Li Haoshuan, and her uncle and his wife. She, Li Yingyue, and Li Haochen all eat similar food. How come those 2 people don't lose weight at all? Is it because they both have superpowers and better physical fitness? Fart. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, so he must have eaten it secretly. Jiang Yu looked down at the red mole on the inside of his wrist. Now that the space is in my hands, I don't know if the family can still just wait for food at home like they did in the previous life. Li Yingyue has spatial abilities? Ho, that liar. The other side. Li Yingyue scratched her hair anxiously as she hadn't washed it for days. Her originally waist-length, smooth hair was now greasy and smelly. Good Chanhua stuffed a pair of scissors into her hands. Yeah, how many times have I told you to cut your hair? But you just wouldn't listen. What time is it now? There's not even enough water to drink. Where can I get water to wash your hair? Good Chanhua sighed helplessly. He looked much thinner, with gray hair. Compared with before, he felt at least 10 years older. Li Tianming and Li Haochen ran back into the house one after the other, and then quickly closed the door. Li Haochen took off the backpack on his back and took things out of it while cursing. Fuck that bitch. She's such a slut. She even dared to snatch supplies from us. She deserves to be bitten to death by zombies. There are more and more zombies outside now, and less food. I heard that Uncle Li, who went out with us to find supplies before, was stabbed in the back by his own brother. He seemed to be in a terrible state. TSK, 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 TSK. With a sour face, he took out a pack of biscuits, half a bottle of water, and 2 moldy steamed buns from his backpack. Li Tianming also took off the backpack on his back and took out some supplies from it. There is a small amount of food, and most of it is other daily necessities. Almost all of these things were dirty, all covered with dried yellow mud. Li Tianming explained, "This steamed bun was soaked in water and has turned black, but it should be edible. I saw them bring moldy rice home and eat it, and it was fine too." Gu Chunhua nodded. The water level rose before, and a lot of things were submerged. If they weren't poisoned, they would have starved to death anyway. What else could they choose? Li Yingyue saw the supplies on the ground and curled her lips in disgust. "Mom, I want to eat the unopened package of cookies. I won't eat anything else because they are soaked in water." Among a small pile of supplies, a pack of unopened biscuits stood out. "It is the only clean food." "Yeah, don't be ignorant. Your father and brother have to fight zombies every day, so they need to eat well and have physical strength. These clean foods must be allowed to them, and the same goes for other foods we eat. There are many people who don't even have food to eat right now." Li Haochen looked at Li Yingyue with a sneer. "Li Yingyue, stop looking for trouble. If you want to eat something delicious, you can go out and find it yourself if you have the ability. There are food everywhere outside. It's easy to find," he said sarcastically. "Do you think I want to eat the garbage you bring back? If you were useless and could only bring back a little garbage every time, would I be so hungry? Others always come back with a full load, but you and Dad can only pick up some unwanted garbage every time. I tried my best to find something that was just garbage, right? If you have the ability, go find it yourself. I want to see how capable you are. Anyway, I'm more capable than you, so I won't bring back a bunch of garbage. That's the best. If you can, don't eat garbage." Li Haochen was already furious. He didn't understand why his father always dragged him out with him. The zombies outside were too scary. "It's obviously much more convenient for my dad to go out by himself, but I always drag him along on adventures. If he didn't go out, he wouldn't give him any food. On the other hand, the other people in the family can stay at home with peace of mind." Why? Li Haochen didn't understand Li Tianming's painstaking efforts. He loved his son the most, and Li Haochuan was too young. He himself was old, and he wanted his eldest son to live as long as possible, so he had to let him adapt to the world as quickly as possible. But Li Haochen couldn't understand all this. Now he only felt angry after escaping death. If he hadn't reacted quickly today and pushed the woman who had previously competed with them for things into the group of zombies behind as a scapegoat, he would definitely be the one being eaten now. He grabbed the only intact package of biscuits, as if to vent his anger, tore it open, and stuffed it into his mouth frantically. While eating, he looked at Li Yingyue warily. Thinking of what had just happened, he felt scared. However, before he finished eating the biscuits, he suddenly found that something was wrong with Li Tianming. He and Li Yingyue had been arguing for so long, but Li Tianming didn't say a word. This was not normal. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Li Tianming squatted in the corner at some point, shaking all over. The other three immediately thought of a possibility. Gu Chunhua's face turned pale, and he immediately asked, "Xiaoqun, was your dad captured by zombies outside?" Chapter 35, Are you really willing to do anything? Scratched by zombies? They had seen people who had been scratched by zombies before, and almost without exception, they had been infected and turned into zombies. Now Li Tianming was actually scratched by a zombie. The thought of him turning into a zombie. Li Yingyue was about to go up to ask, but she couldn't help but retract her steps and asked cautiously, "Dad, are you okay?" Li Haochen reflexively grabbed the machete beside him and looked at the trembling figure with a defensive look on his face. Dad, what's wrong with you?" Li Tianming suddenly raised his head. His originally black eyeballs had turned grayish-white. His entire face was black and blue, and his skin began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar, his black and white pupils staring at his relatives like a wild beast, as if he was looking at a few delicious animals. The sticky saliva at the corners of his mouth was stretched into strings. Although it was not the first time he faced this kind of monster, Li Haochen still felt scared from the bottom of his heart. He grabbed the knife and was about to step forward. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Li Yingyue, whose face was pale. There was also Gu Chunhua, who was looking at him in panic. "Xiaoqun, hurry up! Your dad has turned into a zombie. Brother, what are you still standing there for? Come and protect me." Both of them placed their hopes on him. In fact, when the apocalypse broke out, their family was very lucky and no one turned into a zombie. The youngest one, Li Haochuan, didn't have to die, but he was too noisy and would make a fuss whenever he disagreed with something. They didn't think there was anything wrong with Li Haoshuan before, as it was normal for children to be a little naughty. However, when Li Haoshuan's unreasonable behavior put their lives in danger and he refused to change despite repeated warnings, the naughty child became particularly hated. Especially after Li Haoshuan got into trouble and almost killed Li Haochen. Li Haochen decided to get rid of this black sheep. One night, Li Haochen got up in the middle of the night and tricked Li Haoshuan out of the house. So there was delicious food next door. In fact, the neighbor who turned into a zombie has been locked up next door. He opened the door and pushed Li Haoshuan in. Then he went back to his room, closed the door, and went to sleep. By the time everyone discovered it, Li Haoshuan had one of his arms bitten off and had turned into a zombie. However, except Li Haochen, everyone else thought that he was just being naughty and opened the door and ran out. And now, Li Haochen looked at his mother and sister who were hiding at home all day, not daring to step out of the door, just waiting for him and his father to desperately bring back supplies. Do they know how dangerous it is to go out and bring supplies? Do they know how hard it is to find supplies? He had clearly seen other female survivors. Others were not afraid of death and were self-reliant, but they could hide at home all day. These are two burdens. If it weren't for them, Dad wouldn't have risked going to the supermarket today to bring more supplies, and he wouldn't have been scratched by zombies. Now that my father is dead, the task of finding supplies will definitely fall on me. He looked at Li Tianming, who had turned into a zombie, as if he saw his future self. All these thoughts passed in a flash. Li Haochen made up his mind, took a few steps back calmly, and retreated to the door. He reached out quietly and grasped the door handle. Li Haochen, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and do something. You want to kill us? Li Yingyue roared in fear and suddenly noticed Li Haochen's actions. Her eyes suddenly widened. After all, they were siblings for many years. She only needed one glance to tell what Li Haochen was going to do. She screamed in a sharp voice, Li Haochen, what do you want to do? With this shout, Ge Chunhua also noticed Li Haochen's actions and looked at him in disbelief. Jiang You, tears instantly filled her old face. How could she not know what her own son was thinking? I just felt despair in my heart. Mom, I'm sorry. I don't want to do this either. It's just that it's hard for me to live alone now. I really can't take care of you. He left a few words, then quickly opened the door and ran away. At this time, Li Tianming also completely lost his mind and pounced towards the two of them. Yeah, run quickly. I'll stop your dad. At this critical moment, Ge Chunhua not only did not hide, but seemed to have figured it out and resolutely rushed towards Li Tianming. Holding his waist tightly, he shouted at Li Yingyue resolutely. Run! Run with your brother! Huh, huh. When food is served to their doorstep, zombies won't hesitate and will just bite it. At this time, Li Tianming had completely turned into a zombie and had lost all his rationality. To him, Ge Chunhua was not an old couple but fresh food. The bloody sound of tearing raw meat and the chewing accompanied by Ge Chunhua's screams made Li Yingyue unable to react. When a person is extremely frightened, he cannot react at all. Li Yingyue was in this state at the moment. She wanted to run, but her legs were weak and she couldn't move at all, as if she had lost control. Li Yingyue watched in horror as Li Tianming tore off Ge Chunhua's flesh piece by piece, like a hungry beast. Yeah, run! 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 Ge Chunhua's shrill voice echoed in Li Yingyue's mind. She suddenly woke up, then turned around and ran, and kept running. The last image of Ge Chunhua kept replaying in my mind. Although Ge Chunhua is fierce, he is really good to his children. In particular, unlike Li Tianming, who likes his son, she does not have the idea of favoring boys over girls, and treats Li Yingyue no worse than the two brothers Li Haochen and Li Haoshuan. Sometimes, she is even more patient with girls. Li Yingyue's face was covered with tears. She climbed up the stairs in a panic, using both her hands and feet. She didn't dare run outside because there were zombies everywhere. The stairs are relatively safer because survivors often pass by and zombies are often cleared out there. She kept knocking on the doors. Open the door! Save me! Please open the door and let me in. Help me! Help! Please save me, my parents are dead. Save me! She knocked on door after door, but no one was willing to open the door, no matter if there was someone inside or not. Who would let a stranger into their house? Now is not just the first 2 days since the apocalypse broke out, and there are still people who have not experienced the lesson of being bitten back. When running out, Li Yingyue was only thinking about escaping and forgot to close the door. Ge Chunhua and Li Tianming, who had now turned into zombies, chased out and followed closely behind her. She climbed up in panic, and 2 zombies behind her also ran out with drooling. Half of Ge Chunhua's face was bitten off, with bones exposed, and black blood dripping as he walked. Just when Li Yingyue was in despair, she suddenly bumped into a tall man. Her chin was held by a rough big hand, and the man even looked at her face calmly. "Little thing, why are you running?" The man's voice was deep and hoarse, very magnetic. "Save me. I'll do anything. Please save me." Li Yingyue met the man's gaze. After all, she was an adult, and she understood the desire in the man's eyes almost instantly. She hurriedly wiped her face twice, grabbed his sleeve, and said in horror, "My parents have turned into zombies, and my brother doesn't care about me and has run away. Save me. I'm willing to do anything as long as you save me." Li Yingyue was originally good-looking, and her face was covered with tears. Although it was a little dirty, her eyes were tearful, and it could be seen that she was a beauty. "Willing to do anything?" The man chuckled. "I am willing to do anything." The man pulled Li Yingyue behind him, grabbed a Tang sword, took a few steps forward, and swung the sword. The two zombies behind him were separated from their bodies. "Come with me, little girl." He turned and left. Li Yingyue followed the man back step by step. At this time, a survivor opened the door. The person who opened the door was a girl. When the apocalypse broke out, all her family members were infected. She was left alone with her young brother. In order to prevent herself and her brother from dying in the apocalypse, she, like other survivors, risked her life to go out and look for supplies. Even for food, they traded their bodies again and again. Li Yingyue laughed at her several times. "You are so cheap. Do you think anyone can sleep with you just by giving you something? Don't you feel dirty when you close your eyes at night? Ouch, it stinks. Is this a public toilet in front of me? If I were you, I would rather be bitten to death by zombies than degrade myself." At this moment, seeing Li Yingyue following the man away, her eyes were full of gloating. "Aren't you very noble? Wouldn't you rather die than betray yourself? But now, I'm selling myself very quickly." The woman sneered. She knew that the man who rescued Li Yingyue had several brothers under him, all of whom were ruthless characters. She had made a deal with that man before and almost didn't get away alive. Although the man gave a lot of supplies and looked decent, he liked to abuse women. He also played with them in a very extravagant way and asked his brothers to share. He was very perverted. If I saw it correctly, Li Yingyue was actually looking at the man with admiration. Could it be that she thought she had met some good person? What a stupid woman. Sure enough, within a short while, the woman heard Li Yingyue's screams that were worse than death and her begging for mercy. Not only her, the whole building could probably hear it. But she was not worried because the door of the unit downstairs had been repaired long ago and the zombies could not get in. After waiting for a few hours, the woman saw Li Yingyue again. She walked out of the man's room barefoot, wrapped in a loose, ill-fitting, dirty dress, and took each step extremely slowly. The woman looked at Li Yingyue's trembling legs, her shaky appearance as she held onto the wall, and her exposed skin covered in blue and red scars. She returned all the words Li Yingyue had given her before. "Oh my, some people are so mean. Do they think anyone can sleep with you just by giving you something? Don't you feel dirty when you close your eyes at night? Ouch, it stinks. Is this a public toilet in front of me? If I were you, I would rather be bitten to death by zombies than degrade myself. They are your parents. They are so cruel." Li Yingyue looked at the woman in front of her with resentment, and her whole body was hysterical. "Get out! You bitch, get out of here! You and I are different. We will always be different. Get out of here!" Chapter 36. Evacuate with us. Ever since the news of the evacuation came, Jiang You noticed that there were obviously more people moving around outside. She lay on the balcony and looked down through a telescope. De Zhuang seems to have made enemies with some animals outside recently. He goes out to fight every night and comes back in the morning covered with injuries. Jiang You bandages and disinfects him. As soon as it gets dark, the cat comes back to life with full blood and goes out to fight again. It was daytime at this time, and De Zhuang was wrapped by Jiang You like a mummy. He lay listlessly on the ice to enjoy the cool air. It glanced lazily outside. The air was distorted under the scorching sun. However, even in such high temperatures, the woman was training outdoors all day long and looking around. She was simply masochistic, but at least she didn't stop the ice supply in the house. De Zhuang yawned, turned over, and pressed his back against the ice, feeling so comfortable that he almost turned into a pancake. Because the gate of the community has been completely repaired, there is a long green belt in the middle. Therefore, as long as you don't make particularly loud noises, you won't attract zombies on the street. The 3 or 2 zombies wandering outside the big iron gate would occasionally bang their bodies against the gate, making clanging sounds, but they would not be very persistent. After bumping twice, it swayed to another place. At the door of Thunder Squad in the 3-story building, several more survivors entered. This was the 16th wave of people entering. After entering the community, the Thunder Squad immediately repaired the unattended gate and isolated the zombies on the street outside. They also cleared out the zombies roaming around the community, which improved the safety of the entire area to a certain extent. After a series of subsequent actions, they had unknowingly become the leader of this area. The other teams all seemed to look up to him. There were several large-scale zombie cleanup activities or supply searches that were organized by the Thunder Squad. The captain of the Thunder Squad was a young man with red hair who looked to be less than 30 years old and was very tall. The reason why Jiang You remembered that man at once was not because he was handsome, but because the man could have a refreshing red hair in the doomsday, which made him very eye-catching no matter where he went. And now, Jiang Yu was counting the survivors entering the small building. In just the morning, at least 200 survivors entered the small building. She was chewing on the duck neck while holding the telescope. After being exposed to the sun for a whole morning, Jiang Yu was sweating all over and his skin was slightly red from the sun. She turned her head, finished eating the duck neck in her mouth, and spat it on the ground. Before the thing fell to the ground, De Zhuang quickly opened his mouth, bit it, and then chewed it and swallowed it into his stomach. Jiang Yu picked up another piece of duck neck and put it in his mouth to continue chewing. When he was thirsty, he drank a sip of ice sparkling water. He lived a happy life. The scorching sun shines on the skin. Although there is a slight stinging sensation due to the high temperature, it feels strangely comfortable. She bit the straw while drinking, her eyes fixed on the half-dead catnip in the flower bed. Judging from the looks of it, these people are probably discussing evacuation. After all, there was a shortage of supplies in the city, and a lot of food had rotted due to the previous heavy rain. So many survivors have to find a new direction in life. But she didn't plan to leave here. At least she lived quite comfortably now and was too lazy to leave. These people are probably going to leave. De Zhuang, do you want to leave the city? The tabby cat that was chewing a bone raised its head and looked at her, baring its teeth and with its fur standing on end. Meow. Do you want me? Why are you so fierce? No female cat will like you in the future if you continue like this. Are you going to leave those 2 leeches and used in the future? De Zhuang rolled his eyes at her, walked back to the house in a cat-like manner, and continued to lie on the ice to cool off. Jiang Yu pointed at the mice still alive and kicking in the fish tank and said, "That's your duck neck. Go eat your duck neck." This cat has become smarter now. In the past, it would catch and eat 1 mouse at a time. Now it will catch a few mice and throw them into the empty fish tank. When it wants to eat, it would just start eating. Every time the fish tank is almost out of mice, it will replenish it itself. Jiang Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with a cat eating a mouse. After all, after seeing it chewing on the zombie's brains, I feel that as long as it doesn't want to eat me, I can accept it. Sure enough, when Jiang Yu went downstairs in the afternoon, he saw many survivors packing their luggage. When she went downstairs, she met Hao Hong, who had just returned from outside. Hao Hong was carrying a dirty, bulging backpack on his back, and no one knew what was inside. She was holding a machete in her hand, and her whole body was covered in sweat. When Hao Hong saw Jiang Yu, he was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Jiang Yu, are you going to leave? We plan to organize an evacuation as soon as tomorrow morning comes. Many survivors near us have formed a team and will leave together when the time comes. It will be easier to break through with more people. Come with us." As she spoke, she wiped her face, and the blood on her hands immediately stained her face, but she didn't care about these small details at all. The black and smelly blood was obviously from zombies. Of course, there might also be some from humans. Jiang Yu didn't expect that she actually knew his name. He even took the initiative to greet me and shook his head. "I'm not leaving." "You're stupid. Why don't you leave? The city is full of zombies now, and there are fewer and fewer humans." She pulled Jiang Yu's arm and pulled her into a corner, speaking in a low voice. "I'll tell you in secret, the powerful people have already been evacuated in the first batch. Although the announcement says this is the first evacuation, it's actually the second. This is the only chance for us ordinary people. If you don't leave now, there will be no army escort to escort you when you want to leave later. The nearest Guangming base is more than 100 kilometers away from here. How do you get there? You have to walk on your own and outrun all the zombies. But if there are many people walking together, then every time you encounter a tide of zombies, you just need to run past the person in front of you. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave when the time comes. For some reason, when Hao Hong first met Jiang You, she didn't like this girl who looked a little too pretty, especially after knowing that his eldest brother likes him. But ever since that time she killed someone in front of her, she had been paying attention to this little girl intentionally or unintentionally. Although he is young, he is very capable. Hao Hong often saw her going out with a bow and crossbow or a long sword, and also occasionally saw her fighting outside. This is a little rose that grows among thorns. She doesn't need to depend on anyone. Hao Hong hopes that this beautiful flower will keep blooming in the end times. So when planning the evacuation, she unconsciously thought of her. Hao Hong happened to meet him today and advised, "Don't be stupid. The whole world is collapsing now. No one cares about us. If you don't seize this opportunity, you will either be eaten by zombies or become a zombie." I've said so much. Do you understand it? Hao Hong looked at the girl in front of her anxiously. "Come with us. The base is always safer than a city full of monsters." She looked at the girl in front of her, who had a bright appearance and an indescribable well-behaved manner, and suddenly felt that she was the legendary eunuch who was anxious while the emperor was not. She was so anxious that she jumped up and down like a monkey, but others were very calm. After listening to her long speech, Jiang You still shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to leave for the time being." Hearing this, Hao Hong was so angry that she wanted to knock her out and take her away. But looking at the Miao Dao flashing with cold light in her hand, she clearly remembered how the knife smoothly split the zombie in half. At the moment of splitting, Hao Hong could even clearly see the internal organs of the zombie. This knife is very handsome and fast, so he swallowed his saliva and gave up the idea of knocking Jiang You out. Okay. Anyway, I've already reminded you. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. We're leaving tomorrow anyway. See you later. Well, bye. Jiang Yu waved politely and left. Hao Hong stared at her back in disbelief. Gone? Are we really going to say goodbye like this? Hong, what are you looking at? A man came up to her and saw her staring at a slender figure with wide eyes, so he teased her in a flirtatious manner. Hong, why are you looking at this kind of woman? Look at her. She is white and tender with a thin waist. I guess she is a woman who relies on men to survive. Don't bother with them. How can everyone be like you? So beautiful and so capable. The man emphasized the pronunciation of the last word. Hao Hong felt extremely disgusted. He saw Jiang Yu's slender back and her exposed white and tender skin. He remembered that he had exchanged a moldy steamed bun for a woman last night, and his eyes became a little vague. He actually liked Hao Hong, but Hao Hong's brother was not a pushover, so at most he could only take advantage of her verbally and didn't dare to go too far. But this woman seems to be pretty. I'll give it a try if I get a chance. I just wonder if it's expensive. He touched his chin and smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits like a mouse hiding in the dark. Hao Hong gave him a cold look and said, "Fuck your mother. Get out of my way if you have nothing to do. A good dog doesn't block the road." Chapter 37. Hate every stinky man equally. Hey, Hong, don't leave in such a hurry. Let's talk. Hong, don't go. Tell me where that woman lives. The man chased after her, reached out and patted Hao Hong on the shoulder, and the next second, Hao Hong kicked him down the stairs, and he rolled down more than 10 steps. Hao Hong looked at him coldly. "If you dare to touch me with your dirty hands again, I'll chop off your arms. Get out." The man was kicked and wanted to retaliate, but when he thought about the dozens of brothers under Hao Jun and that Hao Hong also had a hot temper and was not someone to be trifled with, he left cursing. Hao Hong originally didn't want to bother with this jerk, but he kept bringing up Jiang Yu's matter again and again, and he mentioned her with a very disgusting look and tone. When he asked where Jiang Yu lived just now, Hao Hong knew what he was thinking. I just felt like I had swallowed a fly in my throat, so disgusting that I could hardly swallow. Being a woman is difficult, especially in the doomsday. It is even more difficult for women to survive. She never discriminated against the survivors who traded their bodies. They all did it to survive. Some sold their bodies, some sold their blood relatives, and some abandoned their own kindness. Who is nobler than who? But she hates all men who can't control their lower body equally. Damn, you're such a slut. Hao Hong spat fiercely at the shifty figure from behind. Since the doomsday broke out and order collapsed, in just less than a month, Hao Hong felt as if she had seen all the disgusting things she would ever encounter in her life. Born in a peaceful era and having lived for more than 20 years, she had never imagined that people could be so disgusting. She had known the man who had just been kicked out by him before the end of the world. The man was the owner of a nearby fruit shop. He had an honest face, and whenever I met him in the past, he would always greet me very politely. He seems like a very gentle and nice person, but he will always remember this man when the doomsday broke out. How he pushed his own wife and children into the zombie horde to delay time. And how, after losing the constraints of the law, they gradually revealed their true colors. If how June hadn't repeatedly told her not to get into conflict with other survivors easily, especially since this man was a rare psychic and a member of the Thunder Squad. How Hong really wanted to chop the bastard in front of him into pieces. On the other side, Jiang You walked to the wall of the community, stepped on the edge of the flower bed very skillfully, jumped hard, climbed over the wall with his hands, and climbed out. She was too lazy to go out through the main door. To go out through the main door, she had to unlock and lock the door again, which was very troublesome. There were a few zombies wandering around the gate like idiots. They could only make ho-ho-ho sound when they saw people. Jiang Yu's front foot had just landed on the ground. A zombie nearby noticed her falling from the sky. The takeaway has arrived? The zombie rushed over with his mouth open excitedly and was about to start eating. The next moment, a cold light flashed, and half of his mouth fell to the ground and opened and closed. Jiang Yu stomped on the head on the ground and smashed it, then walked away. The second-level zombie she killed yesterday finally allowed her to find her first crystal core. So she came out today and wanted to look around, trying to find a few more second-level zombies. But second-level zombies are not cabbages. How can they be so easy to find? She walked lightly and quickly, and her shoes made almost no sound when they hit the ground. In the end times, walking with a thumping sound is not a good habit. Be like a cat. Step down lightly, stand up quickly, and move around silently. Jiang Yu still tried her best to avoid the zombies, unless a zombie discovered her and attacked her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke the zombies, mainly because she was too lazy to chop them. She felt like a fruit farmer waiting for the fruits to ripen. These first-level zombies were the green fruits on the trees that could not be eaten yet. She is waiting for them to grow up and mature. Wait until the zombies become level 2 zombies, and then you can start picking fruits. Unfortunately, the old man zombie from yesterday seemed to be hard to come by. She wandered around outside for a long time today, but didn't find a single level 2 zombie. The superpowers among humans are very weak at the beginning, and the zombies are also very weak at the beginning. This is a chance nature gives to humans to survive, so that the power gap will not be too great, leading to extinction. A zombie came over with its fangs long and its mouth wide open. Jiang Yu picked up his knife and quickly chopped off its head, then pushed the corpse away and prepared to leave. Suddenly, just as she raised her eyes, she found that something seemed to move on the 3rd floor opposite, and then quickly slipped into the window. Not sure, let's wait and see. The floor-to-ceiling window in that place was completely broken, and the whole house was exposed. It was definitely not a place where people lived. And just now she saw a dark shadow passing by the balcony. Judging from its size, it cannot be a human. Could it be another form of a second-level zombie? Or a mutant animal? If it is a second-level zombie, it would be best to dig out the crystal core directly. If it is a mutant animal, just catch it and give it to the Zhuang as a snack. This guy loves eating it the most. Jiang Yu took action immediately and ran towards the opposite building. The building was previously a 5-star hotel. When Jiang Yu entered, he met 2 survivors who had just come out. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s with wounds all over his body and a bruised face, obviously having been beaten. After seeing Jiang Yu, he was stunned for a moment. Jiang Yu. The man called out uncertainly. Jiang Yu? Is that you? I'm Teacher Qin. Jiang Yu glanced at him, then turned his head calmly and walked straight upstairs. What are you doing? Another companion pulled the middle-aged man and asked, Do you know that person? The man shook his head in confusion. Maybe I saw it wrongly. I thought it was one of my former students. The man thought of the dark and thin students in the school who wore old clothes every day, and then thought of the girl who looked fair and clean, as if she lived before the end of the world. He felt that he must have made a mistake. The companions looked at the direction Jiang Yu left with some envy. If I'm not mistaken, that woman just now should be a person with superpowers, and a very powerful one at that. You can tell by the fact that she dares to run around alone and still keeps herself clean. The boss I followed before was a fire-type mutant who could attack zombies with fireballs. He was so awesome. It's a pity that he died at the hands of his own brother. Alas, even brothers can't be trusted these days. Stop talking, let's go. We have to meet up with the boss and the others before dark, and then we can leave together at dawn. This is our only chance to evacuate. If we can't leave, we may never be able to leave again." The voices of the two people gradually faded away. The man was limping, and judging by the injuries on his body, he probably wouldn't live long. Jiang You sure recognized the man who had greeted her just now. The man was her math teacher at school. After school one day, Jiang You saw him and a girl in the multimedia classroom. He even touched her thigh. The girl had red eyes and seemed to be crying. Children of that age already understand what they should understand. So Jiang Yu immediately went to the principal's office to report him. But in the end, the teacher said that Jiang Yu had made a false accusation. Even the girl at that time testified that she just wanted to ask the teacher for help after school because she had some questions she couldn't answer. Jiang Yu had seen it wrong. Jiang Yu knew she was lying because she found Jiang Yu afterwards and threatened her not to tell anyone about it. Otherwise, she would not let her go. She was actually not sure what happened after they entered the multimedia classroom, nor did she know what the entanglement between the two was. She just wanted to do something to the best of her ability based on what she saw. As a girl, you are more vulnerable than boys from childhood to adulthood. But many things in this world are inherently complex, not simply right or wrong. From then on, the math teacher always targeted her. She attended class well, but was punished by being made to run around the playground. It was clearly someone else who threw the paper ball at her, and the math teacher saw the whole thing, but still accused her of cheating. He would say in front of his classmates that she was as stupid as a pig and spread the news that she had wrongly accused him everywhere. And he cursed her with all kinds of extremely insulting words. From that time on, she probably understood one thing. That is to mind your own business and respect the fate of others. It had been a long time since that happened, and for her, who had lived two lives, many of the people she resented when she was young were now just that. It was like looking at a stranger, without any emotion. Chapter 38. Finding a Level 2 Zombie. Jiang Yu had just climbed to the 3rd floor when he heard a scream. She looked out of the corridor window and saw that Teacher Qin and another man had just walked a short distance when they were quickly surrounded by a dozen zombies because they ran slowly. Although the two fought hard, the resistance of two humans seemed particularly weak in front of a group of zombies, especially when one of them was injured. One of the man's arms was torn off by the zombies and bitten madly. The smell of blood made the surrounding zombies even more excited. Roar! A zombie hugged Teacher Qin from behind, opened its mouth, and bit his head. Ah! Teacher Qin looked at the zombies swarming in with despair. The pain in his scalp made him feel like his soul was leaving his body. In the blink of an eye, 2 more zombies grabbed his arms and started biting him. One of the little zombies was not very tall and stood just at his waist. The little zombie also scrambled for it, scratched his stomach with one claw, took out his internal organs and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. Teacher Qin felt as if his soul was ascending to heaven. In that moment of despair, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a person staring at him from the opposite window. Immediately looked closely. It's Jiang Yu. Definitely Jiang Yu. She had stood coldly in the corner countless times, enduring with an expressionless face the paper balls, chewed gum, and saliva thrown at her head. She was like a wooden stake, never crying or begging for mercy. This look made him sure that the person he saw at the beginning was Jiang Yu. He didn't recognize the wrong person. Although he didn't know why she suddenly changed so much, he still recognized her. Since it was her, why didn't she save me? After all, I was her former teacher. This bitch is really not a good person. She was restless when she was in school, and she is still cruel and ruthless after leaving school. I clearly didn't admit my mistake just now. Why didn't she admit it? Isn't it because he is afraid that he will become dependent on her? In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through my mind. I regretted not treating every student fairly in school, and I was angry at this cruel girl. Save me, Jiang Yu. Save me. Save me. The teacher is wrong. He knows he is wrong. Save me. His survival instinct made him struggle frantically. The companions around him had already turned into zombies, and he didn't want to become like that. He absolutely could not bear to see himself becoming a dirty monster. Kill me, Jiang Yu. Kill me, please kill me. Please kill me. The shrill screams echoed in Jiang Yu's ears. She watched him being swallowed by the swarm of zombies with an expressionless face. Then he turned and left, just like he had seen himself being bullied countless times, but turned a blind eye. When he reached the 6th floor, Jiang Yu carefully searched inside and outside, but found no mutant beasts or other forms of 2nd-level zombies. The 2nd-level zombies are the result of further evolution of the 1st-level zombies. 1st-level zombies are basically in the same state, dazed, rotting all over, and looking for food based on their instinctive hunger. However, many zombies at level 2 and above will develop their own special abilities. For example, the two old zombies yesterday were good at climbing and their limbs became very long. Some zombies' lower limbs will grow longer and they can run very fast. Some have a strong body and can jump very high. Some have harder bodies and are very strong. Some have bodies that swell to twice their original size or even larger. There are even rarer zombies that can awaken their spiritual realm. Therefore, the moment he saw the strange black shadow, the first thing Jiang You thought it was a second-level zombie. But now it seems obviously not the case. She sighed. It seemed like her trip was in vain. After searching the house, Jiang You was about to leave. Just then, she suddenly caught a glimpse. Among a row of withered green plants by the windowsill, a pot of green cactus stood motionless. Among a pile of withered plants, this vibrant cactus is particularly eye-catching. Hey, this cactus is still alive after not being watered for so long. It's worthy of being a desert plant. Jiang Yu squatted down and looked carefully at the palm-sized cactus in front of him. Thinking of his bare terrace, Jiang Yu had an idea. In keeping with the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, he reached out and picked up the potted plant. Can I take it back and use it as a scratching post for Tsuehua? She reached out to touch it, but underestimated the sharpness of the cactus thorns. The next moment, she felt a stinging pain. A bright red blood drop appeared in between. Was this caused by a cactus? Jiang Yu wiped the blood off his fingers casually, then walked away holding the cactus. When I walked to the street downstairs, I met several zombies. Among them was a math teacher who had been eaten until only half of his body was left, but he was still crawling on the ground. When it saw a living person, it struggled to crawl on its hands, dragging its tattered upper body, its mouth opening and closing constantly, drooling. Jiang Yu killed all the zombies that approached him, and then quickly disappeared into the path. Jiang Yu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like someone was peeping at him. She turned her head sharply and looked in the direction where she had taken the cactus, but there was still nothing there. Am I too sensitive? Jiang Yu shook his head, quickly walked into a nearby alley and headed home. Wait until she is far away. A strange-looking zombie slowly crawled out from the darkness and hung upside down on the ceiling. This zombie is a baby zombie. Its head is severely shrunk into an inverted triangle. Its two bulging gray-white eyeballs are rolling around. Its limbs are very long like spider legs and its feet are bent into claws. This baby zombie was crawling quickly across the ceiling. If Jiang Yu were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this is a second-level zombie. This zombie was originally a child of this family. After turning into a zombie, he has been staying nearby and never leaves the building. Just now it sensed someone breaking into its house and originally wanted to eat that human. But for some reason, it was a little scared. So he hid in the crack of the wall and was not found. The little spider zombie climbed onto the balcony and watched the human take away its potted plant. Just as he was baring his teeth and growling, the man suddenly turned around and looked at him. It was so scared that it quickly shrank back into the corner. This human being is kind of scary. When I returned to the community, it was already dark. She climbed over the wall, walked through the withered green belt, then opened the iron door of the unit and started climbing the stairs. Now Jiang Yu goes up and down several times a day and has become accustomed to the height of the floors. I didn't find it that difficult. As we went up the stairs, we saw survivors coming in and out. Some of these people are residents of this building, but most of them are outsiders. An old lady saw Jiang Yu coming back alone again, rolled her eyes implicitly, and packed her things angrily. When she met Jiang Yu before, she asked her to borrow some food, but this damn girl not only refused to lend her any, but also beat her up. Didn't I just curse a few words? She didn't want any more meat, but she actually started fighting with herself. She is such a black-hearted woman, and she deserves that no one wants to team up with her. Ever since I entered the corridor, I have been hearing noise all the time. There is a power outage now, but fortunately there is plenty of moonlight tonight, and the corridor is not a sealed corridor. There are large floor-to-ceiling windows at every corner, so every step can be clearly illuminated. No, we have to bring this pot with us. If we don't bring the pot, how will we heat the food? You have to take this basin with you. It will be useful when the time comes. You have to take the quilt. It will be useful. And you have to take this too. And this, you definitely can't throw this away. Are you sick? You're carrying so many things. We're fleeing. Do you think we're going on a trip? If you carry so many things and you run slower than others when you encounter zombies, you'll be the one to be eaten. I'm not leaving. Why should I leave? There are monsters everywhere. Who knows what's out there? It might be even scarier. Aren't we doing fine now? The zombies in the community have been cleared out. We are much safer than outside. Why take risks? You're not going to leave. Are you going to stay here and wait for death? When everyone else leaves, we'll be the only ones left who will be able to clean up the zombies in the community on a regular basis. Will it be you or me? Daddy, I want to take my toys with me. Bring your shit. If you don't obey, just stay here with your toys and wait to die. Chapter 39, I'm also angry. Jiang You remained silent all the way. She carried a crossbow on her back and held a blood-stained long sword in her hand. It was obvious that the black and smelly liquid on the long knife came from zombies, so no one took the initiative to provoke her. Except for a few blind ones. Lu Ping, who had been beaten up by Hao Hong in the afternoon, was dragging a woman into the house by her hair. You're fucking crazy, aren't you? You're so shameless. I like you, so you should just lie down and do what I want. Why do you have to let me catch you myself? You're just a woman, so just stay here and serve me. It's easier than going out there and risking your life, right? You can't even enjoy the happiness you are given. You are so fucking despicable. You are so stupid that you don't want to trade with me and want to go out and find food by yourself? Are you out of your mind? Huh? Let me go. Let me go. I don't want your food. I don't want it. The woman struggled frantically and was dragged into the house by her hair by Lu Ping. She grabbed the handrail of the corridor tightly and shook her head in fear. I don't want it. I won't go in. Let me go. You killed my sister, and now you want to insult me. I will never let you go even if I die. Aren't you afraid of retribution? You bastard. You will go to hell. You beast. He threw a black lump of food that could not be identified at the woman's feet. You said you don't want to, so you don't want to? Do you think I need your consent? Bitch, if you don't let go, I'll cut off your hand. This is the food for you. Come in and help me cool down. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ping glanced and suddenly saw a familiar figure. Then his eyes lit up. Isn't this the woman who talked to Hao Hong this morning? This is much better looking than the others. He was so horny that his entire attention was focused on Jiang Yu's face that he didn't notice the knife in her hand at all. So he picked up the black lump on the ground again and pushed the woman next to him away. Go away. What the hell? I don't want you anymore. Then he stretched out his arm to block Jiang Yu's way. When the woman saw that he had a new target, she hurriedly grabbed the railing and looked at Lu Ping warily. Hey, what's your price? Lu Ping threw the food in his hand and stared at Jiang Yu with lustful eyes. Brother, I'm a little irritated right now, and I like you. Can you help me calm down? There are at least dozens of women in this building, but I only like you. I hope you don't be ungrateful. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, staring at the man who blocked his way. Getting angry? Jiang Yu had been out for a long time, but hadn't found a single level 2 zombie. He was already very angry, and now some blind bastards actually bumped into him. She was really angry. She looked at the wretched man in front of her calmly. What if I don't want to? Little bitch, don't refuse my toast, and then drink the wine for punishment. If you agree to it, I can still give you a few bites of food. If you don't listen to me, even if I sleep with you, it will be in vain. Hearing Jiang Yu's refusal, Lu Ping instantly changed his attitude, and a flame suddenly ignited in his hand. Have you seen it? I am a person with superpowers. If you don't obey me, in this world, no one will care if a woman dies. Little girl, today I will teach you the first lesson, which is not to resist a man who is stronger than you. I like you, an ordinary person, just to give you face. He looked very proud. Those ignorant guys before all died miserably. Hurry up, don't waste time, brother. I'm really angry now. A person with superpowers? He's really amazing. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. It just so happens that I am also a little irritated, so I will use you to calm down. Okay, that's good. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lu Ping thought she agreed, and he was immediately happy. He squinted his eyes and smiled very charmingly, and was about to go down to pull her. As a result, just as he stretched out his hand, the next second, the woman who looked like a little white rabbit in front of him suddenly raised a knife and chopped. A cold light flashed before my eyes. Before Lu Ping could react, he felt his arm go cold, and then it fell neatly on the stairs. When a person is lightly cut by a knife, the pain will be particularly obvious. But when you are really seriously injured, the reaction nerve center in the brain will affect the nerve endings and reduce the pain. There will be a feeling of numbness a few seconds before the severe pain begins. After the numbness, pain quickly spread throughout the body. Awa, my hand. Little bitch, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ping's face was deformed due to the pain, and blood was gushing out from the broken arm. He never dreamed that the woman in front of him would chop off his arm over a disagreement. This bitch. He hadn't considered her a threat at all. Hateful. Veins bulged on Lu Ping's face due to pain. He angrily condensed a ball of fire with his other hand and flew straight towards Jiang You. Bitch, go to hell. Lu Ping is lustful. Not only does he often verbally tease female survivors, but when he sees someone in a vulnerable position, he sometimes even physically assaults them. Even though there are no good people nowadays, he is still hated by everyone. But even so, he still lives to this day. The biggest reason is because of his supernatural powers. If ordinary people offend him, he will burn them to ashes. He also joined the Thunder Squad, and no one dared to mess with the people in the Thunder Squad. Chapter 40. The Law of the Jungle. Now, seeing that one of his arms had been chopped off, many people felt relieved. Among the people present, many had been bullied by Lu Ping openly or secretly. It turns out this guy was restrained for fear of angering the public. Ever since joining the Thunder Squad, he has become extremely arrogant, relying on the power of the Thunder Squad. There was a survivor who accidentally bumped into him while walking, so he burned the person's whole body with fire. Although he was not burned to death on the spot, the extensive burns were basically the same as death in this situation where there was almost no medical treatment, and even the most basic sanitary conditions were not met. Sure enough, the burn survivor died from the pain that night. Lu Ping seemed like an honest man before his death. No one expected that he could be so cruel. He can't always do whatever he wants with his special powers. There are also people he can't defeat. However, when he met someone who was not as skilled as him, he would ask the Thunder Squad to support him. All survivors who are not deaf or blind know the strength of the Thunder Squad, and no one is willing to provoke the Thunder Squad just for a momentary anger. Because of this, although Lu Ping keeps a low profile in the team, this does not affect his ability to show off in front of ordinary survivors. As for whether Jiang You will be retaliated by him or the Thunder team, no one actually cares. Are all fire-type mutants so irritable? Jiang Yu looked at the fireball flying towards him without dodging or avoiding it, and there was no fear on his face at all. She stretched out her hand and opened her palm. Weak streams of air gathered from all around her palm, and finally wrapped around the flame like a dragon, completely enveloping it. The flames that were originally rushing forward were wrapped up by this powerful airflow and changed their direction lightly. Just like a ferocious beast, it was gently stroked by a delicate hand and then laid down meekly. It's incredible. The smug smile on Lu Ping's face froze. He looked ahead of him in disbelief. The flames that were always terrifying were actually wrapped up by an invisible object, flying up and down with the movement of Jiang Yu's palm. How is this possible? You are also a mutant. It is impossible for an ordinary person to control his own flames in this way, unless the other person is also a psychic. And it is very likely that his ability is above his. But how is that possible? If she is a person with superpowers, why hasn't any news been leaked? You have to know that people with superpowers have a very high status nowadays. No matter whether they are men, women, young, or old. As long as they have superpowers, there are countless teams vying for them. Lu Ping didn't believe it, so he condensed several balls of fire to attack Jiang You. But without exception, those flames, under Jiang Yu's control, were wrapped in something invisible, just like the ghost fire in a horror movie, stagnant in front of her eyes, floating up and down, but not attacking her. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. If you are angry, just blow some wind. She has been trying a new way of attack recently, and Lu Ping came to her door just like a guinea pig. She had some impression of this woman. She seemed to be the sister of the owner of a fruit shop at the entrance of the community. I'd seen her helping out in the store before, and when I went to buy fruit, she gave me an apple. How do you want him to die? The woman saw her gaze and asked, Are you asking me? Jiang Yu nodded. The woman was stunned for a moment. Then she crawled forward a few steps. Kill him. I want him to be cut into pieces without a single intact body. He killed my sister and my little niece, and he pushed the zombies into the crowd with his own hands. Please help me kill her. As long as you kill her, I will give you my life. There were traces of tears on the woman's face, and she looked crazy. While she was speaking, a girl of about 6 or 7 years old came down carefully holding the stairs. She groped for the stair railing, her eyes glassy. As he walked down, he lowered his voice and shouted, Annie, where are you? Annie. When the woman heard the voice, she turned her head sharply and hugged the girl in her arms. Even though she was trembling all over, she still tried to comfort the girl as soon as possible. Abayo, I'm here. Annie is here. Don't be afraid. She pressed Abao's face in her arms and stared at Lu Ping with resentment. Lu Ping, you are a beast worse than a pig or a dog. You shall not die a good death. Even if I die, I'd rather you, little bitch, die first. Lu Ping glanced at the little girl, then gritted his teeth and threw several fireballs in succession without caring about the children in her arms, trying to burn them to death. But the flame, like the previous one, did not fall on the woman, but was caught up by an invisible wind. Lu Ping stared at Jiang You in intolerance. Don't go too far, woman. This is a grudge between me and them. What does it have to do with you? Not only did she stop the flames from attacking herself, she even wanted to stop the killing of others. I advise you not to be a saint. I have the entire Thunder Squad behind me. Even if you are powerful, I can't beat you. But we have a lot of people in our team. Who are you? There are so many grudges in this world. Can you manage them all? I see that you are also a superpower. So, let's put aside the matter of you cutting off my arm for now. I will recommend you to join the Thunder Squad. From now on, we will eat meat and drink together and share the happiness. As for this woman, she is just an ordinary person, and the lives of ordinary people are worthless. It is the end of the world now. There is no right or wrong in the grudges. It only depends on who has the bigger fist. I am a superpower, I am strong, so I hold a knife. Since she is weak, she should be treated as a piece of fish on the chopping board. The law of the jungle is the most essential truth. Lu Ping stared at the woman fiercely. Ordinary people like you who are lowly and humble should just die honestly. Jiang You sneered when he heard this. I don't care about the grudges between you two. I'm not a judge, but today I just don't like it. What can you do to me? Chapter 41, Abnormal Control. The corners of her lips slightly raised, but the smile did not reach her eyes. If I remember correctly, this little girl seems to be your daughter, right? It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. It seems that you are worse than an animal. According to your logic, the weak should just die honestly. Then between us, who do you think is the butcher and who is the fish? Since you can't beat me, you should just accept your death. She took out a blade from her bag and smiled. This beautiful young lady just said that she wanted to cut you into pieces. I'm the last person to refuse others. And the technique of cutting into pieces with 1,000 knives, what a coincidence, I am currently practicing it. Bitch, what do you want to do? I warn you, I'm a member of the Thunder Team. If you dare to kill me, the captain will not let you go. Lu Ping looked at the blade in her hand and felt his scalp tingling. The double-sided thin blades in her hand were very sharp and used for eyebrow trimming and shaving, and all the blades were broken into a mess of large and small, long and short pieces. With it held in her hand like this, she wasn't afraid of getting hurt. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, Lu Ping had a bad feeling. Under Lu Ping's horrified gaze, she threw a blade into the air, then gently grabbed it with her bare hand. The flames floating in the air quickly went out, and a small tornado appeared in the corridor, quickly wrapping up the blade. How small is a tornado? It's about the size of a wash basin. Lu Ping, who was originally a little scared, watched the small tornado break through his defense in an instant and laughed while covering his bleeding shoulder. Ha ha! I thought you were so awesome. This is it. He wanted to tear this bitch into pieces, kill him, and let all the men in the building sleep on his corpse. The pain from his broken arm made his eyes red, and he cruelly imagined dismembering her and cooking her. Others followed suit and laughed at the sudden appearance of the tornado. Although this kind of occasion is really not suitable for laughing out loud, there is no other way because Jiang Yu's tornado is so small that it looks like it has no killing power at all. It's just like playing. Oh my, this wind is so scary. I don't know if it can blow down my socks that I hung out to dry. Ha ha! Little girl, you're like a tornado. I'm afraid you'll be taken out for a walk before it's even a full month. Ha ha! That's right. What's the point of releasing this little gust of wind? The wind that blew over my grandma's grave when I burned paper money on Qingming Festival was even more than this. Ha ha ha! Little girl, listen to me. Kneel down and apologize to Lu Ping. Serve him well. Maybe he will forgive you. But as they were laughing, they suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. They saw the small tornado suddenly flew towards Lu Ping's head. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it, as if it was a transparent helmet. Lu Ping's hair was blown all over the place by the wind, and all he could hear was the whistling sound of the wind. Although it did not completely block his vision, the scene he saw was very blurry, especially since the wind contained tiny broken blades. The blades scraped across the skin intermittently, and it felt like being chased and bitten by a group of poisonous ants. The pain was very clear. Osh, what the hell is this? It hurts. My face, my eyes. Go away, go away. If it's something tangible, maybe you can pick it off. But the wind is something you can see but you can't catch. Lu Ping frantically tore his hair, shook his head, and ran around, trying to avoid the tornado's range. But the tornado was firmly on his head, like a hat, and he couldn't take it off. No matter where he ran, the wind followed him steadily, never leaving his side. The wind was blowing faster and faster, and Lu Ping felt like he couldn't breathe. He didn't care about covering his bleeding arm, and used his good hand to frantically scratch his throat, asking for help from the people around him. But at this time, the people around him looked at this strange scene and did not dare to approach him. When they saw him approaching, they all stepped back. "Help! I can't breathe! Help!" The tornado's vortex was getting faster and faster, and Lu Ping's face, which turned purple, and his bulging eyes were particularly scary. Soon his hair was torn off and was carried around his head by the wind. Then something seemed to cut a bloody streak on his face. Then came 2, 3, 4. Lu Ping's face seemed to be cut by thousands of tiny blades, and soon it was covered with blood. Blood and flesh flowed out from the wounds and were blown away by the wind. There was more and more blood, and the tornado turned bright red. No one could see Lu Ping's head clearly. No one dared to make a sound, and stared at the pretty girl in silence. Where on earth did this monster come from? It's so scary. They were glad they hadn't provoked her, as this would have been much more painful than being shot. From time to time, there was a flash of silver light in the wind, which was the reflection of the broken blades. But what was more was bright red blood mist, and the entire corridor was filled with the smell of rust, which made everyone's scalp tingle. This scene stunned many people. The woman held the child, kneeling on the ground and staring blankly at Lu Ping running around like a madman. But there was no way to escape. She laughed slowly, first with a grin, then with a loud laugh. Laughing and crying at the same time. "This beast is finished. He is finished. Someone finally avenged my sister and niece. This is retribution. This is retribution. Aunt, what's wrong with you?" A Bao fumbled with his hands to wipe away the tears on the woman's face. She and her sister were twins, but she was born blind. Later, my sister and mother disappeared. Her father doesn't want her, so she lives with her aunt. My aunt said that the world has changed. There are many monsters, and my mother and sister were killed by monsters. Dad turned into a monster, too. "Annie, don't be afraid. Abeo will protect you." The little girl patted the woman's hair gently, and like a little adult, she coaxed the woman who was crying and laughing in her arms and trembling all over. "The sun is about to come out, so the monster will go back home. Don't be afraid. Annie, I will take you to find your mother." The innocent song echoed in the corridor along with Lu Ping's screams. The echoing sound was like a roar from hell, and it seemed particularly strange. But the girl seemed to be deaf to the noisy sounds. Her empty eyes looked in Lu Ping's direction, as if she was looking at him, but she clearly couldn't see him. A Bao hugged his aunt tightly, repeating, "Aunt, don't be afraid. The sun is coming out. It's not raining anymore. The little ants have found their home, and the little water drops have gone home too." An invisible barrier separated them from other survivors. The blood mist spraying from Lu Ping's body was also blocked outside. But now, everyone's attention was attracted by Lu Ping, and no one noticed the abnormality of these two people. Jiang Yu's eyes darkened upon seeing this, and then he quickly shifted his gaze away. Hao Hong had heard that Lu Ping was harassing his sister-in-law again, and could no longer bear it, so she planned to come down to help stop it. But as soon as he arrived, he saw that the area above Lu Ping's neck and shoulders seemed to be covered with a red mass. No, it seemed to be a ball of blood mist rotating at high speed. Hao Hong stood up straight instantly and stared at the high-speed spinning tornado with a serious expression. "This is a wind-type mutant?" She suddenly looked at Jiang You standing beside her. She had seen people with wind-related abilities before. However, most wind-type psychics use wind blades to attack, which is also the most common attack method for wind-type psychics. But Jiang You, she can not only control the wind to surround the fireball, but also form this strange little tornado. How is this possible? Her control over her supernatural powers is so sophisticated that it is simply abnormal. How exactly was this guy trained? Can a wind-type mutant do this? Hao Hong naturally didn't know that Jiang Yu put rotten meat and watermelon juice on the balcony every day to attract flies, and then used green-headed flies to practice his supernatural powers, squeezing out every day the supernatural powers until there was not a drop left. Compared to flies that fly very fast and are tiny in size, humans are much easier to target. Hao Hong only felt that he seemed to see the wind-type mutant in another direction. I don't know how long it took, maybe only a few seconds, maybe less than a minute. Everyone only heard a slight puff sound. Chapter 42, Why Do You Help Us? The sound was neither loud nor soft, and there was no deafening explosion. It was just like walking on the side of a country road at night and accidentally stepping on a rotten melon. Although the noise was not loud, it made people's hearts skip a beat. The flame went out. The wind also stopped. A cloud of blood mist exploded around Lu Ping's head, and the walls on all sides and the survivors standing nearby were splattered with blood. The body fell straight to the ground. Above the neck, there is nothing. Even the bones are gone. Amid the blood splattering, a bow felt a hint of warmth in her gray eyes. It was a trace of blood that stained her pupils. She raised her hand blankly, touched her eyes, and then smelled the blood on her hands. Laughed. Annie, don't cry. The monster has already gone back home. The woman hugged Abeo tightly, looking at Lu Ping's head exploding like a rotten watermelon in shock. She was always looking forward to the day when Lu Ping would die and to witness this scene with her own eyes. She couldn't believe that her wish had come true. Thinking of her sister and niece who were eaten whole by zombies, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears while hugging Abeo. It took several seconds before the others came to their senses. A middle-aged man felt like something hit his face, and it hurt a bit. I reached out and touched it, and then took another look. Wasn't it a small piece of white bone residue on my face? Is this Lu Ping's skull? Ah! It exploded. Lu Ping's head actually exploded. It's so horrible. Not even a complete bone is left. Mom, this is so scary. This ant is a monster. A child screamed, and then his mouth was quickly covered by the mother next to him. The child's mother forced a hard smile, which was as stiff as it could be. No, sorry, the child can't talk. Please don't argue with him. The woman's mouth trembled as she said this. The boy with his mouth covered obviously knew that he had said the wrong thing. He hid in the woman's arms and looked at Jiang You with tears in his eyes. Everyone was silent and trembling, but they didn't dare to move. They really didn't dare to move. Who knows if this horrible woman will use that weird method to smash their brains the next moment. At this moment, the two men who had just laughed at the whirlwind for not having a full moon and the gloomy wind for not having their grandmother to collect paper money turned pale. He was afraid that Jiang You would remember his ridicule and take revenge on him later. One of them reacted quickly and clapped his hands, sincerely thanking Jiang You. It's a good thing that Lu Ping, this evildoer, died. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, this beast would have killed who knows how many people before he stopped. Yes, that's right. This guy doesn't deserve to die. A scum like this should have died long ago. Girl, you are doing a disservice to the people. I have a grudge against this guy too. And if you kill him, it's like helping me. From now on, I, Jiang Hu, owe you a favor. If there is anything I can help you with, just let me know. I don't have any other skills. Even if I have to risk my life, I will do it for you. Yes. I, Jiang Xiaojun, am the same. From now on, you will be my benefactor. The two of them sang in unison, and their sincere smiles did not show at all that they were mocking Jiang You just a few minutes ago. Some of the other survivors echoed, while others remained silent. They all stared at the headless corpse on the ground and wanted to run, but their legs seemed out of control, and they could not move. When he looked at Jiang You again, there was no longer the contempt in his eyes, but a deep fear. There are many ways to kill people. They have seen them all, such as hacking with knives, chopping with axes, or beating with guns. But this is the first time I have seen such a horrible way of death. The whole head was crushed into pieces by a hurricane. What kind of wind-type mutant is this? This is a walking wall breaker. That woman said she wanted to cut Lu Ping into pieces, and she really cut him into pieces. No, this is much worse than being cut into pieces. This woman is simply a monster. The people around her involuntarily took a few steps back and moved away from Jiang You. Hao Hong pursed her lips and looked at Lu Ping's body in silence. Thinking back to what happened just now, she couldn't believe to what extent this person had control over the wind. She had never seen such a terrifying mutant. She even suspected that if Jiang You had enveloped Lu Ping in that ball of wind just now, what would have turned into minced meat now would not be Lu Ping's head, but his entire body. Hao Hong thought about the first time she saw Jiang You. She clearly remembered the gun Jiang You used at that time. She was not sure whether Jiang You had awakened her superpowers at that time, but thinking back to the situation at that time, a little girl could have enough food and drink in that environment, and her body was clean and refreshed. It was very likely that Jiang Yu was already a superpower at that time. It's just that she didn't expose it on purpose. Most survivors, when they awaken their special powers, would like the whole world to know about it. After all, Now it is almost tacitly accepted among the survivors that those with special abilities are superior to ordinary survivors. The identity of a superpower can bring countless conveniences and advantages. If Jiang You had been angry at that time and used her supernatural powers against them, perhaps she and her brother would have died there long ago. Hao Hong felt a little scared. She originally just thought that Jiang Yu was stronger than ordinary girls, even when Lu Ping attacked her just now. Hao Hong was still thinking about helping her at the critical moment, but now it seems that she doesn't need her help at all. No wonder she didn't want to evacuate together. With her strength, zombies pose no threat to her at all at the moment. In the end, I was just being too sentimental. Please make way. A voice brought Hao Hong back to reality from her thoughts. When she raised her eyes, she saw Jiang Yu standing in front of her. Are you a mutant? Well, is there anything strange? Jiang Yu never deliberately publicizes his abilities, but he also won't hide them. In the Doomsday, appropriately showing your strength will reduce a lot of trouble. As for pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, pretending to be weak, and hiding her true strength, she had never considered such things. Although it feels good to pretend to be a fool and get slapped in the face, if you act like a pig for too long, you will really become a pig. Hao Hong swallowed, smiled slightly, and gave up her seat. Several survivors behind him stood in a row, blocking the road. After Hao Hong made way, they couldn't wait to make way as well. Everyone watched her leave with a pale face. As soon as she left, some people couldn't help but bend over and vomit. After all, the corridor was littered with blood, flesh, and bone fragments. The impact of the scene was too strong. I guess Jiang Yu was there just now, and everyone was just too scared to feel anything. As soon as I relaxed and looked at the mess on the ground, my stomach churned. When the woman saw her leaving, she quickly took Pa and chased after her. After walking up 2 floors, he finally caught up with her. Wait, please wait. Jiang Yu stopped and turned to look at the panting woman. Anything else? Thank you. Also, why are you helping us? The woman was a little nervous. Chapter 43, Tenacious Life. Pa looked ahead calmly, his pupils blank. He stretched out his hand, as if feeling something in the air. Jiang Yu looked at the two of them. I'm not helping you on purpose. It just happened that Lu Ping offended me. I don't have the habit of being a good person. If you insist that I helped you, then I'll take it as a thank you for the apple you gave me. You were right. That ugly apple is really delicious and sweet. After saying that, Jiang Yu turned and left. Actually, just because of an ugly apple? She couldn't even remember when she had given Jiang Yu a fruit. She helps out in her sister's fruit shop and is accustomed to giving customers small favors after they buy fruit, hoping that they will continue to patronize her next time. She had given gifts to so many people that she couldn't remember Jiang Yu. Aunt, I remember this sister. A bow pulled the woman's hand. This sister has a very special smell. Is it perfume? No. She has a scent on her body, an indescribable scent. I can't describe it, but it's a bit like the smell we smell on the mountain when we go hiking. The woman touched Po's head. Po couldn't see, but she had a unique way of remembering the people around her. She lowered her head and smiled bitterly, never expecting that one day she would be helped by someone at a critical moment because of a fruit she gave away. What she didn't know was that Jiang Yu didn't help her just for the ugly apple. On the other side, a group of people stared at Lu Ping's headless body on the ground until Jiang Yu's figure completely disappeared for several minutes. Only then did some people dare to speak. Who was that woman just now? Her powers are amazing. Zhou Lu, you're also a wind-type mutant. Can you achieve that level of control? The man being questioned stared at the expectant eyes around him, his face pale and his head shaking. I can't do it. Not only me, I guess all the wind-type psychics I've seen can't do it. Being able to condense a wind blade and then accurately attack the target is already amazing. But for her, the wind in her hands seemed to be able to change its shape at will. It's so scary, so scary. What kind of monster is this? Not necessarily. I don't think she's a wind-type mutant. Although wind-type mutants are also very powerful, they are not this abnormal. Didn't anyone know that there was such a big guy living in our building before? I know her. She seems to live on the top floor. Every time I see her, she goes in and out by herself. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. No wonder she doesn't need teammates. I don't know if this sister needs a leg pendant. It would be great if I could hug her thighs. I'm handsome, but I don't get much food. Just shut up. Your pants are hitting my face even across the Pacific Ocean. And pretty boys like you are no longer popular. The girl likes muscular men, like me with 8-pack abs. Amid the discussions, Hao Hong stared at the direction where Jiang Yu disappeared for a long time. Then she hurried home, and as soon as she entered the door, she couldn't wait to pull her brother and tell how June what had just happened. I just saw that Jiang You is a superpower, and a very powerful one at that. Brother, just give up, really? Really give up. There is no chance between you two. She thinks her brother is not worthy of Jiang You. It would be great if such a cool girl could be alone. How June looked at her expressionlessly. I knew I had no chance. Do you think I'm a fool? In this world, it's okay to like someone, but harassing a powerful person is courting death. Putting aside her supernatural powers, Jiang Yu's skills and her spearmanship are also very impressive. She just looks harmless, but she is not really harmless. Hao Hong deeply agreed with this. Brother, when do you think I can become a superpower like her? Do you know? Really, Taiko? Hao Hong changed her cold expression outside and kept gesticulating. She just made a few movements like this, and Lu Ping's grandson died. He had been bullying others before because of his status as a superpower, but after a confrontation, his head exploded in less than a minute, and it was shattered to pieces. I just heard someone call Jiang You the wall-breaking machine boss. It's really appropriate. Lu Ping's brain is really like a wall-breaking machine that has been thrown into it. It just turns into dregs after being wiped. Some people laughed at the fact that the little tornado appeared before the full moon, but after seeing Lu Ping's death, they were almost scared to death. How June saw his sister dancing with joy and her eyes shining, a light that was even brighter than when she was infatuated with Jay Cho. He quickly repeated to her what Hao Hong had just said to him. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance. Hao Hong has a normal sexual orientation, but has a fatal flaw. She likes beautiful people, no matter if they are male or female. As long as they are good-looking, they are good boys in her heart. She is extremely obsessed with looks and believes that good-looking people can't be that bad. If he is really bad, it's because she is not good-looking enough. Jiang You is fair and clean, with a bright appearance and an inexplicable naivety. It was completely in line with her aesthetic taste, so she was determined to act like a big sister and protect Jiang You. Even when they were evacuating, they specifically reminded her to go along. Unexpectedly, it turned out that he was the boss and didn't need her at all. What she didn't know was that Jiang Yu was not an idiot. It's just that she stayed on the Forbidden Island for too long and was surrounded by monsters like her that were neither human nor ghost, and she was simply not used to getting along with others. Except in combat, in life, her reactions often seem a little slow. But she herself thinks this is a manifestation of arrogance. But I don't realize that sometimes in the eyes of others, I just seem a little naive. A violent boss with an innocent personality, this setting is really cool. Hao Hong looked a little excited. Before the end of the world, she was an online novelist, commonly known as a coder. His academic performance was mediocre, and the monthly royalties were not enough to cover his living expenses, so he relied entirely on his brother's subsidy from the martial arts school he opened. But this did not affect her determination to become Alexander Dumas. Finally, one of my articles showed some improvement, but it ended up being the end of the world. What else is a keyboard good for? As a washboard? She had no choice but to give up writing and take up martial arts. If it weren't for the fact that Hao Jun opened a martial arts school and had good skills, and had a dozen brothers who knew some kung fu under him, they could not survive together. Whether they can survive until now remains to be seen. Jiang You, who felt very aloof, returned home. After washing up, he took out his cactus pot from the space. Although the cactus is still alive, the soil in the flower pot has dried up and cracked. Jiang Yu put the cactus and the pot together into the water, soaked it, and then placed it on the table. She has never raised flowers or plants, so the space doesn't count, it's the food. I heard that it is not easy to kill a cactus. After all, this pot of cactus can survive until now when other flowers and plants have dried up. It must have strong vitality. Jiang Yu likes strong life, whether it is Dazhuang or this pot of cactus. Chapter 44, I'll count to 3. Meow. A nimble figure climbed over the balcony and found Jiang Yu returning. He quickly took a fat white mouse from his mouth and placed it at her feet. Then De Zhuang raised his head proudly. It's white and the best-looking mouse within a 10-mile radius. What reason does she have to be picky? Be grateful to me now, you stupid human. Look, how good this king is to you. When Jiang Yu returned home, he was very happy to see De Zhuang. As a result, the guy came over and put a mouse at his feet. Jiang Yu lowered his head, and the mouse raised his head, and the two pairs of eyes looked at each other. One was very speechless, and the other was very scared. The mouse stared at himself in horror. There was no ferocity in its pair of red eyes, only fear. I don't know what he went through before he was caught. There are several bald spots on his body. The mouse was stunned for a few seconds. Then it flicked its tail, turned around, and tried to run away. However, it was pinned to the ground by a claw after it had taken only 2 steps. De Zhuang pushed the mouse towards Jiang You, but the mouse resisted and was slapped twice by him. It raised its chin and signaled Jiang You to start eating. It looked like a reward brought back by an elder brother to his weak and unable to take care of himself. Meow, what are you standing there for? Eat. Meow. Why aren't you eating yet? Meow. Are you looking down on me? The ferocious cat face instantly turned into an angry expression, and its expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. It didn't look like a cat, but more like a ferocious wild leopard. Jiang You, I've told you so many times that I don't eat mice. Put your food in the fish tank now. Meow. If you don't eat it, it means you look down on me. De Zhuang bared his teeth and bit Jiang Yu's shoe with a ferocious look on his face. This guy got new wounds every day before the old ones healed. He always had various wounds on his body and never fully recovered, but it seems very proud of its daily achievements. He often showed off his injuries to Jiang Yu with a proud expression. It seemed that those were not wounds to it, but medals. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and looked at his shoes, which were bitten with several holes. She moved her toes and could clearly see her big toe through the hole. This feeling is like you have worked outside for a day and thought you can enjoy family happiness when you go home, with the result as soon as you get home. Children, 7 plus 7 is equal to 1. Mom and Dad, today our company is having a promotion. A bottle of health supplements is only 1,980 yuan. If you buy 10 bottles, you get 1 bottle free. I bought 10 bottles at once. What a good deal. Husband, honey, why did you come back just now? The whole family is waiting for you to come back and cook. My mood instantly plummeted to negative. Jiang Yu took a few deep breaths and felt that if he didn't use some special tricks on this cat, it would never figure out who was the king. So he put on a cold face, held the Miao Dao in each hand, and stretched out a finger with his right hand. Using the last bit of rationality to suppress myself, I, Shu Dao Shan, meow. As soon as the words fell, the cat immediately threw the mouse into the fish tank, then jumped out of the balcony and disappeared into the night. Humph, if you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. Wait until I find a spotted mouse and see if you'll eat it. No cat can resist the temptation of a fancy mouse. Wait, that's a human. Who cares? No one can resist a fat mouse. The tabby cat walked through the night with its teeth bared, vowing to catch the fattest mouse. Let that human cry and beg it to give the flower mouse to her. On the other hand, Jiang Yu, who knew nothing about this, found a larger flower pot and transplanted the cactus into the pot along with the soil. After the transplant, she stared at the cactus and always felt that it looked a little strange. In addition to the main body in the middle, this cactus has a leaf on each side. But on the left leaf, there's a thorn that is obviously more than twice as long as the other thorns. She suddenly thought of something and stared at her fingers thoughtfully. She remembered that she had been pricked by this cactus and bled. It seemed to be on the left side. But I'm not sure if it's this thorn. If it was her blood that accelerated the growth of the cactus. Jiang Yu didn't dare to think further. The words that the mad doctor kept talking about, such as perfect stem cells and ultimate biological evolution, kept echoing in her mind. Jiang Yu used a clamp to pull out the thorn that was obviously several times longer and observed it for a while. Then prick your index finger with a pin and drip the blood onto the other leaf of the cactus. The bright red blood was not absorbed immediately. Even though Jiang Yu kept staring at it until the blood dried up, he did not see any signs of absorption. Am I overthinking it? Jiang Yu held the bubble milk tea in her hand, her cheeks full of bouncy pearls. While chewing the pearls, she denied the terrible idea. I must be overthinking it. The doctor's perfect stem cell experiment is only a half-finished product, and there is no way it will succeed. She didn't even dare to think about what would happen if the doctor's research was successful. Since her blood can accelerate plant evolution, the doctor's original idea was not a complete failure. Although he did not have the metamorphosis, division, and regeneration ability of planarians, his genetic experiments went in another unattainable direction, evolution. How thick would that gold finger be? It's thicker than the beam of a house. Jiang Yu took a deep sip of the pearls, chewing them with his cheeks bulging, and couldn't believe his luck. She was destined to have a restless sleep that night. She dreamed of the monsters on the Forbidden Island and herself on the experimental table. By the end of the experiment, her recovery ability had become very strong. They were not afraid of her death at all, so they conducted experiments even more recklessly. In a daze, Jiang Yu saw the glaring operating light again and several people gathered around the operating table as a cold scalpel cut her abdomen. With a heart-wrenching pain and a tearing sensation in her stomach, she saw them taking out her organs one by one, and then sewing some strange-shaped organs back into her stomach. Jiang You was in despair in the pain, but she couldn't escape this nightmare. Even though I knew it was just a dream and tried desperately to wake up, I just couldn't open my eyes. Every time I open my eyes, I am dragged into a dream the next second. In the end, she was like a bystander, numbly looking at the mutilated body on the laboratory table. Jiang Yu woke up just as the sky was getting light. The sheets and pillows beneath me were soaked with sweat. She frowned slightly. I'm dreaming again. Chapter 45, Another Direction of Biological Evolution. She scratched her hair in annoyance, took out a bottle of water from the space, drank it in one gulp, and then let out a long breath. Only then did she feel completely refreshed. When going to bed at night, Jiang Yu closed the door of the room and placed a bathtub filled with ice bricks in the room to cool down the room. As for the living room, there is no one there at night, so there is no need to waste ice. When Jiang Yu woke up in the morning, he took a look at the bathtub. Most of the ice bricks in it had melted, and the remaining ice cubes were floating in the water. She scooped some water into the wash basin and washed her face. The water was very cold. I wet the towel with the water and put it on my face. All my sleepiness disappeared. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shiver, and his face felt a lot tighter. After washing my face, I dragged the bathtub filled with ice cubes into the living room. Closed the door to the room. During the day, cool down the living room and keep the rooms warm since no one goes there. When it comes to saving, Jiang Yu thinks he still has a say. As the saying goes, ride a bike to the bar, save where you can, and spend where you can. As soon as the solar-powered fan in the living room was turned on and blew towards the ice, the temperature of the entire living room dropped in a short while. Jiang Yu took out 5 fried dough sticks, a basket of pork dumplings, a basket of beef dumplings, a bag of stir-fried sour beans with minced meat, and a bowl of white porridge from the space and started his breakfast. Time is still in the cellar of space, so these things will look the same when they are put in and when they come out. The fried dough sticks are crispy and fragrant, and the dumplings are still steaming hot and juicy. The sour beans and minced meat with garlic flavor were so appetizing that she couldn't help but drink 2 more bowls of white porridge. The appetite of a person with special abilities is naturally larger than that of an ordinary person, coupled with the intensity of her daily training. I ate all of these and felt just full, not bloated at all. After eating and drinking, Jiang Yu touched his slightly bulging belly and smiled with satisfaction. After dinner, she walked to the balcony and prepared to look at the cactus she brought back last night. As a result, when he took a glance, his pupils dilated instantly. I was completely confused. My mouth opened unconsciously. What the hell? What's going on? Jiang Yu held the water bottle and took 2 steps at a time, walking towards the cactus. The cactus that was symmetrical yesterday. Today, the one on the right seems to have mutated and has become much larger, which looks extremely uncoordinated. She picked up the potted plant and looked carefully at the part where blood had dripped yesterday. That small piece of thorn was at least several times longer than it was last night, and the leaf flesh had also grown a lot larger. She looked at her fingers and then at the cactus. It was confirmed that it was her blood that accelerated the growth of the cactus. The doctor's experimental terminal has only 2 purposes. One is to divide and regenerate in a non-sequential manner like a planarian. The second is the direction of biological evolution. At present, it seems that the planarian gene of non-sequential division and regeneration has obviously failed. The perfect stem cells she carries are only semi-finished products. Although they can quickly repair their own bodies, they cannot divide and regenerate individuals. But the direction of biological evolution seems to be successful. The gene sequence in her body can help plants evolve, to confirm whether all living things can do it or only plants. With the cactus as an example, she quickly went to the space to find a few saplings to try it out. Still the same thumbtack, still the same unlucky index finger. But not long after the blood dripped on it, she found that the sapling in front of her grew taller rapidly in an instant, grew leaves, then blossomed and bore fruit, and then died, withered, and turned into a rotten dead tree. It was so decayed that it looked like it had been dead for decades. The kind that turns into crumbs with just a handful. The fruits on the ground were also rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yu tried several more plants, and without exception, they all grew rapidly and then died within a few minutes. This situation is not evolution, but more like accelerating the process from birth to death of an organism and overdrawing its life in advance. Could it be that the plants in the space are not good? Jiang You also found a few plants from the outside world. An unknown little grass, the tiger grass in the cracks of the wall, and some evergreens that were not completely dead. Bring all of these back to the room. She first tried the grass in the house. When the blood dripped, the grass instantly stood up and became full of vitality, but then quickly withered and died. The remaining evergreens and Fujitora are plants that grow in a relatively large area. In order to avoid making the house messy, she took them to the space for experiments. As a result, the evergreens grew into a patch in the blink of an eye, and then withered and decayed. After coming into contact with the blood, the tiger grass quickly covered the large area of withered evergreens, and then died and decayed within a few minutes. These plants, without exception, died. Jiang You did not give up and caught the food rats that De Zhuang had placed in the fish tank for experimentation, hoping to see if animals would work. As a result, after eating the blood, the mice, like plants, first grew in size, then rapidly aged after reaching a certain limit, and then died. When those young and strong fat mice died, their whiskers turned white. These experiments only prove one thing. The end of evolution is death. In the doctor's original concept, it should be the cell itself that evolves. And now, Jiang Yu's blood seems to be able to help some special creatures accelerate the evolution process. But apart from its strong repairability, its own evolution is not obvious. Those plants or animals that absorbed her blood completed the evolution from evolution to exhaustion and death in a short period of time. Jiang Yu stared at the cactus, not understanding why this cactus did not evolve to the extreme in a short period of time like other plants or mice, and then overdraw its life and age rapidly. Why is it the only one that is different? Because of this problem, Jiang Yu stopped training today and thought about it for a whole day, but he still couldn't figure out why. In the afternoon, when Da Zhuang came back, he found that his fish tank was empty. It sniffed around Jiang Yu a few times and found that she had the scent of its stored food. I understood it immediately. This damn female human must want to eat its mice, but she is always too embarrassed to do so. So wait until it leaves and eat it secretly. No wonder the food in its fish tank was depleted so quickly before. This time it was all gone. He ate it but refused to admit it. Women are really troublesome. But since you are under my protection, I will definitely not let you go hungry. De Zhuang meowed a few times in a domineering manner, then leaped out of the balcony again with a heroic leap. Now, all the mutant rats nearby suffered. Jiang Yu looked at it in confusion. I wonder what this cat is busy with all day long? Forget it. Forget it. Just ignore it. It will come back anyway. Jiang Yu held the cactus and looked at it from left to right. Apart from being green, he didn't find anything special about it. How come it is different? Since you can't figure it out, just let it go. In the end, the answer will always appear. This time, she mixed a drop of blood in water and watered the cactus, and decided to water the plants like this every day from now on. I want to see what it will look like. As for Da Zhuang, I don't know if this cat has a bigger appetite recently. He catches a lot of mice and puts them in the tank every day. He looked at her with anticipation, as if he was afraid that she would eat him secretly. Jiang Yu thought that the Thunder Squad would cause trouble for her, because she killed Lu Ping, but she didn't expect that Lu Ping's death was like a drop of water disappearing in boiling water, and did not cause any ripples at all. Maybe everyone was busy planning the evacuation. At such a critical moment, who cared whether an unimportant team member died or not? Chapter 46, Mutated Cactus. When Da Zhuang came back, Jiang Yu was sitting on the balcony, holding a potted cactus and daydreaming. Meow. De Zhuang held a struggling rat in his mouth and put it at Jiang Yu's feet in a domineering manner as soon as he entered the door. The mouse was very fat and weighed at least 2 kilograms. Its body was a mixture of black, white, and yellow, and its eyes were red like gems. It was rare for Jiang Yu to see such a handsome face in a mouse. Seeing her staring at the mouse, De Zhuang raised his tail proudly. Sure enough, no one can resist a fat rat. In the cat world, Calico is the most beautiful cat. Therefore, Da Zhuang thinks that the Calico mouse is also the most beautiful mouse in the mouse world. Jiang Yu stared at the mouse for a few seconds, then finally looked away. This is a mouse. No matter how pretty it is still a mouse. Although Jiang Yu felt very pleased that De Zhuang was persistent and wanted to treat her to a dinner, it was really unnecessary. Shaking his head, he said, I really don't eat mice. You can eat it yourself. Meow. You were clearly waiting for me to leave before you ate me, and now you refuse to admit it. Humph. De Zhuang threw the flower mouse into the bathtub and waited for Jiang You to steal it. Then he jumped onto Jiang Yu's knees on tiptoe and stared at the cactus in her hand for a long time. He looked at her with some doubt. "What's this? It smells a bit good." It hesitated for a second, then opened its mouth wide and bit down. Finally, the cactus pricked it and it let out a sharp cat cry, but it did not stop chewing in its mouth. "Chew the cactus together with the thorns and swallow it into your stomach." Then he looked at the remaining cactus in Jiang Yu's hand, looking like he really wanted to eat it. Jiang Yu stared at the gap in the cactus that had been bitten off and suddenly discovered something. A large piece of the thick leaf of the cactus was bitten off, revealing the transparent flesh, and in the middle of the flesh, there was a very small transparent crystal. The crystals are green and slightly larger than sesame seeds, but they are particularly conspicuous among the transparent leaf flesh. If De Zhuang hadn't broken the cactus in one bite, Jiang Yu really wouldn't have discovered this thing. She reached out, picked out the crystal, and placed it in her hand. The remaining cactus was given to De Zhuang. "Eat it if you want, it can clear away heat." De Zhuang unceremoniously bit off the remaining cactus and ate it. Although his mouth was full of blisters, he was still happy despite the pain. Jiang Yu was looking at the green, transparent object the size of a grain of rice in the palm of his hand. "Is this a crystal core? So, this cactus is a mutant plant?" It's just that this mutant plant is too weak, so she didn't associate it with mutant plants at all. Jiang Yu felt as if he had discovered the difference between this cactus and other plants. It is a mutant plant, so one's own blood can help it grow and evolve. But ordinary plants can't do that. Neither can animals. So, maybe only the genetic sequence of the mutant plants could absorb her blood, and maybe not even all the mutant plants, but only specific plants. Jiang Yu suddenly thought of the blood gushing out of the wound when he cut off his little finger. She seemed to have seen that bloodline somewhere before. Thinking back, there was a time when the doctor and his colleagues conducted experiments too frequently, and her body's ability to repair itself could not keep up. The wounds on her body did not heal as before, but instead began to fester. Seeing that she was dying and her body was rotting and smelling so bad, the laboratory was planning to throw her into the sea around the Forbidden Island to feed the fish. A mysterious research object was secretly sent to the laboratory. It was said that it was this thing that destroyed a large base with millions of people overnight. Tens of thousands of people with special abilities, including many high-level ones, none of them survived. In the process of obtaining, it is paved with blood almost all the way. I heard these researchers mention during their conversation that they used 3 large bases as bait and sacrificed countless survivors before they successfully put this thing into hibernation. When Jiang Yu saw that thing, it was a withered plant rhizome, but she didn't know what kind of plant it was. Later, the doctor divided the plant rhizome into 10 parts and used them on 10 experimental subjects for research. Jiang Yu was one of the experimental subjects. She watched the doctor extract something from the thing and then inject it into the 10 test subjects. They were also kept together for centralized observation. There were 10 experimental subjects. All of them were high-level A3 level psychics, but in the end, except for her, the remaining 9 all died. When one of the bodies was dragged away, Jiang Yu saw red bloodlines coming out from the surface of his skin. But there were so many strange things on the Forbidden Island that she didn't pay much attention to that matter. But then she got better inexplicably, so she thought the experiment had failed. But now that I think about it, it was from then on that Jiang Yu's body's regeneration ability became better and better. Thin lines of blood would often appear on her wounds, but as the blood rolled, her wounds would heal very quickly. She stared at her palms. She felt that she was wrong. The doctor's perfect stem cell experiment did not succeed. She was just parasitized by some unknown thing. And with her rebirth, the parasite was also reborn. We can even make a bolder guess. Her rebirth, could it be related to the bloodlines in her body? It's not that she was reborn with blood, but this thing didn't want to die, so it was reborn with her as its host. But how powerful can one be to have the power to go back in time? The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more horrified he became, and goosebumps appeared all over his back. He quickly jumped up from the sofa and slapped himself twice. You can't let your imagination run wild. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, for now, she is the one who benefits. Her powerful regenerative ability allows her to recover quickly even if she is seriously injured, and even regenerates severed limbs. There is also the advantage gained from rebirth, which allows us to regain space and stockpile supplies. She is the beneficiary of all the above. Why think so much? There is no use thinking too much. However, in order to confirm whether his blood is only effective against mutated plants, Jiang You plans to find more mutated plants to try. However, due to the high temperature, many plants died directly. There were few plants to begin with, and mutated plants would probably be even harder to find. Chapter 47 Survivors Evacuate the City. But Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. She was free anyway and had plenty of time. The next morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock, it was already bright. Zombies are much more active at night than during the day. Moreover, the vision is obstructed, which is not suitable for breaking through. Especially in the early morning when day and night change, the zombies are least active. So a new round of escape began. Countless survivors poured out from every corner of the city, some in groups and some alone. But without exception, they all headed to the evacuation point. They are like water flowing together from all directions, with the ultimate goal of reaching the same destination. But with so many survivors, how many of them can really leave? When the zombie apocalypse first broke out, many people realized that something was wrong and fled the city desperately. And now, because of the broadcast news, the second escape officially began. With so many people, no matter how careful they are, they will alert the zombies. Jiang Yu watched a group of people carrying backpacks and weapons quietly walk out of the community gate. Those walking in front are all young and middle-aged people or people with special abilities, leading the way. Behind them were old people, children, and wounded people, each of whom had weapons in their hands. It has been more than half a month since the doomsday broke out, and almost everyone who has survived to this day has adapted to the rules of the apocalypse. All grew rapidly. Even the children who were once spoiled are now very obedient. However, every time this happens, something unexpected always happens. A little boy of about 7 or 8 years old suddenly started shouting, saying that he had not taken one of his toys yet. The crying sound quickly attracted the zombies wandering nearby. The boy's father covered his mouth to stop him from crying, but the boy still refused to give in. It seems that he has become accustomed to making adults compromise in this way. But this is no longer a peaceful era, and those who cannot see the facts will not be able to survive. Especially with so many people taking action, everyone's lives are tied together. No matter whether they are adults or children, as long as they pose a threat to everyone, there is only one outcome. A survivor stabbed the boy with a knife, and the crying stopped abruptly. White knife goes in, red knife comes out. Problem solved. The boy's father's eyes were red, but he still quickly caught up with others with his family. The boy's body was eaten clean not long after. Humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. While everyone was scrambling to flee the city, Jiang Yu was training on the terrace. The roars of the zombies became more and more frequent, and there were also sounds of gunfire, bombs, crying, and quarreling. But after reaching the 25th floor, only vague sounds were left, and they didn't sound real. The radio kept repeating the final meeting date and location, and the many benefits inside the base. As the sun rose, the temperature on the terrace approached 50 degrees. There was no wind today, not a single ounce of air moving. Jiang Yu felt as if he was inside a big oven. There were more and more beads of sweat on my body, and my cheeks were getting redder and hotter. The bent legs began to tremble noticeably. 506, 507, 508. She was on her yoga mat, doing sit-ups and counting. Since her body's repairability is so excellent, why shouldn't she train herself to death? In the past, she followed the training plan she made, but now the original training plan is obviously no longer suitable for her. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, everything was in chaos. There were gunshots and screams everywhere. I didn't know where the fire started, and it was windy at the time. A large cloud of smoke blew in from the distance, carrying with it the strong smell of burning plastic. The pungent smell of burning plastic on the terrace brought her training to an end. Jiang Yu stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked in the direction where the thick smoke came from. It was too far away, and he couldn't see where the source of the smoke was. At this moment, intensive gunfire sounded from the direction of the assembly point. Has the large army already started the battle? Jiang Yu frowned, feeling that something was a little strange. But I can't figure out what the problem is. Seeing that it would take some time for the fire to be extinguished, Jiang Yu simply stopped training. Change your shoes and go downstairs. When I went downstairs, the corridor was in a mess and full of abandoned supplies. But there was no survivor to be seen, and those who could leave had all left. And there are not many zombies left, probably they were all attracted away. After about 20 minutes, Jiang Yu finally met a group of fleeing survivors, a dozen men and women, some of whom were at the rear and some were at the vanguard. They cooperated very well and killed the zombies while running towards the evacuation point. Among them there is also an Earth-type mutant. using earth cones to kill the zombies around. Jiang You saw them, and they saw Jiang You too, but they just glanced at each other and went about their own business. Jiang Yu's target was not the evacuation point, but another direction. The more survivors there are at the evacuation point, the more zombies there are. On the contrary, there are even fewer zombies in other places. At this time, if you wander around, you might get some unexpected gains. Jiang Yu's goal is no longer to collect supplies. What she wants to find more are mutated plants or second-level zombies. Crystal cores can help advance superpowers, so naturally the more the better. The crystal core of the previous second-level zombie was not enough to fill the gap in the teeth. Jiang Yu passed by a gold shop. The glass of the shop was intact, and the door was open. She took a quick look inside. I found that although the various gold, silver, and jade artifacts on the display counter were in a mess, there were still many left. Thinking that the gold would be useful for forging weapons in the future, Jiang Yu walked in and prepared to collect the gold. There was a tall zombie wandering around in the store. The zombie wore a red helmet on his head and a vest on his body. His dry skin was covered with all kinds of tattoos. The most important thing was that his neck and hands were covered with all kinds of gold chains, diamond necklaces, watches, and the like. It is these things that limit its mobility and make it appear slow. Even through the eyelids of the helmet, you could see the zombie's mouth opening and closing. Smell the scent of living people. The zombie came close to Jiang Yu, and when it moved, metal and stone all over its body collided with each other, making a rattling sound. The zombie opened its mouth and tried to bite her, but his head was covered by the helmet, and he bit the air through the helmet, looking very angry. Jiang Yu glanced at it with disdain. She didn't even have the desire to kill such a useless zombie. He pushed the helmeted head away with disgust. The zombie came closer again and rubbed Jiang Yu with his helmet, and his teeth made a clicking sound. This time, Jiang Yu impatiently chopped off his neck. With a click, his head fell to the ground with a thud, and the fall separated the helmet from his head. The bald head fell to the ground, the mouth still opening and closing. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then put his helmet back on. Then she collected the gold in the display case. After she had collected all the gold, she looked at the remaining jade ornaments next to it. Anyway, there aren't many of these things, and they don't take up any space. Just keep them. What if they come in handy in the future? Chapter 48, New Training Plan. She packed up the things in the store, and when she went out, the zombie was still biting the air in its helmet. I wandered around outside for a while, but didn't gain much, so I went home. This time, she revised her training plan. In the past, she took a step-by-step approach because she was worried that excessive training would lead to muscle damage or injury to joints and ligaments. The body is the greatest asset. Excessive training that causes physical damage is tantamount to forcing growth, which is not worth the effort. But now, Jiang Yu wants to push herself. She wants to know what she can train herself into with the help of this abnormal recovery ability. People with special abilities not only need to practice their special abilities, but also need to strengthen themselves. A psychic with a poor physique can easily die in the Northwest no matter how powerful his abilities are. The next day, she gritted her teeth and persisted. After counting to 1,000, Jiang Yu lost her strength and fell to the ground. She felt as if her whole body was paralyzed, and she couldn't move even a hair. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Although my body is extremely tired, my spirit is very satisfied. His clothes were soaked, and sweat was dripping from his head. The tabby cat thought that this human was mentally ill. Why was he torturing himself to death? But seeing that she was pitiful, he still stepped on her with arrogant steps. Dazhuang was originally a mutant cat. When Jiang Yu first saw it, it was tied to the terrace with a thick iron chain. At that time, Jiang Yu discovered that its body size was larger than that of an ordinary cat, and it should be a mutant animal. In addition, during this period of time, he was catching mice everywhere, gnawing on zombie brains, and also had Jiang Yu's various dried fish snacks. As the quality of the food improved, my body size grew rapidly, and I could feel the weight of the meat pat on my back. I estimate that it is at least 40 kilograms. The cat's paws are thick and soft, and they step on the cat's back with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, just like a massage. Jiang Yu felt so comfortable that he relaxed completely. The zhuang a little higher, right there, step on it a little more. And the left side, yes, kick the shoulder a few more times. Important, I'll give you some dried fish tonight. I heard Jiang Yu sighing comfortably. It is even more proud. As expected, this family can't survive without me. After the mass evacuation, only 1 in 10 people in the entire city remained alive. When Jiang Yuping went downstairs, he didn't see any other survivors in the building. I guess everyone who can leave has already left. The gate of the community has been destroyed, and the zombies outside are no longer hindered and are wandering into the community again. Jiang You is too lazy to care about them. What's the point of cleaning up these zombies? They are natural soldiers. It is impossible that all the survivors have left. There must be some who were forced to stay in the city due to other reasons or were unable to evacuate. The more zombies roaming around the neighborhood, the smaller the chances of other survivors coming in. In the past, when she went out, she would often encounter survivors searching for supplies, but now, there are still zombies, nothing but zombies. Resources are scarce in the city, and the few remaining survivors are desperately trying to escape. There are fewer and fewer living people in this place. But because of this, Jiang You felt very comfortable. Dazhuang's body weight grew rapidly and soon broke through the 50 kilograms mark. More than a month later, Jiang Yu's entire temperament was completely different from when the apocalypse just began. Because of the perfect stem cells, she doesn't have to worry about overtraining at all, and even if she gets injured, the injuries will heal quickly. More than a month of devilish training made her feel like she was reborn. Due to years of lack of nutrition, the overly frail body has become well-proportioned and full of strength. It is very agile, with no obvious muscle groups on the body, but full of explosive power and movements. The abdomen is firm and flat, and the legs are long and strong. Jiang You was not short to begin with. He was about 1.68 meters tall, but because he was too thin, he looked like a bamboo pole. But when it comes true, the whole person is full of power, emitting a sharp aura from the inside out. Her hair had grown longer, so she cut it short to ear length. The black and smooth hair made the already snow-white face look even colder. Exercise is never something that can be achieved overnight. It took her more than a month to achieve such results, which was far beyond her expectations. If it weren't for the repairability of perfect stem cells, she wouldn't have been able to train her body so quickly. After completing the morning training task, Jiang You came to the space. Now all the saplings in the space have grown into big trees at least 2 meters high, bearing abundant fruits, and the livestock had long been released. In order to prevent these small animals from running into the yard, Jiang You surrounded the yard with a fence. As soon as she entered the space, she saw a large patch of peach trees in bloom outside the yard, with a fragrant smell. Under the peach tree, there was a big pheasant followed by a group of little chickens. In the distance, the apple tree was so full of red fruits that the branches were weighed down. The apples fell to the ground, and several pigs and sheep were eating the fruits. There are many more animals living in the small forest in front of him. Jiang Yu did not feed these animals. He let them roam free and let them grow naturally. The space was full of trees, and the fruits alone were enough for them to eat. The pigs that were eating apples were digging the soft soil under the tree with their noses, not knowing what they were looking for. Suddenly, they seemed to sense that they were being watched, paused, then turned and ran into the woods. There are a dozen ducks swimming in the fish pond, and occasionally you can see fish popping out of the water. Jiang Yu even saw an unknown bird flying over his head with a little yellow chicken in its claws. She picked a basket of strawberries and cherry tomatoes in the yard and caught a big hen. Strawberries and cherry tomatoes were placed on the table as snacks for Dazhuang. As for the big hen, it is Jiang Yu's training equipment. Why is it called training equipment? Because this crazy guy came up with a perverted method to improve her speed. She cut the hen's neck and carried it on her back. Used the smell of blood to attract zombies, making them chase her like crazy. This is her daily speed training. Only when people are in danger can the body's potential be developed to its maximum. It's like a mother who can lift a large truck with her bare hands when there is a car accident. Another example is an ordinary person who can't run fast at normal times, but once a dog is chasing him, he can run as fast as a world champion. But being chased by a dog, how can it be as exciting as being chased by zombies? After reaching the first floor, Jiang Yu stood inside the locked unit door, chopped off the chicken's neck with a kitchen knife, then hung the chicken upside down on his back, opened the iron door, and rushed out. Several zombies that were leisurely wandering outside were instantly awakened by the strong smell of blood and ran wildly towards the source of the smell. Roar, roar, roar! Jiang Yu carried the hen on his back and ran wildly in front, with a dozen zombies chasing him crazily behind him. The momentum is much more passionate than chasing stars. After running out of the block, the noise and smell of blood continued to attract more zombies to join the pursuit. After more than half an hour, the number of zombies behind Jiang Yu had grown from a dozen to a group. At a glance, there were at least several hundred of them. The chicken blood had all been drained out, So Jiang You put the hen into the space and saved it for making chicken soup in the evening. Others are walking their dogs, but Jiang You is walking the zombies, a group of them at that. Chapter 49, Daily Training. After putting the chicken into the space, Jiang You ran for a while and found that the group of zombies behind him had a tendency to disperse, and some zombies stopped chasing after a while. After all, she was running very fast in front, and the zombies behind her were chasing her. But after all, they have all become zombies. How many of them can remember to wear shoes? Some barefoot zombies were in a miserable state, with the soles of their feet rubbing against the concrete ground constantly. They chased for several kilometers, like running a marathon. The skin on the feet slowly wore away on the concrete floor, becoming bloody and mangled bit by bit, with the bones of the soles of the feet even exposed in some cases. I saw many zombies starting to scatter in all directions, and then they began to wander around like a pile of loose sand. These guys really have no cohesion at all. How is this possible? If you want to be a persistent zombie, how can you give up halfway? If you want to pursue someone, you pursue them. If you don't want to pursue them, you just walk away. Do you think this is love? If you want to take it, if you don't want it, forget it. While running wildly, Jiang You took out a street stall speaker from the space, turned on the speaker, and then quickly stuffed it into his backpack. The moment the switch was pressed, the shocking shouts instantly ignited the whole audience. Jiangnan Leather Factory. Jiangnan Leather Factory has closed down. All the leather here is only 58, not 48, only 58. Take a look, $2, $2. Everything is $2. You can't get hurt. You can't get cheated with $2. The last day, all items are cleared out. Everything is 10 yuan. Come and choose, take a look. If you don't take advantage of the bargain, you are a bastard. It's really the last day. If you don't leave tomorrow, you are a grandson. The zombie army behind him, which had been somewhat scattered, immediately became full of fighting spirit and were as energetic as the old men and women rushing into the supermarket to grab eggs. At the same time, more and more zombies ran out from the alleys in all directions, all of them with bared fangs and drooling, rushing towards Jiang You. Jiang You held a Meow Dao in his hand and dodged whenever he could. If he encountered zombies that he could not avoid, he would just chop off their heads. A zombie rushed out from a small alley on the side and was the first to rush in front of Jiang You. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and a foul smell hit his face. Jiang You held the knife in both hands, raised it high, and then chopped it down fiercely. Poochie! With a slight sound, the zombie that had just run in front of him was split in half from the top of his head to the bottom, and the body fell to both sides. Jiang You quickly stepped through the middle and continued running wildly. As the noise grew louder, the zombie swarm behind him is growing larger and larger, roaring and growling one by one. Jiang You felt that the fans of the top stars before the end of the world might not be as fanatical as the group of guys behind him. She moved flexibly through the streets and alleys of the city at a very fast speed. Every time she passed through a narrow passage, the zombies behind her fell behind her like a long tail. The speaker in the backpack ran for more than 2 hours and then ran out of battery. The zombie army began to disintegrate again. Jiang Yu skillfully replaced it with a small speaker, turned on the switch, carried it on his shoulder, and continued running. At first, she could only run away from the zombies for half an hour. Then 1 hour, 2 hours for hours. Her body kept pushing its limits, and every time she returned home, her legs felt weak, as if they were not her own. All the bones and muscles in my body are aching. But these pains were like forging steel, making her physical fitness stronger and stronger. It's getting easier and easier to walk around the zombies. No one could have imagined that this pervert's way of training herself to improve her speed and agility was to attract a city full of zombies to chase her. If this gets out, everyone will say that this is seeking death. However, in Jiang Yu's view, this was just an appetizer. She has always believed that human potential is like the oil in sesame seeds. No matter how clean you squeeze it, if you keep squeezing it hard, you can always squeeze out a little more. What's more, with the help of perfect stem cells, she doesn't have to worry about her body not being able to withstand such high training intensity. The speaker on his shoulder was playing loud music, which made Jiang Yu's ears numb. The song, with a strong sense of rhythm, is like an instant electric charge to the tired zombies. The howling of zombies behind me was endless. Nothing can stop my yearning for freedom. Blue Lotus. Ding, 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 da. Walking on the road of courageously moving forward, I have crossed mountains, rivers, and seas, and passed through deep mountains and seas of people. Everything I once possessed has vanished like smoke in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu felt that he didn't play the song correctly. Why could he not stop singing when listening to this song? She now had an urge to move forward, to keep running forward. If she were driving now, she believed she would have stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. For some unknown reason, the army of zombies felt very excited. They ran wildly all the way and followed behind with howling sounds. Maybe this is music transcending race. Although they can't understand, they can resonate with it. It's impossible that all the survivors in this city have left. There must be some left. The deafening speakers that Jiang You carried would cause a sensation wherever he went. Not only can the zombies hear it, but the human survivors who remain can hear it too. One survivor heard the music and thought he was hallucinating. Suddenly I felt like I was back to the days when old ladies used to dance in the square. I used to think they were noisy, uncultured, and annoying. But now, how many people miss that kind of noise? A tightly closed window on the 6th floor of an apartment building next to the street was quietly opened from the inside. A yellow-haired man with a head of black hair growing at the roots of his hair saw the scene below and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Fuck, this must be an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. He slapped himself hard on the rim. Looking down again, my jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh my God, where did this monster come from? A woman was running for her life with a square black speaker on her shoulder, and the speaker was playing exciting songs. The army of zombies chasing her was so dense that it filled the street downstairs, which made people's scalps tingle. There were so many zombies that there was even a stampede. Some zombies fell because they tripped or were bumped by others. Before they could even stand up, they were trampled into meat paste by the crowded group of zombies behind them. After the zombie army had all run away, the man looked at the smelly debris all over the street below and swallowed involuntarily. A true warrior dares to walk around with zombies. Jiang You, who was in front, didn't care whether his movements would attract the attention of other survivors. He must not miss his daily 20-kilometer long-distance running plan. Jiang Yu walked around in a big circle, and when it was getting dark, he returned to the neighborhood where he lived. After arriving nearby, she put away the square dance speaker on her back. Then he quickly went into the alley and got rid of some of the zombies in front. The zombies behind had no target to pursue, so they simply dispersed on the spot. When I went out in the afternoon, these zombies were chasing me, still full of fighting spirit. And now, many zombies are just dragging their legs and crawling on the ground. Jiang Yu is the first person who can make zombies cripple. Jiang Yu is very satisfied with the training plan she has made for herself. Now she has moved beyond the stage of training behind closed doors at home. Morning. De Zhuang carried a loudspeaker and raw meat to attract the zombies into an abandoned warehouse. Jiang Yu is responsible for closing the door and counting. Once the number of zombies exceeds 300, the warehouse door can be closed. Lock a group of zombies in an empty warehouse to practice close combat. Before using superpowers, they rely entirely on cold weapons. The key word is speed. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. The best defense is offense. The training is considered complete only when all the bodies of 300 zombies are separated. At first, it took a whole morning to kill 300 zombies. Later, it was condensed to 3 hours, 2 hours, and finally 1 hour and 5 minutes was her limit. After all, there is no need for superpowers, and the problem is solved by relying entirely on the Miao Dao's moves. This time cannot be surpassed at present. The morning training is over. Jiang Yu collected all the zombie bodies into the space, the stadium near the runway, and then piled all the bodies on the open space of the stadium. The huge swimming pool in the stadium was filled with corpses, and there were piles of corpses on the tennis court as well. The large number of zombie corpses attracted a lot of small animals, and the stench in the stadium could be smelled from a long distance away. Many insects and rats gather here. For them, this place is simply a buffet paradise. The moment Jiang Yu entered the stadium, he saw rats, flies, cockroaches, and all kinds of unknown insects eating on the pile of corpses everywhere. Chapter 50. Not enough zombies to practice with. These rats are fat and are completely fearless of people. Even when he noticed someone coming in, he continued to eat. The buzzing sound of green-headed flies flying all over the sky also makes people's scalp tingle. Recently, Jiang Yu discovered that some zombies began to devour their own kind. This is a sign that the zombies are evolving. The first-level zombies have no consciousness of devouring their own kind. But in recent days, she often saw zombies eating the corpses of their own kind on the streets. With so many corpses in the stadium, it naturally attracted a lot of zombies. Jiang Yu quickly dealt with several zombies that were close to him, and then poured the zombie corpses out of the space. then quickly retreat. The place stank disgustingly, but she really had no way to deal with the corpses of the zombies. If they were all thrown near the training warehouse, the place would be unusable in less than 2 days. The moment the fresh zombie corpses appeared, the first to react were the rats. They squeaked in groups and quickly crawled all over the pile of corpses. Then I started to eat a lot. Some rats even gnawed through the skin and flesh and drilled into the zombies' bodies to eat. These rats will even kill each other for food. The weaker one will be bitten and seriously injured, and then eaten by other mice. Jiang You frowned and looked at several zombies in the distance who were concentrating on eating. She discovered that these zombies would first devour the heads of their own kind. When there was no more brains to eat, they would move on to other parts of the body. It's not just zombies, rats too. They eat the brain first. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of the Zhuang's behavior of liking to eat mutant rats and zombie heads. Although these mutated animals do not have much intelligence, their instincts can drive them to eat the food that is most beneficial to them first. After throwing away the garbage, Jiang Yu went home and had lunch. The training was intense, so she naturally ate a lot. She ate 3 big bowls of rice for this meal. He even drank all the broth from the shredded pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and ate it all up directly with rice. I even drank a large cup of grass jelly after the meal before taking a nap. Afternoon, Jiang Yu came to warehouse number 2. If warehouse number 1 is for training in fighting, then warehouse number 2 is for training in agility. There are 6 second-level zombies imprisoned in this underground warehouse, and all of them are speed-type or strength-type zombies. It is specially used for fighting practice. The zombie virus cannot infect her, so she naturally has nothing to worry about. Level 2 zombies are hard to find, not to mention she has special requirements. Strength and speed zombies that need help with close combat training. Every zombie here was carefully selected by her. The Zhuang would scout everywhere every day and come back to tell her when he found a second-level zombie. She wanted to catch him and use him as a sparring partner. The first zombie in the warehouse was a level 2 zombie. After she was able to handle it one-on-one with ease, she captured a second one and began one-on-2 training. The number of attacks gradually increased, and now Jiang Yu can fight against 6 people at the same time. Among the 6 second-level zombies in front of him, the one with the longest training experience is a one-eyed zombie, which was captured a week ago. The remaining 5 are all new employees who are talented. After all, zombie sparring partners are consumables, and it is inevitable that they will lose limbs during training. When the damage of a second-level zombie has affected normal training, it is time for it to be laid off. After being fired from their sparring jobs, the only value of these zombies is to be dug out for their crystal cores. This kind of one-on-one training that you can enjoy without paying for membership is a must-have for home and travel. Warehouse number 2 is underground. Except for a square thickened steel plate at the exit, there is thick cement and soil underneath. This is also the reason why these zombies can't escape. Jiang Yu opened the steel plate at the entrance, then quickly locked it and walked down the stairs to the warehouse. The moment the steel plate was opened, the unique growl of zombies was heard coming from below. There was also the squeaking sound of nails scratching on the wall. Sparring partner number 1 is a one-eyed zombie with the longest service. One of his eyes was stabbed by Jiang Yu, and the dagger is still in the eye socket. Sparring partner number 2 is a speed-type zombie, as thin as a monkey, but very agile. Sparring partner number 3 is a power-type zombie, about 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, and his blue-gray skin looks like it will be burst at any time. Sparring partner number 4 has long and slender limbs and is good at climbing. He can move as freely on the wall as on the ground. The palms and soles of the number 5 sparring partner's hands and feet had turned into claws, and the pointed hooks were very sharp. When catching, Jiang Yu saw it tear another second-level zombie in half with his own eyes. It was very ruthless. As for sparring partner number 6, he was a zombie who was captured yesterday. Apparently, he had not yet fully adapted to the work environment and had conflicts with previous employees. It had been gnawed away by 5 old employees until only a few bones were left. Jiang Yu had just entered the underground warehouse, and at a glance he discovered that one employee was missing. When the 5 second-level zombies discovered their boss's way of welcoming them, they showed their sharp claws and rushed towards Jiang Yu at the same time. It was this damn human who captured them and locked them up here. The moment they saw her, the 5 second-level zombies all became furious. You ate the new employees? Roar, roar, roar. A new round of fighting has begun. More than an hour later, Jiang Yu came out covered in blood. She tilted her head and blood plasma dripped onto the ground along her hair. Although there are inevitably some wounds on my body, the feeling of exhilaration is really good. Jiang immediately walked up to her and gestured. Meow. Boss, I found a new second-level zombie. Follow me. Jiang You immediately followed up and added new employees to warehouse number 2. It was evening. Just like before, Jiang You carried a speaker on his shoulder to attract the zombie army to chase him, so as to practice his speed, and began a 20-kilometer long-distance run. She ran and they chased her, with flies flying behind her. When he couldn't sleep at night, Jiang Yu would go to the 22nd floor to do mental training. Look at her, so positive. Sometimes she even admires herself for being so self-disciplined. The 22nd floor is the mental training room. The employee in the training room is a psycho zombie. You have to know that she searched the entire city and only found one psycho zombie. How rare! To prevent the zombie from escaping, she tied it up like a dumpling. The way to practice mental power is much simpler. Just fight the mental zombies head-on. It's like training an eagle. Whoever survives till the end wins. This zombie was quite rebellious when it first arrived, and was always thinking of using its mental power to sneak attack Jiang You. At the beginning, Jiang Yu was indeed hit a few times, but gradually, after she got used to it, she began to fight back. Until now, Jiang Yu felt that this psycho zombie seemed a little crazy. As soon as he saw Jiang Yu, he stared at her with his eyes narrowed into cross-eyed eyes. Wherever she walked, the cross-eyed eyes moved. Jiang Yu looked at it, and it tilted its head to look at her, even shaking its head from side to side. His saliva was flying everywhere, and he looked nervous. Jiang Yu sighed. As the only employee in the mental health department, you support the entire department by yourself, and I know it's very hard for you. But you have to take care of yourself. If you hold on for a few more days, you might have colleagues. You said you're a zombie, and you made yourself look like you were depressed. What's going on? Can't you be a little more motivated? Stand up and let's continue practicing, okay? The zombies looked at it with cross-eyed eyes, their hair already tangled into a mess. Ho ho! It growled and looked a little dull. Forget it, forget it. Maybe I've given you too much work recently. How about this? You take a few days off. I'm not an inhuman boss. Take a good rest. I'll come back to see you in 2 days. After all, other training contents involve working with many zombies. But in terms of mental strength, it is currently the only one supporting the entire department. It is inevitable that there will be a bit of pressure. Just take a few days of rest. Jiang Yu fed it a crystal core, touched its head, and then left. As long as there is nothing else to do every day, I schedule a full schedule of training in the morning, noon, and evening, and never slack off. Do you think you can just stock up on supplies in the doomsday and let things go? No, she wants to kill her colleagues. While others are stockpiling supplies and giving up, she will work hard quietly and then kill the other survivors. The years on the Forbidden Island made her realize one thing deeply. That is, if your fists are not strong enough, you will be caught and locked in a cage for experiments. A person who is not strong enough can never be at ease no matter where he is. Jiang Yu was completely immersed in her training. Until she was strong enough, she would never take the initiative to step into a human gathering place. Especially in places like bases, the more people there are, the more dangerous it is. Under the high-intensity training program, the zombies are consumed extremely quickly. She often spends a lot of time catching sparring partners, and Jiang Yu sometimes even feels that there are not enough zombies. I don't know if those zombies were fooled by her. Later on, Jiang Yu discovered that even if she was carrying a square dance speaker and wandering around the street, or riding a will-o'-the-wisp and making a deafening noise, many zombies heard the familiar singing and the sound of accelerators, but just glanced in her direction and then went about their own business. Only a few zombies will chase her. Not enthusiastic at all. Sure enough, love will disappear. I remember how enthusiastic these little zombies were in the past, but now that the newcomers have become old ones, they have lost their passion. But at that time, her training plan had been almost completed, so Jiang Yu ignored them. Not long after, a group of survivors came to City A to search for supplies, only to find that the zombies here were all very strange. Zombies from other places couldn't wait to pounce on living people. But the zombies here seem a bit stupid. When seeing a human, it does not instinctively rush forward, but instead takes a few tentative steps before starting to chase. However, during this tentative effort, the survivors had already run far away. As the news spread, rumors spread in many places that for unknown reasons, the zombie level in City A was very low and no evolved zombies appeared. It has almost become a universally acknowledged fact that the zombies in City A are useless. But several years later, when some outside survivors entered City A with the mentality of seeing the stupidest zombies, they found out that they were all just rumors. Which bastard said the zombies here are stupid? Although the zombies here are slower in identifying their targets than normal zombies, once they identify a target, they will hold on to it until death and will never give up. And these zombies run damn fast. The speed was so fast that the legs left after images, just like Hot Wheels. They're just a bunch of perverted zombies. Chapter 51 de Zhuang attacks, leaving no grass behind. These days, in addition to training and daily collection of useful supplies, Jiang You has been looking for mutated plants. He wondered if it was because the doomsday outbreak was too recent, and apart from animals and humans, there were very few mutated plants. The cactus last time was a mutant plant, but it was eaten by de Zhuang. After that, Jiang You searched for a long time, but did not find the second mutant plant. But she didn't give up. She just kept looking for it, and she would find it eventually. It was another sunny day. When Jiang You woke up in the morning and stepped out of the room, he felt like he had stepped into a boiler room. It was so hot that he felt uneasy. The strawberries and catnip she planted on the balcony couldn't be saved even by watering them, and they were hanging on to their last breath every day. It seems like it would kill you if you touch it. So Jiang You simply planted them into the space, and they grew vigorously in the soil of the space. The clock hands on the wall pointed to 7 in the morning, but the sun was almost rising. After the end of the world, the trend of longer days and shorter nights in summer became more and more obvious. The days are getting longer and hotter. The nights were a little cooler, but the temperature never dropped below 40 degrees. The survivors have adapted to the high temperatures. Although it is hot, it is not hot enough to kill people. Jiang You stood on the balcony with his hands raised and stretched, yawned deeply, and then began to brush his teeth. De Zhuang also crawled on the ground, stretched his body, and then grabbed a handful of hay to chew. This hay has a light, sweet taste. Eating a handful in the morning is like brushing your teeth. At the edge of the terrace is a 1-meter-high safety wall, and the man and the cat squatted on the wall to brush their teeth. It's more than 20 stories high. If someone kicked you from behind and you fell down, there would be no need for rescue. Jiang You held the electric toothbrush and looked down while brushing his teeth. From this height, you can't really see what's on the street. She was looking at a lake in the distance. The water was clear and turquoise. Unlike the dead plants elsewhere, there was some green on both sides of the lake, especially conspicuous. From this angle, there is no obstruction to the view and the scenery is quite nice. I wonder if there are any mutant plants in there? Jiang You took a sip of water, rinsed his mouth, and decided to go there and take a look today. It only looks close to the eyes, but the actual distance between the lake and here is estimated to be 5 or 6 kilometers. Finish brushing your teeth. After having breakfast, Jiang You and De Zhuang headed to their destination for today. De Zhuang meowed. Don't you want to catch zombies today? Jiang Yu went downstairs and took out an electric bike from the space, rode on it, and then patted the back seat. Let's go to the park and look at the lake today instead of working. De Zhuang, I don't believe you. But he still jumped on and lay on the back seat. During this period, Jiang Yu has become familiar with all the roads nearby. Zombies are sensitive to smells and sounds, especially sounds. She rode her electric scooter quietly along the secluded paths. Apart from the possibility of startling 1 or 2 nearby zombies as she passed by, the zombies farther away would hardly notice them. In particular, most of the zombies in the city seemed to be played around by her. Occasionally, when she saw something passing by, some zombies would tilt their heads and not react much, as if they were hesitating whether to chase it or not. Seems a bit silly. As for the few attacking zombies, Jiang Yu didn't need to take any action. De Zhuang flew up and hit the man's head with his claws, smashing it to pieces. De Zhuang is now a little bigger than before. It's almost 70 kilograms. Cats are different from dogs. The main advantage of cats is their explosive power. A 70-pound mutant cat can fight just as well as a self-enhancing human mutant. De Zhuang had just had his head smashed, but wasn't even warm yet when he returned to the back seat. After turning a corner, 2 more zombies rushed out of the door of a clothing store in front. The 2 zombies rushed towards Jiang Yu with their fangs and claws, but the latter did not even slow down. De Zhuang meowed angrily, exerted force on his hind legs, jumped high, and passed over Jiang Yu's head. It fell directly onto the head of a zombie. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie shook his head violently, and the next second, half of his head was bitten off. The whole body fell limply to the ground. De Zhuang spat out the skull from his mouth, jumped up, and slapped another zombie, tearing off half of its face. Then his whole body fell to the ground, and he jumped up and did a tail-swinging kick. He used his butt to knock the zombie back a few steps. The zombie just stood firm and rushed towards Zhuang with a low growl. But the sharp claws didn't even touch the cat's hair, and Zhuang had already jumped onto its neck. Crunch and take a bite. Most of the zombie's neck was bitten off, leaving only a layer of skin with its head hanging upside down on the zombie's chest. The gray eyes were still staring at Zhuang, and the mouth opened and closed. Zhuang swung his sharp claws and cut off the last piece of skin. The round head fell to the ground, and the mouth was still biting. If the brainstem of a zombie is not destroyed, it can survive even if only a head is left. Zhuang ignored it and quickly caught up by stepping on the head. This series of actions looks complicated, but it only takes no more than 20 seconds. But within these 20 seconds, the woman ran a long way away again. Zhuang looked up and found that several zombies were chasing the electric car. He bared his teeth and yelled angrily twice, then quickly chased after them, jumped high, past the zombies, and landed steadily on the back seat. Jiang You only felt a shake in the back seat and knew that Zhuang had caught up with him. Over this period of time, the man and the cat had been working together very well. The electric scooter is quiet and not as noisy as a motorcycle. Unless you honk the horn intentionally or hit something, there generally won't be any loud noise. Not easy to attract zombies. The electric car was small and convenient, and it ran very fast, and it soon left the zombies behind. Zhuang was lying on the back seat licking his paws. When he saw a zombie approaching, he would jump up and kill it. Then he continued to chase Jiang Yu's car and jumped on it skillfully. The man and the cat moved around the city skillfully, avoiding places where zombies gathered. When electric vehicles encounter damaged vehicles or other obstacles, they can basically go around them as long as they are not completely blocked. On such complex roads, electric vehicles are much more convenient than cars. Jiang Yu carried Zhuang leisurely through the alley, humming softly. Ride my beloved motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. There's a zombie at 3 o'clock. Go ahead, Zhuang. Chapter 52, This Fish Has Mutated. More than an hour later, Jiang Yu's electric scooter arrived at the park entrance. The Baibo Lake is surrounded by a large garden. Because of the existence of the Baibo Lake, this park is the only green place in the entire city. The wind blowing off the lake has a slight fishy smell, but it is not unpleasant. There may be mutant plants here. This park has 4 entrances in the east, south, west, and north. They are now at the east gate. The gate of the park was originally a retractable door that was only half a person's height, but at this time, the door had already been destroyed. It has long been in vain. After putting the electric scooter into the space, Jiang Yu directly stepped over the overturned fence in front of him and went in. Zhuang followed closely behind. After entering through the main gate, you will enter a small square. This was originally a paradise for square dance annies. There used to be several dance teams here every night. Ants from different gangs once fought over territory and made the local news. But now, there are no dancing ants in this square. There were only a dozen zombies wandering around. When these zombies noticed the movement of living people, they woke up instantly and then quickly rushed towards Jiang Yu from all directions. He was as excited as a hungry beast seeing its prey. Meow! Zhuang was the first to be attacked. He rushed forward fiercely to fight before the zombies could pounce on him. Jiang Yu held the Miao Dao in his hand, took 2 steps forward, and chopped down these guys to the ground quickly with a knife in his hand like a machine. Compared with the hundreds of zombies in Warehouse Number 1, these small zombies are not even an appetizer. At this time, Zhuang also dealt with 3 zombies and walked back to Jiang Yu with a cat-like step, looking like a victorious general. After dealing with the zombies in the square, Jiang Yu turned his eyes and looked around. Generally, there will be basic maps at the entrance of such parks. Sure enough, the next moment she found a 1-meter-high plastic sign standing next to the square with a topographic map of the entire Bibbo Park on it. Jiang Yu had rarely been to this park, and the few times he had been there he had just passed by quickly. So I looked at the map carefully. The park is surrounded by the entire Baibo Lake, so it is called Baibo Garden. The park is separated from the outside world by the Baibo Lake. Apart from the 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north, which have arch bridges for entry and exit, there is no 5th entrance and exit. There are also many military air raid shelters inside. Various botanical gardens. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and took a picture of the park map. Although there is no internet now, it does not affect taking photos. With the solar panels, she has no problem charging her phone. After all, she doesn't have a photographic memory. While she was looking at the map, Zhuang seemed to have discovered something. He ran to the lake, lay on a rock, and reached into the water to scoop up fish. There used to be many koi in this lake, but they seem to be nowhere to be seen now. De Zhuang stirred the water with his claws, and a red figure really appeared not far away. It's a carp. As a cat, how can you not like to eat fish? De Zhuang couldn't wait to meow a few times. Jiang You heard the cat's meow, walked to the water's edge in 3 or 2 steps, and just got close. Crash! A red carp suddenly jumped out of the water and took Da Zhuang's head into its mouth. Da Zhuang. Why is it getting dark? De Zhuang's head was completely bitten by the fish's mouth, and the mad cat's cry came out muffled. After it reacted, it immediately waved its cat claws and scratched around, and instantly the ground was covered with red scales. The fish looked to be at least 20 to 30 kilograms in size. Although it looked like a koi, the moment it opened its mouth, Jiang You clearly saw rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. I'm afraid all the fish in this by Bo Lake have mutated. The fish wanted to drag De Zhuang into the water, and De Zhuang wanted to drag it to the shore. No one is willing to give in to anyone else. But the fish was obviously no match for De Zhuang. Now most of the scales on its body had been peeled off, and one of its eyes had been poked out. It looked quite miserable. Seeing the water rippling on the lake not far away, a group of big red carp floated up, attracted by the smell of blood. Jiang Yu quickly grabbed De Zhuang's tail and dragged the cat and the fish onto the shore, then took a few steps back and away from the shore. With one cut, the fish was cut in half with a crack. De Zhuang's head was suddenly pulled out of the fish's mouth, and there were no scars except for his wet hair. It opened its mouth in panic and called out to Jiang Yu. De Zhuang, you want to kill me? Jiang Yu glanced at it coldly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. De Zhuang then lowered his head and ate most of the fish head in 2 bites. Then he looked at the fish in the lake with some lingering feeling. But it's okay if it's just one fish, but a group of fish is a bit fierce. Jiang Yu squatted down. Pride opened the fish's mouth, and sure enough, he saw that the fish's mouth was full of sharp fangs. She looked at the Baibo lake and saw that the fish on the surface had sunk again. It is normal for 1 or 2 fish to mutate. But when she looked just now, the group of fish that emerged were all round in shape, and their sizes were no smaller than this fish. That proves that the group of fish may almost all be mutant fish. To confirm her guess, she looked at De Zhuang. De Zhuang, do you still want to eat fish? Meow. De Zhuang nodded vigorously, still not understanding why this human suddenly became so sensible. The next second, I found something quickly tied to my legs, and then my body felt lighter. The surrounding scenery was spinning before my eyes. Meow woo woo. There are always humans who want to harm me. Thump. Water splashed everywhere. A cat plunged heavily into the lake. De Zhuang was flapping his arms and legs wildly in the center of the lake. Is there something wrong with this woman? Has she been disliking me for a long time and wants to kill me? If you want to kill me, then come at me openly. You little bastard, you're trying to sneak attack me. Throw me into the lake. There are piranhas in here. The cat will die. The sound of rushing water suddenly attracted a group of carp. De Zhuang looked at the red color that appeared in front of him in horror. My God, these fish look like nuclear submarines. That woman is really going to kill me. It turned around and ran away frantically, swimming wildly in the water with all 4 paws. But the next second, I felt a pain on my tail and butt, and then it felt a little heavy. Damn, bit my balls. De Zhuang instantly got furious and grabbed the head of a fish with his backhand and exploded it. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Yu pulled the rope in his hand back with force and dragged De Zhuang to the shore. Behind De Zhuang, there was a group of big carps in red, white, and yellow colors. To be honest, if you ignore the fact that they are mutated, these fish look pretty good. As soon as De Zhuang's claws touched the ground, he quickly rolled and crawled onto the shore. The fish that had bit on its tail but refused to let go, and were also pulled up by it. The remaining fish in the lake all crowded onto the shore, their mouths opening and closing, their mouths full of sharp white teeth. Jiang Yu saw clearly this time, and indeed, they were all mutant fish. She helped pull all the fish off De Zhuang's butt and tail. There were 4 fish in total, and each one weighed at least 20 kilograms. De Zhuang stared at Jiang Yu angrily, leaving scratches on the ground with his claws. Meow, you sneak attack me. I'm very angry. I'm going to lose my temper. I'm really going to lose my temper. Jiang Yu. De Zhuang, how about taking these fish back and making braised carp for you? Does it taste good? Da Zhuang. Meow. Asterisk carrot carrot asterisk. In fact, stewing it in clear soup is not unacceptable. Chapter 53, Old Cat Fishing. Don't be fooled by the fact that it looks quite scared when it is thrown into the water for the first time. But after hearing about braised fish, his eyes lit up. I looked at the fish on the ground and felt that there were still not enough. In fact, it's not impossible to go into the water again. So he circled around the tail, picked up the rope from the ground, and gestured to Jiang You to tie it up again and throw it into the water. Meow! Come on, do it again. I'm not afraid. Just throw me down and catch some fish. This amount of fish is not enough to eat. Although this cat cannot speak human language, for some reason, Jiang Yu understood what it meant. Let's talk about it later. Let's go somewhere else first. She hit the fish that was still struggling on the ground to death with a stick and put it into the space. For some unknown reason, all mutated animals and plants cannot enter the space while still alive and can only be put in after being killed. But on second thought, perhaps it is caused by the exclusivity of spatial rules. After all, if mutant animals are taken in, it will directly destroy the original ecological balance of the space. Other ordinary creatures can be slaughtered almost at will. After putting the last carp into the space, Jiang Yu turned around and left with Dezhuang. All the koi in this by Bo Lake have mutated. It makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. That is to say, Dezhuang has thick skin and flesh. If a person fell into it, even the bones would be eaten up in minutes. But since she dared to take Dezhuang into the lake, she was absolutely sure that nothing would happen to him. After all, during this period of time, Dezhuang often helped her catch second-level zombies, and no one knew how many brains of second-level zombies he had eaten. He has long since developed a body of iron and steel. Didn't you see the carp that just bit its head? It didn't even leave any teeth marks except making its head full of saliva. However, I don't know what this mutant fish ate to grow so big. They may have eaten a lot of zombies. After all, the water level was rising, and these fish must have been swimming everywhere. It's better to find a separate pot to stew it, and use that pot to cook for Dezhuang from now on. The whole park was full of greenery, and the trees were not dead. Jiang Yu didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that these flowers, plants, and trees seemed to be greener than ordinary plants. For example, there was a pine tree next to the square that was hung with red ribbons. She had seen it when she passed by it while stockpiling supplies before the apocalypse. At that time, it didn't feel as big as it is now. Could it be a mutated plant? Jiang Yu approached the tree, stretched out his hand, and placed it on the trunk, but did not sense any energy. It shouldn't be a mutant plant. Mutated animals and plants will have special energy fluctuations, which can be felt if you sense them carefully. She looked at Dezhuang and said, Dezhuang, do you think this tree looks like a mutant plant? Mutated animals have a much stronger sense of recognition than humans in certain aspects. Dezhuang quickly climbed up the tree, jumping up and down, sniffing here and scratching there, then jumped down and shook his head at Jiang Yu. When it came down, it even picked up a handful of pine needles and chewed them in its mouth. Jiang Yu sighed in disappointment. Walking along the path, the deeper we went, the less lush the plants were than outside, and many of them were even dead. It seems that only the plants near the edge of Bai Bo Lake grow the best. Jiang Yu found the location of the botanical garden according to the map. The botanical garden was easy to identify. Following the signposts, not long after, Jiang Yu saw a large piece of glass reflection in the distance, and he knew he had arrived at the botanical garden. This botanical garden is a large simulated tropical rainforest ecosystem, but now many of the glass in the sunroom have been broken, and only the skeleton of the glass on the dome remains. There were pieces of broken glass all over the floor. Before I got close, I could smell a foul odor accompanied by the heat wave. The closer we got to the botanical garden, the stronger the stench became, even a little irritating to the eyes. It's a bit like the ammonia emitted by rotting meat, mixed with the rotten smell of fallen leaves and other unknown fragrances. I can't put it into words, but it's disgusting. Even someone like Jiang Yu, who was used to seeing piles of corpses, felt physically uncomfortable. You. Dezhuang pretended to vomit and pulled at the shelf at the door, refusing to go in. Wait for me at the door. I'll go in and take a look. Jiang Yu put on a pig-nose gas mask and walked inside. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. The smell in here is so unique. What if there are mutant plants? The shoes stepped on the broken glass, making a series of rustling sounds. The plants in this botanical garden have not completely died, and some high-temperature-resistant plants have grown even taller than before the apocalypse. But all the pools inside were stinking, and the soil on the ground was soaked with smelly water. Every time you stepped on it, you could sink a centimeter or two into it. All kinds of bugs, big and small, are crawling around in the soil. Centipedes, grasshoppers, white mustard seeds, millipedes, and some unidentifiable soft-bodied insects. Jiang You moved forward cautiously, guarding against poisonous snakes and other things that might emerge from the darkness. She remembered that there used to be pythons and venomous snakes in this botanical garden, but now all the sightseeing glass that contained the animals had been destroyed, and the animals inside were missing. It may be dead, or it may be hiding in the shadow of a certain plant. As she passed by, he suddenly jumped out and gave her a bite. At this moment, her hand accidentally brushed across a broad leaf. The leaf shook, a piece of green on it floated slightly, and a golden vertical pupil appeared somewhere. The chameleon just moved a little and blended into the color of the leaves again. A black scorpion the size of a palm crawled across the rotten soil in front of Jiang You. Jiang You moved slightly, and it immediately changed direction and crawled towards Jiang You, with the long needles on its tail flashing coldly in the sunlight. Jiang Yu simply smashed the Meow Dao into the ground. Poochie! The scorpion's body was broken into 2 sections, and its tail was still twitching slightly. Jiang Yu bent down, picked up the scorpion, and put it into the space. This thing tastes delicious when fried. I'll take it back for the Zhuang as a snack. It's not easy to find a scorpion this big. Next, Jiang Yu looked through the entire botanical garden and did not find any mutated plants. She walked out immediately and prepared to look for it somewhere else in the park. I walked through almost half of the park, and apart from encountering 1 or 2 zombies from time to time, I didn't see even a leaf of mutant plants. When we reached a small path, the way ahead was suddenly blocked. Several sightseeing buses were parked across the middle of the road, and it was obvious that someone had parked them there on purpose. Jiang Yu was just about to climb over the rockery next to him. A man walked out from behind the car. "Stop! The road ahead is blocked. Please change direction, my friend." The man who came was a man in his 30s, of medium build, wearing a vest and holding an old-fashioned shotgun in his hand. This person has an extremely ordinary appearance, the type that you can't find if you throw him into a crowd of people. But his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. But it's also true. How many ordinary people dare to stay in the city now? The muzzle of the shotgun in his hand was pointing straight towards Jiang Yu. It seemed that if she took a step forward, the man would pull the trigger without hesitation. While he was speaking, 2 little kids poked their heads out from the gap between the vehicles behind him. A man and a woman were looking at Jiang Yu warily. If I remember correctly, there should be 2 air raid shelters if we go further in this direction. These people probably occupied the air raid shelter and settled down there. This park is surrounded by lakes, which serve as a natural barrier, so there are very few zombies wandering in. There is also lake water, which can solve the problem of drinking water for daily life, and is indeed suitable as a shelter. At this moment, another man pulled the 2 little rascals apart and walked out with a shotgun. Seeing that Jiang Yu was alone, he first breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "Friend, the 2 air raid shelters in front are already in use by us. If you want to find shelter, you can go over there." The man pointed in a direction. "There are a few bomb shelters over there." Chapter 54. Sorry, did I speak too loudly just now? Fangmu looked at the woman standing opposite him without any hesitation. They had clearly placed zombies at all 4 entrances of the park to prevent anyone from accidentally entering the park. For fear that someone might still get through the first wave of zombie barriers, the zombies on the trail were not cleared deliberately. It is impossible for an ordinary survivor to go so deep without any injury. These zombies not only isolate other survivors from entering to a certain extent, but are also dangerous to them. Every time you enter or leave the park, it means danger. But the woman now looked like her clothes and pants were clean, with only a few blood stains on her shoes. If you ignore the silver sword in her hand, she looks as refreshing as if she is on a picnic in the park. What's more, facing Song Cheng's gun, she was not panicked at all. The fact that she could walk here proved that she must have cleared out the zombies at the entrance of the door, and the zombies she met along the way did not hurt her at all. And there is the tabby cat. Fangmu had never seen such a terrifying cat. Before the end of the world, he had not yet graduated from the police academy. Although he had seen many murderers in class, he had never felt a pair of eyes staring at him and making his back feel cold. He had never thought that such an evil and cruel look would appear on a cat. He had previously followed his mentor to sort out the case of a serial perverted killer. It was then that he realized that a real perverted killer was not angry or afraid when killing people. He was very excited. To him, the dismembered human body was just like the meat at a pork stall. When he was recording, he talked about the details of his murder and dismemberment very easily. When he stared at you, although he had a little smile on his face, He was so scared that his legs were shaking. At this moment, the expression on the tabby cat's face was like that. Abnormal fear actually appeared on a cat's face. This cat must be a ghost cat. Fong Mu and Song Chung looked at each other tacitly. Everyone knew in their hearts that this beautiful-looking woman was definitely not as harmless as she looked. Song Chung, the first middle-aged man who appeared in front of Jiang You, said with a serious face, "The place in front of the little girl is our shelter. Please leave here." Jiang You is not an unreasonable person. In the Doomsday, whoever occupies the territory owns it, and no one likes strangers entering their private territory. She was not angry when her way was blocked. Dazuan, MILF. Kill them. Jiang You, let's go. There's not much space in there, and I don't think it's likely to have what we're looking for. Looking for something? Fong Mu listened to her words and couldn't help but wonder what could be found in the park. He only saw many survivors who came to the lake to fish for food, and some of them left after catching some food. Some of the mermaids were not caught, and were instead eaten clean by fish. Could it be that these two people are also here to fish? He looked at the cat next to Jiang Yu. The cat was so fierce and so big, it must eat a lot. Come to catch fish to feed the cat. Hey, although this cat is ugly, it has met a caring owner. At this time, he is willing to risk walking through the zombies just to come to the lake to catch fish for his cat. What a good cat owner he is. She said to the two, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your shelter and will not go in." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Fong Mu suddenly spoke. "There are indeed a lot of fish in this lake, but if you want to fish, you'd better be careful, because these fish have grown very large for some reason. And its mouth is full of teeth, just like a piranha. If it falls into the lake by accident, it will be almost completely destroyed." He changed the subject and continued. "However, the fish here tastes okay. Although it has a strong fishy smell, it is enough to fill your stomach." Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Fong Mu. He looked to be in his 20s, a little younger, but his gun-holding gesture was much more standard than that of a middle-aged man. Even from the interaction between the two, it seems that the younger Fong Mu is the one who calls the shots between the two. A thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. She just searched the park roughly like this, and might not find anything. But these people live in the park and are definitely more familiar with it. Maybe it can help her. We're not here to fish in the lake. If we were, we wouldn't have to go so deep. I'm here to look for something. Fong Mu's eyes lit up, and he began to introduce himself. "My name is Fong Mu. His name is Song Chung, and we live in the air raid shelter in front." Song Chung glanced at him, not understanding why he suddenly talked so much to this woman, but did not interrupt Fong Mu. "My name is Jiang Yu, and this is De Zhuang." Jiang Yu pointed to the cat beside him. "Meow." De Zhuang bared his teeth, looking ferocious. "Since you live here, have you ever seen any special plants in the park? Something that looks different from the normal plants? Like they've mutated?" Fong Mu didn't say anything. Song Chung frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Yu took out 2 packs of instant noodles from the backpack behind him and said, "If you have any, it would be a waste of time for you to lead the way." Seeing what she held in her hand, they both swallowed at the same time. Jiang Yu was holding a pack of pickled pepper beef noodles and a pack of braised beef noodles. Although this thing was everywhere before the end of the world, it is a rare commodity now. Fong Mu's mouth watered at the thought of the taste of instant noodles. After the zombie outbreak, they wandered for a long time before finding the air raid shelter in the park as a shelter. The park is surrounded by water, which serves as a natural isolation zone. Therefore, there are far fewer zombies in the park than outside. He and Song Chung both live in a community near the park. If the community wasn't so close, they might not have been able to successfully hide here with their families. Besides them, there were 2 other groups of people in the park. Another wave lived in another air raid shelter. There was another group living in the small building at the back. That building was originally the zoo management office. When the flood came, most of the animals were drowned. The few animals that were still alive also ran away, and the animal management office became even more empty. It was then occupied by a group of people. In fact, the group of people in the small building of the animal management office were the first survivors to enter the park. Fong Mu and his group came in later. Although these waves of survivors dislike each other, and there are often minor frictions, for now, they still maintain a delicate balance. Bai Bo Lake is very deep and has abundant water. When you are thirsty, you can boil the lake water to make distilled water for drinking. When you are hungry, you can catch fish in the lake to eat. Everyone should just live their own life. There's no need to start a fight. But if there is a food shortage in the future, they might fight to the death over resources. Jiang You didn't go further inside, so he didn't meet the other two groups of people. Although those fish now have a mouthful of teeth and look quite creepy, and may occasionally cause diarrhea and vomiting after eating them, at least you won't starve to death. I just eat fish every day, and now I suddenly see other foods. He could hardly hold back the saliva in his mouth, and it felt as if a hand was about to come out of his throat. After all, Song Chung next to him was older and more stable, but his eyes also glanced at Jiang Yu's hand intentionally or unintentionally many times. To be more precise, it was the instant noodles in her hand. Song Chung said, "Are you looking for mutant plants?" Jiang Yu nodded, "Yes." "What are you looking for mutant plants for?" Fong Mu asked, somewhat curiously. "Animals can be eaten, but what are you going to do with the plants?" "As a potted plant?" "She is quite elegant." "This is none of your business. I have my own uses," Jiang Yu said calmly. Fong Mu was scolded and immediately shut his mouth. Song Cheng's temper was not so good. He immediately raised the shotgun in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, and pointed the black muzzle straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also looked at him. When their eyes met, there was a flash of lightning, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Fong Mu looked at Jiang Yu, then at Song Chung, and felt that the two might start fighting in the next second. De Zhuang's hair stood on end, his body arched, and he was in an attacking posture. He stared at Song Chung fiercely with beast-like eyes. It seemed that a war was about to break out. Jiang Yu put away his meow Dao expressionlessly. Seeing that her hands were empty, Fong Mu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had given in. Fortunately, he is not a tough guy. Otherwise, if Song Chung gets angry, he won't be able to stop him. As a result, just as the smile reached his lips, the next second he saw the woman opposite him pull out a machine gun from the void and put it on her shoulder, with the muzzle of the gun also pointed at Song Chung. The two bullet belts hanging on their bodies seemed to mock the rusty, old hunting rifles in their hands. Fong Mu and Song Chung were both stunned. What's going on? How could she have pulled out a machine gun from thin air, just now? A thought flashed through Fong Mu's mind, and he looked at the girl standing under the shade of the tree opposite him. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate and bright, oval face that did not seem to have completely lost its childishness and had a slight bit of baby fat. But the figure looks tight and full of power, especially the pair of eyes aimed at them at this moment, so dark that they seemed to pull people into the abyss. A machine gun pulled out of the void. Could it be a supernatural being? Jiang Yu didn't care about the two people's psychological activities. She tilted her head and spoke to Song Chung very politely. "Excuse me, this person doesn't look happy. Did I speak too loudly just now?" Chapter 55, Are You a Space Mutant? Although she was very polite in her words, Fong Mu and Song Chung didn't really think she was being polite. The machine gun in her hand said it all. Song Chung looked a little embarrassed, and then put down the shotgun in his hand. After all, if he really opened fire, the opponent would be able to empty the magazine in the time it takes him to shoot once. "Are you a mutant?" Fong Mu stared at the machine gun in her hand, his eyes flashing with enthusiasm and fear. "You were able to pull out a machine gun from the void just now. Are you the legendary space power user?" "I've heard of space power users, but this is the first time I've seen one alive." Fong Mu had heard about people with spatial abilities before, and he thought it was magical. The only person with superpowers in their team is Song Cheng's brother. He is a gold-type superpower user. When he is scared, his skin will turn into metal, and even zombies cannot chew it. But Song Cheng's brother had a fever when he was a child, which damaged his brain and left him with the IQ of a 5 or 6-year-old. So he had no problem protecting himself, but he couldn't go on missions at all. After all, he has only the IQ of a child and the personality of a naughty kid. Taking him out to search for supplies is like carrying a time bomb. But although the space mutant does not have strong attack or defense capabilities, he is a walking warehouse. He had met a team before, and the space ability users in the team were said to have a space area of more than 20 cubic meters, which was also quite impressive. It can hold a lot of emergency supplies and weapons. I don't know how big Jiang Yu's space is, but I definitely can't ask about this kind of thing rashly. Compared with a shotgun and a machine gun, isn't it the equivalent of a man with a kitchen knife fighting a man with a gun? That's not courage. I'm tired of living, and since there is a gun in her space, maybe there are other weapons? If he takes out a bomb and throws it at them, that would be the end of them. Song Cheng's momentum dropped a lot the moment Jiang Yu took out the thing. After putting down the shotgun, he avoided her gaze and looked to the side. Fong Mu even put away his shotgun and carried it on his shoulder, behaving very friendly. When you demonstrate a certain level of strength, most of the people around you will be friendly. This is the truth that Jiang You learned after many lessons. Feng Mu warmly invited Jiang You to rest in the shelter. We are preparing dinner. Have you eaten yet? If not, why don't you stay and have a bite to eat? At this time, inviting someone to dinner can be considered the highest etiquette. Songqing looked at Feng Mu silently without saying anything. He knew that Feng Mu must want to win over Jiang Yu, but it was obvious that he would not succeed. This person is very clean, and her black hair is dry and smooth, which proves that she is not dehydrated. She looks very healthy, which means she has enough food to eat. They don't even lack weapons. Such people will not easily join any organization. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Yu's voice of refusal was heard. Feng Mu and Song Cheng gave him some instructions and asked him to stay where he was. Then he turned to Jiang Yu and continued, I know a place where there may be the mutant plants you mentioned. I can take you there. Jiang Yu smiled sincerely and said, Thank you so much. Feng Mu's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, You are smiling so sincerely. Why don't you put away the machine gun first? He always felt uncomfortable when the black muzzle of a gun was pointed at him. It feels like my head will explode at any moment. Are you really a space user? He asked again with a smile. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes. I have seen a person with the ability to condense water. He said she is a water-based person. She can condense water with her fingers, the kind of water that can be drunk directly. I've also seen one who can generate electricity. I've seen him use his supernatural powers to burn a person to a crisp. Your special ability is really convenient. You can carry anything with you. If I had this ability before the end of the world, wouldn't I not need to carry any luggage when traveling? That would be so cool. You talk too much. Oh, sorry, I tend to talk a lot when I get excited, and it's because of this problem that my instructor has always said that I'm not suitable for the police academy. By the way, I'm afraid your gun is a bit heavy. Do you want to put away for a while? It's okay. Not heavy. Feng Mu. Chapter 56. All the little male cats without balls are like this. In this way, the two walked in the park, one in front and one behind. De Zhuang followed Jiang Yu and looked at Feng Mu warily. It had no good feelings towards the human who approached Jiang Yu. It's not targeting Feng Mu, it just hates every human being equally. No human being is a good person. Of course, Jiang Yu doesn't count. Especially this kind of good-looking male is not a good thing. De Zhuang doesn't understand human aesthetics, but he knows that this man should be equivalent to the calico cat in the cat world, which can be considered a symbol. Wait, does he have some sort of agenda? De Zhuang, who originally wanted to go somewhere else for a walk, suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. So he took 2 steps forward and followed Jiang Yu closely. The human being it just protected cannot be kidnapped by others. Sure enough, these cunning humans are not good people. Whenever Feng Mu got a little closer, the cat would bare its teeth at him, as if it wanted to eat him. He looked at the tabby cat in confusion, a little embarrassed. You cat, you have a pretty good temper. You have a personality. All male cats without eggs are like this. Jiang Yu said, without turning his head. De Zhuang? He immediately clamped his buttocks together and used his tail to protect his 2 lychees. What are these mutant plants you're talking about? Jiang Yu continued to ask as he walked. I'm not sure if this is the mutant plant you're looking for, but it does look rather strange. Feng Mu has a very sunny look, which is a very pleasing appearance. Simply put, he is upright. His eyes were clear, and even the end of the world could not destroy his cleanliness. Such a person, at first glance, grew up in a happy family environment. Jiang Yu envied such people very much, just like sunflowers growing in the sun. And she herself was probably a weed beside a gutter. Feng Mu recalled and continued. I discovered it when I happened to pass by a small bamboo forest in the park. As for what it is, I can't explain it in a few words. Anyway, you will know when you go and take a look. It might be the mutant plant you want. Speaking of that thing, Feng Mu's expression was weird, as if it was hard to describe. Jiang Yu noticed his expression and asked, What's wrong? Feng Mu pursed his lips and repeated, I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, you'll know when you go and see it. We're almost there. As they were talking, the 2 of them had already approached the bamboo forest. But before he got close, Jiang Yu smelled a faint stench. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. You. De Zhuang at the back vomited. He vomited out all the fish he had just eaten before he had time to digest it. Jiang Yu's head also felt a little swollen from the smoke. Compared with the smell here, the smell in the glass room before is not even a younger brother, it's simply a grandson. At this moment, Feng Mu quickly handed over 2 leaves. Hurry up and plug your nostrils. This bamboo forest stinks. It stinks really bad. When we first entered the park, this bamboo forest was the only place where we didn't need to clear out zombies because it was too smelly. The zombies were unwilling to get close to it. The source of the stench is that thing that looks like a mutant plant. Jiang You turned his head and looked. Feng Mu had already rolled the 2 leaves into a ball and stuffed them into his nostrils. At this time, there were 2 green things in the nostrils like big boogers. The young man, who was originally quite refreshing, suddenly became stupid. He held the leaves in his hand toward Jiang You and said, "Hurry up and plug your nostrils. Don't be so stubborn. This thing stinks so badly that it's even stinkier than the dry toilet in my uncle's house in the countryside." Jiang Yu refused his leaf. Just when Feng Mu was laughing at her for overestimating her own abilities, the next second he saw her take out a pig-nose gas mask and put it on her head. He looked at Jiang Yu's gas mask, then at the 2 leaves in his hands. He curled his lips secretly. What about gas masks? Can his tree leaves be useful? It can be taken anywhere and can not only be used to block the nostrils but also to wipe the buttocks at critical moments. How environmentally friendly. After being vomited by the smoke, De Zhuang retreated directly, jumped onto a tree, and shook his head to indicate that he would not go in. Jiang Yu instructed, "De Zhuang, wait for me outside. Don't run too far." "Meow. Got it. Go away." De Zhuang lay on the branch and buried his head in his stomach. There was not a trace of arrogance left. It has always been fearless and would dare to confront anyone, but it never dreamed that it would be defeated by the smell. Feng Mu led Jiang Yu into the bamboo forest and said, "Come with me. I'm familiar with this place. Don't walk around randomly. The soil near the water is soft, and it's easy to fall into the water if you step on it carelessly." Under Feng Mu's leadership, they quickly found the so-called mutated plant, which was the source of the smell. He pointed at a mushroom half a man's height in front of him and said, "Look, that's it." The mushroom was a round and plump stick, about 1 meter tall, white in color, with a large hollow umbrella-shaped top on top. It looks a bit like an oversized morel mushroom, but the top of the umbrella is black and red. The closer you get to that thing, the stinkier it gets. It was an indescribable stench that went straight into my head from my nose. Feng Mu blocked his nostrils and breathed through his mouth, but he still couldn't stand the smell. Jiang Yu glanced at him and said, "I have a gas mask here. Do you need one?" Feng Mu shook his head stubbornly. "No, my leaves are very useful. There is no smell at all." Yes, no smell. This guy has the toughest mouth of anyone. He pointed at the mushroom and said, "Look, is this the mutant plant you want? I remember this thing growing in the bamboo forest behind our house when I was a child, but it wasn't this big and it wasn't this smelly. We all call it chicken shit mushroom. This mushroom is so big and has such a weird smell. It must be mutated, right? There are several such chicken shit mushrooms in this bamboo forest. That's what's causing the stench." Jiang Yu was wearing a gas mask, so he couldn't smell anything. But as we all know, there are the most mosquitoes in bamboo forests in summer. But in this bamboo forest, there are no mosquitoes, not even a single small insect. Feng Mu continued, "It stinks here. Not to mention the zombies. Even flies have to take a deeder. Look, there's not even a mosquito to be seen in this bamboo forest. The stench is simply an indiscriminate attack." Jiang Yu deeply agreed with this. She slowly approached the mushroom and poked it with a stick. White mucus immediately hung on the branch and dripped down. Jiang Yu wanted to find a mutant plant and keep it at home to see to what extent her blood could help it evolve. But this thing, she first chopped off a mushroom with a seedling knife. The moment the mushroom was chopped off, Feng Mu felt that the stench in the air became even stronger. I saw her using a knife to rummage through the sticky mushroom trunk, but I didn't know what she was looking for. I could only cover my mouth with my hands. Jiang Yu rummaged around inside and found that most of the plant's crystal cores were in the roots, but some were on the main trunk. She first looked for them in the trunk, but couldn't find them. So they dug up the ground and found a peanut-sized crystal at the root, confirming that this was a mutant plant. But forget it. Let's give it a try first. I have finally found this mutant plant. I'm going to give up on it just because of a tiny taste. This is too outrageous. She hesitated for a moment, took off her gas mask, and wanted to try whether she could accept the smell first. Since Feng Mu has been fine for so long, it proves that the smell, apart from being a bit stinky, is probably not poisonous. Seeing her walk up to the chicken shit mushroom to take off her mask, Feng Mu wanted to remind her that it would be better not to get so close. Very addictive. After all, He only dared to watch from a distance and didn't dare to get close to that thing. But Jiang You acted too quickly, and before he could persuade him, it was too late. Taking off the gas mask, Jiang You took a deep breath. Chapter 57, I Can't Afford It. As a result, he almost got himself sent away. A strong stench rushed into my nostrils, and tears instantly came out. Vomit! Even someone like her who had seen a lot of things couldn't stand this extremely stinky smell. He retched and quickly backed away from the mutant fungus. Jiang Yu wiped the corners of his eyes and swallowed hard, fearing that he would spit it out. What kind of mushroom is this? This thing probably relies on its bad smell to drive away its natural enemies. She held on to a bamboo to steady herself and calm herself. Then he put on the gas mask again and took several deep breaths before he felt better. Fong Mu had already retreated very far away and was standing at the end of the path outside the bamboo forest, looking at her with admiration. Oh my goodness, this is simply a biological weapon, right? If he got one of these and took it home to raise, Jiang Yu felt that he would not survive more than 3 days. Thinking of the whole building filled with stench, she silently gave up on it. Although this thing is indeed a mutant plant, but the taste, forget it, she doesn't deserve it. Let's leave it to other destined people. Jiang Yu turned and left, giving up on this unique mutant plant. If she kept this thing, she was afraid it would marinate herself. Fong Mu asked hurriedly when he saw her walking out of the woods. So, is this fungus a mutant plant? Jiang Yu nodded. Yes. So you don't want it anymore? Jiang Yu. I can't afford it. Fong Mu. Well, as agreed before, will you pay me for leading the way? Give. Jiang Yu is not a person who goes back on his word. He had agreed to pay her a guide fee if she could find the mutant plant. Now that the thing has been found, it was she who didn't want it. It has nothing to do with others. Jiang Yu took out 2 packs of instant noodles from the space and handed them to Fong Mu. Here you go. Fong Mu happily took the instant noodles given by Jiang Yu and pulled out the leaves stuck in his nostrils. Then he took a deep breath against the bag. Although I couldn't smell anything, I felt very satisfied when I heard the rustling sound. The saliva in his mouth kept secreting, and Fong Mu swallowed. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked at the pack of braised beef noodles and the pack of pickled cabbage noodles in his hands. What you just showed me was a pack of braised beef noodles and a pack of stir-fried pepper beef noodles. What's wrong? Can I change to the original combination? He handed the bowl of pickled cabbage noodles to Jiang Yu with some hesitation. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Why? Are you afraid of the smell of stinky feet? At least it's better than the mutant carp in the lake that feeds on human and zombie flesh, right? He waved his hands quickly and explained. 1 pack of beef flavor, 1 pack of sauerkraut flavor. It's hard to separate them when we get home, but if both packs are beef flavor, there's no problem. He scratched his head and smiled a little nervously. You've thought about it carefully. Jiang Yu smiled and took out another pack to exchange with him. Fong Mu chuckled and put the instant noodles into the backpack behind him. Very satisfied, just took it for the journey, 2 packs of noodles. He could take this kind of road every day. Thinking of Jiang Yu returning empty-handed, he always felt a little sorry for the 2 packs of instant noodles, so he said, Don't be fooled by the smell of this thing, but the stench can repel insects and zombies. To be honest, if we weren't so overwhelmed, we would all like to live in this bamboo forest. It's pretty safe. Then why don't you live here? We've tried it, and after staying in there for too long, you'll feel dizzy and want to vomit. Even vomit out bitter bile? I'm afraid you'll vomit to death before you're killed by the zombies. He shook his head with some regret. Then he thought of how Jiang Yu could carry a lot of things with him and looked at Jiang Yu with even more envy. Jiang Yu, you're a space-based psychic. Do you want to join us? This lake park is so big and there is no shortage of water. You can also eat fish when you're hungry. If you join us, it will be much more convenient for us to go out and search for supplies in the future. He was honest and spoke his mind frankly. Having you here is like having a mobile warehouse. If you join us, we will definitely give you the best treatment. We don't have many people now, just my parents and my girlfriend. There are also Song Chung and several other brothers, as well as some neighbors. There are more than 20 of us in total, and except for a few children, everyone works very hard and no one is idle. We also have several brothers and sisters who are very good at fighting. If you join us, you will definitely not suffer any loss. He really hopes that Jiang Yu can join. After all, if there is a space ability user in the team, everything will be much more convenient. In the past, they risked their lives every time they went out to collect supplies, but what they could bring back was limited. Carrying too many supplies will affect your actions in combat. If you don't bring enough supplies, every adventure will seem unworthwhile. After all, every time you go out, you may not be able to come back. But if there is a person with space ability, he can bring back a lot of supplies. Fong Mu's eyes were very eager. Jiang You shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm used to being alone. Fong Mu sighed in disappointment, even though he had already anticipated that he would most likely not agree. But when I was really rejected, I still felt a little disappointed. But on second thought, it seemed natural. She has weapons and space and can live well on her own. If I really join them, I will feel like a burden. The two walked to the tree where De Zhuang was lying. Jiang Yu looked up and shouted, De Zhuang is gone. Hearing the sound, the furry ball on the tree shuddered. Seeing them coming back, De Zhuang jumped down from the tree and landed steadily at Jiang Yu's feet. Then he followed her step by step, very obediently. But when he turned to look at Fong Mu, his expression became very ferocious. Fong Mu even suspected that the cat disliked him. How come his expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book? Chapter 58, See the Tickets. Meow. De Zhuang flicked his tail, forcing Fong Mu to retreat 2 steps. This widened the distance between him and Jiang Yu. And finally, he sneered at it grimly. That's right, a sneer. For the first time, Fong Mu accurately saw the contempt and ridicule for himself on a cat's face. I don't know why Jiang Yu keeps such an ugly and ferocious cat. Not cute at all. I would be more likable as a pet than it. Fong Mu didn't know how he had offended it, so he just stayed away from it. Since the things in the bamboo forest are not acceptable, there is nothing I am looking for here. Jiang Yu prepared to go back. But before going back, she went to the lake with De Zhuang to catch some fish. Just now, De Zhuang still felt a little unsatisfied. De Zhuang, are you still going fishing? Meow. Go. So more than 10 minutes later, Fong Mu saw Jiang Yu breaking the trunk of a small tree and shaving the branches and leaves to use as a fishing rod. A thumb-thick nylon line was tied on it as a fishing line. Just when he was curious about what the bait was, he saw De Zhuang lying on the ground consciously and letting Jiang Yu tie her up at the other end with a rope, then throw it into the water with a splash. Is this how you fish? Fong Mu was completely numb. Who taught you this? Fishing is so wild. Yeah, is there a problem? Jiang Yu watched the situation in the lake seriously and attentively. When De Zhuang called out, she knew that a fish had taken the bait. He exerted force with both arms, lifted the fishing rod high, and dragged De Zhuang up. 2 fat red carps were biting on De Zhuang's tail and were also caught. After pulling the fish off the tree and throwing it on the lawn, De Zhuang couldn't wait to jump into the lake again. Just like that, after a while, there were already 20 or 30 fish on the lawn. She stared at Fong Mu, who had been standing beside her and watching her fishing, with no intention of leaving. I've already paid you for leading the way. Why aren't you leaving? Well, your cat is very useful for fishing. Can you lend it to me? He didn't say the second half of the sentence. It would be boring to say it out loud. However, he didn't expect that this cat was so powerful. He noticed that although this tabby cat was bitten by the mutant fish many times as bait, there was no wound on its body. Those mutated fish have changed from herbivores to carnivores, and they have experienced how sharp their teeth are. The fishing net thrown and was torn to pieces, and it was difficult to catch the fish. Sometimes those fish can jump up and bite off 2 pieces of your flesh. They're very ferocious, but I couldn't bite through the fur of this tabby cat. TSK, 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 the fur is so thick. Suddenly, I felt that Jiang Yu's cat, although ugly and scary, is more practical than a cute pet. After all, it's the end of the world. What can cuteness do? This cat looks strong, but its fur sticks tightly to its skin after getting wet. Instead of getting thinner, it looks even stronger. Every time it jumped, Fong Mu could vaguely see the well-developed muscles under its fur. If possible, please don't drool at my cat. It will make me think you are a pervert. Jiang Yu reminded. Fong Mu then smiled awkwardly and looked away. Just as I was about to continue watching the fishing, I heard the person next to me continue. And if you want to continue watching the fishing show, I will charge you for the ticket. Jiang Yu calmly pulled a fish off De Zhuang's butt. The fish had a pretty tight grip, and when I pulled it out, I lost a few teeth. A few sharp white teeth were poking at De Zhuang's butt, which was extremely eye-catching. De Zhuang shook his butt and looked with disdain at the man who was staring at him with crazy eyes. Humph, you foolish human being. Have you surrendered to my charm? It was feeling proud, but the next second, it was thrown into the lake again. When he heard that he had to buy tickets, Fong Mu subconsciously protected the instant noodles in his backpack. He said, "See you later," and then walked away quickly. Air raid shelter. Song Chung was still standing guard at the roadblock. The location of the air raid shelter is a one-way street, with a lake behind it. Therefore, there is only this one intersection to enter the shelter. Usually he and other survivors take turns on guard duty. A little girl of about 5 or 6 years old poked her head out cautiously from behind. "Uncle Song, is my brother-in-law not back yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman walked up to Song Chung with some concern and asked, "Brother Song, I'm a little worried. Why has Fong Mu been gone for so long?" The woman who was speaking was called Chu Yu, Fong Mu's girlfriend, and the little girl was Chu Yu's sister, so she called Fong Mu brother-in-law. Hearing Chu Yu's words, Song Chung comforted her with a wooden face. "Don't worry. Fong Mu is smart and can adapt to circumstances. Nothing will happen. Besides, he took a gun with him when he left, so if he encountered any danger, we would definitely hear gunshots. But now there is no news, which proves that he should be safe, so don't think too much." Chu Yu nodded and held his sister in his arms. "Sister, it's my brother-in-law. Who's back? Look." The little girl suddenly pointed in a direction and said with surprise. Chu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. When Fong Mu came over, she quickly stepped forward and held Fong Mu's hand. "I'm glad you're back. I was so worried." When Song Chung saw Fong Mu return safely, the expression on his face became much calmer. Fong Mu patted his backpack with his backhand. "Hey, I brought back some good stuff this time." When it clapped its hands, the plastic bags in the backpack made a rustling sound as they were squeezed. Chu Yu's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly, "What is it?" Song Chung knew that there were probably 2 packets of instant noodles in his backpack given by the woman, but he didn't say anything. Sure enough, the next second, Fong Mu spoke. "It's 2 packs of instant noodles. The woman just now is a superpower. This is the guide fee she gave me." Fong Mu's voice was filled with joy. "You can get 2 packs of instant noodles by leading the way. It's much more cost-effective than risking our lives to search for supplies. Besides, it's hard to find such clean food. Most of it has been soaked in water." After the city flooded, the streets and many shops were covered with a thick layer of silt. The water and the mud evaporated as the temperature rose rapidly, tightly wrapping the food. Many foods have a longer storage period because they are wrapped in mud and isolated from the air. It's just a little dirty but edible. Last time they found a big mud ball, and when they cracked it open they discovered that there was a big cabbage inside, wrapped in dried yellow mud and still fresh. If left directly in the air, it will rot in 2 or 3 days. Thinking about the taste of instant noodles that everyone would be able to enjoy at dinner, Fong Mu's face was glowing. With so many people, it's impossible for everyone to have a bite, but it's good to be able to drink some soup. A little surprise and adversity can always bring people back to life. Chu Yu just heard Song Chung and Fong Mu talking to someone else, but she didn't hear clearly whether it was a man or a woman. At that time, she thought it was a survivor who broke in, so she didn't dare to get close and couldn't hear clearly. When the little girl heard the word instant noodles, her eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law? Is that true? I haven't had instant noodles for a long time." Chu Yu pouted. "I eat fish every day, and I'm almost sick of it. Brother-in-law, please give me a pack. I want to eat it now." The little girl was very cute. They lived in the park and ate fish from the lake. No matter how they tasted, they were not as pale and thin as the survivors living in other places. Chu Yu touched his sister's head and said lovingly, "You little glutton, why are you in such a hurry? Even if we don't eat the supplies your brother-in-law brought back, he will definitely give them to you. Brother-in-law is so nice. Long live brother-in-law." The little girl smiled brightly. Fong Mu squatted down and spoke gently. "I only brought back 2 packs of instant noodles, but there are so many people in our family, and Uncle Song and I have made an agreement. One person will lead the way, and one will stay behind to stand guard. The supplies we bring back will be divided equally. So we only have 1 pack of instant noodles. Let's share it. Maybe Uncle and Anne would like to try it too." Fong Mu's parents were at home, and together with Chu Yu and her sister, there were 5 people in total. A packet of instant noodles is never enough to share, and it won't be good for anyone to eat. When it comes to family members getting along with each other, the problem is not the lack of resources, but the inequality. So he decided to add the whole packet of noodles into the fish soup in the evening so that the whole family could taste the flavor. Upon hearing this, the little girl got angry. "No, I want to eat 1 packet by myself. I don't want to share the food with others." Chapter 59, Weapons Arsenal. Chu Yu said, "Xiao Yu, don't make trouble. Fong Mu is right. We should share. You can't eat it alone. Besides, this is what your brother-in-law brought back. If you eat it all by yourself, what will happen to your uncle and aunt?" After saying that, She looked at Fong Mu again and spoke very considerately. Fong Mu, don't listen to Xiao Yu's nonsense. She's just a child. Give this pack of instant noodles to your uncle and aunt. They're old and need some nutrition. Xiao Ye is still young, so we can't spoil her. In the past, this was not a rare thing. It was all junk food. It's really pitiful for this little girl. She ran into the end of the world. As she spoke, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Her whole body exuded a kind of fragile, yet tenacious beauty. No more talking. I'll take Xiao Ye to cook. You take a good rest. She pulled Xiao Ye back, and the moment she turned around, the tenderness in her eyes instantly cooled. However, Fong Mu and Song Chung, who were standing behind, did not see this scene. After hearing what Chu Yu said, Fong Mu felt very guilty. After all, Xiao Yu is still a child. Brother Song, am I a little too strict? It's okay for me. I'm a grown man, and I can't bear to see my parents just sit there and watch. But Xiao Ye is still a child after all. Fong Mu, I think you and Chu Yu should make Chu Yu aware of the current situation. Although she is a child, it is not a good thing to protect her too well, especially at this time. In the jungle, only the smart and strong wolf cubs can survive. I know, but AU said Xiao Ye is already pitiful enough, and I really can't bear it. Song Chung shook his head, disapproving of Fong Mu's approach. But he didn't say anything. Fong Mu sighed, gave another pack of instant noodles to Song Chung, and hurried after him. Explained to Xiao Ye. Don't be angry, Xiao Ye. When we have dinner, can your brother-in-law pick out some more instant noodles for you? Humph, I'm ignoring you. My brother-in-law is annoying. Chu Yu, if you're rude again, I'll be angry. Ayu, don't be angry. Xiao Ye is still a child. Xiao Ye brother-in-law will give you a share. Don't be angry. Didn't you say that we were best friends? The voices of several people talking gradually faded away. Song Ching also put the instant noodles in his arms. That night, the air in the air raid shelter was filled with the overbearing aroma of industrial fragrances. That's what instant noodles are like. I didn't think it tasted very good when I ate it, but it smells really good. Go back to where you live. In the evening, Jiang You prepared to make fish soup for Dazhuang. The night sky is dotted with stars. There was a portable wood stove on the terrace, with a red charcoal fire in the stove and sparks flying everywhere. A big carp is cooking in the big iron pot above. Jiang Yu dug out a fish soup stewed with radish from the space. The bubbling fish soup will fill the entire terrace with fragrance. Dazhuang squatted beside it, and from time to time, he would pick up a piece of wood and put it into the stove, saliva constantly flowing out of his mouth. Oh my God! It smells so good! The saliva dripped down his chin and left a large puddle on the ground. Jiang Yu was sitting at the table at the side and had already started eating. Looking at Dazhuang drooling as he stuffed firewood, she felt that the fish would definitely not be wasted today. Dazhuang only eats the head of anything. That's why Jiang Yu tried to use the radishes in the space to make soup. After all, this guy would not let go of even the leaves of the plants in the space. Sure enough, after the fish soup was ready, without waiting for Jiang Yuxing to come out, Dazhuang directly took out the stainless steel bowl of dry rice from the cat's bed and put it next to Jiang Yuxing with a clang. My whole body was jumping up and down as if I had eaten too much popping candy. Meow! Let's eat quickly. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer people in the city. Jiang Yu's training mission has been preliminarily completed. The strength of her physical development has reached the first bottleneck. If she wants to make further breakthroughs, she can only wait for her supernatural powers to advance. But she had captured a lot of the second-level zombies that could be captured in the city, and the rest were hiding very deeply and could not be found at all. Ordinary zombies don't mean much to her, and all those zombies were fooled by her. We have been looking for mutated plants, but apart from the mutated chicken shit fungus in the bamboo forest that is so smelly that it makes people feel uncomfortable, we have not found the next one. Jiang Yu had a ridiculous feeling, as if she had almost fleeced all the people in City A. 10 days later, Dazhuang had eaten all the fish, so they went to the lake to catch fish again. But this time when he entered, Jiang Yu found that there were many more zombies in the park than before. All kinds of roadblocks on the road have disappeared. The whole park was originally a mess, but if you look closely, you can find that there is order in the chaos. Obviously, someone is maintaining it deliberately, but now it's really chaotic, just like a wild animal had visited. Just as he was catching the fish, a zombie staggered out from a bush, growling. This zombie was none other than Fong Mu, whom I had seen half a month ago. But at this time, his left foot was caught in a trap and he ran with a limp. There were several bullet holes and bite marks on his clothes. The grayish-white eyeballs were without any luster, like a numb beast. The moment he saw Jiang You, he rushed over with drooling. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, then raised his gun and shot. Bang! A hole instantly appeared on Fong Mu's forehead, and his body fell to the ground with a bang. It twitched twice, and then there was no movement. Jiang Yu couldn't say that he had much of a friendship with this person whom he had only met once. In this world, death is very common. Maybe one day, she herself will die due to some accident. She admired Fong Mu's sunflowers that grew in the sun, but that didn't mean they were special. It was like seeing a beautiful flower on the roadside, and she would just take a closer look. Even after being reborn, Jiang Yu just tried his best to live better and longer. But there is no absolute certainty. As for things in this world, we always do our best and leave the rest to fate. De Zhuang walked around Fong Mu's body, sniffed it, and then dived back into the lake to continue acting as bait. Jiang Yu was dragging it onto the shore. The fish in this lake are very good for Da Zhuang. After eating them for half a month, his body has grown visibly larger and his growth rate is faster than before. The most important thing is that it loves to eat. Ever since he ate the stewed fish with radish in the space, De Zhuang no longer likes to eat mice. 2 big fish a day, eaten cleanly. Behind a bush in the distance, Chu Yu heard the sound of gunfire and said worriedly, "Brother Song, it sounds like a gunshot." Song Chung nimbly climbed up a nearby tree and searched around with a telescope. Finally, his sights fell on a man by the lake who was fishing with a stick as thick as his wrist. She exerted force with both arms and swung the stick behind her. There was a cat tied to the nylon rope at the end of the stick, with a fat carp biting each of its buttocks, belly, and head. The carp's tail is still wagging. Then it drew a beautiful parabola in the air and landed on the shore. She pulled the fish off the tabby cat, and then the tabby cat couldn't wait to jump into the water. It's Jiang Yu, the mutant who came to look for mutant plants half a month ago and exchanged instant noodles with Fong Mu. Speaking of Fong Mu, Song Cheng's eyes dimmed slightly. Chu Yu behind him was completely unaware, but his eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. "Is it the space ability user you mentioned last time?" She looked up at Song Chung, who was standing on the tree trunk, as if she had thought of something and felt a little excited. Song Chung nodded. Chu Yu continued, "Brother Song, do you think we can cooperate with her?" Cooperation? Song Chung didn't understand what Chu Yu meant at once. "It's the weapons depot you and AMU found in South City last time. AMU said there were a lot of weapons in there, but they couldn't be taken away. Now the streets are full of zombies and various obstacles. There is no way to transport them by car. They can only be carried back by manpower. We dare not carry too much at a time, as it will affect our actions. Since that psychic has space, we can cooperate with her. She helps us transport the weapons back, and we give her a share. Mutual benefit. But the prerequisite is to first figure out how big the space of the psychic is. If it is very small, it will be troublesome." She changed the subject. If it weren't for that discovery, AMU wouldn't have been infected and turned into a zombie. Chu Yu said and started crying. Thinking of Fong Mu's death, Song Chung was also very sad. 5 days ago, when he and Song Chung were out searching for supplies, they discovered an armory in a place in the South City. But they couldn't take too many weapons with them, so he and Fong Mu each took only a few guns and then quickly left. That place is hidden in an abandoned, unfinished building and is very difficult to find. Most survivors would never go there. If it were not for coincidence, they would never know that there would be a large number of weapons there. At that time, the two of them agreed to find an opportunity to bring back more weapons in the future. Everyone knows that in the Doomsday, weapons are power, and power is everything. But now they are facing a city full of zombies. If they bring too many things at once, they might be killed by zombies before they return to the shelter. But after coming back that day, Fong Mu has been very excited. He is an idealist and believes that as long as everyone in the shelter has a weapon, the overall combat effectiveness will definitely be improved. But Song Chung doesn't think so. Even if everyone in the group becomes stronger, it may not necessarily improve the overall combat effectiveness. On the contrary, it is easy to cause internal strife. Fong Mu refused to listen and returned with a few more weapons 2 days later. What he thought was to first distribute the weapons to several young and strong men, and then take them to get more weapons. Good idea. But that night, some people started making trouble because they were resentful of Fong Mu for not being allocated weapons. There was even a gunfight. The gunshots attracted a large number of zombies, and many people died that night. Fong Mu's parents died, he was scratched by zombies, and then infected with a zombie virus and became a zombie. Song Chung and his brother also survived. His brother was mentally retarded and his brain was damaged by a fever when he was a child. However, he has awakened his gold-related abilities, and when he is scared, his skin will turn into metal, making it impossible for zombies to chew on him. It is the safest one. Songqing couldn't bring himself to kill his old friend, so he just let the zombie Fong Mu wander around the outskirts of the park. Looking at the corpse on the ground next to Jiang You, Songqing felt a little annoyed. This naive guy knew that he might not live long, but he didn't expect to die so soon. I told him a long time ago that if he had any good things, he should first strengthen himself, but he always thought about others. Now, he helped the dog but ended up getting bitten by it, and even lost his life. Seeing that he had a gloomy face, Chuyu thought that he didn't want others to share the things in the armory. As Fong Mu's girlfriend, Chuyu knew very well that Fong Mu was a good person. Even though people's hearts have become terrible after the end of the world, Fong Mu is still a good person, and most good people are easy to control. Using weakness and tears, you can make him give everything for you. But Songqing is different. Songqing is almost 10 years older than Fong Mu. Although he is not talkative, he has never been a soft-hearted person. After Fong Mu died, Chuyu also wanted to find another backer for himself. But after hinting to her several times, Songqing was like a straight man and didn't understand her feelings at all. She even fainted in front of him because of Fong Mu's death, but this guy just took 2 steps back and let her fall straight to the ground. Then he pinched her philtrum until she bled. She finally understood why this man in his 30s had never had a girlfriend. Chuyu said cautiously, "Brother Song, how much should we give her? We could discuss it. After all, the weapons depot is not safe. If we can find it by accident, others can also find it by accident. What if other survivors get there first?" Chapter 60. De Zhuang is not a pet. Songqing didn't say anything. He stared at Chuyu, who was trying his best to persuade him, and suddenly said something. "Fong Mu is dead. Didn't Fong Mu die a long time ago?" Fong Mu, who had turned into a zombie, was chopped to death just now. He is completely dead. Chuyu reacted immediately, his eyes slightly red, and said with a sad face, "Brother Song, Fong Mu died a long time ago. That monster is not Fong Mu. He is just carrying Fong Mu's body. It is a zombie, not Fong Mu." She seemed to be trying to convince Songqing, but more like she was trying to convince herself. Songqing nodded and said, "Go back to the air raid shelter and wait for me. I'll go talk to that person." Fong Mu is dead, and now he is the only one who knows the location of the armory. After Chuyu returned to the air raid shelter, he sat absent-mindedly at the entrance of the shelter. Did Songqing know something? Why do I feel that the questions he asked today are weird? After the last melee, there were fewer people in the air raid shelter. At that time, Chuyu was immediately stuffed by Chuyu into a large water tank at the back to hide, so he did not suffer any injuries. Seeing her sister come back, Chuyu immediately walked over to her and sat down next to her. "Sister, when can we leave here? We have nothing here. We can only eat fish every day. The fish in the lake are so fishy and taste terrible." She held her chubby little face and frowned, looking very cute. Chuyu withdrew his thoughts and pinched the flesh on her cheek. "Although the fish in this lake are not tasty, at least they are filling. Look at you, you haven't lost any weight here, but many people are starving to death in many places outside." Chuyu pouted and ran off to find someone to play with unhappily. Chuyu looked at the calm lake surface. A zombie was staggering on the edge of the lake on the other side. He was tripped by something and fell into the lake. Then a group of fish in the lake rushed to eat the zombie up. Then the lake quickly calmed down again. Even those who died in the fight a few days ago were thrown into this lake. It takes less than a minute for the corpse to be eaten away without leaving any bones. Chuyu turned his head silently. They ate the fish here every day, and they knew very well what the fish in this lake ate to grow so big. But faced with a choice between life and death, they chose to live. After all, eating fish just might kill you. But if you don't eat, you will immediately face the fate of starving to death. Well, it turns out that they were right. I've been taking it for half a month, and apart from occasional minor symptoms like diarrhea and vomiting, there's been no problem at all. What she is worried about now is Songqing. Songqing's attitude towards her was very strange, although now Songqing still answered all her questions and tried his best to take care of her. But it is always lukewarm, and even has an indescribable weirdness. On the other side, Songqing has found Jiang You. There was no other way but to discuss the matter of the armory with her. Jiang You was his only hope now. "You want me to go to that weapons warehouse with you and help you carry the goods?" Jiang Yu replied without even raising his head, while pulling a fish from De Zhuang's butt. "No, Weapons are divided into 30 and 70. You 3 and I 7. Song Chung, I'm 70% and you're 30%. Fong Mu and I discovered the armory. Without me leading the way, you wouldn't be able to find it. No, you have to pay more. So, what if you found the armory? You can't bring it back, right? If you can move all the weapons back, I don't believe they can still be left there. If I don't help you, you can only watch no matter how many weapons you have. Besides, since you can find that place and enter it, others can too. If someone gets there first, there will be nothing left. Jiang You said this and spread his hands indifferently. Anyway, I still have a few guns in my space. Last time, a group of people got into a gunfight and all of them died. I picked up the machine gun. Maybe if I wait a little longer, what if I get lucky and find the armory myself while wandering around? If you want me to help you, you can. Jiang You stretched out 5 fingers without looking back, 50-50. She and De Zhuang spent all day looking for second-level zombies, or running around the streets with the zombies, and they really picked up a lot of good things. So although she was a little interested in the arsenal that Song Chung mentioned, she didn't really need it. If Song Chung wants her to be a porter, he has to offer a suitable price. 37 points? Do you think my salary is cheap? Negotiations are like this. Either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. Whoever bows his head first loses. Song Chung was silent for a moment, feeling a little conflicted. Jiang You was right. There were quite a lot of things in the armory, and it was impossible for him to take too many things out by himself. He was also reluctant to tell such news to others. Although there are still 2 waves of survivors in the park who can unite, not to mention the high risks, the most worrying thing is that the gangs will rob each other. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a large number of weapons? He only has a few trustworthy brothers on his side, and if a fight really breaks out, he may not win. The reason why he chose Jiang You was because after the last incident when he led the way, he realized that this person was relatively trustworthy. Even though she was holding a machine gun and could easily deny the debt, Fong Mu didn't dare to do anything. But he still kept his word and gave Fong Mu the 2 packets of instant noodles that led the way. And if he asked Jiang You for help, even if the other party was greedy, he would only have to face one enemy. But working with other teams of survivors, he will face a group of enemies. So no matter how you calculate it, cooperating with Jiang You is the most cost-effective. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. He let him think about it slowly while he and De Zhuang continued fishing. After about half a minute, Song Chung made up his mind. Okay, let's do as you said, 50-50. But do you have enough space to hold them? There are probably more than 200 large boxes there. No problem. Okay, let's put it this way. When can we set off? Jiang Yu looked at his watch and said, it's already afternoon. If we go to South City, we won't be able to come back at night. Why don't we meet here tomorrow morning and then go? Song Ching nodded. Okay, we'll gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The next day, Jiang Yu arrived at the park on time. I saw Song Ching at the place where I went fishing yesterday. There were 2 men and 1 woman following behind Song Chung. It's obvious at first glance that these people are all very refined. Song Chung took the initiative to introduce. The tall man is called Guan Jun, and the square-faced man next to him, who looks the youngest, is called Zhang Tai. The last woman is called Yang Jiao. This woman named Yang Jiao has muscles that are full of power, but they don't look particularly exaggerated. Guan Jun, Zhang Tai, and Yang Jiao, the 3 of us grew up together and opened a martial arts school together, so we all have some kung fu skills. Song Chung and Jiang Yu explained. The 3 of them looked at Jiang Yu with some curiosity. They didn't expect that the space ability user mentioned by Song Chung was actually a little girl, and a very pretty girl at that. Moreover, she even brought a cat with her. A tabby cat that looks fierce and ugly. Guan Jun frowned and said in a tone of command, "You brought your pet with you? If the cat starts to bark on the road, it will bring us a lot of danger. Why don't you leave the cat here and pick it up when we come back?" He said to Song Ching again, "Old Song, didn't you tell this little girl before? We're not going on a picnic, and she even brought her pet with her. Who is she trying to kill?" Yes. Let Chu Yu and the others take care of it first, so as not to take risks with us." Zhang Tai spoke more tactfully, but he also did not agree with Jiang Yu bringing a pet with him. In his opinion, having this cat is like having an extra time bomb. Yang Jiao nodded at her and said nothing else. I just looked at De Zhuang a few more times. Song Chung remained silent, obviously waiting for Jiang Yu to speak. Jiang Yu smiled coldly. "Did you make a mistake? Now you are begging me to do something. Also, De Zhuang is not a pet, he is my partner." Guan Jun, "It's just a cat. If not a pet, what is it?" Meow. De Zhuang hunched his back and bared his teeth at Guan Jun. "I am your immortal boss. As he was about to pounce on her, Song Chung spoke up to stop the dispute. He could also see from this argument that although Jiang You looked young, she had a strong character and would not give in. Led by Song Chung, several people headed towards South City. They thought that as a space-time mutant, Jiang You would definitely need to be taken care of in combat. As a result, in less than 10 minutes, several people completely changed their minds. Although she was not at the front, any zombie that ran into her would hardly survive more than 3 seconds. Jiang Yu was very fast. Whether he was dodging or attacking, his speed was incredibly fast, and it was totally unlike the speed of an ordinary human. It even gave several people the illusion that she had predicted the zombies' next move before they attacked. And the Miao Dao in her hand could chop zombies as smoothly as cutting melons and vegetables. The cat named as Zhuang should not be underestimated. It can be seen that it can cut off a zombie's neck with just one claw. You can bite off half of the brain in one bite. Their fighting power is much stronger than that of these people. Only then did they understand the weight of Jiang Yu's word partner. This is really not a pet. It's a cat-shaped fighter. Chapter 61 rounding off. I'm also a European emperor. Although they carried guns on their backs, they tried to use cold weapons as much as possible unless it was absolutely necessary. Because the sound of the gun is too loud, once it is used, it will definitely attract zombies from several nearby streets. They will also face more dangers. In a city swarming with zombies, using guns may look cool, but dying can also be very cool. Song Chung and Guan Jun were leading the way in the front, and Jiang Yu had no intention of rushing to the front to build a safe area for others. After all, she is just a porter now, so she just needs to protect herself. De Zhuang returned to Jiang Yu and handed the half-brain in his mouth to Jiang Yu. Meow. Boss, this melon is ripe. Jiang Yu looked down and saw a peanut-sized crystal wrapped in flesh and blood inside the zombie's brain, with only a shiny corner exposed. She quickly picked out the crystal core and put it in her trouser pocket, not caring whether it was dirty or not. Zhang Tai, who was behind, only saw her rummaging around in the zombie's brain, but he didn't see the crystal core clearly, so he thought she had grabbed a piece of brain marrow, and his mouth twitched in disgust. Yang Jiao, look, that woman grabbed a handful of brains and put them in her trouser pocket. I'm afraid she has some psychological problems. Is she a pervert? Yang Jiao silently dealt with the last zombie, then turned around and said coldly, which of us who have survived to this day is a normal person? She glanced at the zombie corpses scattered all over the ground, her eyes suppressing anger. Normal people would have long been unable to stand this damn world. Zhang Tai's throat was hoarse. Yang Jiao was originally a very cheerful girl, but when the doomsday broke out, all her family members turned into zombies. In order to protect herself, she killed all her family members who had turned into zombies with her own hands, and then she became like this. They all lived not far from each other, so they quickly got together. Originally, there was Feng Mu, a child who grew up with them, but now Feng Mu is also dead. Thinking of Feng Mu's death, Zhang Tai felt a little sad. Feng Mu, who graduated from the police academy, had good skills and was quite smart, but he never expected that he would die in an internal conflict. To be precise, he did not die from internal strife, but from the hearts of the people. He overestimated his own kindness and actually thought that sincerity was the greatest killer skill. He actually thought about sharing weapons with others to protect everyone, saying that humans should help each other in times of adversity. But he forgot that after shedding the cloak of civilization, human beings are just a link in the food chain. There is no essential difference between them and wild beasts. No, humans are much scarier than beasts. This idealist eventually died because of his self-righteous kindness. He glanced at Jiang Yu and sneered in his heart. Yes, who is a normal person? In this world, you can't survive without being perverted. The main roads throughout the city are filled with various abandoned vehicles and other obstacles. It is difficult to drive, so the distance to the South City is entirely on foot. Originally, South City is only 6 or 7 kilometers away from the park. Under normal circumstances, it would take less than half an hour to get there. But now, they have to guard against zombies while walking. Therefore, I walked extra slowly. De Zhuang followed Jiang Yu, yawning as he walked. Are these people competing to see who walks slower? But when he turned around, he saw his boss following slowly behind him. So I just shut up. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a large number of unfinished buildings finally appeared in front of Jiang Yu. The building on one side is almost completed but has not yet been topped off, while the building on the other side has only a few floors built. A large area of tall and short people. The dry weeds were orange-yellow and almost as tall as a person. Behind the property is a large mountain that has not yet been developed. Is it here? Jiang You asked. Song Qing nodded. Yes, it's here. Before, Fong Mu and I offended a group of survivors while collecting supplies. We were ambushed by them and later fled here. By chance, we discovered the weapons depot. There was a large field of weeds in front of me, and from time to time I could see one or two slowly swaying figures in it. They were zombies. Before everyone went in, the grass suddenly shook. A zombie seemed to smell the scent of a living person and struggled to crawl out of the grass. This zombie was wearing a yellow construction vest, and his entire lower body was missing from the belly downwards. Only the upper body was left crawling on the ground, with black, dried intestines dragging from under the abdomen. When it saw a living person, it made a hoarse sound excitedly. Poochie. Song Chung killed the zombie with one knife and turned around to say, "The weapons warehouse is built in a cave. The entrance is at the last unfinished building. Everyone, be careful of the poisonous insects and zombies hiding inside." Boss, you guys are really amazing. You can find it in such a remote place. Once we have obtained so many weapons, I don't think those bastards will dare to act arrogantly in front of us. Stop laughing and be serious. There might be poisonous snakes in this deep grass. Yang Jiao's words made Zhang Tai and Guan Jun, who were originally laughing, immediately become serious. Look around carefully. Jiang You and De Zhuang walked at the back, gently beating the weeds on both sides with their miao daos as they walked. There's an old saying that goes, "Stirring up trouble by stirring up the grass will only alert the snake." In fact, most venomous snakes do not have the habit of actively attacking unless they are hungry. They will only attack humans when they feel threatened. Unless it's a variant. When walking in the wilderness, use a stick or something like that to hit the surrounding grass to make a sound. Some poisonous insects or snakes will hear the noise and immediately hide away. Can reduce a lot of accidents. De Zhuang's tail hung on the ground, following Jiang Yu closely. The golden vertical pupils are always paying attention to the surroundings. A tabby cat living in the wild will never let down its guard at critical moments. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally saw the entrance. The entrance is on the first floor of a building built against the mountain wall. Enter from the storage room behind the kitchen, walk through a long, dark hole, and then you will see a metal door. This metal door is very thick, with the steel plate at least the width of a palm. Not to mention bullets. Even ordinary bombs may not be able to blow it open. But at this moment, the door is open. Wow, this is such a thick metal door. It looks just like the door of a vault in a movie. Boss, you guys are so awesome. You can even pry this thing open? Zhang Tai and Guan Jun continued to walk in with some amazement. After entering the metal gate, there are primitive stone walls on both sides. This weapons warehouse is a cave carved out of the mountain. It was probably made by someone for black market transactions, but unexpectedly Song Chung and his friends got hold of it. Jiang Yu sighed that this guy was really lucky. But then I thought, I'm lucky. Otherwise, how could this porter fall on me? Rounding off, I'm also the European emperor. The entrance is long and dark. Song Chung took out a flashlight to illuminate the area and answered their questions as he walked. If this door is closed, Fong Mu and I really can't open it. But the key point is that the door was open when we found it. Something must have happened here at that time. There were more than a dozen zombies in the warehouse, which seemed to be abandoned. It was probably an internal conflict. After Fong Mu and I cleared out the zombies inside, we took some weapons and left. I originally wanted to close the door when I left to prevent someone from getting in first. But this metal door is electronically controlled and very heavy. We put in a lot of effort, but it didn't budge at all. Chapter 62, Please Be More Polite. Zhang Tao smiled and said, "So I'm lucky." Several people were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was more relaxed than ever before. Even Song Chung, who doesn't like to smile, raised his lips slightly when he thought about having a large number of weapons soon. After passing through the long and narrow tunnel, Jiang Yu finally saw the armory that Song Chung mentioned. The circular cave is at least 160 to 170 square meters in size. The edge near the mountain wall is filled with boxes of all sizes, many of which are even stacked up in several layers. There are at least 200 boxes. Who on earth would hoard so many weapons here? Fuck it. It's sent. Boss, we got it. So many weapons. Weapons. They're all weapons. Mom, I've made it. When Zhang Tai and the other two saw the piles of boxes, they all ran towards them excitedly with their eyes shining. Zhang Tai is a military fan, and he is more excited to see these things than to see his girlfriend. Fuck, this is an AK-47, and an M16, and an AR series, an AG-36. There are shotguns and M1911 automatic pistols here. Fuck. This is an M2HB heavy machine gun. Guanjun saw that his eyes were about to fall to the ground and asked, "Why are you so excited? What is M2HB?" You don't even know this. The M2HB is the most versatile heavy machine gun in the world, the kind that can be passed down as a family heirloom. This is a large-caliber heavy machine gun designed by world-class firearms master John Moses Browning, and it uses 50 milligrams bullets. The effective range of this gun can be over 2,000 meters. The kinetic energy is more than 5 times that of an ordinary 30 millimeters bullet. Just tell me if it is awesome or not. He stroked the gun obsessively. Look how sexy this round little mouth is. And this butt, what a nice shape. This is my dream gun. This one is mine. And even God can't stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at the gun of his dreams, immediately threw it aside, and pounced on another open box. He looked like a scumbag who was easily tempted by other women. My great-uncle. This is M1897. Yang Jiao frowned. Isn't 1897 the milk in the TV commercials? What milk? This is a shotgun. This gun has a very high ability to break through obstacles. It can be called a trench broom. And this? Zhang Tai was like an old bachelor who had been starving for decades and accidentally entered the land of women. Everyone he thought was pretty and good-looking. He says you are his true love one second, and falls in love at first sight with someone else the next. I'm really overwhelmed by the choices. Thanks to him, Jiang You also learned some common knowledge about weapons. The more excited Zhang Tai was, the happier she was. After all, she still owns half of these weapons. The machine gun that was used to scare Song Chung and the others was picked up with great difficulty. There were limited bullets and only one. She was reluctant to use it. Now, there are a bunch more. De Zhuang looked at these humans drooling at the cold lump of iron and wagged his tail in disgust. Really? This thing can't be eaten? What's so exciting? He looks like he has never seen the world. If they had seen the fattest flower mouse, they would know how low-level their hobbies are, huh? It simply wandered around the warehouse. The entire cave is like an inner room, with traces of primitive carvings on the surrounding stone walls and crisscrossing gullies of varying heights. De Zhuang used the protrusions to run around on the stone wall, as if he were walking on flat ground. Song Chung glanced at Jiang You and was about to ask her to collect the supplies, but he saw the corners of her mouth raised, and the smile on her face was so bright. I felt like I was having a heart attack for a moment. But he quickly adjusted himself and spoke to several people. First, you should roughly count the number of weapons, then quickly pack them up and take them away. Otherwise, there will be more trouble at night. Several people nodded quickly, and then the troops divided into 3 groups to start counting. Counting the quantity, are you afraid that she might hide some? Jiang Yu raised her eyebrows, but she was not angry. She and Song Chung and the others did not have any friendship. It was just a mutual benefit. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. It's also better to count the goods, so that after I take out half of them, they won't think I stole the goods. She is an honest porter who only carries things and does not steal. Song Chung saw her raise her eyebrows and thought she had misunderstood. So he explained, let them count it in advance, so we can all rest assured that the tail will be cut off cleanly by then, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Jiang Yu nodded. Of course. After all, we have only met twice. With so many weapons, it would be better for both sides if you count them clearly. It looked like she really didn't care. Song Chung secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, he finally learned that this little girl, who looked like she hadn't even started college yet, was definitely a ruthless person. He never uses the same move twice to kill the same zombie. Every time, it was a fatal blow, and just this alone was something none of them could do. She is not only a space expert, but also a rare wolf slayer in terms of her skills. Song Chung even suspected that she had received some special training, as she had such high speed and agility. The moves used are not fancy, and there are not even any rules to speak of, but they are very practical, and every move is a sure kill move. He used to run a martial arts school and got to know quite a few martial artists. But to be honest, Jiang Yu's skills are definitely the most ruthless among all the people he has ever seen. It is full of violent beauty in its cruelty and extremely explosive. Don't be fooled by her smiling face and easy to talk to. But it's all appearance. Several people continued to count the weapons. Jiang Yu found a stone and sat cross-legged on it. They had been walking for a whole day. These people were really talented. They didn't even eat lunch. I have been on the road since morning till now. Only when she sat down did she feel a little hungry. I simply took a self-heating rice from the space, which was shredded pork with fish flavor. After a few minutes, the whole cave was filled with an enticing fragrance. Jiang You was eating rice in big mouthfuls, while the others continued counting while drooling. Not only did it taste delicious, but I even ate 3 bowls in one go. What family? Show off 3 servings of self-heating rice in one go. Zhang Tai swallowed his saliva as he peeked at it, but the taste was so delicious that his tongue could hardly contain its saliva. Jiang You eats with relish. If she were given a camera, she could immediately turn into a food blogger. But for the others, this was simply torture. Song Chung, who was always indifferent, secretly diverted his attention and tried not to look at Jiang Yu's eating habits. Finally, Jiang Yu finished his 3rd meal. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they had finally finished eating and would not have to suffer anymore. But at this moment, Yang Jiao's mouth twitched when she saw Jiang Yu actually took out another bowl of self-heating rice and heated it up. Zhang Tai drooled and joked with Guan Jun. Brother Jun, how about we guess what this dish is made of? Guan Jun snorted and ignored him. Yang Jiao sniffed and said, I guess it's mapo tofu. I can smell the peppercorns. I am the boiled pork slices. Zhang Tai said with a bitter face. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, and corrected them considerately while eating. No, I had spicy fish fillet. As she spoke, she took a sip of the soup and said, This soup is delicious too. Would you like some? Zhang Tai's eyes immediately lit up and he looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. Rubbing his hands together, he asked nervously, Really? But isn't this a bit too embarrassing? Oh, forget it then. Jiang Yu took back his words very straightforwardly. Actually, I also think this is not a good idea. After all, we don't have much friendship, so let's just eat our own food. Zhang Tai. So straightforward? Would you mind being more polite? If you can be more polite, I will be less polite. The eyes of the other people instantly stabbed Zhang Tai like knives. If looks could kill, he would have been cut into pieces by now. Chapter 63 Change. Yang Jiao stepped hard on Zhang Tai's foot. You are the only one who talks too much. Zhang Tai had a bitter face and was about to cry. But he couldn't cry. A real man sheds blood, but not tears. Thinking of those self-heating rice, he wanted to slap himself a few times. You are being so polite when you call him. Song Chung looked at his brothers and realized that they had not eaten anything good during this period of time. Blackened steamed buns, hairy bread, all kinds of spoiled food that cannot be eaten by the undead, and the koi fish in the Baibo lake that eat humans and zombies. When I first started eating those fish, I thought about what they ate to grow up, and I spit out every time I took a bite. But in order to survive, I have no choice but to eat it even if it makes me sick. Later, after spitting a lot, I gradually got used to it. So habit is really a terrible thing. He and Fong Mu put the packet of instant noodles that Jiang Yu gave them last time into the fish soup, and the guys drank up all the soup that night. Although he didn't know why Jiang Yu was suddenly so generous just now, he didn't seize the opportunity. It was obviously impossible to ask for it now. There is no free lunch in this world. So he walked up to Jiang Yu and asked, Can I exchange some supplies with you for some food? Jiang Yu finished the last mouthful of soup and roughly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Sure. What do you want in exchange? Song Chung suddenly realized what she had done just now. I'm afraid I'm just waiting for him to ask. This girl is fishing here. But this is an open conspiracy, and the key is to make sure someone is willing to take the bait. Song Chung smiled in his heart. It was the fish that came to his door automatically. What do you want? Jiang Yu pointed at the weapons he was counting and said, These are the only weapons I like. How about you trade your weapons with me? We'll split it 50-50. You already have half of the weapons. Do you want more? Eating too much will cause indigestion. It's okay. I'm a big eater. Look, I can eat 4 servings of rice by myself without feeling full. Song Chung sighed. I can only change a little. You can change as much as you want. It's up to you. Jiang Yu was very easygoing. I want to change a little more of that. She pointed to a few boxes in the corner, where the only box of explosives was piled. 1 for 1. Song Cheng's mouth twitched. The little girl really knows how to choose. It's not worth it for me. So how do you want to make a profit? Song Chung held up his fingers one by one. 1 box for 1 bomb. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? At most 3 rice for 1 bomb. If you want to change it, then change it. If you don't want to change it, forget it. If you die outside, these are all mine. Song Chung choked up. He didn't expect her to turn hostile. He softened his tone and said, What do you need so many bombs for? What else can be done? Aren't bombs meant to be dropped? When he said this, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with a strange excitement. Song Chung sympathizes with those who will offend her in the future. But it was impossible to give her all the bombs. Song Chung shook his head. Then do as you say. I'll trade you 5 bombs, and we'll use the rest. By the way, do you have any other supplies? Something more filling. 5? That's fine. Explosives are quite useful. As for supplies, she had plenty in her space, more than enough to last her 10 lifetimes, so she didn't feel bad about giving them away. And it's worth the price. Jiang You nodded. I have compressed biscuits and instant noodles. I still have a lot in my space. I'll trade with you. 1 bomb gives you 5 packs. In fact, there were hundreds of boxes of compressed biscuits in Jiang Yu's space, and they could not be finished. But there is no need to say this. When he heard about compressed biscuits, Song Cheng's eyes lit up. Exchange all the remaining for compressed biscuits. Self-heating rice can only satisfy your craving, but compressed biscuits are easy to carry and can save lives at critical moments. No one else had any objection to Song Cheng's approach. Thinking about having instant noodles and compressed biscuits soon, they suddenly felt like they had become rich overnight. Compressed biscuits are solid, unlike instant noodles which look good, but are not practical. Zhang Tai pursed his lips and glanced at the box containing the bomb. The grenade inside was not an ordinary grenade, but the T3 model recently developed by Xiong Country. It was round in shape and weighed about 1,200 grams. Not only is it larger in size, its explosion range and power are also unmatched by ordinary grenades. The diameter of the T3 explosion is 100 meters, and the shock wave has an impact range of 130 meters. It can be called the king among small bombs. The explosion diameter of this thing is too large. With the average person's arm strength, throwing it out will basically mean both parties will die. Moreover, as a new type of weapon, this bomb is not perfect in some aspects. Of course, there is also a disadvantage, which is transportation. T3 is not easy to transport. If it is too bumpy, its internal structure will be disrupted and it will explode directly. Therefore, even though it is very powerful, he does not feel bad about trading it to Jiang You. He walked up to Song Chung and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Brother, we'd better not keep too many of these bombs. The internal structure is not stable enough. It's not easy to transport, and it's easy to explode. She has space, so she isn't afraid of the bumps, and she'll give it to us in the shelter when the time comes. We can only keep it in the air raid shelter and can't take it too far away. Otherwise, if it falls or collides, it will be turned into slag on the spot." As Zhang Tai spoke, he also gave a brief explanation of the power of the bomb. Song Chung frowned. Is it inconvenient to transport? Structurally unstable? Easy to fry? Isn't this a semi-finished product? Can it be sold? He didn't know much about these things. He could only see that it was a bomb, but he didn't know the specific situation. He roughly counted and found that there were 26 in a box. After splitting it in half with Jiang You, there were still 13 left. 5 were traded, leaving 8. Song Chung thought about it and finally decided to keep only 3. After all, with the power of this kind of bomb, 3 bombs can blow up half of the park. It is unnecessary to keep too many. Instead, we can ask for more guns. So only 3 bombs were left, and the rest were exchanged for food. Chapter 60, For You Really Dare to Think. After several people finished counting, Jiang Yu immediately put all the weapons into the space. Then several people evacuated quickly. When he came, Jiang Yu followed a few people slowly and slacked off. When they went back, they were eager to go home, and they rushed to the front with the zhuang and ran wildly. The people behind her were afraid that she would run away with all her weapons and lose both her money and her people, so they followed her. After all, there is no network monitoring at this time. If she hides, there will be no place to find her. Jiang Yu is very fast and has great explosive power. He can quickly take care of the zombies approaching him while running. He switched between the Miao Dao in his left and right hands with great skill. At the beginning, the few people at the back could barely keep up, but later, as the number of zombies increased, they could no longer keep up. Jiang Yu and the tabby cat were seen being chased by a large group of zombies, and even the zombies separated them. Song Cheng's face turned dark. This girl runs quite fast. It's a pity if she doesn't practice sports. Guan Jun. Boss, does this girl want to run away? Zhang Tai. Fuck, is she a fast runner? There are so many zombies behind her, and she didn't even stop for a moment. Yang Jiao. Instead of talking, you might as well catch up with him. If you really lose him, You'll be so angry that you'll kick your legs when you think about it when you die. Zhang Tai. We can't see her anymore. How can we run? Song Chung gritted his teeth and said, follow the zombies. Those zombies are following her. Following the zombies is the same as following her. Zhang Tai. Listen to what you say. Is it human language? I've only ever heard of zombies chasing people. You want us to chase zombies? But Song Chung is right. The distance between them and Jiang You is now widening, with a group of zombies in between. They have no choice but to follow the zombies. A few people gritted their teeth and followed at full speed. Even if they couldn't catch up, they would chase him desperately. That girl brought all their belongings with her. Jiang Yu was originally just running and chopping zombies at the same time. But as she ran, more and more zombies chased her, and she subconsciously entered training mode. Stretch your physical strength to the maximum and run a marathon with the zombies. As I was running, I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't remember what was wrong. Always feel like something is missing? After slipping a few corners, she finally came to her senses. What about the other 4 people? Jiang Yu slammed on the brakes, quickly climbed up a telephone pole on the side of the road, and looked back, seeing a sea of zombies. It was from a long distance away from the zombies that I could see a few people panting like dogs. TSK, TSK, TSK. With your physical strength, you dare to load all your weapons on me. If I run away, you will not only lose your wife, but also your army. I guess you won't even be able to close your coffin after you die. The group of zombies gathered under the electric pole and screamed, as excited as if they had seen their super idol. Dezhuang also climbed up the electric pole. He looked at the humans who were lagging behind and raised his tail proudly. Jiang Yu grabbed an old hen from the space, broke its neck, and handed it to it. Dezhuang, bite this thing and lead the zombies away. We'll meet up in the park then. Meow. Got the order. Dezhuang jumped down with his agile body, the old hen in his mouth dripping with blood, attracting the zombies to continue running wildly. A cat leads a group of zombies like a sheepdog. Jiang Yu squatted on the electric pole and watched the zombies below decreasing in number. After about 2 minutes, those men finally ran over. No, boss. I really can't catch up. No, that woman has clockwork in her legs. I'm afraid we're really screwed. She ran away. No, I don't think she is that kind of person. What do you mean not? She must have been jealous of all the weapons and ran away. Otherwise, you can see that she came slowly and left like a 100-meter sprint. The person who said this was Guanjun, and he was so angry that his eyes turned red. Thinking about so many weapons having failed, his back teeth were chattering. At this moment, with a bang, a person fell from the sky. She landed steadily next to him and said, "Don't clench your teeth. There are no dentists now. If your teeth are broken, you can't fix them." Jiang Yu, you didn't run away? When Zhang Tai saw Jiang falling from the sky, he was so moved that he almost cried and said in surprise, "He ran away. Didn't you guys catch up?" Jiang Yu kicked away a small zombie that rushed over and said, "You little Karami, why are you here to join in the fun?" After being caught talking bad about someone behind his back, Guanjun felt embarrassed for a moment, but then he felt justified. "Why are you running so fast? We can't keep up." "Yeah, what does it have to do with me if you can't keep up?" Jiang Yu touched his nose and said, "Aren't I waiting for you? Look, only a good person like me can stay and wait for you. If it were someone else who doesn't follow martial ethics, he would have run away with his belongings long ago." Song Chung smiled and said, "I know you won't run away." He didn't know why, but he just felt that she was not that kind of person. Anyone that Fong Mu says is a good person must be a good person. In this life, Fong Mu has never made a mistake in judging people, except for his girlfriend. Yang Jiao held onto the electric pole and gasped for breath. She looked up and said to Jiang Yu, "Did you just come down from the electric pole?" Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Tai touched the slippery pole and said in disbelief, "Oh my God, how did you climb up there?" Jiang Yu, "Want to see me crawl again?" Zhang Tai nodded. Jiang Yu smiled coldly. "How dare you think?" So Tai. Although the woman in front of him was moody, Zhang Tai was very impressed by her ability to climb up in such a short time. He tried it, but he couldn't do it. "Where's your cat?" "I'm gonna play. I'll meet up with me at the park. Let's go. I have to go back for a midnight snack. It's almost dark." It is already 8:30 in the evening, but there is still a gorgeous sunset cloud hanging in the sky. The days are getting longer. When we returned to the air raid shelter, it was just getting dark. Dezhuang had been waiting on a tree at the entrance of the air raid shelter. When he saw Jiang Yu coming back, he jumped down from the tree. It was hiding in the leaves before, and no one knew when a cat appeared. Everyone saw this jump. Chu Yu and a child were playing with ants. When they saw Zhuang, their eyes lit up instantly. God, sister, it's a cat. She trotted over and reached out to touch Zhuang. Zhuang bared his teeth and growled at her ferociously. Zhuang, stupid human, what level are you? You still want to touch me? Chu Yu felt a little aggrieved after being scolded by Zhuang. With tears in his eyes, he walked to Chu Yu with a wronged look on his face. Sister Big Cat is mean to me. I want to touch Big Cat. At this time, Jiang You had just entered their shelter. As soon as you enter, you will see 3 air raid shelters not far apart. There are several makeshift stoves on the small path at the entrance of the air raid shelter, with pots on them. Some are iron pots, some are stainless steel pots, and some are ceramic pots. Something was cooking in there. The soup was boiling and giving off a strong fishy smell. It was the fish from the lake. Jiang You has also cooked fish from this lake. Only radishes and ginger grown in space can suppress the strong fishy smell. Otherwise it tastes terrible. Chu Yu watched Song Chung and his companions come back, with a woman beside them. He immediately realized that she was the person with spatial abilities, so he walked forward with a smile. Hello, my name is Chu Yu. You are the space ability user Jiang You, that Fong Mu mentioned before, right? Nice to meet you. Chapter 65, Brother's Girlfriend. Jiang Yu looked at the outstretched hand. She didn't like having physical contact with strangers. He just said calmly, hello. Chu Yu pulled Chu Yu's clothes, sister Big Cat. Chu Yu immediately laughed again. Well, my sister used to have a cat, but it got lost later. She likes your pet very much. Can you let her pet it? Her voice was very gentle, and she looked like a caring older sister. Chu Yu also opened her bright eyes and said, Sister, can I touch the big cat? Jiang Yu lowered his head and glanced at Zhuang. Zhuang's entire body was covered in hair, and he also didn't like being touched by others. Seeing the little girl's eager eyes, Zhuang bared his teeth. Human cub, don't even think about it. The look of resistance is self-evident. Jiang Yu shook his head. She is not my pet, but my little friend. If you want to touch it and it agrees, I have no objection. I can't make any decisions for it, except for forcing it to take a bath. Hearing this, Zhuang instantly felt relieved. Fortunately, this guy has a conscience and is worthy of being protected by me. Chu Yu was rejected again and cried in grievance. Chu Yu said, my sister doesn't have very strong hands, so it's okay to let her touch me, right? Miss Jiang, and it is just a cat after all. It doesn't know anything. You are so generous. You will definitely not refuse some simple requests from children, right? She said with some grievance. She is still a child. She should have lived happily, but now, this damn world. Jiang Yu was surprised. His almond-shaped eyes slightly widened. Where did this weird thing come from? You are wronged by the bubble teapot. Although your sister is still young, I think you should give her more lessons. The first lesson in life is to accept being rejected by others. After all, others have no obligation to give in to you, even if it's just a small matter. She wanted to say something else. She then said to Song Chung, if you let your family stop me from talking like this again, I will charge you more money by the second, 1 minute at a time. Upon hearing this, Song Chung glanced at Chu Yu. Go and do your thing. Although Fong Mu is gone, since I promised him that I would take care of you, I will definitely keep my word, but the premise is that you don't make trouble. Chu Yu's eyes were red, with a tear about to fall from the corner of her eye. She looked at Song Chung in disbelief. If you don't know, you might think Song Chung is some kind of ungrateful scumbag. Yang Jiao rolled her eyes almost to the sky. She and Chu Yu had always been at odds with each other. Although Chu Yu and Fong Mu had been in love for several years, and even discussed marriage at one point. But her circle of friends has always been single, and she always posts ambiguous messages. Yang Jiao reminded Fong Mu that he was probably Chu Yu's backup. After all, Chu Yu is very beautiful, but her spending is outrageous. And although Fong Mu's family background is not bad, they are not rich either. Just a normal family. Chu Yu wanted to buy a brand-name bag for her birthday, so Fong Mu borrowed all his brother's money, causing everyone to have to live on steamed bread for half a month. When Chu Yu wanted to buy clothes, Fong Mu worked 3 jobs and worked himself to death. Chu Yu is beautiful and wants to use the best skincare products, but her family is not well off, so she asks Fong Mu for money. Sister Chu Yu wants to go to Disneyland, but has no money, so she asks Fong Mu for help. Chu Yu and his classmates went out to travel and asked Fong Mu for money. The key is that classmate is that boy. Chu Yu said that the man was made of glass and was her good sister and confidant. But Yang Jiao didn't believe it. After all, many times blue turns to green. And that male classmate, she had seen with her own eyes him kissing a woman passionately in a bar. How could glass kiss a woman passionately? Could it be a two-way plug? That would be even more dangerous. But the fool Fong Mu didn't believe it, as if he was possessed by a poison. He believed everything Chu Yu said. With his IQ, he didn't know how he got into the police academy. All I can say is that love makes people lose their minds. Even Fong Mu's parents died, and he himself was infected with the zombie virus. In the last moment before he lost consciousness, his last words were to hold Song Cheng's hand and ask him to help take care of Chu Yu. But perhaps death restores a little wisdom to people. He gave another instruction, without threatening his own safety. At least this guy has a little conscience. Yang Jiao walked straight forward and dragged Chu Yu to the side. Old Song and the others are busy with their work, so don't get involved. Why are you touching the cat? Is that a cat? Also, I think you'd better let your sister understand the situation. You see, there are several children among us. But everyone knows to help adults, except Xiaoye, who spends the whole day either playing with ants or complaining about the food. This is not a peaceful time anymore. No one will pamper her. If she doesn't figure out what's going on, she'll die miserably, and so will you. You threaten me? Chu Yu opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and then saw Song Cheng and the others had already entered the air raid shelter. The gentle expression on his face changed, and he lowered his voice and whispered in Yang Jiao's ear. Song Cheng promised Fong Mu that he would protect me. If you dare to touch me, he will not let you go. Don't think I don't know. You're just jealous of me. You like Song Cheng, but he's always treated you as a brother. You see, he's been nice to me lately, so you can't stand me. She glanced at Yang Jiao. Look at yourself. You're always fighting and killing people. How can you be like a girl? Just wait. Song Cheng is also mine. You're talking nonsense. Do you think Song Cheng is that gullible love idiot like Fong Mu? Haha, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. Men are visual animals. A fierce tomboy and a weak beauty in front of him. Who do you think you will like? She grinned and left with Chu Yu triumphantly. Before leaving, Chu Yu raised her foot and kicked Yang Jiao. Bah, you bad woman. Yang Jiao gritted her teeth and sneered. Do men like weak women? Haha, then you just continue to be weak. If you don't stand up for yourself, how can you expect others to protect you? How many square wood do you think there are in the world? On the other side, in the air raid shelter, all the weapons Song Cheng wanted were placed in the designated location. Then he put the instant noodles, self-heating rice, and compressed biscuits on the ground. One grenade was exchanged for instant noodles and self-heating rice, and the rest were all replaced with compressed biscuits. I only kept 3 for myself. Several people couldn't help but have their eyes shining when looking at those compressed biscuits and instant noodles, which were not many. Zhang Tai was holding a bowl of instant noodles, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Boss, wow, we finally made it. Finally, I don't have to eat fish every day. He sobbed quietly and didn't dare speak loudly for fear of being heard by others. This air raid shelter was occupied by Song Cheng and his group. No one else could get in and had no idea what was inside. Although the cave was very deep and normal conversations could hardly be heard outside, Song Cheng still whispered instructions. Everything we brought back this time is placed here and covered with a tarpaulin. None of you are allowed to tell anyone. Guanjun nodded. I know, boss. Zhang Tai said. I know that too, but I will never tell anyone. At this moment, Yang Jiao came back. Just hearing what Song Cheng said, she nodded. We know what we are doing. Don't worry. Song Cheng continued. Although Chu Yu knew that we would bring back a batch of weapons, he had never seen them with his own eyes. The 2 sisters are an uncertain factor. They are not allowed to approach the back of the air raid shelter. Use something to separate the back from the front, and use the back as a warehouse. The relationship between him and Chu Yu is limited to his brother's girlfriend. Therefore, she didn't trust him very much, especially the various behaviors of this woman when she was in love with Fong Mu, which made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. Zhang Tai heard this and said, Boss, do you really plan to take Chu Yu and the others with you? Chapter 66 I Caught You. Guanjun glared at Zhang Tai and said, Just shut up. That was Xiaomu's last wish before he died. We were all there and heard what he said. We have to take it into consideration. Song Cheng's eyes darkened slightly as he thought of that silly guy who was so worried about his lover when he was dying. Just take care of her. If she doesn't know what's best for her, let her die. Although Fong Mu is his brother, all the people present are his brothers. I can't just ignore everything else for the sake of the Chu Yu sisters. She's not his wife. Taking care of you at the same time is already the most I can do. Moreover, after Fong Muhua finished speaking, before he even nodded, he ran away with his last bit of sanity. The guy ran away from their residential area as quickly as possible, fearing that he would hurt others after turning into a zombie. Therefore, Song Chung didn't even have the chance to refuse. Yang Jiao raised the corner of her mouth slightly and found it funny to think of that woman's confident look. Why does she think that everyone will risk their lives for her? Is it because you are thick-skinned? After the handover, Jiang You took the Zhuang out of the air raid shelter. Just as he was about to leave, his ears suddenly moved. I heard someone talking. Mom, I'm starving. I can't stay in this damn place for even another day. I just complained about the author's unwarranted eunuch and wrote a 1,000-word essay to condemn her. Is it necessary to throw me into the world of novels? Ah, God Earth, please give me a hint. I don't even know where this plot is going. Who is speaking? The voice sounded like that of a young girl. What eunuch? What heroine? She squinted her eyes and looked around, and found that everyone was doing their own thing. I was indifferent to the voice speaking. Did I hear it wrong? Meow. The Zhuang stretched out his paw and patted the instep of Jiang Yu's foot. What are you looking at? Not leaving yet? That pretty boy with 3 flowers is dead. Who else are you looking at? The Zhuang still remembers that she chopped off the head of Feng Mu, who had turned into a zombie. She didn't hesitate for even a second when she did it. Didn't you show your admiration for her before? Women are indeed fickle. The Zhuang suspected that if he lost his mind one day, she would certainly act just as quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. This woman is worthy of being the woman I like. She is so cruel and ruthless. Domineering. The Zhuang. Did you hear anyone talking? Say. Who is speaking? The Zhuang shook his head to indicate that he didn't hear it. Jiang Yu was about to leave, and at this moment, the voice appeared again. Why is it that other people who travel through time are all heroines, but when I traveled through time, I wasn't even cannon fodder? Mom, I miss you. I will never sleep in or go against you again. I will be a good boy to you. Please save me. I want to eat the braised pork you made. What a handsome guy with 8-pack abs. It's all because of his beauty that he's harming people. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and took back the step he had taken. Turn around and walk towards the source of the sound. At the door of the last air raid shelter, I saw several people, both men and women, and a little boy of 8 or 9 years old. But at this time, she no longer heard the voice. Yang Jiao came out of the air raid shelter and thought Jiang Yu had left long ago, but when she turned around, she found that she was actually walking towards air raid shelter number 3. Could it be that there is someone she knows there? He quickly chased after him. Jiang Yu, she shouted, and Jiang Yu turned around. The chirping sound suddenly broke. Jiang Yu, did I hear it wrong just now? Holy shit! Ashiba, the most beautiful and evil villain in the novel. The black soy sauce, the black leader. Wait, is that my dear Lord Leader? Master, please help me save the child. No, I can't let her know that I came from a book. According to the Black Master's first rule of Doomsday, the highest etiquette when discovering an alien is to empty the magazine. Wow, my leader is so beautiful. Is that Master Dezhuang next to her? He looks really ferocious. I'm so excited. The woman's voice sounded like the chirping of a sparrow, giving Jiang Yu a headache. But now no one was talking, so where did the voice come from? Also, the villain? Dark soy sauce? What are all these? She looked at several people. Shit, she's looking over here. Has she noticed me? May the Holy Mother Jesus and the Jade Emperor bless you. If I get a chance, I will definitely tell the believers in the group that the Master has taken notice of me. Woohoo, I have made it. Yang Jiao saw that she looked strange and asked, What's wrong with you? Did you hear anyone talking? Jiang Yu whispered. No. Yang Jiao shook her head and pointed at the people who were killing fish and talking next to a big pot. Are you talking about them? Jiang Yu shook his head and didn't explain any further. Instead, he asked, Can I take a look around? Of course, I'll accompany you. Yang Jiao smiled. Jiang Yu walked towards those people and observed them carefully. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, a bald man, a middle-aged man with a square face, 2 men and 3 women. Judging from the voice, it's probably a girl, but nothing is absolute. What if it's a Tiguanyan man? Among the survivors not far away, a petite, pretty girl in her early 20s, wearing thick glasses on her nose, was lowering her head and nervously snapping her fingers. God is my witness that Zhang Shuhui has been determined to be a good person since she was a child. In elementary school, he helped an old lady cross the road. In middle school, he found money and gave it to the police. Although his grades in high school were not good enough, he never fell in love too early and never failed a course in college. The worst thing he ever did in his life was asking for 2 more onions when buying vegetables to save money. Isn't it just calling the author of the novel a eunuch? Why are there so many people scolding the author? Why punish only her? She swore that she would never send out essays again. Let her leave this damn place. Who understands my family members have traveled to the novel that they once complained about? The key point is that as soon as she arrived, she met the villain in the book who killed people without blinking an eye. Although she was a fan of the leader didn't know it. If her identity is discovered, she will definitely be killed. It all started a few days ago, at her 25th birthday party, when her best friend said she would give her a mysterious birthday present when she got home that night. Who knew my bestie could play so wildly? As a birthday present that night, she was given 3 handsome men with 8-pack abs. 3 handsome guys, all over 185 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs, mermaid lines, and they are so good-looking. Her best friend even called and said that she had spent a lot of money to find her a top-notch girl, just so that she could experience the physical pleasure of a man, so that she wouldn't die without having tasted it. God have mercy on her. Jiang You has never even touched a man's hand. She has been insulated from love since she was a child. When I was getting ready to go to bed at night, I lifted the quilt and saw 3 handsome guys on the bed, all naked. What decent person can withstand such stimulation? She had 2 nosebleeds and twitched with excitement. And then her vision went black. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a doomsday novel, having traveled through time and space and become a passerby who was not even mentioned in the novel. The key point is that this passerby, like her, has more than 1,500 degrees of myopia. Without his glasses, he can hardly be distinguished between a human and an animal. And isn't this the eunuch book she complained about half a month ago? Retribution comes so quickly. Jiang You first gave the child a bag of marinated eggs, patted his head, and said kindly, "Eat it quickly." "Thank you, sister." The little boy's eyes lit up, and he ran away grabbing the egg. Well, not him. Exclude the first one. She gave another bag of cookies to another lady. The old lady looked at the cookies falling from the sky. Although she thought the man in front of her was a fool, she still accepted them. He said thank you and quickly put it into his mouth. Well, rule out the second one. Jiang You gave things to them one by one. Some were candies, some were boiled eggs, and some were biscuits. She heard the voice again. It turns out that the leader can be so kind. When he appeared in the book, he was already a terrifying villain who was always against the heroine. I didn't expect that he also had a gentle side. Calm down. I must not let the master notice my abnormality. Stay here. Who should I choose between the leader and the heroine? Of course the leader. Although the heroine is kind, the teammates who stay by her side are not strong enough to survive more than 3 chapters. The leader is different. Although she is cruel and has bad hands, she protects her shortcomings. But the leader definitely doesn't want me. Even her cat can kill people everywhere. So why would she want a useless little piece of trash? Oh. The remaining 2 girls looked at Jiang You with expectant eyes. Jiang You handed a boiled egg to a girl in front of him. The girl said thank you and gobbled it up quickly. Then he gave the cookie to the last woman. She looked to be in her 20s with a baby face, a few freckles, thick bangs, and a somewhat dull look. She had thick glasses on her nose, which were thicker than the lenses of her English teacher's 1,500-degree myopia glasses. She looked like she was wearing a pair of beer bottle caps. "Thank you, you're such a nice person." The girl nervously used her hands to tidy up her bangs that had been oiled into strips. After she finished speaking, she didn't say anything else, but Jiang You heard that voice again. Wow, she actually gave me cookies. She is such a nice person. Woo-woo. You are worthy of being the master. I must work like a slave to repay you for the meal, right? Master, do you want a girl? As long as you open your mouth, I will send myself to your door immediately. Jiang You stared at the expressionless girl with glasses, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Catch it, it's you. Chapter 60, 7 the Villain? Yang Jiao followed beside her with a confused look on her face, watching her distribute food to others. What is she doing? Are you suddenly feeling kind? Share food with people everywhere. Her act of distributing things attracted other people nearby, and the remaining survivors also gathered around her, loudly saying words of praise like "thank you very much," while waiting for Jiang You to continue taking out things. But at this time, Jiang You did not move anymore. I don't intend to continue posting anything. A flat-headed man asked anxiously when he saw that she had no intention of distributing more food. What about mine? They haven't been sent to us yet. And mine, I don't have any either. The other survivors who did not get anything also started to make a fuss. This is the way the world is. What is worrying is not the scarcity of wealth, but the inequality of wealth. It would be good for everyone to starve together, But if suddenly some people get food, the remaining people who don't get food will feel unbalanced. Anger breeds hatred. No one will remember whether the person who gave them food was out of food or what his original intention was. They just wonder, since it's distributed, why doesn't everyone get one? If everyone gets a share, they will become more demanding and wonder why they can't get more. Why didn't you take out the things earlier? That's human nature. Why do you give them food and not us? If you want to be a good person, you have to treat everyone equally. Hand over the supplies quickly. Hand over the supplies quickly. You are dressed so cleanly, so you must have a lot of supplies. Now that everyone is starving, why do you take up so much? Right. Hand it over and split it evenly. An old lady with triangular eyes cursed and tried to snatch it, grabbing Jiang Yu's face fiercely with both hands. In the end, my hand didn't even touch her. The next second, I felt a pain in my stomach, and all my internal organs seemed to be squeezed together in an instant. The whole person flew backwards for a long distance and finally fell into the lake with a splash. Ah, help! You bitch! Go away, go away! The old lady's facial features were distorted with fear. He struggled desperately in the lake, and immediately a group of fish came over. The lake water turned red with sharp screams, and then calmed down. The school of fish dispersed, the ant disappeared, and only a few pieces of floating rags remained on the lake. As soon as Jiang You got the biscuits, she found a place to squat and ate them voraciously while carefully observing Jiang You. Seeing her kick the old lady into the lake, her eyes were filled with stars. Other girls like the male protagonist and the male supporting role when reading novels, but she is different. She likes the vicious villain. The male protagonist, male supporting role, female protagonist, and female supporting role are all in love. Only the villain is seriously killing people and pursuing his career. The heroine goes crazy because of love, while the villain goes crazy because of himself. The hero gave up everything for the heroine, while the villain gave up everything just to survive and get it back double in the future. How can you not like such a career-oriented girl? After all, her mother taught her not to be lovesick since she was young. On the other side, Jiang You withdrew his foot. The old lady was estimated to weigh at least 140 kilograms and was kicked back several meters. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Jiang You smiled slightly and looked at the people around him calmly. Whoever dares to do that again will be fed to the fish. Do you think I'm a good person without a temper? A few survivors murmured. That's too much. It's nothing serious, but you just kill people. Just shut up. This woman looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Let's go. We still have boiled fish for dinner. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why kill people? Old Zhao, that's your wife. Why don't you go up and ask for justice? In this world, if I can't even support myself, what's the point of having a wife? There was a lot of chattering around, but no one dared to come forward and they all dispersed. People are like this. They bully the weak and fear the strong. When faced with equal strength, they will bargain with the good guys, but dare not approach the bad guys. Yang Jiao didn't understand what Jiang Yu was doing, but she didn't ask too much about other people's affairs. Jiang Yu stuffed a Dove chocolate bar in her hand and said, "Please have some. Thank you for protecting me just now." The moment those people surrounded them, Yang Jiao blocked Jiang Yu behind her. Although this protection was not used, she appreciated it. One chocolate in exchange for her kindness. We're even. Yang Jiao opened the package, took a bite, and enjoyed the silky smoothness between her lips and teeth. Zhang Shui grabbed a packet of biscuits and ate them in big mouthfuls. Her throat choked, so she pounded her chest hard and then continued eating. When she came into this body, the original owner of this body had already died. All the original owner's family members died. Afterwards, other survivors took away all the supplies left by her parents, leaving nothing behind. She tried to take it back, but ended up getting beaten up, and even the legs of her glasses were broken. Today's glasses are tied at the back of the head with 2 strips of cloth on both sides. So when she got the biscuits, she had no intention of keeping them and just wanted to eat them immediately. Only what you eat is yours. If you keep it and eat it slowly, it might be snatched away by someone else in a moment. This group of people went too far and even took away the lighter and the pot. She had caught fish before, but had no fire, so she ate the fish raw. As a result, she had diarrhea all night and almost pulled out her intestines. I will never do this kind of thing again, and I will always be hungry. When I was extremely hungry, I ate leaves. There wasn't much else here, just lots of trees and grass. But if you eat too much of this stuff, it will cause heartburn. Now that she finally had a pack of biscuits, she buried her head in the food stuffing them in her mouth frantically while looking around warily, afraid that someone would snatch them away. The glasses on her nose were loose, so she lifted the cloth strip up with one hand and continued eating. His cheeks are bulging like a little hamster. Jiang You sat casually on the stone next to her, slowly took out a bag of salt-baked chicken legs, tore it open, and then tore off the strips of meat. Feed the cat. That's right, feed the cat. De Zhuang wanted to turn his head away with a look of disgust. He would never eat such high-tech food. Not as delicious as zombie brains. Jiang You looked at it tenderly. What's wrong, De Zhuang? Aren't you hungry? That look is as tender as water. De Zhuang's hair almost stood up at this, and his heart instantly felt cold. He stopped running and didn't dare to move at all. He opened his mouth stiffly and let her tear off the chicken leg and stuff it into his mouth. He was obviously scared, but he refused to admit it. Instead, he frantically tries to make amends for himself. Humph, this human is so sensible. If I reject her, she will definitely cry. Forget it, forget it. It would be so ugly if the person you are protecting cried. Yes, I'm not afraid of her. Jiang Shui had finished her biscuits and was licking the crumbs off the bag. Suddenly, my nostrils twitched and I smelled a meaty aroma. Following the scent, I turned my head and saw a slender, white hand tearing the meat off a large, golden chicken leg and gently feeding it to a big cat. She looked at the bag and wanted to cry. It's actually my favorite salt-baked chicken drumstick. Still infinite. Come on, De Zhuang. Eat more meat so you can grow faster. The voice was slow, soft, and extremely gentle. Jiang Shui swallowed her saliva quietly, feeling extremely envious. The key point is that the cat being fed looked disdainful. Hey, what are you so proud of? That's a salt-baked chicken drumstick. Even the bones can be eaten. Jiang Shui opened her mouth involuntarily. I thought to myself, Master, please feed me. I'm not a picky eater. Not to mention her. Even Yang Jiao was damn envious of the tabby cat and felt that it was ungrateful. De Zhuang accepted the hateful gazes of the two women at the same time without any psychological burden. But it's really scary that Jiang You suddenly became so gentle. What happened to this human? Why are you laughing so pervertedly all of a sudden? Can you be more normal? Are you going to hit me or punch me? Destroy me with a violent storm? Don't play psychological warfare. I'm scared of you being so gentle. De Zhuang held his tail between his legs and chewed the chicken leg in his mouth obediently. Yang Jiao and Jiang Shui looked at it with envy and jealousy, lamenting that humans are not as good as cats. While feeding the cat, Jiang Yu casually said, You look a lot like a sister I know. What's her name? He seemed to notice that her eyes were fixed on his chicken leg and smiled gently. Are you still not full? Here you go. She handed her a bag of chicken legs. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, De Zhuang suddenly raised his head with a ferocious cat-like face full of doubt. You gave birth to a sister out of thin air? Jiang Shui sniffed and felt a little itchy in the corners of her eyes. When she came through, her original family had all died. Her original body died of poisoning from something she ate, and that's why she came through. As soon as I arrived, I suffered from hunger, cold, and bullying. I was afraid to sleep every night, for fear that if I fell asleep, I would be dragged into the bushes and done to something. This chicken leg does not represent food, but the first love she has received in this world. But it comes from a villain. My heart suddenly felt a little sour, and the corners of my eyes were itchy. The experiences of these days made Jiang Shui realize one thing. Although this world is a fictional world, everyone in it is not just a paper figure, but a real life. Death is real death, not just the pale words in the book. She choked up and said, Thank you, my name is Jiang Shui. Thank you so much, really, I don't know what to say. She cried as she tore open the bag and stuffed food into her mouth frantically. Jiang Yu heard the voice again. The leader just kicked someone into the lake, but she gave me delicious food. She is so nice to me. But I feel sad when I think that soy sauce will die miserably in the end. Why did you go to that forbidden island? You wouldn't die if you stayed away from the heroine. Chapter 68, I shouldn't have played with you. Forbidden Island? Jiang Yu is now almost sure what the sound is. Damn it, she could actually hear this guy's thoughts? What kind of insane skill is this? But why can I only hear her? Also, why did I die such a miserable death? How did he die? How does this woman know this? A series of question marks made her mind a mess, but her face remained expressionless. While talking to Jiang Shui, she was feeding De Zhuang. After a few minutes, Yang Jiao couldn't stand it anymore and turned away. The chicken legs here smelled too delicious, and she couldn't stay any longer. Jiang Shui was crying as she ate, and her calves were shaking as she talked to Jiang You. The reason for shaking was half the excitement of seeing the idol, and half the fear of being choked by the idol. Jiang Yu talked to her and listened to her thoughts. It didn't take long to figure out what was going on. If what Jiang Shui said is true, then do as she said. This world is nothing more than the evolution of a novel that Jiang Shui once read. Jiang Yu is a villain in the book who always opposes the heroine. The purpose of its existence is to provide the heroine and her companions with experience and treasure chests, helping the heroine to be more stable on her road to success. She couldn't believe that her whole life was just a character in a book. And he was a villain who died miserably. He was also nicknamed Blackheart Soy Sauce by readers. But for some strange reason, this character also has some fans. These fans affectionately call themselves Soy Sauce Party, and Jiang Shui is one of them. According to Jiang Shui's inner voice, she will rebuild the Forbidden Island for some reason in the future. In the end, she will cause resistance from many parties because of too many evil deeds, and finally she will be arrested and imprisoned. And it's even worse than the previous life. Those people will decipher the genetic secrets of her body and extract something for the heroine. Her existence is just to be a big boss who gives the heroine experience and treasure chests. It is a solid stepping stone on the heroine's road to success. How is that possible? She? Rebuilding Forbidden Island? God knows how much she hates the damn place. Why would she go crazy and rebuild it? When I think about what I went through on the Forbidden Island in my previous life, it turns out that the author only briefly mentioned it in a few words. Jiang Yu had an urge to destroy everything, but she held back, tore off a piece of meat with her white fingers, and fed it into Zhuang's mouth with an expressionless face. If this little guy with glasses is not a lunatic, then he is really a book traveler. Her thoughts were intermittent, with a sentence here and a sentence there, without any coherence at all. But Jiang Yu heard the words Forbidden Island in her heart. But since she knew the 3 words Forbidden Island, it proved that what she thought in her heart was true. After all, up to now, no one knows about the Forbidden Island except her. The Forbidden Island was established several years after the apocalypse, and this place does not exist at all now. As Jiang Shui said, after reading this novel, she must know a lot of things that she didn't know. Jiang Yu set his eyes on the girl next to him, who looked a little dazed. These glasses. This kind of character that shouldn't exist in this world at all is a dangerous bomb. The best outcome is to kill her. In this world, having her as a reborn person is enough. There is absolutely no need for another person who travels through the book. But before killing her, we must first squeeze out as much information as possible from her. For something like sesame, once the oil is refined thoroughly, there is no need for the waste residue to exist. While feeding to Zhuang, Jiang Yu had already made a certain decision in his heart. The other side, Jiang Shui had just torn open a chicken leg and taken 2 bites when suddenly her whole body seemed to be electrocuted and she became motionless. She darted her eyes from side to side. She was panicking, and for some reason, she felt a strong, murderous aura. And the source of this murderous aura seemed to be right next to her. As a bystander, she deeply knows that Jiang Yu is a vicious and ruthless villain, and is a complete contrast to the kind-hearted heroine. After realizing that Jiang Yu wanted to kill her, she kept a calm face, but her eyes were almost wet. I felt like crying, and the chicken leg in my mouth was a little hard to swallow. Damn it, the leader's chicken legs are really not that easy to eat. But if I spit it out now, will I die faster? She glanced at Jiang Yu cautiously, wondering if she had any value that could be exchanged. But after thinking for a long time, she seemed to be of no use. I'm crying. It's really not a good thing to have a clear idea of yourself. While she was struggling internally, Jiang Yu was already busy with other things. Jiang Yu discovered that as long as he was more than 100 or 200 meters away from Jiang Shui, he could no longer hear her thoughts. I felt relieved, and my mind was finally clear. Although the voice of the heart sometimes appears and sometimes disappears, it is loud enough. In the following days, Songqing suddenly found that his relationship with Jiang Yu had improved for some reason. She brings her cats to fish from time to time and then visits the shelter. Moreover, she hit it off with a girl in the shelter and often visited her. Although Songqing felt that Jiang Yu was not the type of person who would get along well with others at first sight, no matter what she wanted to do, as long as it did not affect him, Songqing would not interfere. However, he secretly sent someone to keep an eye on Jiang Shui. Jiang Yu would go to Jiang Shui to chat from time to time, and he would always be able to inadvertently hear her inner thoughts revealing some information. She trained with zombies in the city every day and searched everywhere for second-level zombies, thinking that there would be no escapes. But after listening to Jiang Yu's voice, I realized that there are still so many wolves that have not been fully fleeced in this city. Hundreds of tons of gasoline stored under the West District *** fuel. The food processing factory on Nanshan Mountain had millions of dollars worth of food inventory that was not flooded. There are various supplies in dozens of large warehouses in the Qingpa Logistics Transfer Station. Every time she came, she always found a way to guide Jiang Yu's thoughts in a valuable direction and then capture useful information. The reason why she knew all this was because these were things the heroine had experienced. The underground warehouse of the space was already packed full, with no gaps left. Jiang You looked at the reminder Jiang Shui, who was chewing bread in front of him with satisfaction. There was a sincere smile on his face, which made Jiang Shui feel surprised and frightened at the same time, because she didn't understand why Jiang You was so special to her. After all, she knew that she didn't seem to have any special personal charm or anything like that. Night. Jiang Yu sat on a lounge chair on the terrace, enjoying the evening breeze, holding a cup of mango sago in his hand, and on the small table in front of him was a bucket of crispy fried chicken. Dazhuang lay beside her with his, but facing her. During this period, Dazhuang noticed Jiang Yu's kindness toward Jiang Shui, and he felt that this hateful human had fallen in love with someone else. Actually ignored it. So I've been in a bad mood. Dazhuang, Dazhuang? Jiang Yu called out twice, but Dazhuang still ignored her. So she blew some air onto her fingers and flicked the two lychees under its butt. Meow! Dazhuang immediately got angry and turned around to bare his teeth at her. What are you doing? Go find your mother, liar. If I had known you were so fickle, I wouldn't have played with you in the first place. Chapter 69, I want to be a ray of light in a world of villains. You gave her food. You said you would only give it to me to eat. You've changed, you big liar. It was barking and its hair was standing up like a big hedgehog. Jiang Yu touched its head soothingly. Don't be jealous. You're just a little male cat. Why are you so stingy? But Jiang Shui is really interesting. How do you think I can deal with her after I have squeezed out all the information she knows? Should I throw it to the zombies or chop off its head directly? On the other side, Jiang Shui, who was sleeping in the air raid shelter, sneezed violently several times and then hugged her backpack tightly. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes. Isn't it ridiculous that everything I experienced on the Forbidden Island in my previous life is just a few simple lines written by someone? And this world was originally a book. Everyone's fate is already determined. But I just don't believe in fate. A stepping stone for the heroine? I'm afraid she has never stepped on a red-hot iron plate before. She sneered, and unknowingly, she clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into the flesh. Amid the sharp pain, bright red blood flowed out from between her fingers. Dazhuang let out a low meow and licked the back of her hand with his tongue. Only then did Jiang Yu come to his senses. When he let go of his hand, his palm was already covered in blood. The more information she learned from Jiang Shui, the angrier she became. She thought she was lucky to be reborn, but I didn't expect that it was just the author's setting. She is a character who experienced inhumane experiments in her previous life and was subsequently reborn. But the ending of the story is often that the dragon slayer becomes a dragon, and in her previous life, she destroyed the Forbidden Island. After his rebirth, he rebuilt the Forbidden Island because of his own selfish desires and was finally killed by the righteous heroine. After all, it is just a stepping stone for the heroine to move up step by step. Since it is a stepping stone, she will act like the red-hot iron plate just to see who dares to step on it. As for that girl Jiang Shui, she knows so much. If she gets close to the so-called heroine, wouldn't it cause a lot of trouble? Therefore, the best ending for Jiang Shui is to die honestly. Since you are my fan, and you keep calling me master, then it's normal for you to die for the sake of the doctrine, right? Jiang Yu smiled coldly, with a determined smile on his face. Achoo! She sniffed and muttered guiltily. Why did you sneeze so many times in a row? Is it because my mom missed me? Yes, it must be my mother who missed me. Without me, who would eat the braised pork she made? I'm afraid it will only be De Huang at home. After all, Dad doesn't like braised pork. Jiang Shui is already 25 years old, but she is petite and wears thick glasses, so she looks younger than her actual age. My life was very simple. Before graduation, I only went between school, dormitory, and library. After work, I go to the office, dormitory, and library. I only have 2 or 3 friends around me. There are not many people to interact with, and the working environment is not very worldly wise, so even after working for many years, you still look like a college student. Friends sometimes joke that she is a small landmine in the postgraduate entrance examination. The body she traveled through looked and had the same figure as her original self. Even the few freckles on her face were similar. Jiang Shui thought she would not live for more than a month. But unexpectedly, I met Jiang You. Thinking about the arrangement of the character Jiang You in the book, she seemed to be only 19 years old when she died at the hands of the heroine. In other words, Jiang Yu is only 17 or 18 years old now, the age of a flower. I even heard Jiang Yu say in a conversation a few days ago that she had just finished the college entrance examination before the end of the world. The black soy sauce leader doesn't seem to be as cruel as described in the books. Jiang Shui held in her hand the strawberry-flavored fruit candy that Jiang Yu gave her last time. Thinking of Jiang Yu joking during the day, saying that her thick lenses looked like a pair of thick bottle caps, which looked very cute. Jiang Shui suddenly blushed. When she compliments someone, the expression on her face is so sincere, as if she really thinks his eyes are cute. Then he shook his head, came to his senses, and slapped himself hard several times. No, the leader is not such an easygoing person. Don't get lost in illusions. You will die miserably. But after a few minutes, she looked at the candy in her hand hesitantly. How bad can a girl who likes strawberry candy be? Jiang Shui hesitated for a long time, but finally stuffed the strawberry candy in her mouth and puffed out her cheeks. That night, Jiang Shui had a dream. She dreamed that Jiang Yu had not turned evil and had always been so kind. But in the end, he still did not die a good death. Before he died, Jiang Yu supported his body, spitting blood, but stood firmly in front of her. Don't be afraid, little bottle cap. I will protect you. She slept on her side in the corner of the air raid shelter. When she woke up, tears from the corners of her eyes flowed across her flat nose and into the other eye. There were other people sleeping in the air raid shelter, so she didn't dare cry out loud. But when she thought of Jiang Yu's death in her dream, she bit her lips tightly with her teeth. The character Jiang Yu in the book is destined to die from the moment he appears. Every word and every sentence about her foreshadows the ending. But now, this is not in the book. This is a real world. How could such a good person have such a tragic end? For the first time, Jiang Shui had the idea of changing something. However, she was so moved by herself that she had no idea that the black-hearted leader she admired had already arranged her death in advance. Chapter 70 Prey. The kind little white rabbit in her eyes is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Yu has never turned evil, because she has been evil from the beginning to the end. Song Cheng secretly observed Jiang Shui for a while and found that the little girl was quite pretty. He wears a pair of thick glasses all day long. He is small, has a slightly flat nose, and even has some freckles. It looks cute and silly. What does it look like? Song Cheng thought for a long time and finally remembered. Like the silly road deer in his native woods. The kind that is easy to deceive at first glance. But what can I do by lying to her? Silly Jiang Shui turned around and happened to see Song Cheng staring at her. Brother Song, are you okay? It's okay. I just think your myopia seems to be quite serious. It's okay. I have my glasses. As soon as Jiang Shui finished speaking, she fell heavily. Lie face down on the ground. The cloth on his head loosened and his glasses hit the ground, making a crisp sound. Without her glasses, Jiang Shui's vision immediately became blurry. She squinted her eyes, raised her buttocks, and frantically lay on the ground to look around. Ah, my glasses. Brother Song, can you help me find where my glasses are? Song Cheng looked at the glasses on the stone slab that flew one step away from her. The thickness of the glasses was at least as thick as a bottle cap. The temples of the glasses were gone, replaced by 2 gray strips of cloth. But at this moment, the lens on the right was cracked like a spider's pattern. He picked it up, blew it, and then handed it to Jiang Shui. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Song. Jiang Shui touched it carefully, and the broken spider pattern broke into pieces and fell down. In a moment, only an empty black, round mirror frame was left. Jiang Shui patted the broken glass and reached out to circle the empty frame. After checking that there were no remaining glass fragments, he put the glasses on the bridge of his nose and then skillfully tied the cloth strip with his backhand. A smile of surviving a disaster appeared on his face. Fortunately, I still have one eye to use. Brother Song, thank you so much. She is quite optimistic. Song Cheng shook his head and was about to say something, But Jiang Shui turned around and ran away. It looked like there was a flood or a beast behind him. Song Cheng frowned. Is he so scary? Why is she running? Jiang Shui ran back to her sleeping place in one breath and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I ran fast. Song Cheng is also one of the male supporting characters in the book. Although he did not appear many times, fortunately, she remembered him. According to the laws of novels, most of the opposite sex who have relationships with the male supporting role do not have a good ending. What if he falls in love with me? The opposite sex that the male supporting character likes will definitely die a more miserable death than the female protagonist. Stay away from him. Half a month later, Jiang You brought De Zhuang to the park to fish again. After fishing, before I walked into the air raid shelter, I saw two figures hiding behind a huge rock beside the path, craning their necks to look over here. Jiang Shui stood on tiptoe, put a finger through the empty frame, and pressed her right eye, while her left eye was narrowed into a line. But 100 meters away, everything is blurry. Brother Atai, I just heard Annie say that the fisherman is here again. Come and see if it's Jiang You. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Tai curled his lips and said, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. I'm looking at it. It looks like her. Yes, it's her, and Zhuang is with her. I won't mistake that vicious cat. Hear Zhang Tai's affirmative words. Jiang Shui pushed him away and ran towards Jiang Yu. Zhang Tai's eyes almost rolled up to the sky. Just throw it away after use, haha, woman. Before, Jiang Yu basically had her period every 2 days, but this time, she didn't have her period for half a month. Jiang Shui thought that Jiang Yu had moved to another location and left. Although she wanted to follow Jiang Yu, she knew in her heart that with her personality, she would not keep a useless follower around her. During this period, she caught fish every day and could eat one fish for 2 days. Although it was not seasoned, it was very fishy. But she is already very satisfied. After all, many survivors now have nothing to eat. Besides, the vegetables in the countryside are grown with farm manure, so they taste different, and the vegetables grown with chemical fertilizers taste even better. Who cares what the fish eats to grow up? As long as the fish meat is edible, it's fine. But halfway through the run, she suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, she and Jiang Yu don't seem to have such a good relationship. If I behave too strangely, will she become suspicious? Jiang Shui picked at her fingers, feeling a little conflicted. Jiang Yu looked at the empty side of her glasses frame and waved at her. Jiang Shui immediately saw the sky turn from cloudy to sunny, and she ran up happily. Why is one of your lenses missing? Did someone bully you? Jiang Yu asked with a frown. She was tying a hemp rope to a stick. The rope had obviously been used several times and had been tied again in many places after being broken by fish. Jiang Shui waved her hands quickly. No, I fell down by myself. Really, after you said hello to Brother Song, no one dared to bully me anymore. Thank you so much. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. That's good. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a chicken drumstick. After all, this book traveler provided her with a lot of information, which allowed her to find a lot of supplies. There's nothing wrong with treating her to some more delicious food before she dies. But unexpectedly, Jiang Shui did not nod, but waved her hands repeatedly and refused. No, I've been eating fish from the lake for a while, and it's good. You gave me the lighter, the pot, and the salt. I'm very grateful to you. Although I really want to eat it, I can't take it. The gifts from the master must be exchanged for equal value. Otherwise, the more you eat, the faster you will feel tired. After hearing Jiang Shui's thoughts, Jiang Yu stopped trying to persuade her. Jiang Shui sat obediently beside him, watching De Zhuang jump into the lake. When he was fished out, there were many lively carp hanging on his body. Shanxian, who was very discerning, helped to pull them off. They were all thrown into a low grass nest nearby. Sometimes she pulled too hard, and De Zhuang would look at her, and she would quickly let go, then use her hands to struggle to pry open the fish's mouth and gently take it off. De Zhuang then called out a few times in a proud and arrogant manner. The expression he looked at Jiang Yu was very proud, as if he was saying, learn from them and see how others serve me.